My name is Chu Yuan. I found myself in darkness faced with 6 strange choices like some game restart. They promised all kinds of lives from a fat, carefree world to being a demon master. Without overthinking, I chose the last one to become an emperor ruling over a fantasy world. I figured why not aim high suddenly. A system voice told me I was now Emperor Chu Yuan II of Great Wu. But before I could even enjoy it, chaos exploded around me. The city burned. Enemies roared to kill me, and my empire was falling. I looked down and saw a sword in my heart, my own hand on the hilt. Just like that, my new life ended. But then time rewound 3 years. I was back in the palace with all of Chu Yuan's memories flooding into my head, 18 years worth. I learned I had become this world's emperor during the worst time. The old emperor died mysteriously, taking 30,000 elite soldiers with him. Now I was stuck between rebels at home and greedy kingdoms outside. The system then gave me 3 options. Conquer all enemies in 3 years or die, escape, and live peacefully or do nothing. Of course, I chose to fight. I couldn't stand to see Great Wu fall again. This empire was now mine. Instantly, I was rewarded. I got the Emperor's Saber, a supreme weapon, and the Great Thunder technique. Flooded me. I could now punch with lightning, and had a saber that could make me fight way above my level. With it, my strength jumped from a weak meridian channeling stage to something that could slay soul-forging experts. Even crazier, the saber still held more sealed waiting to be unlocked by gathering the wishes of 1 billion humans. I felt the weight and hope of millions resting on me, and it fired me up. I wasn't going to let Great Wu get crushed like before. With this new strength, memories, and unbreakable will, I was ready to change my fate and make my dynasty last forever. When I checked my progress, I realized I already gathered 700 million points of the collective will, only 300 million short to unseal the second of my human emperor sword. The system explained, each person under my real rule counts. I suddenly understood. Even though my dynasty seems to have over 1 billion people, only 700 million truly belong to Great Wu. The rest are under local lords and nobles who broke away after the last emperor died. These traitors once enjoyed lands and wealth granted by the old emperor, yet the moment he died, they betrayed us. I remembered all the pain of the past 3 years. Now, with all my memories fully merged into this world, I vowed to destroy these lords and reclaim every citizen under my rule. Right then, the system rewarded me with 2 titles, Master of Thunder Tao and Supreme Being of Mankind, which made my thunder stronger and doubled my emperor's aura, making it easier to awe or scare people. The system also opened a store where I could buy amazing treasures using destiny points. I saw all kinds of things there, from healing pills to Urful attacks. I bought a soul-forging pill that pushed me from the Meridian realm straight into the soul-forging realm painlessly. Normally, breaking through would feel like thousands of knives cutting your soul, but my pill made it effortless. I then spent more destiny points to jump 3 more levels. Just like that, I reached the 4th level of soul-forging. My soul strong like steel. When I checked my stats on my personal panel, it felt surreal. I was no longer the weak emperor from history. I had top-level weapons, Urful techniques, and titles that enhanced my strength. My main mission was clear. In 3 years, crush the great submerged dynasty, kill the traitorous General Shang Yuan and Prime Minister Lei, wipe out all disloyal lords, and unify the nation. Fail, and I turned to dust. Then came my first real court meeting. It had been 3 chaotic months since I took the throne. Today, I chose to show up in full emperor's might and face all the officials. This was the beginning of truly ruling Great Wu under my iron hand. I am Chu Yuan, Emperor of Great Wu. Our dynasty was built by war, not by dragons or phoenixes. Even our royal robes show blades and the symbol Wu, meaning martial Today, wearing my dark robe, I felt like never before. Eunuch Wei, who served even my father, noticed it too. I set out for my first true court meeting in the divine martial hall built by the founding emperor to show off our might. Inside, hundreds of officials waited. Among them stood the Supreme General, Shang Yuan Qingyun, and the Prime Minister, Li Yun, both Urful cultivators at the peak of divine abilities. They were the backbone of my empire, but also dangerous. I overheard ministers whispering. They feared we were doomed after my father's sudden death and the loss of our 300,000 elite soldiers. Some even thought heaven itself wanted Great Wu destroyed. The people were uneasy and the court full of hidden schemes. When I entered, thunder rolled from the 9 flood dragons pulling my carriage. My great thunder technique made my eyes flash with lightning. As I took my throne, I spread through the hall. They could feel something different. My emperor's aura had become overwhelming. Even the general and prime minister looked uneasy. As I addressed them, I could see their doubts. One official, Lu Yang, tried to praise my father while hinting I was too young. I cut him off sharply. Using my memories from the future, I knew exactly who had betrayed us before. I exposed Lu Yang's fears, forcing him to kneel in panic. Lun, sly as ever, tried to smooth things over by claiming loyalty, but I could tell he was probing my strength. Little did they know I was no longer the same naive emperor. I had lived through 3 brutal years already, then come back in time. I was determined not to let Great Wu fall again. The system gave me 2 options: keep the court going or leave to look carefree. I chose to continue. I needed to hear everything, to know every hidden threat. This time I would be the emperor who crushed all rivals and secured my dynasty forever. I chose to stay in the court hall, sitting firmly on my throne. I wanted to hear what these so-called loyal ministers had to say, watch how they acted, and see their true faces. The system rewarded me with destiny points for this choice. I listened as the officials spoke. They talked about how the empire was drained of money after losing our 300,000 elite troops. They blamed disasters and said rumors were spreading among the people, whispering that our great wood angered the gods and was doomed. I knew most of these rumors were secretly started by these same ministers trying to weaken my rule. Shang Yuan Qingyun, the top general, offered to investigate, but I wasn't foolish enough to let the fox guard the hen house. I told them rumors would die once we grew stronger. Then I turned to the Prime Minister, Lun. He spoke of outside threats. The Great Yin dynasty and 3 other nations were massing troops at our borders, hoping to swallow Great Wu while I was young, and the empire seemed weak. Their big idea: hand over 3 of our counties and 15 prefectures, plus pay a huge sum in gold just to buy 1 year of false peace. Lun and Shangyuan even tried to convince me we could take it back later. The system offered me 2 options: give up our lands for 100 destiny points or stand firm refusing to cede anything, and also gain destiny points along with a defensive My blood boiled. Since when did great whoever bow down and give away our territory? Never. I chose to refuse. The of my choice flowed through me. I gained the art of firmness, making my body like iron. Even earthful attacks couldn't break my defense. My thunder aura surged and the court fell silent in fear. I accused Shang Wan to his face, asking if he'd already betrayed us. He denied it, so I told him to prepare for war. Lin tried again to push negotiations, but I was done listening to traitors. Now the envoys from Diane were waiting outside. The system gave me 3 new choices: meet them now, wait 3 days, or kick them out at once. I was ready to show them the might of a true emperor. I decided to meet the envoys from Great Qin 3 days later, not today. The system rewarded me with more destiny points for this choice. Naturally, the Prime Minister Li Yun and the Grand General tried to pressure me into meeting them immediately, but I wasn't some weak-willed boy they could control anymore. I told them clearly, I would not cede even an inch of land or pay any compensation. If they didn't like it, they could go negotiate on their own after court. Then I dismissed them. As I walked back alone through the imperial garden, I thought how beautiful these flowers looked now. Yet in 3 years I had seen this place reduced to ashes. My peace was broken by Shang Yuan, a smug young officer in golden armor. He claimed he was ordered by the Grand General to follow me everywhere for protection, which was just a way to spy on me. The system gave me 2 options: lecture him about loyalty or have him executed. I chose the second. I told him coldly that he'd forgotten who his true ruler was. When he refused to step down, I drew the human emperor's sword and unleashed my Terrified, he fell to his knees. With one swing, I cut off his head. Blood splattered the garden, his eyes still wide with shock and hatred. But I felt no pity, only a surge of satisfaction. In this world, the strong rule. Without even an emperor is a joke. I ordered Eunuch Wei to deliver Sheng Wanuyan's head back to the Grand General so he'd know exactly who killed him. Then I headed toward the Divine Martial Hall. I still had more rewards waiting from the system, including a chance to draw a random treasure. That's how it should be. As Emperor of Great Wu, I must show absolute strength. Only by being ruthless can I keep these scheming ministers and generals in check. If they dare to test me again, they'll meet the same fate. This is my empire now, and I won't let anyone take it from me. The Divine Sun Palace is the place where the Emperor rests and cultivates, quiet and well-guarded. Start the random lottery draw. Chu Yuan merely voiced his desire to draw the lottery, and instantly a huge roulette-like curtain appeared before his eyes. A pointer was spinning continuously across various rewards. Does the host want to draw a lottery? The system asked. Draw. Chu Yuan decided without hesitation. Starting the lottery draw. Please wait patiently, host. The lottery has uncertainties. You might draw a supreme treasure, divine ability, or a mediocrity or useless junk. With the voice of the system prompt ringing out, Chu Yuan's eyes were tightly fixed on the rapidly spinning pointer. After about 10 or so seconds, the speed started to slow down. A large gold brick, a great sword, sacred flame armor, 10 direction step, delicious sugar beans, fasting pill. The pointer moved past each reward. Chu Yuan's heart was both tense and filled with anticipation. If he drew the junk that the system mentioned, wouldn't that be wasting a chance? Could it possibly be a piece of brick? Chi Yuan saw the pointer about to stop at a piece of brick. His face changed, but fortunately at the moment it was about to stop, it spun once more. Lottery draw completed. The host gets the Great Swallowing Technique. Note, the Great Swallowing Technique is a divine ability from among the 3,000 Great Tao. All things in the world have their origin. With the cultivation of the Great Swallowing Technique, one can swallow the origin of anything, thus becoming a great swallowing being. The host has gained a title, Child of Swallowing. Child of Swallowing, swallowing speed increased. As soon as Chu Yuan learned the Great Swallowing Technique, a vast flooded into him. A strong suction force emerged. The Great Swallowing Technique could extract the origin of other things and strengthen oneself. Soul Tempering 5th Layer. As soon as he mastered the Great Swallowing Technique, Chu Yuan cultivation rocketed to the 5th layer of the Soul Tempering realm. I still have 1,600 destiny points. All of them will be used to enhance my cultivation. Immediately 1,500 destiny points were deducted. Soul Tempering 6th layer, Soul Tempering 7th layer, Soul Tempering 8th layer. With the raise of 3 more levels, Chu Yuan clenched his fist, exploding with that surged through his body. Although he had expended his destiny points until only 100 remained, he knew that cultivation was the most important thing. Right now, my strength is equivalent to that of the 8th layer of the original spirit realm. Chu Yuan reveled in the growth of this He must break through to the original spirit realm as quickly as possible. Now, once he entered the original spirit realm with the human emperor sword, he could possess the formidable combat ability of the divine realm. The system mall opened. His gaze landed on the basic healing potion. Basic healing potion able to heal any injury below the divine glimpse realm, including soul injuries. Exchange requires 100 destiny points against the heavens. Absolute defiance of the heavens, being able to heal any injury below the divine glimpse realm. Such a divine drug that could not even be found within the 5 countries was equivalent to having a second life. Further, all it required was 100 destiny points. Nothing could be more worth it than this. Every time he advanced to another layer of cultivation, it cost 500. Exchange it, it must be exchanged. A bottle of green potion suddenly appeared in his hand. However, he currently had no injuries and didn't need to use the potion, so he decided to keep it for future use. At this moment, he once again opened his attribute panel. Name, Chu Yuan. Identity, Emperor Dao. Cultivation technique, Human Emperor Scripture. Realm, Soul Forging Eightfold. Equipment, Human Emperor Sword Supreme Level. Divine abilities, Great Thunder Technique, Great Devour Technique. Title, Supreme of Humanity. Controller of Thunder and Lightning, Son of Devour. Destiny Points, 0. Current main mission, overthrow the Du Imperial Dynasty within 3 years. Kill the Great General Shang Wanyun, the Prime Minister Li Yun. Sweep across the country. Unify the national forces. If completed, the reward is or else face complete annihilation. Destiny points are good, but they get used up too fast. Chuan sighed. If he had tens of thousands of destiny points, he would have already advanced to the original spirit realm. Today he attended court for the first time and made so many choices only to receive a mere 600 destiny points. It's really not enough to spend. Previously, the hard Sheng did not count as divine abilities, but only martial arts. It seems that every time I master one art of the 3,000 major techniques, I can obtain a title, and each title has extremely potent attributes. Chu Yuan looked at his attribute panel with a faint smile. He was quite satisfied. As long as he kept making choices, he could obtain more and more destiny points. Without destiny points, in these 3 days, Chu Yuan could only honestly cultivate by himself. Your Majesty, it's time to hold court. The voice of Wei came. In the martial arts dynasty, the strong are revered. Everyone needs to cultivate and doesn't have to hold court every day. Only when there is important business that requires convening the court officials. And today was the day when Chu Yuan was to meet with the dog envoy delegation. He, in a black emperor's robe, as dark as blood, solemn and dignified, walked out slowly with a hint of a smile on his face. I haven't activated any choices in these 3 days. Indeed, if I hadn't held court that day, I wouldn't have activated the subsequent choices. This is indeed a god-level destiny point selection system. It seems that each choice gives a 100 destiny points, but the future development is vastly different. Dal envoy delegation, I await you, Your Majesty. We looked at Chu Yuan. When he met his gaze, it was like staring into an abyss. He suddenly clutched his head and screamed, my head hurts so much. Soul origin. Chu Yuan saw a stream of crystal cold ki entering his soul, and the great devouring technique started to operate wildly, intending to absorb Wei's original spirit entirely. Such a domineering great devour technique. Although Wei isn't a master of divine abilities, he's still at the 10th level of original spirit. Just one look from me, and his original spirit is being away. Chu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to discover the subtlety of the great devour technique and was even more delighted. Let's go, Wei. Yes, Your Majesty. We no longer dared to look into Chu Yuan's eyes. They were like a bottomless abyss, commanding within the divine martial hall. The officials were holding court. Shang Yunyun was looking particularly gloomy. Just 3 days ago, Shang Yunyun's corpse was delivered to the residence of the great general, saying it was a death penalty. But he knew that Shang Wanyun, following his intentions, must have offended Chu Yuan and was killed as a message to him. This young emperor did have some tough tactics. Long live the emperor. May he live forever. Seeing Chu Yuan ascended to the throne, civil and military officials shouted in praise. All ministers, please rise. Now that Chu Yuan had practiced the great devour technique, wherever his gaze passed, those with weaker cultivation felt their original spirits trembling. Eventually, his gaze landed on Shang Wanyun, and he said indifferently, "Great General, you look quite unwell." This old servant had some hiccups during cultivation and is feeling a bit unwell. Shang Wanyun responded coldly, "Since the great general is not feeling well, I allow you to take some time off. Whenever you feel better, you may return to court. Right now, with internal troubles and external threats, we need you to shoulder more responsibilities." Chu Yuan said, "It's just a minor issue. It's not a big deal. I appreciate your concern, Your Majesty." Shang Yunyun was also a crafty old fox already contending with Chu Yuan. He added, "The Dao envoy delegation is waiting outside the court. This time Your Majesty intends to meet them." The previous time, the delegation was quite upset and nearly left the imperial city, nearly causing a catastrophe. "Declare them in," Chu Yuan said. "Announce the Dao envoy delegation to enter the court. The envoy from the Great Qin dynasty has arrived." The officials quietly passed the word along, their faces marked with seriousness. 3 months ago, daughter was the leader among the 5 kingdoms, but overnight the world turned upside down. Now, Great Qin is the strongest among them. This led to a mix of feelings among the officials as the situation had changed so rapidly. The Great Chen envoy has arrived. Soon a group of people entered the divine martial hall. A team of guards clad in silver fishkill armor, each exuding an impressive aura, and having reached the Soul Forge realm, escorted a young man who was walking in the front. This young man was dressed in golden scale armor and exhibited an impressive demeanor. His head held high. He radiated a sense of dragon might, reflected the golden light, and astonishingly had reached the 9th level of the original spirit. This is the 7th prince of the Great Chain, Linny, who at the tender age of 25 is a prodigious talent at the 9th level of the original spirit. Though not the crown prince, his mother is the current queen consort, making him a full brother to the Great Qin crown prince. When the crown prince ascends the throne in the future, he'll likely be the most trusted king with real Upon seeing the 7th prince of the Great Qin, Linny, the officials subtly sighed at his prowess and simultaneously realized that the Great Qin dynasty had sent heavyweight representatives. Now it all depended on how their emperor would respond. "So you were Chu Yuan, the 2nd-generation emperor of Da." After arriving at the court, Linny looked at Chu Yuan but showed no courtesy. Instead, he appeared indifferent and neglected even the most basic etiquette, openly disrespecting the Great Wood dynasty. "Presumptuous to dare refer to the reigning emperor by his name is disrespectful. We vented his anger. Kneel down now, haha. I'm here this time carrying the decree of the emperor representing the emperor of my Great Chen. How can there be a reason to kneel?" Linny laughed loudly, undervaluing Chu Yuan. "Moreover, our 2 countries are both illustrious dynasties standing on equal footing. It's just that your current national strength in Dao is far less than that of my Great Chain. Are the people of Great Chen all savages? Perhaps they don't even know how to write the words for etiquette." Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled like electricity. "Little Emperor of D, I've been waiting outside the Divine Martial Hall since 3 days ago, yet you delayed me for 3 days. This has greatly dissatisfied and angered the envoy of my Great Chain. If you want to quell my anger, that will have." Lu spoke domineeringly. "Oh, so what are you going to do about it?" asked Chu Yuan. "I won't waste words with you. This time I have brought the Edict of Great Chain. It contains various demands of my Great Chain. Sign on it and I promise that Da will enjoy 1 year of peace. Otherwise, be prepared to face the war." As Lin Yui was speaking, a guard in fish-scale armor at his side handed over a bound edict. "Read." Chu Yuan didn't take it and instead ordered Wei to open it, 2nd Emperor of Dai. As soon as Wei saw the content of the edict, his face changed drastically. He did not dare to continue. "No worries, go on and read." Chu Yuan waved his hand. "Your Majesty." Wei took a deep breath and continued. "The 2nd Emperor of Da Chu, on news of the untimely death of the former Emperor of Da. I am deeply grieved to ensure the peace of our 2 kingdoms and prevent the common people from suffering the disruption of war. I hope to consolidate relations, as did Thekin and Jin taking Qingyang, Hang and win the lands of 15 prefectures in the 3 provinces as borders separating Dao and Great Qin. In addition to this, as compensation, 300 million crystal stones, and I hope that Da can arrange a princess to marry into Great Qin to mutually give and receive a king and queen." If the second emperor of Dao Chu is willing to sign this edict, I promise that there will be no war on the border within a year, and neither will other kingdoms and French what cede territory and pay tribute and propose marriage. It is a great shame, a great shame. Since the establishment of Dao with military prowess as our totem, when have we ceded territory, paid tribute, and proposed a marriage alliance? If this edict is signed, our late emperor will not rest in peace. When all the officials heard the contents of the edict, it caused a great uproar. Dahu was blatantly disregarded. It was nothing less than a direct humiliation. If he signs it, it would be a total loss of rights and humiliation, turning them into a laughingstock. Option 1. Agree to cede territory and pay compensation in exchange for a royal marriage reward of 100 destiny points and completion of the capitulation achievements. Note: equipped with the capitulation achievement, you will acquire the turtle breath technique, granting you a 10 increase in cultivation speed and 100 increase in personal defense. Option 2. Refuse to cede territory or pay compensation in exchange for a royal marriage reward of 100 destiny points in completion of the unyielding iron bones achievement. Note: be a tough person, act like a tough person, better dead than surrender the slightest. Both options appeared vividly before Chu Yuan, dazzlingly luminous. Marriage: who do you propose to marry? Two streaks of electric light shot out from Chu Yuan's eyes, gliding like electric dragons in the hall, his voice extremely cold. The late emperor had 3 daughters. The eldest princess had left Great Wu before its founding and has not returned for many years. As for the second princess, she left the capital 10 years ago by the late emperor's decree. Only the youngest princess, Princess Qinzi, remains unmarried. Naturally, it is Princess Qinzi who would marry, Lun said lightly, as if reminding Chu Yuan. Your Great Wu has only Princess Qinzi left, and the prince to be married is me, to ensure a year of peace for your Great Wu. Naturally, I undertake this role of groom reluctantly. When I return, my brothers will inevitably ridicule me. Lai looked wrong. Are there only leftovers? What did he regard Princess Qinti as? Some leftovers from a vegetable market? You overthink it about ceding land, paying compensation, and providing a royal bride. I will not cede a single piece of land, pay a single penny, or send my sister, Princess Qinzi, to your Great Shan dynasty. I will not agree to any of your Great Qing dynasty's demands. Chu Yuan grabbed the scroll containing the demands of the Great Shang nation and tore it in two. The host has chosen option 2, reward of 100 destiny points, completion of the Iron Bones achievement. You've torn the national letter. This means war. Upon seeing this, Linny blazed with fury. My million-strong Great Shang army has already gathered on the southern border, waiting only for my order to attack. Not only that, the nations of Dalu, Dang, and Daki also have millions of troops marching south. Moreover, countless more troops are coming. Breaking through the capital of your great will only be a matter of months. Lin sneered. How will your unyielding spirit help you in the face of absolute There is no point. We cannot withstand a united attack from these 4 nations. The present state of Great Wu cannot bear this kind of war, the Grand Marshal said. I urge you to reconsider. Do not endanger the foundation of Great Wu due to a single moment of impulse. Offering royal brides and compensation is not a problem, but I think ceding 3 provinces and 15 prefectures is too much. How about ceding 1 province and 5 prefectures instead? What do you think? 7th Prince Lin asked. Not a single bit less. In order to appease the other 3 nations, my great Xing has already made large concessions, Liu replied. It's good to have fun. Why don't I send the daughters and granddaughters of you and the Grand Marshal to Great Xing for a royal marriage war? Then Chu Yuan responded with a cold laugh. When has Great Wu, a nation founded on martial strength, ever feared it? Very well. You said it yourself. The next time we meet, it will be when a 1,000,000-strong army levels the imperial city of Great Wu. Your true clan will be exterminated and the heads will roll. Not a single one of you will survive. Linny retorted with furious laughter. Option 1, allow the Great Xing delegation to leave, giving 100 destiny points. Prepare for the war. Option 2, detain the Great Shen delegation as hostages, getting 100 destiny points. Option 3, execute the Great Shang delegation, demonstrating the determination of the Emperor of Great Wu, leading to war, and acquire 100 destiny points. Godawful choices appeared again. Leaving without my consent, you dare to disregard my presence. Upon seeing the choices they made, Chu Yuan's eyes glowed with murderous intent as he suddenly spoke out. Oh, changed your mind. Ready for granting territories, indemnities, and marriage, Lai stopped in his tracks, mockingly glanced at Chu Yuan on the throne. I've prepared a gift for your great emperor. Chu Yuan's voice rang out in a cold tone. What gift? Lai was somewhat baffled for a moment. Your head. Since the moment Chuan heard Lin Ya's demand for Princess Qin's hand in marriage, a strong murderous intent stirred within him. Being lenient was not an option, nor was taking them hostage, as it would be a waste of resources. To kill them was the only way. If a battle was inevitable, it was better to strike first. My head lie ped back. Haha, Emperor of the Great Wood Dynasty, planning to kill this prince. Isn't this a blatant provocation? A declaration of war. Killing you will be enough. Chu Yuan abruptly rose from his throne and descended. His overwhelming imperial presence burst forth like a tsunami, subduing everyone present. HMPF, I heard your level is merely at the 10 meridian infusion stage. Linny snorted contemptuously. Like a volcanic eruption, Shu Yuan unleashed his cultivation level, surprisingly reaching the 8th soul refinement stage. 8th-stage soul refinement. Shangyuan, Qingyun, and Lai Yian's faces changed upon sensing this. They clearly remembered that a few days ago, Chu Yuan was merely at the meridian infusion stage. To reach the 8th soul refinement stage in such a short period was beyond belief. 8th-stage soul refinement, you hid your true strength. Liu was shocked. But as a 9th-stage soul refinement, even that is still not enough. Enough. It's more than enough. As Chu Yuan spoke, his hands surged with earthful lightning, forming a giant hand of thunder that lunged towards Linny. Dragon in the deep. Linny roared lowly, harboring malicious intentions in his heart. Despite their significant cultivation gap, Chu Yuan dared to strike him first. If he could seize this opportunity to kill the Great Wu Emperor, the Great Wu Dynasty would instantly be plunged into absolute chaos. Beyond Chu Yuan, there was no one left in the Great Wu Dynasty suitable for the throne. Instantly, his formidable spirit broke free like a furious dragon charging forward with ferocity. The Great Thunder Technique. The moment Chu Yuan made his move, he displayed his absolute With his mastery over the Great Thunder and Great Devouring techniques, his title of Thunder Controller made his Thunder Divine abilities even more earthful, instantly tearing apart the dragon in the deep. Liu was blown backwards, caught off guard by Chu Yuan's unexpected upper hand. As if a raging sea was surging within, Liu was surprised. Despite his significant advantage, he didn't have the upper hand. He could never have anticipated Chu Yuan possessing the Emperor's sword, which raised his level by 1 stage. You're seeking death. Linny stomped fiercely on the floor, releasing a formidable aura. His clothing split apart. He clenched his hands, forming a pair of dragon claws that could crush anything in its path. Shu Yuan, on the move, had the Great Thunder in his left hand and the Great Origin in his right. The two divine abilities combined, his now completely surpassed Linny. Great Heavenly Dragon Technique. Feeling Chu Yuan's murderous intent, Linny let loose the most potent divine ability of the Great Hidden Empire, the Great Heavenly Dragon Technique. His spirit completely embodied a heavenly dragon, attaching itself to him, harnessing the technique's full The Great Hidden Dynasty's secret technique, the Great Heavenly Dragon Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. What makes the Great Hidden Dynasty more potent than the Great Music, Great Sheng, and Great Cure? It's not just their national but also the Great Heavenly Dragon Technique. It makes the rulers of the Hidden Dynasty, even though limited by their divine abilities, more effective than the rulers of the 3 empires. Emperor blesses the humans. My heart creates a new era. The immortal Emperor's spread like an eternal brilliance. Chuan's hands had directly gripped onto Lin's body. Tear. A ripping sound echoed out, followed by a frightening spectacle that stunned all the Curters. Lai, who looked like a heavenly dragon, was torn in half. Even his body was torn apart in a bloodbath as if he had been torn apart by 5 horses. A night-stage soul refinement expert, Linny, was torn apart by Chu Yuan on the court in full view of all the Curters. The rest of the Great Hidden Dynasty's envoys, on witnessing this scene, trembled in fear. The Great W Emperor was not a weak sheep, but a ferocious tiger. Even the 7th prince, a genius, was torn apart by him in a few moves. They were terrified and roared, "Great W Emperor, you are provoking a war between 2 countries. This is a humiliation, a grave insult." "War, we must go to war, drip, drip." Shu Yuan's hands were still dripping with fresh blood. His face, without any expression, said, "Since a war between 2 countries is inevitable, let the war begin. Guards, kill them. Leave no one alive." When the leave no one alive order was given, inside the Divine Martial Hall, hundreds of fierce guards in golden armor surged from all sides, beheading all the envoys, their bodies piling up. There were 2 formidable forces in the Great Wu Dynasty that answered directly to the Emperor. The first was the Divine Martial Troop, and the second was the Wu Guards. The Divine Martial Troop embarked on campaigns with the king, while the Wu Guards were stationed within the royal palace to protect the imperial city. Chu Yuan's years of resilience was primarily due to the support of the Wu Guards. That's why, despite the general holding military he was still wary of Chu Yuan's influence because of the presence of the Wu Guards. Way upon hearing Chu Yuan's voice, we promptly brought a basin of water for Chu Yuan to wash his hands. Host completed Choice 3, awarding 100 destiny points. Event complete. Additional reward 1,000 destiny points, awarding a random draw. Following the pleasing sound of the system prompts, Chu Yuan was taken by surprise. On completion of the event, this was what surprised Chu Yuan the most. It seems that each choice isn't easy. I can consider the entire event from the court meeting to the beheading of the envoy group as one complete event. If I hadn't attended the court or met the invoice or chosen to kill the envoys, it wouldn't have been a completed event and wouldn't qualify for the additional rewards. Xu Yuan was contemplating the destiny choice system. Thanks to his wisdom, he could understand some of it. Each event linked to the other, and every choice was an essential part of the whole, affecting the subsequent rewards to exterminate the hidden dynasty within 3 years, with the imminent multinational alliance being the biggest event. The rewards are unknown, but given the generosity of the system, I'm bound to get something good, and there are smaller parallel events within the bigger event, all capable of rewarding me handsomely. Previously, Chu Yuan was wondering how to acquire more destiny points, but now there were additional rewards upon the completion of each event. 1,000 destiny points were more than the combined total of all the choices made throughout the entire event. Checking his destiny points balance, he found that he had a whopping 1,200 points, enough to elevate his level to the 10th soul refinement stage. However, what piqued Chu Yuan's interest the most was that he had received another random draw. Last time he drew the great devouring technique, and now he was keen to see what rewards lay in store. A product of the system is bound to be an excellent reward and is not likely to disappoint. Your Majesty, it's not ideal for the envoy group to die within our great Dawn nation. If the news gets back to the great Shan imperial dynasty, it will trigger a significant backlash, giving them a reason to attack our great Dao great General Shang. Guan Xingyun furrowed his brows, never anticipating Chu Yuan would act so brutally, executing the envoy group in the royal court. While an envoy group may not be of much concern, such headstrong actions are indeed unwise, Your Majesty. So the great general thinks that if we hadn't executed the envoy group, and instead agreed to their terms of ceding our land, paying compensation and marriage, they wouldn't have attacked. Chu Yuan swept his gaze over, his stare icy cold. It seems that you, great general, are hoping that we agree to their requests and send my younger sister, Princess Qinzi, as the bride. This is merely a placeholder solution. For the sake of the empire, sacrificing a princess is tolerable. Unfortunately, my daughters are all married. Otherwise, I would have been willing to have them marry as well. Shang Guan Qingyun was very dissatisfied, especially with Chu Yuan, who was out of control and whose strength had been rising rapidly. Very well noted. When the Dalu Great Xing and Daji nations also send their envoy groups, Your Majesty can decree that your granddaughter, a royal princess, be the one to marry as a testament to your loyalty to the empire. Chu Yuan was not justicing. It was evident, even to a fool, that he was deeply unsatisfied with the great general. Shang Guan Qingyun had a gloomy look on his face and was about to retort, but Li Yun gave him a look. If Great Xing seeks war, we shall provide them with war. This war is inevitable, Chu Yuan said slowly, descending from his throne. Court dismissed. Begin the lottery. In the Divine Martial Hall, Chu Yuan didn't care about the thoughts of the civil and military officials. He summoned the system's lottery wheel and immediately in his mind, the pointer began to spin. A minute later, the pointer stopped. Chu Yuan stared. This time it wasn't the 30,000 Great Dao, but a small golden piece of parchment covered with inscribed patterns. One-time learning sign. By using the one-time learning sign, any martial art or knowledge, including the 30,000 Great Dao, can be instantly learned. It's the one-time learning sign. Chu Yuan watched closely, then suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, this one-time learning sign is much better than randomly gaining any of the 3,000 Great Dao. The Royal House of Great Dada has a supreme divine ability saved, obtained by the previous emperor, the Great Battle Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Dao. With this learning sign, I can instantly learn the Great Battle Technique. Why is the Divine Realm called as such? That's because one can learn all kinds of divine abilities in this realm. Initially, with Chu Yuan's cultivation level, he would need to reach the Divine Realm to barely master the Great Battle Technique. But now, he did not need to. He could immediately understand its essence. The past emperor was able to battle with experts in the Divine Gazing Realm, even though he was at the limit of the Divine Realm. Use the one-time learning sign, Chu Yuan commanded without hesitation, instantly crushing the one-time learning sign. Which divine ability does the host want to learn? Note, you must have the knowledge of the divine ability in your mind to learn it. The system stated the Great Battle Technique. As Chu Yuan visualized each move of the Great Battle Technique, it felt as if he had unlocked the aperture of wisdom. Instantly, his body emanated an aura of battle capable of clashing with heaven and earth and seemingly able to knock down the sun, moon, and stars. Host has learned the Great Battle Technique and gained the title of Battle Maniac. Battle Maniac. The more you battle, the braver you become. Mastering the 7 forms of battle, facing stronger enemies, you gain a more intense courage, releasing unrivaled I've obtained another title. As Chu Yuan had expected, every time he mastered one of the 3,000 Great Dao, he would acquire a new title. Increase cultivation level. Invest A000 destiny points, Chu Yuan said. Soul forging 9 stages. Soul forging 10 stages. After spending 1,000 destiny points, Chu Yuan's cultivation level increased to the soul forging 10 stages. Name, Chu Yuan. Status, Emperor of Dal. Realm, soul forging 10th level. Cultivation technique, Human Emperor Sutra. Equipment, Human Emperor Sword Supreme Great. Divine abilities, Great Thunder Technique, Great Devouring Technique, Great Combat Technique. Titles, Supreme of the Human Path, Thunder Controller, Son of Devouring, Battle Madman. Destiny points 200. Current main task, annihilate the Imperial Dynasty within 3 years. Kill General Shang Wangking Yun, Prime Minister Li Yun, sweep the lords within the country, unify all the national Urs. Reward failure would result in complete obliteration. Having 3 Supreme Dao and the treasure like the Human Emperor Sword, even if I face someone at the first divine realm, I have confidence to fight. Chu Yuan, full of confidence, immediately said to the outside of the palace, "Let's go away. Proceed to the Imperial Study." The Divine Sun Palace is Chu Yuan's place for rest and practice. However, the Imperial Study is the hub of the Empire where all matters of the Empire are handled. As an emperor, Chu Yuan cannot neglect politics. He also wants to build an immortal empire. This is Shang Yuan, Qing Yunyun's, and Lai Yun's warning to me. In the study, there were countless piles of memorandums on the case board in front of Chu Yuan, piled like a small mountain, and eunuchs were still delivering more nonstop. 1 month ago, at the western border, the Dao Imperial Dynasty reinforced 300,000 troops. Half a month ago, at the eastern border, the Great Xing Imperial Dynasty reinforced 500,000 troops. 10 days ago, at the northern border, there was a small-scale conflict with the soldiers from the Dadi Imperial Dynasty, causing hundreds of casualties. The diplomatic envoy group was killed in the Divine Martial Hall. News returned to the Imperial Dynasty. They were enraged and in just a few days had increased troops by 500,000. The troops already reached 1,500,000 and had already surrounded the southern border. The southern border is in a critical state. An army of 1,500,000 is attacking the city. There are countless such news all about the 4 nations making movements on the DA border, various conflicts, or local bandits. There are even some memorandums subtly expressing dissatisfaction with Chu Yuan's overly impulsive actions that day, leading to an early outbreak of war with the Imperial Dynasty. Your Majesty, the current situation is worrisome. This is not good. Wei is worried. Aside from the southern border, the other 3 borders are just minor skirmishes. This is the general and the prime minister pressuring me. I understand their intentions well. Mobilize the local and house troops to support the southern border. Take an attitude of decisive battle with the Great Shang Dynasty. At times like these, we cannot appear weak. Cowardice will only embolden the enemy. Xu Yuan handled all sorts of memorandums in an orderly manner. As long as the southern border is not broken, the Dalu, Great Xing, and Jai, these 3 countries won't dare to really start a war. Kai Yuan said, their emperors are not fools. They know that the Scuba's dynasty is the strongest. They are waiting for the 2 tigers to fight and wound each other, thus being able to get the greatest benefits. We must grasp their psychology. Your Majesty, there is another memorandum presented by the prefect of Wu City. Wei said outside of Wu City within the southern mountain, a group of extremely fierce bandits has appeared, creating chaos, killing, and looting, causing trouble in the area. Although we have sent out troops, it has not been effective and instead resulted in losses. At the foot of the emperor, just outside of the imperial city, such fierce bandits have appeared. This kind of scenery only appears at the end of a dynasty. Option 1, ignore it. Let this group of bandits develop. After all, they can't break into the imperial city and threaten yourself and gain 100 destiny points. Option 2, send the forbidden army out of the city to eliminate the bandits. As the emperor, sit in the palace and wait for news and gain 100 destiny points. Option 3, under the feet of the emperor, where the king's law is strict, no threat is allowed to exist. Personally, eradicate the bandits and gain 100 destiny points. This time, 3 choices were presented directly in front of Chu Yuan. The first choice was to let the bandits continue to grow. This is impossible, for it would undermine the majesty of the emperor. It could stir up public sentiment and even result in the loss of reverence for the imperial authority. The second choice was to send the forbidden army to annihilate them, a seemingly good choice where Chu Yuan would just wait in the palace for news from the forbidden army. However, the third choice got Chu Yuan thinking deeply. To personally eliminate the bandits would be dangerous, but great rewards come with great risks. This outbreak of banditry, Chu Yuan tapped his fingers on his desk, saying, "Should I let the forbidden army handle it, but I trust myself more." The host has chosen option 3 and has gained 100 destiny points. The southern mountain located 100 miles outside the imperial city with a continuous range, and miasma all around is riddled with snakes, rodents, and ants. There are steep mountains everywhere, so even masters in the original spirit realm who can fly would find it difficult to cross the southern mountain. Before the establishment of the Great Wu Dynasty, there were many bandits within the southern mountain. However, when the Great Wu Dynasty was founded, the first emperor led the God Martial Army to wipe them out, and there has not been any in decades. Southern Mountain. Chuan arrived at the southern mountain and looked at the mountain ranges shrouded in mist. There were no main roads to the southern mountain, only rugged trails. When Chuan entered, the strong smell of blood wafted with the wind, and from time to time he could see corpses on the mountain. These corpses were dressed in common clothes and not highly skilled, mostly at the body nurturing and channel opening levels. They were probably hunters killed by bandits and discarded here. The southern mountain housed many beasts. Some small villages were stationed here, but the arrival of these fierce bandits brought massacre to many villages which were left deserted and in ruins. All those who dare to cause trouble under the foot of my great Wu imperial city must be eradicated. Chu Yuan looked at the second seal on his emperor's sword, 695,000,001 billion. Previously, the emperor's sword was still short of 300 million people's aspirations, but now it was still short of several tens of thousands. The willingness of all beings fluctuates. Any rebellion or death will correspondingly reduce the willingness. The system reminded Chu Yuan understood that those who became bandits or established themselves as kings would no longer belong to the Great Wood Dynasty and would no longer provide the willingness of all beings. Yo, another one's coming up the mountain, and a young lad at that. Does he want to eliminate bandits too? Watch me take his head and hang it atop the mountain's stronghold. This southern mountain is our territory now. Suddenly at this moment, more than a dozen burly and formidable men rushed out from a mountain path. They were fearsome and desperate, the kind to lick blood off their blades, and they surrounded Chu Yuan. The southern mountain only had a few paths up. The other areas were all cliffs, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Haha, Scorpion, don't be so eager to chop off heads all the time. You're scaring him. A menacing man said, if he's too scared, it won't be fun. These days have been dull. If we capture him and bring him back, I just learned a new torture technique. We can try it on him. Viper, you're always so cruel. Wouldn't it be better to give him a swift end? The man called Scorpion said, but it's up to you. As long as you're happy, he boy, falling into my hands, the Viper's hands, is worse than death. I'll make thousands of cuts on your body, let the blood flow out, sprinkle honey on it, and let all the insects in the southern mountain stick to you. It will be interesting. The Viper laughed, step by step, approaching Chu Yuan. In the original spirit realm, Chu Yuan didn't bother about Viper and Scorpion's conversation, but instead was surprised by their cultivation. This was not a common bandit. The 6 realms of cultivation are body nurturing, channel opening, soul forging, original spirit, spiritual abilities, and god purring. Being in the original spirit realm, which is already the 4th realm, they could have been colonels in the Forbidden Army in the Great Wu Dynasty. They would also be esteemed guests if they pledged allegiance to any family. Why would they choose to degrade themselves to bandits? Option 1, slay this group of bandits here and now and earn 100 destiny points. Option 2, let them go, ignore them, and ascertain the true facts immediately to earn 100 destiny points. Option 3, conceal your pretend to be caught by them before counter-killing, and earn 100 destiny points. Did this little bracket scared stupid? Seeing Chu Yuan remain silent, the Viper chuckled. Viper, don't waste time. Last time descent the garrison. If it weren't for our preparedness, which led to their big loss, who knows when the second emperor will send more troops again to eliminate us in the mountains. The Scorpion urged, haha. No matter how many men the second emperor dares to send, will kill that many. We know their every move. Viper laughed. His palm was already stretched towards Chu Yuan with a nimble movement akin to a poisonous snake. And I am your so-called second emperor. With a Chu Yuan drew his emperor's sword, instantly creating a streak of shimmer. The sharp long sword made a cut on Viper's face. A line of blood appeared, and his body was unexpectedly splitting from the middle. You killed the Viper. Scorpion was shocked and furious. He and Viper were both masters of the original spirit realm. Yet Viper was killed instantly by a sword. Thinking of what he said just now, he exclaimed in shock, you are the Emperor of Da. Chu Yuan's eyes were icy, and the sword of the human emperor ed out a sword light tens of meters long, cutting through Scorpion and the Tinod bandits at the waist in a sweep. Host completed option 1, earned 100 destiny points. After killing these bandits, Chu Yuan ed a few tens of meters away in a flash, traversing rocky mountain path as if it was flat ground, unaffected in the least. His emperor's sword at his waist let out a resonant hum. This was a unique attribute of the sword of the human emperor, capable of sensing the breath of human beings. Guided by this sense, Chuan arrived deep into southern mountain within half an hour. Such a strong smell of blood, Chu Yuan frowned. This smell of blood had grown so thick that it became tangible, refusing to dissipate. Following the sin of blood, he searched through it, suddenly seeing a grand pit under a cliff where lay numerous bodies stripped of armor stacked together haphazardly. From the traces left by these corpses, Chu Yuan recognized them as garrison soldiers. In addition to the divine abilities army and the martial guard, DA also had a million-strong forbidden army stationed in the imperial city, the border army guarding the borders, and the garrison and provincial forces within each prefecture. These are the garrison soldiers from Wu. Wu is the capital of Dal. Although the garrison soldiers didn't possess the combat of the Forbidden Army, several thousand of them form a battalion. That they were all killed by a group of bandits was practically an impossible feat. No wonder the prefect of Wu had to report the situation, requesting the Forbidden Army to take action. The death of 1,000 garrison soldiers is indeed not the work of ordinary bandits. Chuan smirked. The original spirit realm could control a battalion, and a battalion of garrison soldiers usually had several masters of the original spirit realm. How can so many experts suddenly appear capable of wiping out an entire battalion of garrison soldiers? He moved with agility, leaping among the mountains. With the sword of the human emperor at his side, Chu Yuan could sense the location with the densest human kai. Suddenly, he stopped in a dense forest, catching sight of what lay ahead. Ahead, 3 large mountains clustered together to form a hidden giant pit with only a narrow entrance, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Inside the pit, Chu Yuan saw at least a few thousand men through his thunder eye, all clad in armor. The aura they emitted wasn't that of mountain bandits, instead seeming more like a trained army stationed there. Option 1, turn around and leave. The situation is unclear, and a well-trained army is definitely not something one person can deal with. Earn 100 destiny points. Option 2, quietly note down the location, return and call for troops and generals. Earn 100 destiny points. Option 3, the hero goes solitary. March right in alone to avenge the 1,000 garrison soldiers and uncover the truth about these bandits. Earn a 100 destiny points. Chu Yuan watched as 3 choices appeared before him. Instead of deciding immediately, he opened the system shop. He remembered spotting something once while purchasing the primary healing potion, and soon he found it. Star Core Bomb, a rune bomb made from an exploding celestial body. It has a great force capable of decimating everything in miles around it. To get it, one has to spend 400 destiny points. This very item could annihilate armies within seconds. By Chu Yuan's estimation, the crater before him was about 1.5 miles in diameter. With the Steror bomb, he thought, hump. At the cost of 400 destiny points, his balance was back to 0. Suddenly, a black bomb appeared in his hand, small enough to be held in one hand. It was reminiscent of a hand grenade and radiated intense heat. Despite its small size, it was quite heavy, weighing about 100 lb. The cost of a primary healing potion for treating injuries below the divine realm was only 100 destiny points, but this single bomb cost him 4 times that. It was quite costly. He took a step forward, made a few movements, and descended into the pit like a giant bird spreading its wings. His vision gradually cleared, and he could now see not a group of bandits but a well-organized army. You chose option 3. You've gained 100 destiny points, leaving you with a current balance of 100 points. Someone has invaded the camp. Who dares to breach our camp? What happened to our lookout? Why didn't they notice? Could it be someone from the dog court? Kill. Kill, kill. No matter who it is, kill anyone who dares infiltrate. The arrival of Chu Yuan was like dropping a piece of ice into a boiling pan of oil, instantly causing chaos. From within the camp, thousands of enraged soldiers, weapons in hand, rushed out to surround the intruder. Who are you? A sturdy man in red armor asked, his eyes sharp as he scrutinized Chu Yuan's face, pondering the identity of this young man, Chu Yuan. With his resonant voice, Chu Yuan replied nonchalantly, sending a earful pressure across the field. Chu Yuan. But as soon as the name had been spoken, there was an uproar. A man appeared before Chu Yuan, flying through the air. He stared at Chu Yuan with disbelief and exclaimed, "Second Emperor of Dao, you've actually left the royal palace." A master in the divine realm, this man's strength was at the first level of the divine realm. A level of strength which even among the elite god martial troops qualified one to be a junior general commanding thousands of soldiers. I am indeed the Emperor of D. As Chu Yuan George spoke, an aura of a supreme god surged out from him, coldly saying, Jianging, a brave and strong general by King Wei Wu's side. So these so-called bandits, and are just your diversion, and my 1,000 imperial troops died by your hands. Are you gathering soldiers here ready to rebel and storm the imperial city in the midst of chaos? I was not expecting to be recognized by the emperor. Jianging laughed. It is remarkable that the emperor has thoroughly investigated our arrangement. King Wu was indeed the most ireful of the 18 lords of the Dao Kingdom. not only leading a large and proficient army, but also being at the 10th level of the divine realm. Chu Yuan knew of Jianging, because in his memory, Jianging was the vanguard when King Wei Wu besieged the imperial city. Haha, how courageous of the emperor, coming to Southern Mountain without any guards. Jianging was excited. Originally, the plan of King Wei Wu was to infiltrate the imperial city and capture the emperor when all four nations attacked together, but I never thought that you, the emperor, would dare to show up in front of me. It seems this great honor is going to fall into my hands. Are you sure you can handle it? Chu Yuan said disdainfully. General, I have never faced the emperor of Dao. Allow me to test his A BRI man demonstrating the strength of the original spirit realm stepped forward with a grimace on his face. Choice 1, kill all. A failure to kill even one would mean defeat. Reward 100 destiny points. Choice 2, show up and leave. There is only one of them against so many. Barely maintaining a balance against several hands would be impossible. Award 100 destiny points and 1 escape talisman, which doubles your speed for an hour. Looking at the brawny man, Chu Yuan beckoned him with a finger. Come here, Humph. The Emperor of Da was just a 15-year-old brat. The brawny man was still speaking when in the next instant he rushed at Chu Yuan with 2 enormous hammer weapons as heavy as Mount Tai and launched a fierce attack. Don't kill him, spare his life. I want to take him to King Wei Wu. As soon as Jianging finished his sentence, his face suddenly changed. The moment the brawny man reached Chu Yuan, a palm appeared on his head, breaking his neck in a grotesque manner, and he dropped to the ground limp. He is dead, exclaimed Jianging in shock. How can that be? King Wei Wu said. Chu Yuan's realm is only at the Meridian Passage stage, and even with the imperial family's secret techniques to forge a soul's warfare spirit, you shouldn't be this formidable. Your intelligence is outdated, said Chuan. Surround him. Don't let this Dahu's second emperor escape. If he is captured alive, no one will succeed him to the Dao throne. Our day to establish a new dynasty is close at hand. We are all dragons who have made meritorious deeds. Our time for being titled as lords and generals is near. Jianging roared. If they could seize the imperial city of Dao, he would be one of the founding members of the new kingdom and enjoy eternal glory. Immediately, an army of 3,000 soldiers swarmed out of the camp and encircled Chu Yuan. Let me send you all to heaven. Upon seeing the approaching soldiers gathered around him within a narrow radius of half a mile, a slight smile appeared on Chu Yuan's face. With a push of his hand, sparks burst out and a metallic sphere smaller than a fist dropped at his feet. A puff of purple gunpowder smoke then hovered around him. As controlled by Chu Yuan, the star core bomb exploded instantly without any delay. The vast amount of sparks looked like a swarm of locusts scattering in the air. It was terrifying. The moment the star core bomb was detonated, a blast wave stretched out in all directions for several miles. Owa! The army was caught off guard and the whole 3,000 soldiers were swept up. Having no time to react, they had no chance of escape. When a stereo bomb exploded, even a split-second delay was unlikely. Blood and gore filled the air along with flying body parts. In an instant, the area spanning several miles transformed into an azure field. A mere dozen or so of the 3,000 soldiers managed to stay standing, all strong individuals above the original spirit realm. The rest, those at the Meridian Passage, soul-forging stages, were all blown to bits. The Urful destructive force was not something they could withstand. There wasn't even a complete corpse left to find. This is the of a Starcore bomb. Even though Chu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, he was quite shocked inwardly when he saw the result. Although the bomb was ineffective against those at or above the original spirit realm, its effect on a wide range was impressive. If he had a dozen or so of these bombs, he could annihilate any low-level army within tens of miles. Even a million-strong army would be devastated. A weapon of war indeed. An absolute terrifying weapon of war. One which could annihilate everything within a range, even more potent than Chu Yuan had imagined. Just one meteorite bomb alone could slaughter all below the original spirit realm, if only he had enough destiny points. Chu Yuan was itching to redeem 10 or so for the southern border and release them all into the 1.5 million forces lurking there. These 400 destiny points were well spent. Chu Yuan said in his mind, could this be a treasure left by the royal family? Jiang Ying's face abruptly changed colors. That was a total of 3,000 troops. King Wei's elite battalion had just been blown to bits by a bomb in Chu Yuan's hand. The broken limbs scattered around, all quite shocking, and blood accumulated into a gruesome pit. You are all going to die, Chu Yuan coldly repeated before roaring suddenly. You dare to kill 1,000 of my palace guards. Repay me with your lives. You raid their formation for me, and I will deal with this second-generation emperor. Feeling the chilly, murderous intent radiating from Chu Yuan, Jiang Ying dared not be negligent. After all, the royal family indeed possessed extraordinary means. Recalling how Chu Yuan abruptly killed the original spirit realm earlier, dealing with him could only be left to Jiang Ying himself. Blazing wild palm, his whole body channeled true transformed into mana. A fiery fist like a sweeping storm came rushing fiercely. A storm similar to magma was whipped up all around. Great thunder technique. This punch from Chu Yuan, not employing any magical instruments, immediately generated a savage thunderbolt on his fist. The instant it traveled, it was like a thunder dragon releasing a strike. The brightness swallowed the entire world, leaving only the glow of this punch. So he's only at soul refinement stage. With this move, Jiang Ying was able to sense Chu Yuan's level. A cold smile emerged on his face. But in this face-off, he felt he had just struck an iron slab head-on. Even with his ability in the divine realm, he was unable to gain any advantage. On the contrary, he was repulsed with the of thunderbolt lingering on, inducing a sense of numbness. "What's going on?" Jiang Ying exclaimed in surprise. Although Chu Yuan was only at the soul refinement stage's 10th layer, he possessed the Royal Sword Realm +1, which was comparable to the 10th layer of original Spirit Realm. Apart from that, he had mastered 3 doorways of the Great Path. His combat ability was even more formidable than that of common Divine Realm practitioners. Mighty combat technique. His heart pounded fiercely. It was as if where drums were being hit. The mighty combat technique imbued a combative heart, fearless and eager for battle, placing him in the realm of combat. Battle Style 7 Cataclysmic Demolition. A mighty wave of combative intent swept out. Chu Yuan took a big stride, coming across as overwhelmingly oppressive as rolling thunder for an instant, pushing out waves of light directly towards Jiang Ying's face. Mana surged forth. Although Jiang Ying tried hard to resist, he was still forced to keep retreating, utterly miserable. Cyclone Blade, Jiang Ying abruptly unsheathed a massive sword. The sword light was like a wild gust in a split second, launching several hundred E's with his ability at the first layer of the divine realm. Even a second layer expert would try to evade his sword light. Second generation Little Emperor, you've underestimated the strength of a divine realm expert in trying to kill me. Even if you possess the royal family secret techniques, you can't obscure the difference in our realms. Jiang Ying opened his mouth wide. Lion roar, roaring shout, roar. A roar as thunderous as a lion's resounded. His roar would make the soul of an original spirit Heil expert tremble, plunging them into confusion. Paired with his cyclone blade, it complemented each other, greatly amplifying its This is just a mere roar, and yet you thought it could affect me. Today, Jiang Ying, I will show you the true majesty of the Emperor, which cannot be trespassed. With a swift move, Chuan unsheathed the Emperor's sword. The light from the sword surged and clashed with Jiang Ying's frenzy blade, causing a supreme divine to erupt. The moment the opponent's knife barely touched the blade, it ped into 2 pieces. My sword, Jiang Ying was shocked. His sword was of an extremely high grade. Normal heavenly weapons could not sever it. This second-generation Emperor's weapon was so incredibly sharp. Go leave Southern Mountain quickly. However, at this moment, Jiang Ying realized that he was not Xu Yuan's match. The young emperor was too mysterious, and now that their plans had been revealed, he had to report to Kingi that there had been a collusion in Southern Mountain so that they could make preparations. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know when they had suffered a loss. It's too late to escape. Xu Yuan was relentless in his attack, continuously changing the positions of his palms, demonstrating the great devouring technique. A hand capable of twisting the void of the heavens and earth was instantly sent towards Jiang Ying along with the domain of combat. This terrifying palm strike sent Jiang Ying flying through the air. Even his divine ability couldn't offer any resistance. Chu Yuan's combat experience was also extremely extensive. This was because within the mirage of the Yellow Millet Dream, he watched future rewards where he fought with the princes, the Grand General, and the 4 countries. No one knew how many wars he had experienced. 7 forms of combat. Chu Yuan struck out 7 punches in a row. Each punch was firmly landed on Jiang Ying. The most terrifying aspect of the 7 forms of combat was that each form was increasingly fierce. By the last form, it could destroy everything. Jiang Ying let out a miserable roar, and when the last form hit him, his body exploded into pieces, completely bursting in midair, turning into chunks of flesh and blood. Even his head turned into pulp. A master at the first level of Divine Realm was blown apart by Chu Yuan. It could only be described as exceedingly gory. Jiang Ying is dead. Watching as Jiang Ying was killed on the spot, more than a dozen masters at the original Spirit Realm were scared out of their wits, quickly knelt down and pleaded, "Mercy, your majesty. It was King Wei who forced us to rebel. We were in his and had no choice. If the emperor is willing to spare us, we are willing to abandon the rebellion and turn to your cause. Spare you, how can I complete the first choice?" Chu Yuan showed no mercy. With a flash of the light from the emperor's sword, more than a dozen heads rolled on the ground. The host completes the first choice, kills everyone, and gets 100 destiny points. The host completes all the choices in this event, gets additional rewards, 1,000 destiny points, and 1 original spirit pill, 1,000 destiny points. Xu Yuan was thrilled because these 1,000 destiny points can solve his pressing problem. However, upon completing this event, he received a new reward, an original spirit pill. Suddenly, a golden pill the size of an egg appeared in his hand, emitting a golden light. It was so smooth that it reflected his face. The original spirit pill, the divine pill, was created by collecting 9,999 precious and miraculous herbs and processed for 81 days. Once taken, it refines the soul to its utmost, immediately breaking through to the original spirit realm. Note, there are no side effects from using the original spirit pill to break through. The host can feel reassured to take it. It's a quality product from the system. A quality product indeed. Originally, my breakthrough to the original spirit realm would have taken a period of rigorous cultivation. However, now this process can be omitted, and an immediate breakthrough to the original spirit realm is at hand. With joy on his face, Chuan thought that the breakthrough to the original spirit realm would be the best reward for completing this event. With the breakthrough to the original spirit realm, Chuan's realm could be comparable to the first level of the divine realm, making him even more adept at handling all sorts of state affairs. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the original spirit pill in one gulp and immediately felt a warm current enveloping him. As soon as the pill of the original spirit realm entered his mouth and began to dissolve, Chu Yuan felt as if he were bathing in a warm hot ring. He felt extremely comfortable. His whole person was relaxed, especially his soul, which felt like basking in the sun during winter. Without the slightest pain, Chi Yuan's realm advanced to that of the original spirit realm. This is the original spirit realm. Sitting cross-legged, a translucent and vague miniature figure flew out from atop his head, curiously observing his own body. The release of the original spirit is the original spirit itself. The most prominent feature of the breakthrough to the original spirit realm is the ability for the spirit to leave the physical body and roam miles away. Even if the physical body is shattered, one won't immediately die. However, the physical body is the foundation, and if it is shattered and no suitable body is found, death will ensue. The original spirit realm is divided into 10 stages. Each stage will make one's original spirit more consolidated. Upon reaching the 10th stage, it even becomes substantial, and upon comprehending the profound meanings of divine abilities, one's mana becomes incredibly excellent, as expected of a pill produced by the system. Chu Yuan knew that even within the royal family, there is no such heaven-deing pill. His soul once again looked around and saw countless broken faces. When he looked at Jiang Ying's corpse, the face of a confused man appeared. It was Jiang Ying's original spirit, and it hadn't yet completely dissipated. Not only him, but those who hadn't reached the original spirit realm, all had shattered spiritual remnants floating above their bodies. The great devouring technique. Upon Chu Yuan's thought, a vortex formed around him, spanning several feet, exerting a strong suction around him. The shattered faces rushed into his body one after another, and in the end, even Jiang Ying's original spirit was drawn in. His realm finally solidified in the first stage of the original spirit realm. Normally, just after breaking through, it would take at least a month to stabilize his realm, but now it only took a few breaths. The great devouring technique can absorb all sources. The biggest use of this technique among the 3,000 great Tao is not to fight the enemy, but to cultivate. Chu Yuan returned to his body, his eyes flashed, and he realized the soul is also a source, and it is a very pure source. If I can devour a large number of sources, wouldn't my realm be able to advance rapidly? The 4 countries of the Great Potential Confederation are eyeing covetously. Once war begins, wouldn't there be countless souls for me to devour, for me to absorb? For Chu Yuan, the forthcoming war was an opportunity for him to rapidly consume souls. The great devouring technique seemed to exist naturally for war. Upgrade my realm, Chu Yuan said. After the original spirit realm, every level up requires 1,000 destiny points. Do you confirm? The system asked. Confirm, Chu Yuan decided without hesitation. Once destiny points run out, they can be replenished by making choices and completing events. However, the upgrade in his realm was tangible. Original Spirit Stage 2. With the consumption of 1,000 destiny points, Chu Yuan's realm has broken through to the second stage of the original spirit realm. Even those in the second stage of the divine realm are not my match. Chu Yuan proudly stated, it's time to go back. The rebels within Southern Mountain have been dealt with by Chu Yuan, and staying longer wouldn't trigger any choices. Returning to the royal palace could trigger new events. The thing he was in most need of right now was destiny points. If possible, he'd like to level up to the divine realm directly, wielding the sword of the human emperor. If his realm reaches the divine realm, even those who peek into the divine realm would be reduced to ashes. Haha, Chu Yuan's laughter echoed through the somber southern mountain. Your Majesty, this is the memorial sent from the 6 departments. Just after returning to the royal palace, Chu Yuan entered the imperial study, Wei presented him with a heap of reports piled into a small mountain atop the desk. This report is from the Ministry of Household Affairs. It concerns the aftermath of the original spirit soldiers. Wei explained, although each one of these soldiers has been given ample compensation, there are some who seek to take advantage of them using various methods to confiscate it, especially those who are old or weak. Wei on my behalf issue a decree stating that the divine soldiers are under my direct command. All of their benefits, including their properties, should they be exchanged, need to be recorded with me, otherwise they will all be nullified. Qiyuan declared, the divine army is the foundation of Da. We cannot allow those who remain alive to lose heart. Your servant understands. Wei nodded. Your Majesty, please examine these reports. Chu Yuan's brows furrowed as he randomly opened a few more. I just resolved the Southern Mountain issue yet again. There are so many bandits emerging in Hawaiian County, Wei County, Ningua County, and other 7 counties. What are the county governors doing? Do they expect me to solve everything, Your Majesty? There are bandits and rebels in 25 prefectures and 7 counties in Dao. Many soldiers from these counties have been dispatched to the borders, leaving the home front undermanned and unstable, causing everywhere to be plagued by them. These bandits may not be significant in numbers, but if left unchecked, that is not a good thing either. Wei carefully added, DAO has 27 counties with 100 prefectures, and now that 7 of these counties have encountered bandits, one can imagine how severe the situation is. If this continues, it is sure to spread. Wei, do you have any idea who it is that appeared in the Southern Mountain? Chu Yuan questioned. Aren't they just bandits seeking to take advantage of the current chaos in the world, to gain some benefits, or even to dominate and become self-proclaimed kings just like the former dynasty, acting like feudal lords? Wei replied. If it is really like that, I would be relieved, Chu Yuan said coldly. They are the soldiers of Wei Wu King, stationed around 3,000 soldiers, and there was even a master of the divine realm Wu King. Wei's color drained from his face. During the world's chaos under the former dynasty, when the late emperor was waging war all over, Wei Wu King had millions of soldiers under his command, and later pledged allegiance to the late emperor. Although the late emperor also intended to weaken his if he acted against him without just cause, it could potentially cause instability within the imperial dynasty. Unexpectedly, the late emperor passed away first. Those 3,000 soldiers, all were annihilated by me, including the divine realm master. Haven't you realized I am now in the original spirit realm? An overpowering aura from the original spirit realm burst forth. Although Wei was also in the original spirit realm, he was nowhere near Chu Yuan. His legs gave out, dropping him to his knees. Your Majesty's breakthrough to the original spirit realm. I'm truly overjoyed for the good fortunes of Da. We knew very well why peace was disrupted in the empire. It was due to the late emperor's death. The feudal lords believed that the second emperor was not spiritually strong enough to control the overall situation. Thus, each of them wanted to exploit this opportune moment for their own advantage. He didn't dare to ask why Chu Yuan's cultivation improved so rapidly. Those bandits around various counties and prefectures are nothing more than a puppet show performed by the feudal lords. Each of them wants to mobilize soldiers, but they fear the court might find out, so they have been secretly plotting. For instance, Wei Wu King even stationed his soldiers right next to my capital city. Chu Yuan sneered continuously. He was blessed with 3 years of foresight and knew the maneuvers of those feudal lords. But Your Majesty, if you ignore this, it will damage the prestige of the court. If this continues and people's hearts are lost, that's precisely what they want to see. We could see that many people within the court were already planning their escape routes, even secretly pledging allegiance to Urfel forces behind the scenes. Indeed, although I have a 1,000,000-strong army, some of the Forbidden Army only obey the command of the general. I fear they might act against my orders. The Imperial Guard, though Urfel is too few in number, they have to guard the Imperial City, and the rest, the county and prefecture soldiers, are even weaker and hard to depend on. The Southern Mountain incident is a perfect example, Xuan mused. I currently lack an invincible army that could conquer all. What does Your Majesty plan to do? Wei asked. Option 1, let the bandits run rampant, solidify the defense of the Imperial City and ignore the issue. As long as it doesn't threaten your position, gain 100 destiny points. Option 2, issue an imperial edict to official Qing Yun and have him dispatch the Forbidden Army to eliminate the bandits. Gain 100 destiny points. Option 3, reorganize the Divine Army. Hold the of a large force and never worry about anything. Gain 100 destiny points. Right. Since the 30,000 divine soldiers under the late emperor have been reduced to dust, I can build a new divine army to bring glory back to the divine warriors. Your Majesty, do you have a good plan? We asked curiously. Ever since the 300,000 divine warriors under Deu who followed the late emperor perished, I have lost a urful force that could deter the court and the surrounding four nations. Therefore, I have decided to take this opportunity to reorganize the divine soldiers. Chi Yuan's gaze was sharp like a sword. He knew through his foresight over the past 3 years that since the late emperor's death, chaos broke out all over Da, causing unrest among the people. The feudal lords in their respective territories had been accumulating They were just waiting for Duth to be at its weakest to dispatch their troops to the capital and completely annihilate it. If there was an army of divine soldiers, Chu Yuan could lead the expedition himself and sweep across all territories in a matter of days. The host has made a choice and has received 100 destiny points. Destiny points balance, 200 points. Reorganize the divine warriors. Wei's heart trembled. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, the late emperor spent almost half of the national treasury to barely sustain that large army of 300,000. The current financial situation is extremely precarious. Even if your Majesty wants to reorganize the army, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult as the country's strength will be hard to maintain, especially considering the need to have a battle that is invincible. I am aware of the severity of the current situation of the empire." Xu Yuan nodded. "But now I will only select the most outstanding warriors from the nation to constitute the army. I only need 10,000 men for now. Just like how the late emperor began with 100 brave warriors, I can do the same. If it's just 10,000 men, the empire's finances can just about support it. However, there is something the servant is not sure whether it is appropriate to say." After hesitating for a moment, we finally spoke. "Warriors, weapons, armor, and such can be resolved easily as they are available in the national treasury. But who will act as the leader of the corps? The Divine Warrior Legion is the most loyal to the emperor. The leader must be very irful but also loyal to the emperor. However, upon observation, it seems like there is no one out there who meets these requirements." Chu Yuan did not deny it. The previous Chu Yuan also wanted to reorganize the army but faced the same problem. He could not find a truly loyal person, so he eventually let the idea go. However, Chu Yuan now had a system to aid him. "Haha, Wei, you're overthinking. Who said there is no one in Da who can shoulder this burden? I have a candidate in mind. He is absolutely loyal. I have thought about this a long time ago. Only he can help me reorganize the army." Chu Yuan's eyes flickered. "Has we forgotten about the loyal Marquis Lu Xinfu, the previous leader of the Divine Warrior Legion who followed the late emperor into battle?" The loyal Marquis, Wei quickly said, "But the current condition of the loyal Marquis is not good. Don't worry, I have thought everything through. The current situation is tense. I need to go to the mayor's residence immediately," said Chu Yuan. "Your Majesty is right. This servant will prepare to travel to the mayor's residence right away." We didn't dare question Chu Yuan's decision. No need to make such a fuss. It has been a long time since I last saw the loyal Marquis. Before Chu Yuan finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Southern suburbs of the imperial city. There was a huge mansion that was deserted and quiet. The nameplate spelled Loyal Marquis in bold strokes that were evidently from the hand of the late emperor. At the moment, the only ones in front of the mansion of the Loyal Marquis were a few little girls who looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. They had tousled braids and beautiful doll-like faces and were playing alone. "Who are you?" The little girl looked at Chu Yuan approaching in regular clothing. She tilted her head and asked curiously. In her memory, it had been a long time since any strangers had come by. "Don't be scared. I am here to see your grandfather." Xu Yuan knew from his memory that this little girl was Lu Qinfu's granddaughter. She was also his only granddaughter. Seeing my grandfather, the little girl thought for a while. "Grandfather is sunbathing in the yard. Wait here. I will go call him." The little girl hopped away and Chu Yuan slowly followed behind her, quickly arriving at a serene and quiet yard. Under a large locust tree, there was a stone table. Next to the stone table was a rocking chair upon which lay a man with his eyes closed, basking in the sun. The man had white hair, his face was furrowed with wrinkles, and his eyes were cloudy. However, his appearance still retained traces of his middle age, which was completely out of sync with his aged state. This man was the loyal Marquis, Lu Qianfu. The highly meritorious loyal Marquis has now become an old man in twilight. "Grandfather, there's a guest," the little girl said. "I haven't had any guests in many years." "Who is it?" Lu Qinfu opened his lazy eyes and was suddenly shocked when he saw Chu Yuan. "It's His Majesty. I apologize for my dereliction of duty. Long live the Emperor." He struggled to rise from the rocking chair, ready to kneel and salute. "Loyal Marquis, there's no need." "I'm not here for your salutes today," Chu Yuan said calmly. He sat on the stone bench, looked at Lu Qinfu, was silent for a moment, and then said, "How does the loyal Marquis view the current situation? I'm here for an honest talk, and I don't want to hear any flattery." "Your Majesty, the situation is quite difficult," Lu Xinfu said. "The sudden death of the late emperor was unexpected to everyone. Even more unfortunate is that he took the 300,000 divine warriors with him, leaving your Majesty without any absolute apart from the imperial guards. Although the old minister has been retired due to illness, I still understand the world's situation. The four nations that border us are eyeing us covetously. External chaos is not that fearsome, but internal strife is the most dreadful. Once internal and external troubles combine, it will be enough to destroy the foundation of Tao. Oh, so who can I trust now? Chu Yuan said. The Grand General or the Prime Minister, the old minister, dares to say that your Majesty cannot trust anyone, especially the Grand General and the Prime Minister. When the late Emperor was alive, they were his most loyal dogs, tireless and selfless. Now they are wolves and jackals, colluding with each other to scheme. Lu Xinfu sneered. Although I have been away from the court for many years, I know they are plotting to secure the maximum interest for themselves before Tao perishes. Hearing this, Chu Yuan was somewhat surprised. He knew of the rebellion by the Grand General and the Prime Minister because of his 3 years of experience. But it was surprising that Lu Xinfu, who had been recuperating at his mansion for many years, also knew so clearly. Keep going, Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty's sudden visit to my mansion today clearly shows that you are aware of the chaos in the royal court. Lu Xinfu sighed and said, but I have grown old and can only offer some strategies for your Majesty. The late Emperor had two main forces, the Divine Warrior Legion and the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards are stationed in the Imperial City and cannot be mobilized. What your Majesty needs is a Urful army that can be commanded at will. Once the domestic situation is stable, Da can slowly develop. The four nations would definitely not dare to invade. Da, haha, loyal Marquis, your thoughts are exactly the same as mine. Chu Yuan laughed loudly and said, yes, I came to you today to discuss the reorganization of the Divine Warriors. You were the head of the 100 brave warriors under the late Emperor and proved to be the most loyal. I do have some experience in such matters. A spark flashed in the eyes of Lu Qianfu. The leader of the army must be loyal. I can recommend someone here. Lieutenant Huang Yang of the Ministry of War. He has reached the 7th level of his divine abilities and was hand-picked by the late Emperor. He has always had different paths from Shang Yuan, Qing Jun, and Li Yun. Option 1, follow Lu Xianfu's suggestion and appoint Lieutenant Huang Yang of the Ministry of War as leader. Gain 100 destiny points. Unknown rewards. Option 2, still appoint Lu Qianfu as leader. Gain 100 destiny points. Unknown rewards. Once again, the divine level destiny choice appeared and 2 unknown rewards emerged before Chu Yuan. Unknown rewards, whether it is choice 1 or 2. Both are unknown rewards. This brightened Chu Yuan's eyes. From his experience, the unknown meant either an extraordinarily Urful reward or worthless junk. There would be no middle ground, but the system surely wouldn't fool him with. So, which one should he choose? No, Lord. Loyal valor, you're mistaken. Huang Yang, the Deputy Minister of War, although loyal, is not fit to command this Divine Valor Legion. However, he can be promoted to Minister of War. Chu Yuan shook his head, and then he suddenly laughed. The person I am choosing is you, Liu Yanfu. Do you have the courage to take on this immense responsibility, Your Majesty? It's not that this old minister lacks courage, but the strength. Lu Xinfu, tears streaming down his aged face, knelt down and said painfully, look at my condition. There isn't a hint of divine martial might left in me. I've lost all strength to even move. How could I bear this responsibility for you anything else? Even if you required my life, I would not hesitate or even frown 30 years ago. In the final battle of Da's founding, the emperor of the previous dynasty suddenly unleashed semi-divine Urs, risking his life. If it weren't for Lord Loyal Valor risking his life to block the former emperor, the founding emperor would not have managed to establish the nation. Chu Yuan knew that all of Lu Xinfu's injuries were sustained while protecting the former emperor. Back then, the emperor of the former dynasty had damaged Lu Xinfu's meridians and seriously injured his soul. The founding emperor also felt guilty about Lu Xinfu and sought spirit pills and miraculous potions for him. However, they could only prolong his life and couldn't completely remove his injuries, which left the emperor deeply saddened. There was something else Chu Yuan didn't mention. In the war against the four nations, Lu Xinfu, bearing his worn-out body, unleashed his last strength and perished together with the four nations' allied forces. How could Chu Yuan not appoint such a loyal and courageous man as the commander of the Divine Valor Legion? But Your Majesty, look at me, Lu Xinfu said bitterly. Though he was a hero, the hero had grown old and was nearing the end of his journey. It was a sorrowful sight indeed. Lord Loyal Valor need not worry. Since I've come here, I have a way to bring you back to action. Chu Yuan said, drink this, okay. Lu Xinfu took a look at the green potion that Chu Yuan handed him, which was bubbling as if it were poison. Without asking any questions, even if it were deadly poison, he would drink it without hesitation. He took the primary healing potion and drank it in one gulp. What is this? The potion was incredibly comfortable to drink. He felt as if he was a tree reviving from a harsh winter, feeling exceedingly light, as if he was about to ascend the heavens. His broken meridians reconnected in an instant, and his most serious soul injury began to rapidly disappear. In just a few breaths, Lu Qinfu underwent a significant transformation. His graying hair at this moment, accompanied by a ireful surge of vitality, actually reverted back to black, each strand shiny and robust. The wrinkles on his face and the elderly appearance from before had completely disappeared. He had actually returned to his middle-aged appearance. Whenever he opened or closed his eyes, a brilliant light would radiate from them. He appeared formidable, resembling a towering mountain, unshakable. My strength has actually recovered to the 8th layer of divine abilities. Lu Qinfu said in awe. This was his strength prior to his injuries. It should be known that he hadn't been able to cultivate for 30 years already. He couldn't imagine that this was the effect of a little green potion that Chu Yuan had brought. His injuries had been the kind that even the founding emperor had been unable to treat, but he knew that this was definitely not a potion left by the founding emperor. Rather, it was Chu Yuan's doing. Now that Lord Loyal Valor's strength has been recovered, you can undertake the responsibility of commanding the Divine Valor Legion, Chu Yuan said satisfactorily. The primary healing potion had indeed not let Chu Yuan down. It had restored Lu Qinfu to his prime and without any side effects. Most importantly, it had only cost him a mere 100 destiny points. With the primary healing potion, he wouldn't fear any injuries if he were in the divine abilities realm. Lu Qinfu was startled for a moment. But as he clenched his fist, feeling the restored within him, his spirit was rekindled, and he declared confidently, "Since your majesty trusts me, Luanfu, my life is yours to command. How can I fail the trust you have bestowed upon me?" Before he lacked the strength to accept it. But when his returned, his ambition and aspirations also ignited. A new host chose option 2 and received a 100 destiny points. Completed the hidden task, Hefu received hidden reward or army compass. The system's delightful voice once again reached Chu Yuan's ears. Hidden task were army compass. Chu Yuan's eyes shone brightly. So there was a hidden task. Hidden tasks could be triggered randomly, generally without any hints, concealed within every event and every choice. But what exactly is this war army compass? Chu Yuan's attention was instantly drawn to the war army compass. Thankfully, the system provided detailed descriptions of all artifacts received as rewards, so he didn't need to spend time figuring it out. War army chessboard, low-level divine artifact with the heaven and earth as the chessboard and all beings as chess pieces. It is a Urful divine artifact forged by great houses by severing the void. The user can bind the noble blood and souls of every soldier to the war army chessboard with a maximum limit of 100,000 people. After binding, any thoughts of betrayal would be detected by the user. Furthermore, every soldier that has been bound can be absorbed into the war army chessboard, divine artifact skill war battlefield. The war army chessboard can envelop an area within a 50 mi radius, transforming it into a war realm, launching the war chest formation, and being endowed with the supreme might of war. Currently bound 1000, an actual divine artifact as a reward. Chu Yuan's expression changed. The heavens and the earth are mysterious. Above the heavenly level lay the divine artifacts, objects that only those in the divine abilities realm can create. Even though the founding emperor was extremely Urful, he didn't possess a divine artifact. It's likely that within the 5 nations, only the oldest established Great Dive might possess one. Every divine artifact has incredible world-ending What surprised Chu Yuan most was that the war army chessboard was a divine artifact specifically forged for war. It could bind up to 100,000 soldiers and gather them into the compass. If 100,000 soldiers were assembled, it would be an overwhelming sight, and their movements couldn't be hidden. However, with the war chessboard, Chu Yuan could gather the soldiers, then directly infiltrate the Great Dive dynasty before releasing the soldiers. The thought was terrifying. At this thought, Chu Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Lord Loyal Valor, drop your blood on this." Chu Yuan waved his hand and an object resembling a chessboard appeared. Lu Qinfu didn't hesitate a bit. After dripping his blood onto it, it was immediately absorbed by the war army chessboard, and he himself didn't feel any discomfort. Currently bound, 1100 LFU Chuan called Lu Qinfu's name in his mind. Both he and Lu Qinfu disappeared from inside Lord Loyal Valor's mansion in the blink of an eye and reappeared in an overwhelmingly white vast void. "Where is this?" Lu Qinfu asked, puzzled. "Lord Loyal Valor, don't be surprised. This is inside the war army chessboard, one of my divine artifact space." Chu Yuan explained divine artifact space. Lu Qinfu was inwardly shocked, his expression astonished. "Has your majesty acquired some extraordinary historical treasure? You should know not a single divine artifact could be found throughout the whole of Da. After all, Dada had only been established for 30 years, which was far too short. Moreover, thinking of his injury that had troubled him for 30 years and was cured by a small bottle of potion, it was even more unimaginable. However, he wouldn't pry any further, as it was the emperor's secret. He had long been prepared to sacrifice his life for the nation, radiating splendidly like a firework at the empire's most critical moment. But now it seemed that even if the former emperor had passed away, Do would certainly not perish. This is the divine artifact, the war army chessboard. Chuan explained some of its extraordinary uses to Luqian Fu. This war army chessboard was like Go, enabling the deployment of troops. Each chess piece could be designated as a commander with him as the hidden puppet master controlling the chess pieces, truly a heavenlying divine artifact. It took Lu Qinfu a long while to fully absorb this information. He exhaled deeply. It can actually bind a 100,000-strong army, gathering all of them into the chessboard. Their minds unite as one during warfare, as if a heavenly army of a 100,000 descends from the sky, and it can also accommodate the provisions necessary for 100,000 soldiers. If the former emperor had had this treasure back then, he would have unified the 5 nations and become the invincible emperor. Warfare was not child's play. Lu Qianfu, who had fought for a lifetime, knew that the benefit of the war army chessboard to an individual was minimal, but it was a priceless treasure for the empire. 100,000 men, the daily food and drink, as well as the various tools of war they needed were considerable. With the war army chessboard, I can launch a series of blitz Greeks. Chu Yuan sneered. Duke Zhongyang, currently the Divine Martial Army Corps, has only you as its member. I plan to first recruit 10,000 brave warriors to serve me. Haha, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Luqian Fu laughed heartily several decades ago when the world was in chaos with people living in misery and the sight was too dreadful to bear. I, leading a 100 brave warriors, followed the former emperor and fought our way throughout the world under the worst of circumstances. Now with the empire's support behind me, recruiting 10,000 brave warriors is as easy as pie. Each brave warrior must have substantial strength. What I need are the elites. Qiyuan said, let's go. Duke Zhongyang, accompany me back to the royal palace. Also, your granddaughter Nunnam will go back with me. The time of turbulent winds and billowing clouds, the time to conquer the world has arrived. The royal palace in the imperial study, we issue these 2 imperial edicts and summon the grand general and the prime minister to the palace for an audience. Zhuiyuan said, I want to take back some things from their hands. Could it be has Duke Zhang returned? Wei was shocked but did not say more. Your Majesty's commands will be obeyed. Afterwards, Chu Yuan closed his eyes to meditate. He knew that this matter was not yet completely finished. Otherwise, there would be a system prompt. Therefore, he quietly waited for half an hour, then heard Wei's sharp duck-like voice announcing the Grand General and the Prime Minister to enter the hall. Long live, long live the Emperor. After Shangyuan, Qing Yun and Li Yun entered the imperial study and saw Chu Yuan in a relaxed pose on his dragon throne, seemingly meditating, they were puzzled. Why were they both summoned to the imperial study by the young emperor today? What could be the matter? Ever since the day they executed the envoy team in the main hall, they found Chu Yuan's imperial intentions increasingly mysterious. My beloved ministers, arise. Chu Yuan said, today I summon the 2 of you here, not for any other matter. However, there is one thing. Our duo is now facing both internal and external threats. I will reinstate the Divine Martial Army Corps. Divine Martial Army Corps. The expressions of Shangyuan, Qing Yun, and Li Yun slightly changed, but this was within their expectations. This young emperor indeed intended to reestablish the Divine Martial. He wanted to have a force under his absolute control. However, they both sneered in their hearts. This young emperor was still naive. He wanted to reestablish the Divine Martial Army Corps and he wished to rely on their Lun didn't say anything, but after exchanging glances with Shangyu and Qing Yun, he said, Your Majesty, as the supervisor of the military, I agree. The Divine Martial Army Corps indeed needs to be reestablished, but we must be cautious. I have a suggestion. Let the current Minister of War, Pang Yuan, be the commander. His strength is at the 9th stage of divine abilities, and his loyalty to the Empire is irrefutable. No one is more suitable than him. Lei Yu nodded in agreement. Ping Yuan was indeed a good choice, a person from their faction. He also timely chimed in, although the Empire's finance is currently tight, I fully support. Elite soldiers can be selected from the Forbidden Army. Your support for my decision to reestablish the Divine Martial Army Corps warms my heart, said Chu Yuan. The smile on Chu Yuan's face made both Shang Wu, Qing Yun, and Lai Yun feel a sudden jolt in their hearts. It seemed they had fallen into some kind of trap. Then they heard, but about the commander's position, I already have a candidate. Who the 2 asked simultaneously, could it be the Deputy Minister of War, Huang Yo, Duking Yo? As soon as Chu Yuan's voice fell, a tall, robust man with eyes as sharp as knives stepped out from behind the imperial study, facing them, and said, Ha, we haven't seen each other for a long time, my colleagues. Duke Zhongyang, it's you. Both of them had expressions of disbelief and extreme shock on their faces. How could they not know Lu Qianfu, who had fought alongside the former emperor back in the day? However, he suffered a devastating injury on the eve of the establishment of Da and was confined to his home, waiting for his death. He was truly a tragic hero. But now, the once-dying Lu Qianfu was nowhere to be seen. It seems you two are quite surprised by my appearance. Though Lu Qianfu was a military commander, he was undoubtedly not a headless brute. He smiled lightly and said, "Thanks to His Majesty's kindness, my injury has completely healed. Now that the Empire is in crisis, I, as a Duke of the Empire, have to lend my strength to His Majesty." "My beloved ministers, Duke Zongyang is the commander appointed by me," said Chu Yuan. "If Duke Ziyang is indeed the commander, then it is the most appropriate choice." Sheng Yuan Qing Yun's eyelid twitched. He couldn't have imagined that even the former emperor was unable to do anything about the injury that had been cured shortly after this young emperor's ascension. They now understood some of Chu Yuan's plans. The appearance of Lu Qianfu had disrupted their schemes, but Chu Yuan was telling them that he still had control of the situation. Heaven has eyes. If Duke Zhongyang has indeed healed, it is great news for Dai. I just worry that Duke Zhongyang still suffers from some underlying issues and is unable to undertake the role of commander given the current situation is completely different from the past. Shang Yuan Qingyun was still not willing to give up. Option 1, smile and say nothing. Let Lu Qinfu maintain his mystery and not expose any of his strength. Let Grand General Shang Wan Qingyun and Prime Minister Li Yun guess and gain 100 destiny points. Option 2, actively reveal Lu Qinfu's strength. Let Grand General Sheng Yuan Qingyun and Prime Minister Li Yun know that Lu Qinfu is not to be underestimated and gain 100 destiny points. You both overthink, Xu Yuan said. Duke Zongyang, although the Grand General is a loyal subject of the Empire, he still worries about your strength. To reassure him, why don't you spar a few rounds with the Grand General you haven't fought in a long time, and there are already many people in the Empire who have forgotten about you. The host has made choice too and has received 100 destiny points. There is no such thing as Loki here. This is my territory, so there's no reason to stay under the radar. I endeavor to be as conspicuous as possible. In my territory, I intend to establish an aura of mystery and Yes, Lu Qinfu stepped forward slowly upon hearing this. I heard that the war god's great son will technique, which evolved from the greatest sending technique, has reached the transformation stage. This ranks among the top 5 in our nation. Today, I, Lu Qinfu, wish to challenge this too, since His Highness commanded it. How could I refuse, Minister? Shang Wan Qingyun's eyelid twitched slightly. He watched Lu Qinfu closely, filled with suspicion. But since Chu Yuan gave him this opportunity, he wanted to probe the true strength of Lu Qinfu. Outside the royal study is a vast field made entirely of steel rock, a training ground well equipped to withstand the aftermath of a clash between divine ability wielders. Both of you are important ministers of my empire. It would be best if you stopped short of injuring one another to maintain harmony, Xuan said indifferently. My realm, after all, is 2 levels higher than that of the Valiant Marquis. Valiant Marquis, you make the first move. Shang Yuan Qingyun's seemingly generous gesture is in fact a way to estimate Lu Qianfu's current state. Lu Qianfu did not say a word, but his spirit was already heightened, knowing this was a test, but a very dangerous one at that. Shang Wan Qingyun's position as the war god relied on his overwhelming which even the previous emperor revered. Strands of golden light shone like ultra-sharp wires of gold. In a flash, Lu Qianfu made his move. Like a lightning bolt, he rushed forward, his palm raised, revealing a dazzling golden light. On closer inspection, the light resembled countless blades, sharp and able to cut everything. Great gung metal technique, the gold spirit slaying god technique. Valiant Marquis, be careful. A hint of a reminder hiding a deadly threat. Watching Lu Qinfu rush in, Shang Wan Qingyun, unfazed and calm, saw Lu Qianfu's astonishing speed slow down. He raised his arm, releasing a burst of divine light. The fierce collision between 2 equally strong forces caused even the indomitable steel rock to adhere. Gold spirit slaying god technique. Endless golden light converged into a man-along knife. Lu Qinfu slightly tilted his palm, eyes filled with fighting spirit and at Shang Yuan Qingyun. Immediately, a finger wide appeared on the ground beneath him. Sunwheel, the light flashed. At this moment, a spinning hot sun wheel emerged from behind Shang Wan Qing. Fight. The knife light ed onto the sun while causing chipping and ing. Lu Qinfu's mana was relentlessly crumbling. From his body, he channeled an even more earthful force, and the knife light along with the sun will shattered at the same time. Heavenly hand, Shang Yuan Qingyun roared, his palm suddenly reaching out like an almighty hand from the heavens, brutally snatched at Lu Qinfu's head. Even if you have formed a soul, if I crush your skull and obliterate your soul, you will be dead. At this moment, Shang Wan Qingyun's only thought was to kill Lu Qianfu with one, or at least inflict serious injuries once more. After all, if the emperor had an eighth-layer divine ability wielder, who was also loyal to the imperial dynasty, the threat was indeed far too great. This was especially the situation considering it was the valiant Marquis, former chief of the Divine Warriors, Gold Warrior Spirit Body. Suddenly, a layer of golden armor that looked like it had been poured over Lu Qinfu's body enveloped him. Like a golden war god, he tilted his head, allowing his own chest to endure the strike from Shang Yuan Qingyi. With the brutal impact, Lu Qinfu's body almost caved in, and he was sent flying backwards, his face turning pale. The one screaming, was Wei. He was originally watching the battle next to Chu Yuan, but a wave of residual force swept over him. Even with his T-fold divine strength, he couldn't resist. His body was thrown into the air. Shang Yuan Xingyun's pupils constricted. To his surprise, he deliberately directed the residual force towards Chu Yuan. Yet Chu Yuan remained calm and steady, standing amidst the turmoil. His was becoming more and more mysterious, seemingly much stronger than he was that day in the Great Hall, God of the Heavens. When Shang Yuanqing recovered from the shock and wanted to continue to act, Chu Yuan calmly said, to a certain extent, it's just a friendly competition. The general's strength is indeed formidable. With the two brave generals, the general and the faithful and courageous Marquis, I have nothing to worry about for the great imperial dynasty. The faithful and courageous Marquis once used this move to block the attack of the peering overlord on behalf of the late emperor. Indeed, formidable. Shang Yuan Qingyin was also unwilling to concede, but had no choice but to stop when Chu Yuan spoke. He added, the honor of the brave Marquis is just like it was in the past. We should find an opportunity to have a good fight. It's all thanks to His Majesty's kindness. Lu Qinfu said, for Dao, I Lu Xinfu willing to give up everything, even my life. Whoever wants Dao to disappear, I'll be the first to object. The host has completed the hidden task of being bold and flamboyant, earning 500 destiny points in the fragmentation knife. Current destiny point balance is 800. Fragmentation knife, a heavenly grade item with the ultimate fragmentation Oh, I have surprisingly completed the hidden task. Chu Yuan was a little surprised, but he had the Emperor's sword, so he didn't regard the fragmentation knife highly. He said, faithful and courageous Marquis, today is your day to come out of retirement. I also have a gift for you. This fragmentation knife belongs to you. I hope you wield this knife and kill everything. Heavenly grade item. Shang Yuan Qingyun and Li Yun felt the aura emitted by the fragmentation knife, and they were both shocked. Chu Yuan casually gave away a heavenly grade item. Yes, Lu Qinfu kneeled on one knee, solemnly accepting the fragmentation knife. This was Chu Yuan's trust in him. With the commander of the Divine Martial Army, we also need brave warriors. My intention is to prepare for 10,000 brave warriors first. Chu Yuan changed the topic. It's easy to solve the problem of weapons and armor. We have them in the national treasury. However, the most consuming is the elixir. Both Balan Medicine and Nanan Medicine Garden were originally under the jurisdiction of the Department of Works in the Department of War, but now they must fully support the Divine Martial Army. Prepare yourselves, General and Prime Minister. In a few days, the faithful and courageous Marquis will go to take over the two large medicinal gardens. Hearing this, both Shang Yuan Qingyun and Li furrowed their brows. The head of the Department of Works and the Minister of War are both their people. They had also controlled these two large medicinal gardens for decades, usually giving half to the national treasury and secretly taking the other half for themselves to gather resources and equip their own forces. They finally understood the purpose of Chu Yuan's meeting today. Ruthless, very ruthless. This means reclaiming the two large medicinal gardens. They have been operating Balan Medicine Mountain and Nangyuan Medicine Garden for decades, and they have collected many rare and exotic herbs and plants. If they are returned to state ownership, their losses will be huge. Seeing the two silent, Chu Yuan sternly said, could it be that the General and Prime Minister have doubts about my decree? My dear ministers, please voice your opinions. No, we have no objections. Both medicinal gardens belong to the Empire. Both Shang Yuan Qingyun and Lai Yun were scheming people. They absolutely wouldn't go against Chu Yuan at this moment and said, everything should be mainly to supply the Divine Martial Army. Good, very good, this is very good. Chu Yuan repeated the word good 3 times. The two large medicinal gardens are too important. I have already sent the Royal Guard to protect them to prevent enemy spies from setting fire to the mountain. In these few days, the faithful and courageous Marquis will stay in the Royal Palace to discuss martial arts with me. The most important thing for you, General and Prime Minister, is to stabilize the court and quiet the rumors in the country. I am still dependent on you. I shall honor your Majesty's will in all things. A twitch played at the corners of Shang Yuan Qingyun and Lai Yun's mouths. Upon hearing that Chu Yuan intended to reclaim the two large medicinal gardens, their immediate reaction was to destroy them so they would not fall into Chu Yuan's hands. They hadn't expected that Chu Yuan, with his seemingly prophetic intellect, had already sent martial guards to secure these places. The martial guards, who may be few among Duth's forces, are their most elite troops. They were akin to the imperial guards before Chu Yuan's journey through time. Little did they foresee that in his past life, Chu Yuan had also attempted to reclaim these medicinal gardens and reform the army, but was deterred when the two of them set fire to the gardens. Having had that experience, would he fail to prepare this time? Although the two were filled with rage, Layan seemed to be murmuring a single word: endure. After all, they are still subjects and cannot openly rebel against Chu Yuan. Everything must wait until final preparations are complete. When the insurgency breaches the border, they would rise from within in collusion, directly dethroning Chu Yuan and relegating him to the status of a prisoner. The two of you may withdraw and rest. I have to discuss military strategy with the Duke of Loyalty and Valor. Chu Yuan promptly dismissed them. Yes, both Shangyuan, Qin Yun, and Li Yun with dark expressions exited the imperial study. Your Majesty's strategy is truly remarkable. A perfect example of a bold and righteous royal scheme, which left Shangyuan, Qin Yun, and Li Yun in such a state they're unable to vent their frustrations. I was initially concerned about them ruining the medicinal gardens, but it appears that your Majesty was already prepared. The Duke of Loyalty and Valor looked at Chu Yuan, surprised to find someone so young could be so calculating, and his methods of monarchy polished to perfection. With these two large medicinal gardens, there will be a flurry of pill refinement, attracting more warriors. Lu Qin fuss-sided. Had the Duke of Loyalty and Valor not deterred Shangyuan, Qing Yunyan, and Li Yun, I would not have sent the martial guards. This is only the beginning, Chu Yuan retorted. There is one thing I have been curious about. How ireful is your Majesty exactly? Lu Qianfu interjected. Chu Yuan's cunning and strategy in itself may be important, but one's cultivation level ultimately matters the most. The previous emperor might have been uninterested in handling court affairs, but his strength alone was enough to deter the entire country. I can easily kill a practitioner at the second level of divine abilities, replied Chu Yuan nonchalantly. That's absolutely terrifying. A shiver ran through Lucian Fussheart. Being able to kill a practitioner at the second level of divine abilities was a completely different proposition from merely handling one. This means that not even experts at the fourth or fifth levels of divine abilities could possibly pose a threat to Chu Yuan. Keep in mind Chu Yuan is only 15 this year, a pacifying emperor just 15 years old and possessing such a strategic mind and impressive We decree on my behalf, a nationwide recruitment is now open. Anyone whose strength has reached the 10th level of channel opening is eligible to join the Divine Martial Troops. Set up the recruitment center in the Imperial City Square. I aim to reorganize the Divine Martial Troops today, declared Chu Yuan, brimful of vigor. When the Imperial Edict was issued, it caused quite a stir across the nation within a few days. Anywhere with a recruitment notice drew large crowds. This was an earth-shattering event. The entire Divine Martial Army of 300,000 tragically perished overnight in a macabre manner. Such a huge incident was impossible to cover up for Dao. It was a considerable causing public unrest. But today, with one imperial decree, Chu Yuan astonishingly planned to recruit new warriors, raising the requirement to the 10th level of channel opening. I never thought that the second-generation emperor would want to rebuild the Divine Martial, considering it is our Dao's flag. As long as Divine Martial stands, so will Dao. Exactly. The second-generation emperor ascended the throne at the most difficult time in our kingdom. He must have lacked an invincible military troop in his hand. He intends to this flag. What the commander of the Divine Martial Army is the Duke of Loyalty and Valor, Lu Qianfu. Many people gathered in front of the Imperial Edict were engaged in heated discussions. This was a serious matter, especially when they saw Lu Qianfu regain control. Those who had initially gathered just to spectate began considering their options and started making their way towards the Imperial City Square. Are you not aware that the late emperor was punished by Divine? Will the deity sought to annihilate die? How dare you still consider joining the Divine Martial rank? Aren't you scared? Do you have a death wish? At the same time, some discordant voices also echoed. Simultaneously, such voices could be heard in front of every royal proclamation. The late emperor's death is indeed suspicious. However, as martial artists, we aim to break the heavens with our martial prowess. We fear no divine punishment. Moreover, Dao still stands after all. You step aside and don't obstruct us from joining the Divine Martial Army. Correct. The four border nations' massive army pressures Dao, seeking to annihilate us. But Dao established for 30 years. It has been peaceful. The realm is harmonious. Civilians live happily, enjoying peace for 30 years. Now, as Dao faces danger, how could a good man possibly cower what a peaceful life it was, yet someone seeks to shatter it? If the four nations invade the capital, they will definitely burn, kill, and plunder. Our loved ones will also be slaughtered. As always with the fall of a kingdom, it is us, the citizens, who suffer the most. We're not just defending Dao, but our own homes. Although some discordant voices could be heard, Dao had won the hearts of the people over its 30 years. It gave them too much shelter, ending hundreds of years of senseless killing on this territory. Most people don't want to see Dao perish. The country is also our home. If the country is not safe, how can our homes be under an overturned nest? Can there be unheard eggs? This is a logic many understand. Your Majesty, 5 days after the royal decree was issued, 2,000 brave warriors have registered, including 1,600 at the pulse channeling stage, 350 at the soul tempering stage, 49 at the original spirit realm stage, and even one person with divine abilities. At this moment, Chu Yuan and Lu Qinfu were standing on the city wall of the royal palace, looking down at the bustling crowd in the imperial city square from above. Announced that those who meet the requirements will be temporarily placed in the divine martial camp, and all 10,000 brave warriors will be dealt with together when they are gathered together. Chu Yuan chuckled faintly, not at all surprised. Joining divine martial not only represented honor, but even more importantly, each warrior could receive substantial cultivation resources from the court. In the past, 300,000 divine martial soldiers were the limit the court could support. Many people, despite their abilities, couldn't join. As for Urfel clans, none existed in Da's territory. Rogues, it may sound liberating, but the vast majority of resources are in the hands of the court, making cultivation a difficult task. Recently, someone deliberately spread rumors to obstruct others from joining. I suspect that the Prime Minister and the Grand General are interfering in secret. Lu Qinfu furrowed his brows, saying, however, I suspect that among these 2,000 warriors, some may be their men in disguise, hiding in plain sight. Thus, I suggest that their origins be thoroughly investigated. Spies must be executed. Mark Zhengyang, have you forgotten anyone who joins the divine martial army must drop their essence blood into the war army chessboard? It clearly shows who is loyal and who is not. Xu Yuan didn't worry about the problem. Even if there were spies sent by Shang Wangqing Yun and Li Yun that would honestly serve him once their essence blood was dripped onto the war army chessboard, increase the military supplies for the divine martial army. I want to have combat in a very short time sweeping across the world. There's no need to save the supplies in the national treasury. Once we have pacified the 4 hidden nations, we'll have everything. Chuan issued another imperial edict. Liu Enfu nodded in agreement. This was indeed a do or die strategy. The national treasury had already stored enough supplies for several million troops for a year. Now, even if these supplies were used to support 10,000 men at 10 times the normal rate, it would be more than enough. Your Majesty, I have noticed something odd. We suddenly said the edict was first issued to all counties and prefectures before it was posted publicly. According to the timeline, warriors from other counties should have arrived in the capital by now. But why have only those from the capital and 2 to 3 neighboring counties registered? Where are the warriors from other counties and prefectures? I haven't seen any of them. Investigate, thoroughly investigate. Send people to every county in the state. I want to find out exactly who is causing trouble. Chu Yuan coldly said the delay in choosing the event was because he has not yet assembled a full army of 10,000. Although there are tens of millions within the imperial dynasty, it was clearly not enough to support Chu Yuan in establishing a Urfel army. Wei received the royal command and hurriedly retreated. Just 1 day later, Wei brought back news, Your Majesty, according to the spy's report after the imperial edict was issued. Indeed, it attracted many spectators nationwide. Many people left their respective counties on the same day, making their way towards the capital at your command. The local government offices also facilitated their journey, but none of these people made it to the capital. They have likely met with unexpected mishaps. Lu Qinfu's face was grim. Someone does not want Your Majesty to form a divine martial army, fearing that it would threaten them. The only people capable of this are General Shengyu and Xing Yun, Prime Minister Lun. Xu Yuan chuckled. The warriors from the various counties who have been cut off. I almost know who did it. It was Shang Wan Qing Yun's own forces, the stealth guards. I have heard a long time ago. Even before Shang Wangqing Yun rose to with the late emperor, he was a local lord with a mysterious and Urfel force at his disposal. Could it be the stealth guards? Lu Qinfu said gravely. Choice 1, deploy a large army to protect the warriors from each county along the way until they safely arrive at the imperial city. Destiny points. Choice 2, take the initiative to attack, exterminate the stealth guards, eradicate future troubles. Destiny points. Note, the unknown reward will depend on the completion of the task. Chu Yuan looked at the divine level choice before him, noticing that the destiny points reward was labeled with question marks. This made him wonder, regardless of whether he chose option 1 or 2, the amount of destiny points he could earn was uncertain. That's right, stealth guards. Ziyuan had already made his choice, his eyes twinkling with a killing intent. Are you interested in joining me to wipe out the stealth guards to protect the warriors from each county along the journey would be a colossal task. For this reason, Qiyuan chose to eliminate the stealth guards and cut off Shang Wanxing Yun's wings. The stealth guards are hidden. It might be challenging to find their hideouts. Lu Kaiyan-fu, who had been recovering from illness in the capital for 30 years, had no idea where the stealth guards might be. I know where the stealth guards are hiding. Come with me. As Chu Yuan chuckled coldly, he seemed to teleport, instantly disappearing from the city wall, Young Manor. In a secluded corner of the imperial city, dozens of miles away from the royal palace, there was a vast estate surrounded by a tall wall. Inside, there were many houses and numerous large trees that obscured the sunlight were planted. At first glance, the buildings within Yang Manor resembled a small city. Although this place was secluded, it was very close to the city wall of the capital. At this time, many people were going in and out of Yang Manor, shuttling various carriages, bustling with activity. Yang Manor was a property bought by a merchant with the last name Yang in the capital, and his business extended throughout the country with many people transporting goods in and out every day. Loyal and brave Marquis, the stealth guards are hiding here. At this moment, Chuan and Lu Kaiyan-fu had already appeared near the outskirts of Yang Manor. Yang Manor, Lu Qin-fu said, the owner of Yang Manor has a huge business, and some of it extends to surrounding countries, specializing in various rare treasures. Could it also be in collusion with Shangyuan Qing Yun Yang Manor, has people moving goods day and night, and it seems busy. The incoming and outgoing people are too many. It seems impossible to hide soldiers, but Shang Wanchini knows the truth that big hide in the market, small hide in the field. But unfortunately, he exposed himself to me. Chu Yuan knew the stealth guards were hiding in Yang Manor because in his past life, when the 4 allied countries attacked the imperial city, the stealth guards suddenly made their move, attempting to collaborate inside and outside. He didn't act immediately, but stood outside Yang Manor, quietly watching. This time's choice of destiny points reward was obviously higher the more perfectly it was completed, so Chu Yuan had to treat it seriously. Night fell silently. Today's night is full of stars with a full moon. Though it is late at night, Yang Manor hasn't cooled down. There are still a lot of goods coming in and out, but when the night was deepest and people were most tired, Chu Yuan saw dozens of black figures. One by one, these black-clothed figures were moving. Kill. Chu Yuan's expression was cold and ruthless. With a single word, he had stepped forward, appearing in front of those black-clothed figures like lightning. A ray of soul origin light passed through his palm, and he immediately slapped these dozens of figures. Without even a scream, these dozens of individuals had instantly transformed into dry skins in a moment. That's right, the dry skin was human skin. Their flesh and blood and soul origin were all absorbed by Chu Yuan's great devour technique. Suddenly, Chu Yuan felt a warm enveloping him. His original spirit had condensed a little more. What a domineering divine ability. Lu Qin-fu's gaze became focused. He naturally recognized this as a genuine divine ability. His gaze flickered again. Xuan had already entered Yang Manor. People he encountered, no matter who they were absorbed into human skins by his great devour technique, progressing without obstruction, without even giving them a chance to scream or alert others. In the deepest part of Yang Manor, where the towering trees sheltered, there were clusters of houses. Inside those houses, figures of people could be seen. If a Urful person with profound spiritual cultivation stood here, they would feel a surge of strong aura shooting straight into the sky, distorting the starry sky. However, a formation was set up within Yang Manor, perfectly concealing this fluctuation. The stealth guards total 3,000. The real elite trained by Shang Wu and Qing Yun. At present, there are 2,100 here. Obviously, the rest of the forces have been dispatched to cut down the warriors from each county. Xu Yuan's eyes seemed to have turned into devouring eyes. In his sight, the wooden houses were tiny points of light. The stronger the strength, the brighter the light. Among the 3,000 divine abilities, the Great Devour technique ranked high, possibly even within the top 10. The weakest elites here are all at the Soul Forge level. There are more than 300 in the original Spirit Realm, and there are even a dozen or so masters of divine abilities, including one. In Xu Yuan's eyes, one beam of light was as dazzling as a raging sun. His strength should be around the 6th or 7th level of divine abilities. Shangyuan Qing Yun has actually cultivated such an elite force. Lu Chiant-fu was also deeply shocked, even feeling a chill if this elite suddenly made a move in the imperial city. Even a 100,000 forbidden army would have difficulty restraining them. It would definitely be a catastrophe. Your Majesty is planning to eradicate this potential trouble at its roots. This is the force Shang Wanqing Jun has been cultivating for decades. Moreover, Shangyuan Qingyun will never imagine that I have found the hiding place of his stealth guards. Chuan clenched his hand fiercely. Suddenly, the great devour technique, the devouring palm, activated, and what he saw was a palm print stretching hundreds of meters, slamming towards the middle of those houses in the sky. The devouring giant palm's furious almost enveloped the entire Yang manor, swallowing all the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, fortifying its potency. Like a bright lamp in the night, it suddenly illuminated the entire camp. Who's there? Those shadow guards within the camp were still cultivating when they suddenly saw the giant palm descending. They had barely uttered a sound when dozens of buildings were destroyed instantly, with hundreds of shadow guards annihilated. Who is it? The sudden disaster did not cause the shadow guards to panic. These well-trained people immediately saw more than 2,000 figures emerge with a man in a brocade robe leading the pack. He looked like a wealthy merchant, but he was the most fearful among them. Divine Realm 7th tier, the Shadow Guard's commander. It is me. Shu Yuan stood in the air with his hands behind his back, a radiant light like a long rainbow under his feet. Are you actually Emperor Di Chu Yuan? How did you find us? And Lu Qinfu, you're here too. Even the former emperor didn't know where we, the Shadow Guards, were hiding, but you discovered it. The Shadow Guard commander was caught off guard. Only then did he take a clear look at Chu Yuan's face. His heart trembled fiercely. He would have never imagined that their hiding place would be found by Chu Yuan, who also audaciously attacked. However, being the commander of the Shadow Guards at the 7th tier of the Divine Realm, he quickly composed himself, his eyes flashing with countless strategies. Indeed, it is me, Yang Yin. You have concealed yourself deeply. You are not only the commander of the Shadow Guards, but also the master of the Yang's commercial organization. The real mastermind behind the Yang's commercial organization is Shang Yuan Qingyun. You work for him to hide your identities. In the past, Chu Yuan, as the crown prince, had conducted business on behalf of the royal family and remembered him. This time, I issued a royal order to recruit brave warriors from the country. Yet your Shadow Guards dared to intercept and kill those who responded. You're playing with fire. Haha, so our Majesty has learned of everything. I didn't expect you to know so much. Yang laughed heartily, seeing his secrets uncovered by Chu Yuan. He didn't bother to hide anymore, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. But Majesty, instead of staying within the safety of the royal palace, you venture out to seek your own death. He didn't panic at all. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a jade pendant exploded in his hand. Immediately, a beam of light shot up into the sky, dazzling like fireworks, forming the shape of a butcher's knife. You want to send a message to Shang Wan Qingyun, and Liyun Chu Yuan smiled. Correct. Our Majesty, if you had stayed put inside the royal palace, we wouldn't have been able to touch you. But you shouldn't have risked coming here alone, thinking you would be safe under the protection of the mark. Yang Xin became more excited as he spoke. If he could take this opportunity to kill Chu Yuan, the Dao imperial family would have no one to inherit the throne and would be plunged into chaos. At that time, they could devour all of Da's resources and easily establish their own country. As the Shadow Guard commander, he could step into the spotlight and easily become a king. Yang Xin, you're getting ahead of yourself. Lu Qinfu smiled. Do you think you can predict His Majesty's strategy? What? Yang Xin was suddenly awakened, his face turning increasingly ugly. My signal didn't get transmitted. War Army chessboard. Yang Xin couldn't see it, but Chu Yuan could. The entire Yang manor was encompassed by horizontal and vertical lines covered by the War Army chessboard's inherent domain. Unless someone with beyond the realm of the divine attacked, this place would be completely sealed off. Marquis of Loyalty and Valor. Send a grand gift to Shang Yuan Qing. Eliminate these Shadow Guards without exception. Although Chu Yuan smiled as he spoke, anyone could feel his ruthless determination. I underestimated you. What is this royal artifact? But even if I can't send out a message, I still have the Shadow Guards. There's still a chance. Yang calmed down from his initial panic. I'll handle the Marquis. Zhang Yang, you guys make your move. Today we will assassinate Emperor Da. His voice echoed, and immediately over 2,000 Shadow Guards surged with a cold, murderous intent. They were all troops nurtured by Shang Wan Qingyun and had no loyalty to the royal family. They paid no mind to Chu Yuan. Mark Lu Qinfu, let me test your strength. Yang Xian threw a punch, and his at the 7th tier of the Divine Realm erupted, overwhelming Lu Qinfu with its ferocity. Although his realm was one tier lower than Lu Xinfao's, the gap was not insurmountable. Kill, 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 assassinate the Emperor. Among the over 2,000 Shadow Guards, there were 5 to 6 high-ranking Divine Realm experts. Suddenly, a tall and burly Divine Realm expert emerged, bearing down on Chu Yuan with his colossal His force shook heaven and earth, causing the ground of Yang Manor to split. If not for the War Army chessboard's cover, the entire imperial city would have been alerted. Even if he was only at the 1st tier of the Divine Realm in the Dota Kingdom, he was capable enough to command tens of thousands of soldiers. a rebel who defies the monarch, die. Instead of evading, Qi Yuan formed a seal with both hands and launched 12 spheres of light. Great Thunder Technique. The 12 Divine Destroys of Heaven. The 12 Divine Destroys of Heaven was a martial art evolved from the Great Thunder Technique. Chu Yuan activated the title of Thunder Controller, and his skyrocketed instantaneously. Original Spirit Realm. The Divine Realm expert who attacked Chu Yuan scoffed. The force you can muster in the original Spirit Realm is but a tickling sensation to me. Emperor Da, you too weak. He scoffed at him. The gap between the original Spirit Realm and the Divine Realm was too vast. But in the next moment, the 12 Divine Destroyers of Heaven exploded on his body. He couldn't even scream before he was reduced to ashes, and a wave of primordial flowed into his body. What Fang was killed by him. Seeing this, Yang Xin was taken aback. This wasn't a fight but a one-hit kill. Yang Xian dared to be distracted while fighting me. Luqian Fu shouted. Thousands of sharp rays of light suddenly exploded on Yang Xin. After killing Fang with one move, Chu Wen didn't stop. A devouring vortex appeared around him, spreading a wave of force around him. Wherever he went, screams resounded. Countless pieces of human skin floated about, shattered into dust by the force. Those soul-forging realm shadow guards who had just tried to approach Chu Yuan were immediately dry by the great devouring technique. Although those in the original spirit realm could barely resist for a moment, it was to no avail. Only those at the divine realm level could ignore it. In just over a dozen breaths of the more than 2,000 shadow guards, 400 to 500 had been lost. Demon, he's the most brutal demon. The exceptionally elite shadow guards were also stunned. Those absorbed by Chu Yuan were reduced to human skin with no skeleton remaining. Such terrible means should not be held by humans, but the most fearful demons. My will is the will of heaven. Those who defy it will die. While Chu Yuan watched hundreds of people being devoured by him, his face remained calm as if he was perfectly suited for such slaughter. Feeling deeply satisfied, he immediately covered his hands together. Great devouring technique. Eye of devouring. The devouring eye isn't a real eyeball, but rather a massive vortex resembling the eye of a storm, radiating eerie spiral lines around it, just like writhing tentacles. In an instant, as the devouring eye spread out, it was impossible for the stealth guards inside Yang Manor to evade it. One after another, they were pulled in. Those with strength below the soul refining realm couldn't even resist and were devoured of all their The great devouring technique is ever so terrifying. Nearly a massacre against any practitioner with a lower cultivation level than Chu Yuan. Great devouring technique. Chu Yuan pointed a finger, and instantly a earthly absorbing finger harshly jabbed a divine ability practitioner. The practitioner's waist exploded on the spot, turning his entire body into a blood mist. The Supreme of Humane majestically unleashed. Originally, these first and second level divine ability masters may not be as strong as Chu Yuan, but they would not be easily slaughtered. But Chu Yuan, wielding the sword of the human emperor, with the Supreme of the Humane's amplification, not only shocked and deterred with its majesty, but also enhanced his against the human race. The human emperor, the emperor of thousands of emperors. Those who offend the human emperor must be executed. Kill. The around Chu Yuan was flickering, killing unheeded. This reckless consumption of should have exhausted him, but Chu Yuan's face only grew more relaxed. That's the horror of the great devouring technique. It not only absorbs all but it can also replenish itself during battle, as if it had an endless source of energy. Other people might fear being surrounded or overwhelming numbers, but the great devouring technique fears none of that. Tyrannical blade, then a second-level divine ability practitioner, clenched his teeth, and with the silver long knife in his hand, an overbearing blade intent fell on Chu Yuan. In an instant, the space within 100 meters was enveloped by the long knife. Great battle technique. Battle frenzy. Chu Yuan's 5 fingers tightly clenched into a fist and made a thunderous blast. At once, a fist covered in thunder appeared in the sky. The fist was as fast as lightning and slow as a snail, creating a earthful twist in reality. His earthful punch landed on that second-level divine ability practitioner, causing him to spurt blood and die on the spot. The great devouring technique started devouring once again. Chu Yuan seemed like a beast that was never satisfied. Slaughtering wildly, absorbing wildly, and the over 2,000 stealth guards together with all the divine ability masters were all slaughtered. You actually killed all the stealth guards. It's impossible. What is this How could your have grown so frighteningly? Yang exclaimed in horror. He had seen Chu Yuan before. Even though he was a prodigy at that time, he was certainly not as terrifying as today. Like a mighty figure reincarnated and rebuilding himself. Loyal and brave Marquis, restrain him. I want to devour his origin to break through the realm. At this point, Chu Yuan, who had just slaughtered more than 2,000 stealth guards, had reached the limit of the second-level original spirit realm. And as long as he devoured Yang Xin, he would certainly break through to the third-level original spirit realm. Yes, your majesty. Even the loyal and brave Marquis was surprised secretly. At Chu Yuan's command, he immediately activated a grand spell, the Great Day Metal Technique, the Gold Spirit Decapitation. You can't kill me, Yang roared fiercely. Still struggling, Lu Qinfu sneered again and again. His body transformed into a supreme golden light. His fragmentation knife came out. As soon as it touched the armor on Yang Xin's body, it shattered like tofu. It's now or never. Yang Yin gritted his teeth, his eyes blood red, his skin presenting an unusual bloody red, and his veins swelling up like coiling dragons. Of three emperors, supreme of humane. At this moment, Chu Yuan's mana flowed to the extreme. Behind him, an enormous phantom image that resembled Chu Yuan's appearance materialized. It was like an ancient human emperor with boundless dominance sweeping across the wasteland and its reputation reaching the four seas. With a direct, he punched Yanjin at the waist. Yanjin, who was on guard against Lu Qinfu and defending against Chu Yuan, was bombarded by the punch. His body bent and then he was sent flying, hard into the ground. Just as he was about to retaliate, Lu Qinfu creating countless rays of knife light around Yang Xin like a prison. Great devouring technique. Devour, devour, devour. Chu Yuan once again reached down, his palm fiercely grabbing onto Yanjin's head, and instantly a stream of vital energy was extracted. Yang Xin let out an agonizing scream. He could feel his vitality rapidly draining away and was unable to break free from the hand firmly attached to the top of his head. After several long minutes, his screams grew weaker and weaker. In the end, an empty robe fell to the ground and he had completely vanished. Original Spirit Realm, 3rd Stage. Xu Yuan devoured more than 2,000 shadow guards, including Yang Xin, a 7th stage divine abilities expert, but only ascended 1 stage in the original Spirit Realm. Although it was only a single stage, he could keenly feel that even without the boost from the Imperial Sword, he was equivalent to hundreds of original Spirit Realm experts. His majesty is broken through. Lu Qianfu was also shocked by Chu Yuan's momentum, then flickered and appeared. He fumbled around the robe, and a space ring appeared. Indeed, Shangyuan Xingyun has been colluding with the big conspirators for a long time, secretly establishing the Yang Merchant Group, using his to sell forbidden treasures from my Dahu country to these conspirators. In return, he gains benefits and arms his 3,000 shadow guards. The ring contained letters that clearly displayed Yang Xin's communication with the big conspirators, especially after the former emperor's death. Every plot and collusion was vividly documented. However, Shang Wangqingyin was very cautious. He cast a feint, avoiding direct contact with the conspirators' imperial dynasty. All dealings were handled by Yang Xin, making it impossible to incriminate him. The Yang Merchant Group is Shang Yuan Qingyun's main income source. Now that he has lost the barren Medicine Mountain and more than half of his 3,000 shadow guards have been eradicated, he's nothing more than a toothless tiger. Chu Yuan waved his hand. 10,000 god warriors are just the minimum standard. I need more financial resources. It so happens that there is plenty of evidence of collusion here, so seize all the assets nationwide from the Yang Merchant Group and transfer the wealth to the state. I can't wait to see how Shang Yuan Qingyun will react when he hears this. Devastating news. Haha, your majesty's plan of removing the firewood under the pot is brilliant. Shang Yuan Qingyun thought he was clever, but in the end, he lost his shadow guards. Lu Qinfu dug out a token from the space ring. The transparent crystal-clear token was engraved with numerous intricate formations, and it had many light dots on it. This is a mother and child token, which can transmit messages to each other and determine each other's position. The higher the quality, the further the distance. This token is of extremely high quality, and it can transmit messages quickly through the child tokens. Good. Duke Xyang used Yang Xian's name to send a message, ordering all the shadow guards out on missions to return to the imperial city. We will catch them all in one sweeping action. Chu Yuan commanded. He had killed all of the shadow guards in the Yang mansion, but did not receive any destiny points reward. He then knew that there were still plenty of shadow guards outside the imperial city. We have this thing in the Divine Warrior Army, too. Lu Qinfu nodded and immediately began to operate it. With this mother and child token, the shadow guards did not suspect anything and all hurried back to the imperial city's Yang mansion. Chu Yuan also issued an edict to restrain Shangyuan Qingyun's actions, keeping him occupied for the next few days. Once all the shadow guards were exterminated by Chu Yuan, the reward he had been anticipating finally came. Post-complete selection 2, perfect completion. Reward 1,500 destiny points. Current destiny points balance 2,300. I've been awarded so many destiny points this time. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Yuan was also somewhat surprised. A total of 1,500 points. It should be noted that only 1,000 points were awarded after finishing a mission previously. Regrettably, there were no additional treasures awarded. It seems it was purely just a destiny points reward, realm advancement. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan used the destiny points to upgrade his realm. Soul Origin quadruple level, Soul Origin quintuple level. In an instant, Chu Yuan advanced to the Soul Origin quintuple level. His Majesty's strength has increased again. Lu Qinfu was shocked and startled. He suddenly felt Chu Yuan's aura piercing the sky like a sharp sword, unimaginably ireful. Before he could still suppress Chu Yuan, but now that was no longer the case. Notify the governor of Wood to bring people to confiscate property. There's plenty of evidence to wipe out Yang Ziyan's family, Chu Yuan uttered coldly. In this world, if you are not ruthless, it's your family line that will face extermination. It was even more brutal than his previous world. Okay, I understand. Xuan and Lu Qinfu left Yang's residence before dawn. Songying, the governor of Wu, hurried to the royal study and looked troubled as he received various documents. As a governor managing the affairs of the capital, his status was comparable to the lord of a county. He was totally unaware of someone involved in treason right under his nose. Fortunately, Chuan didn't pursue his culpability, which was a relief to him. Next up, those who needed to be expropriated were expropriated. Those who had to be exterminated were exterminated. Those who were guilty were executed. Songying acted swiftly as a large number of valuables and war items were transferred to the national treasury. In the Wu Market Square, hundreds of people were brought up, all from Yanjin's family, screaming as they were put on the executioner's block. One by one, their heads pressed onto the blood-soaked blue stone by Roy executioners. The family of Yang Xian was exterminated. When the news reached the general's mansion, Shang Wangqingyin spit out a mouthful of fresh blood and nearly fainted. The covert operatives he had painstakingly nurtured for decades were wiped out overnight. Even Yang Xin, his most loyal aide, was executed. For the first time, he felt fear, a deep terror toward this new emperor who had only ascended to the throne a few months ago. Hurry, hurry, go summon the prime minister. Shang Yuan Qingyun yelled, but let's not talk about Shang Yuan Qingyun's anger. After several weeks, the 10,000 brave soldiers recruited by Chu Yuan finally arrived at the Imperial City Divine Martial Camp training field. This place was immensely huge, large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of soldiers for training. It was originally a base for military training, but with the arrival of the 10,000 brave warriors, it regained its vitality again. Standing here means you all have the qualification to join the Divine Martial Troops. After 30 years, Lu Qianfu stood on the training field again. Looking at the bustling crowd below, he was filled with mixed feelings. He was very satisfied with this batch of warriors. Each of them was at least at the 10th level of Qi Meridian, with thousands even at the soul refining stage. These were elite soldiers in a battlefield. His Majesty arrives as we sharp voice rang out. Chu Yuan, dressed in a bloody black imperial robe, slowly walked into the drill ground. His eyes were glittering as if they could see through all human hearts. The sword of the human emperor hung at his waist, making him seem like the most ireful emperor, seemingly swallowing all four seas. Long live the emperor. Live forever and ever. Thousands of brave soldiers knelt down in unison. They knew that the methods of this newly enthroned second-generation emperor were not simple. Yangyi's trading company, which does business in several countries, was looted because of his single edict, causing the beheading of hundreds of Yang family members across 3 generations. Very well, seeing all of you, I am comforted. Chu Yuan motioned for them to rise. I suppose all of you brave soldiers know that our Dao is currently plagued internally and externally. There is hidden turbulence within the country and there are stormy winds brewing in foreign countries. De is eyed greedily by the 4 countries led by Dalian. Who knows when a united army of millions from the 4 countries could attack Da? You all have demonstrated courage by dedicating yourselves to the country in these difficult times. Before the establishment of Dao within a century, more than a dozen dynasties transferred The longest reign was no more than 10 years. Countless warlords fought fiercely, causing people to live nomadically. The scene was horrendous. But ever since the founding of Da, we began to lead stable and wealthy lives. We are the leaders amongst the 5 countries, the strongest Yes, if the 4 countries led by Dalian were to annihilate Dong, looting and slaughtering, we would end up falling under their butcher's knife. If that's the case, we might as well resist fiercely. Those who offend Du shall die. Tens of thousands of brave soldiers looked up at Chu Yuan, each of them brimming with courage, bursting with roaring voices. They joined the Divine Martial Camp to defend their homeland. The founding of Dao 30 years ago brought them much peace. I have only one thing to say. Those who offend Dao, even if they are far away, shall be punished. As Chu Yuan said this, his murderous intent boiled over. His gaze suddenly fell on a muscular man among the thousands of soldiers who had a physique like an iron tower. With your divine ability at level 5, you traveled from afar to the capital. With your strength, you could lead tens of thousands of troops in any army and even establish a foundation for yourself in these troubled times. What's your name? My name is Li Dangjin. I come from Nan County. This burly man named Li Dangjin proudly said, my entire family has been living in Nan County for decades. If Dalian breaks through the southern post, they will be the first to be hit. Faced with a million-strong army, I would have to lead my whole family to migrate. 30 years ago, it was the previous emperor who with the divine martial camp swept through the nations. So can our current emperor possess the of the previous emperor? Nan County is indeed the border county of the southern frontier near the Dalian border. It is a harsh, cold land. The people of Da are martial literate. Every person cultivates martial arts. In Nan County, which borders Dalian, has even stronger martial customs. The soldiers there are fearless, exuding a frightening amount of killing intent. Impudence. Liu Yinfu. Seeing Li Dangjin looking up at Chu Yuan with a prideful expression in his eyes, knew that Li Dangjin was too arrogant, treating Chu Yuan with little regard, loudly scolding him. Loyal and brave Marquis, he didn't say anything wrong. Chu Yuan raised his palm. A lightning flashed between his 5 fingers. He then reached out his hand towards Li Dong's robust body. Here it comes. Li Deng saw Chu Yuan act and knew that he was testing his strength, but he was not afraid. His body moved, his fists clenched. He fiercely swung them forward. The intense caused even the void to twist. However, in that instant, Li Dong's fist was engulfed by Chu Yuan's palm, leaving struggling to withdraw it. But Chu Yuan's other palm landed on his shoulder, patting it lightly a few times. But with each pat, Li Xian's heart palpitated. He felt that if that palm hit his head, his brains would surely blast. So he knelt down and said, I Li Dengzin submit. From now on, whatever His Majesty commands me to do, I will do. Even if I have to die, I won't furrow my brows. If I do, I won't be a native of Nank County. Li Dangjin, you are a frontier runner, and you're excellent. From now on, you will be Divine Marshal Commanding General, commanding 1,000 people. Once my Divine Martial army expands, you will command 10,000 people. With one sentence, Chu Yuan appointed Li Deng as Commanding General, a position with real Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Li Dengyan responded excitedly. The purpose of my reorganizing the Divine Martial Army is not only to confront the 4 countries, but also to investigate the cause of the previous emperor's death, the reason for the complete annihilation of the 300,000-strong army, to avenge them, and further to make Dao the strongest empire in this world. In my Divine Martial Army, there is only one purpose. Chu Yuan's sharp eye swept across the field before saying slowly, if anyone offends our Dao, no matter how far away, they will be punished. Those who defy the warriors of Da, no matter how far, shall be punished. Those who defy the warriors of Da, no matter how far, shall be punished. Those who defy the warriors of Da, no matter how far, shall be punished. Upon hearing these words, the blood of 10,000 braves immediately boiled. They all roared in unison on the parade ground. The aura of tens of thousands of people joining to form a war zone that even gods and demons would hesitate to invade. Their roar shook the heavens. Even Lu Qianfu was shaken when he heard it. Those who defy the warriors of Da, no matter how far, shall be punished. These short 9 words, but the Daenerys implied within his earth-shattering, whoever offends shall perish. Stop. Shu Yuan raised his hand. Drip your blood on this chessboard and you'll be true warriors of the Divine Martial. The war army chessboard appeared once again, fluttering and spinning in the sky. Under Lu Qianfu's command, the 10,000 soldiers quickly dripped their blood onto it. War army chessboard, 10,100,000. Finally, 10,000 warriors have been recruited. A smile appeared on Chu Yuan's face. The host has completed the re-establishment of the Divine Martial Army, acquired 100 destiny points. At the end of this event, an extra 1,500 destiny points and a Tai Pill Furnace are awarded. Tai Pill Furnace. Chu Yuan's expression changed when a massive stove appeared within the system space. Its ancient and mottled color, its immense height and breadth adorned with many symbolic engravings which recorded truths of the universe yin and yang as well as possessing designs of the profound heavenly Tao. The pill furnace had 9 openings carved into the vague form of the heavenly Tao capable of emitting flames. Tai Pill Furnace broken. Originally a supreme magic weapon, the treasure of the Tai Sky Monarch. It had suffered damage during the War of Gods and Immortals fell into the celestial universe. Any herbs placed within it, according to the pill recipe, would automatically be refined into pills with a 100 success rate. Note, due to extensive damage to the Tai Pill Furnace, its quality has fallen. The highest it can refine are top-grade divine pills. It cannot refine anything above the divine elixir. What even with extensive damage, it can still refine top-grade divine pills. Shu Yuan was shocked. His heart exclaimed, if the Tai Pill Furnace were whole, how terrifying it would be. Moreover, the Tai Pill Furnace only needs sufficient materials to automatically refine pills. It defies the heavens. This is absolutely defying the heavens. He had never expected that the end of this event would bring him such a reward defying the heavens. He felt like a cat on hot bricks, wishing to experiment immediately. Marquis of loyalty and bravery, I entrust the divine martial army to you. I still have other matters to attend to right now. Chu Yuan leaves this sentence behind as he rushes away from the parade ground. Within the Sun Palace, Chu Yuan's consciousness probed into the Tai Pill furnace. Instantly before his eyes were several murals radiating light along with some murals without light at all. They were all formula of elixirs. Unexpectedly, the Tai Pill furnace is so considerate. Even the elixir formula are already prepared. It seems those without light are above divine grade and cannot be refined. Elixir formula. Soul-breaking pill quality absolute grade mystic effect. The soul endures 1,000 strikes in 100 refines, enforcing the steel after 100 refines, breaking the soul after 1,000 refines. If an individual at the 10th level of the Meridian Opening Realm consumes it, they are guaranteed to break through to the Soul Forging Realm. Main ingredients: Soul Break Grass, Soul Understanding Flower, Enlightenment Seed, and Spirit Fruit. Your Majesty, these are the herbs you requested, said Wei. Good. Chu Yuan grabbed the herbs and placed them into the system space, immediately causing the Tai Pill furnace to blaze with fire, as if the ancient Tai Sky Monarch was refining pills himself. The fire light reflected an image of a figure in dayist ropes. Just a few breaths later, several pills shining like pearls fell into his hands. Soul-breaking pill. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled brightly as he suddenly said, "You come over here, Your Majesty." The one who was beckoned by Chu Yuan was a warrior at the peak of the 10th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, who immediately knelt to pay his respects. Swallow this. Seeing the pill Chu Yuan handed over, the warrior did not even furrow his brow. Even if it was poison, he would immediately take it, swallowing it down instantly. Just after swallowing the pill, the warrior held his head in agony, screaming and rolling on the ground. Chu Yuan watched his transformation impassively. About 2 hours later, the warrior gradually regained consciousness. He had thought he was going to die, but when he sensed his own state, his face turned blank, followed by a surge of joy. "Thank you for the divine elixir, Your Majesty," the warrior bowed in thanks. His martial realm had indeed broken through from meridian pulsing to soul forging. "You may leave now." Chu Yuan smiled. As expected, the Tai Pill furnace didn't disappoint him. He estimated that the time required to refine a furnace of excellent quality soul-breaking pills at the profound level was only a few breaths. As long as he had enough medicinal herbs, the number he could make in one day would be staggering. The refining time, he figured, should vary with the grade of the pill formula. "Wei, take all the medicinal herbs I need from the National Treasury and transport them here. If there aren't enough, buy them from all over the city." Chu Yuan knew that the Tai Pill furnace was of immense value, and even he, who knew nothing about alchemy, could easily mass-produce pills with it. The most terrifying thing was the Tai Pill furnace could automate the production of a large number of pills, making it an excellent tool for cultivating Erful individuals. Although Wei didn't know why Chu Yuan needed so many medicinal herbs, he being a servant only needed to dutifully carry out his orders. Soon countless herbs were continuously delivered to the Shenyang Palace. In the following days, Chu Yuan stayed in the palace refining pills. He produced as many as tens of thousands of soul-breaking pills, and another pill called Solidifying Spirit Pill. It guarantees that any soul-forging 10th ranker will break through to the original spirit realm after usage. However, the higher the grade of the pill, the more severe the requirements for the ingredients are, and he could only produce a few hundred of them. Divine Abilities Pill. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed with excitement as he pinched a pill the size of a bean between his fingers. This pill could allow anyone at the peak of the original spirit realm to break through to the divine realm without any side effects, but the recipe required very precious ingredients. Even after searching the entire national treasury, he was only able to produce 5 of these pills. "We've been serving the throne ever since before the founding of this empire. Haven't you? Even when I was a child, I received your care," Chuan said, smiling subtly as he spoke to Wei. "My old servant was born in the previous dynasty. I began to follow the first emperor not long after his uprising." Wei, not understanding Chu Yuan's words, answered, "Swallow this pill." Chu Yuan handed the pill in his hand away. Wei unexpectedly knelt down, repeatedly kowtowing and saying, "Your Majesty, my loyalty to you is unwavering. I would never be disloyal. Even if you command me to die, I wouldn't utter a word of complaint. If the master wants the servant to die, the servant must die. I am not asking you to die." Chu Yuan was amused by Wei's reaction, mistakenly thinking that Chu Yuan was ordering his execution. Chu Yuan was only trying to reward Wei for his years of loyal service by giving him a chance for transformation. But Wei thought he knew too many of Chu Yuan's secrets, which led Chu Yuan to decide on his execution. Being the servant of an emperor is like accompanying a tiger. We was prepared to die. After getting up, he stepped forward, took the pill from Chu Yuan's hand, closed his eyes, and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid I won't be able to serve by your side in the future." He swallowed the pill, and instantly it transformed into a warm current throughout his body. Why felt as if he was ascending to immortality. He sighed inwardly. Even though Chu Yuan was supposedly executing him, at least he did not let him suffer. He must have done something good. However, it was a pity that he knew too much. However, he waited for a long time and realized he was still standing in Xinjiang Palace. "We sense your own realm," Chu Yuan's voice resonated. "Divine realm," Wei exclaimed in surprise. He had been stuck in the original spirit realm for decades without being able to comprehend the mysteries of divine abilities. But now, with Chu Yuan's pill, he had actually broken through. He looked well preserved, but his vitality had been fading. After all, the original spirit realm could only last for 200 years at the longest. Only by breaking through to the divine realm could one live for 300 years. For those who reached the peak of the divine realm, their lifespan could even reach 500 years. Haha, as expected of the divine abilities pill, Chu Yuan laughed heartily as he headed towards the Xinjiang training field. Divine martial drill field. Kai and blood surged to the skies. Ever since 10,000 brave warriors moved in, it instantly became lively. Lu Qinfu used to be the commander of the divine martial army. He knew how to train a big army and how to instill loyalty to the king in these men, handling these matters with ease. 5 people were grouped into a squad with a soul-forging soldier as the squad leader. 10 people were assembled into a platoon with a soul-forging 5th stage soldier as the platoon leader. 100 people formed a 100-man unit with an original spirit realm soldier as the leader. 1,000 people formed a 1,000-man unit with a person at the divine ability level as the leader commanding 1,000 men. However, there was only one capital commandant, and that was Li Dengyan, who was directly appointed by Chu Yuan. After all, aside from Lu Qinfu, who was at the 8th level of divine abilities, Li Dengyan had the highest realm in the divine martial army. Being promoted to capital common was already equivalent to becoming a general. The setting sun was as red as blood. Its glow shone on the drill field as if heralding the end of the world. "Your Majesty, the pills you brought have a truly miraculous effect. I don't know how they're made, but after the soldiers took them, they unexpectedly all broke through to the soul-forging realm. We also have over 100 more original spirit realm masters, and even the divine realm unit leaders increased by 4. After Chu Yuan brought the pills, the strength of the divine martial army was rapidly enhanced. The weakest among them were from the soul-forging realm, making them absolute elites on the battlefield. Each of them could at least take on 10 or even 100 enemies. At this time, Lu Qinfu was filled with confidence in the development of the divine martial army. Joyfully he said, "In our army, there are currently 378 original spirit realm masters and more than 10 people in the divine realm. Under my elimination-based system, we conduct a military competition every month. Winners can become unit leaders while losers become ordinary soldiers. The resources they enjoy are worlds apart. The divine martial army is still only 10,000 strong, which is too few. I need you to expand the army with full force. I hope the size can be increased to 100,000 before I personally conquer Qiyin. Don't worry about the resources. I will give my full support." Chu Yuan said, "Not only did I bring pills to help the other soldiers break through, I also brought what you need. Something I need." A glint flashed in Lu Xinfu's eyes. "This is a divine realm breakthrough pill. Once you take it, you will be able to break through to the 9th level of divine abilities." Chu Yuan took out a jade bottle with a single pill inside. Round and flawless as the world's most beautiful jewel, a top-tier heavenly pill, Lu Qinfu was astonished. Really has such a miraculous effect. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the pill in front of Chu Yuan. Immediately, the realm he hadn't advanced in 30 years miraculously broke through to the 9th level of divine abilities. Moreover, his body was nourished once again to its peak. Unfortunately, even if Chu Yuan exhausted all the materials in the treasury, he could only refine one divine realm breakthrough pill. "Your Majesty, where did this come from?" Lu Qinfu asked curiously. Although Du had not a few alchemists, those capable of refining heavenly pills were fewer than those masterful in divine abilities, probably only 4 or 5. They were all heavily relied upon by the royal family, and the failure rate was as high as 90. Furthermore, Chu Yuan brought so many unidentified pills, many of which Lu Qianfu had never seen before. "You don't need to worry about this. Anyhow, your task is to expand the army as quickly as you can." In addition to the pills for breakthroughs in realms, there are also various other auxiliary pills. You should also distribute them to train in military formations as quickly as possible. Once you control a large army, the 4 nations of Dian will be no match for us. Chu Yuan was calm and his words were full of unmatched confidence. "Yes, I know what to do." Lu Qinwen nodded. Once he was done giving instructions for the divine martial army, Chu Yuan returned to the royal palace. He currently had 2,300 destiny points at hand. Naturally, he needed to spend them. This time, he didn't rush to use them to break through realms. Instead, he opened the system's space and began browsing meticulously. Military killing fist, heavenly level martial technique, the fist of war's slaughter. The more military killing fists used simultaneously, the more can generate a field of warfare. It can push everything and requires 500 destiny points to exchange. Only 500 destiny points exchange it. With this military killing fist, Qi Yuan could foresee that the combat effectiveness of his divine martial army would surge to a whole new level. Currently remaining destiny points, 1,800 points. He continued browsing and saw another technique called Iron Chain Battle Array. It was extremely suitable for large army battles, just like iron chains connecting boats, tightly linking the army together into a chain, pushing forward. The combination of iron chain battle formation and military fist technique, when deployed by armies of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, can shake the heavens and bring demon gods to tears with a flash in his eyes. Chuan exchanged for the iron chain battle formation. Afterward, he was left with 1,500 destiny points. I can even refresh just like the online games I used to play. Chu Yuan scrolled to the end of the system mall and spotted a shiny refresh symbol. The host can use 100 destiny points to refresh the mall each time, immediately changing the list. The quality of the treasures and what appears are not fixed. Note, items that have already been purchased will not be refreshed. Items that have been bought can't be refreshed. That's considerate. Something like a beginner-level healing potion or a meteor bomb are precious items. If they were refreshed, Chu Yuan would feel quite disadvantaged, but now there's no need to worry about that. Refresh. Chu Yuan firmly clicked on the refresh button. 100 destiny points were immediately deducted and the list in his eyes changed, revealing many items he hadn't seen before. He carefully scrutinized them all. At the end of his browsing, Chu Yuan saw a luminous talisman. After clicking on it, a system prompt immediately appeared. One-time teleportation talisman intermediate. Once used, the one-time teleportation talisman could instantly transport the user to any position within a radius of 100,000 mi centering around them. It was a consumable item, requires 700 destiny points to exchange. It can actually teleport 100,000 m. Chuan's heart palpitated violently. Searching through all of Da, there was no talisman capable of teleporting thousands of miles. This involves the laws of space, which only experts at the divine realm could barely comprehend the mystery of space. Exchange it. Definitely exchange it. He thought about the distance from the imperial city to the frontier of Nan County, which was roughly 50 to 60,000 mi. Having a one-time teleportation talisman means that even if he encounters danger, he could instantly teleport away. The host spent 700 destiny points and obtained a one-time teleportation talisman intermediate. Current destiny points balance is 700. My destiny points are dwindling away like this. Xu Yuan sighed, closed them all, and gathered his purchases into the system space. In the following time, Chu Yuan either attended to state affairs or refined medicinal herbs stored in the national treasury into pills. In a single month, the original 10,000 divine soldiers had expanded to a full 30,000. The number of experts at the divine realm had increased by over 10 people. Moreover, with his pill support, even the weakest soldiers had reached the soul forging stage. 30,000 individuals, each one at least at the soul forging stage. Reflect on Shang Wu and Shining Yun, who had spent several decades only to scrape together an elite force of 3,000 men, and they were all annihilated by Chu Yuan. However, such a rapid increase in strength was at the expense of the rapid depletion of the national treasury. Gold, silver, and treasures were fine, but medicinal material was nearly depleted. Xu Yuan had swept clean all the medicine shops in the imperial city. The wind is cold by the freezing river. The rain has been pouring for half a month. Chu Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the drizzling rain, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He had been in this fantasy world for several months already. He had chosen to become an emperor, and he had to go down this path no matter what. Your Majesty, the annual imperial hunt is in half a month. Wei, energetic as ever, respectfully reported from the side. Oh, the imperial hunt is about to begin. Moved by this, Chu Yuan looked up. Before his eyes, a new divine-level choice suddenly emerged. Choice 1, continue with the scheduled Imperial Dynasty Grand Hunt and earn 100 destiny points. Choice 2, cancel the Imperial Dynasty Grand Hunt, focus on the development of the Divine Martial Army, and earn 100 destiny points. Xu Yuan contemplated both divine choices, knowing that each decision would lead to different subsequent events. The Divine Martial Army had already obtained almost all the elixirs it could train with. What followed next would be up to the passage of time. We issue a decree. We will hold the Imperial Dynasty Grand Hunt in half a month. Chu Yuan gave the order. Yes, Your Majesty. The Imperial City's Grand Hunt is a long-standing tradition of Da dating from the reign of the previous emperor. It is held annually in September. Its objective is to encourage the spirit of martial arts amongst the officials and remind them that Da was founded amidst ruins. Wei nodded. This old servant will issue the imperial decree immediately. The host made choice 1, earning 100 destiny points. With half a month remaining until the Imperial Dynasty Grand Hunt, Qi Yuan decided not to involve himself in other affairs. As the development of the Divine Martial Army was on track and being managed by Lu Qinfu, he felt reassured. And so the half-month period passed in a flash, and the day of the Imperial Dynasty Grand Han arrived in no time. The Divine Martial Drill Grounds. At that very moment, an army of 30,000 people stood neatly on the vast drill grounds. A cursory glance revealed a mass of soldiers, their combined aura soaring to the heavens, intense and overpowering, deterring all sorts of evil spirits and creatures. After a few months of training under Lu Qianfu, this group of warriors was no longer a chaotic army, but had morphed into a well-disciplined force. With such an army, was there anything to fear in conquering the world? Long live the emperor. Just as Chu Yuan was lost in thought, the 30,000 soldiers kneeled down in unison. Each one of them, clad in armor, produced a loud upon kneeling, producing a biting noise rather than a clamor, which exuded an air of solemnity that was oddly pleasing. This was different from the army Chu Yuan knew before crossing over. Each member of the Divine Martial Army was a master of martial arts. In the past, such warriors were seen as heavenly beings, effortlessly traversing the skies and earth, but now they were all mere parts of a whole. Your Majesty, 30,000 members of the Divine Martial Army stand before you, awaiting your inspection. Clothed in a dark gold armor, Liu Enfu strode over and sought Chu Yuan's approval. Set off of the Wildlife Mountain Range, Chu Yuan ordered, and the massive army of 30,000 commenced its march, the Wildlife Mountain Range. Sweeping across countless miles with countless towering mountains in view, the scene was akin to an untamed primary forest, an ancient world teetering on the edge of chaos, teeming with unknown dangers. This was the Wildlife Mountain Range. This boundless mountain range was home to countless fierce beasts. Rumor had it that at the end of the Wildlife Mountain Range was an entirely different world protected by a beast emperor with divine abilities that even the previous emperor couldn't breach. Even in its current state, Dao had only been able to explore a minuscule part of it. The Dao Kingdom was in fact built at the foot of a part of the Wildlife Mountain Range. Whenever the kingdom was under great threat, a beast tide would erupt from within the mountain range, causing the creatures to charge out and kill. Hence, the founding emperor had chosen to construct the kingdom here at the foot of the mountain range to guard the national gate and directly defend against the beast tide. Nothing symbolized the emperor's commitment to guarding the nation better than this. September had arrived, bringing the early autumn. September and Dada had a hint of chill in the air. The overcast weather with a thick layer of dark clouds covering the sky made the atmosphere stifling. Nevertheless, at this time, the Wildlife Mountain Range was anything but tranquil. Numerous civil and military officials, aristocratic family members arrived early to attend the event. The Imperial Dynasty Grand Hunt was not merely a royal event, but also involved officials from the court. Many noble families sent their most promising descendants to take part and prove their strength before the emperor. The goal was to enhance their family's However, this imperial hunt was completely different from the previous ones. After Da was founded for 30 years, previous imperial hunts were always led by the previous emperor. But this time, it was the first time for the new emperor to convene, and currently, Da's situation is troubled by inner worries and external threats. A larger-scale war could break out at any time. The masses of people seemingly within the mountain range of the 10,000 beasts were actually divided into several factions. One faction of people gathered with the commander-in-chief and the prime minister. They were all partisans of these two. While some factions were very close to the commander-in-chief and prime minister, they remained non-committal and thus were the neutral parties. In one of the camps, there was a tall and burly middle-aged man attaining the 7th level of divine abilities. Although dressed in official uniform, it couldn't hide his military bearing. This was Hong Yang, the vice minister of the War Department. Those officials who stood with Hong Yang were absolutely loyal to the royal family, and the targets suppressed by the commander-in-chief and the prime minister. Gentlemen, do you know that our great Den nation has been infiltrated by too many traitors, but thanks to His Majesty's foresight, he discovered that Yang Xin from Yang family's trading company betrayed our nation. He executed the whole 3 generations of his family. Long live the emperor, truly heartening. The one who spoke loudly was none other than Huang Yang, the vice minister of the War Department. His voice was extremely loud, like a thunderous echo, seemed to purposely articulate to the officials. The palm of Shang Qingyun clenched fiercely. Veins burst out. Huang Yang's words were akin to tearing open the wound in his heart again. Yang family's trading company was his subordinate, which was directly eradicated by Chu Yuan with a decisive method. Furthermore, his 3,000 personal guards were also all executed one by one, making the several decades of his effort perish like the eastward flowing water. Stay calm, Lai Yun shook his head. Our current emperor is not simple. I know. Shang Wanxingyun, also a wise and experienced man. His connection with Yang family's company was investigated, but no evidence against him was found, said coldly. When the time comes for Deu to be vanquished, I want to keep this Hang Yang. I want to torment him mercilessly, preserve his soul without death, make him watch his bloody skeleton day and night, neither being able to live nor die as he wishes. Haha, Commander-in-Chief, Prime Minister. At this time, a young man who appears to be in his 20s approached. Although young, the level of divine abilities he revealed had already reached the terrifying 7th level, capable of leading tens of thousands of troops. Little Prince Wei Shan, Shang Yuan Qingyun, and Li Yun addressed the man. Indeed, this man was Wei Shan, the eldest son of King Wei. However, since the founding of Dao, he had been living in the imperial city like a hostage left behind, but also able to provide intel for King Wei. Ween laughed. You two are the pillars of our great Dao. My father often talks about you two. He asked me to bring a message. When you two have time, why not visit Weiwu County and reminisce with my father, discuss important matters of the court. My father has not seen you two for a long time. How is King Wei's health now? Lin asked, changing the topic with a smile. My father is in great health. I heard that my father has already glimpsed a sliver of divine reached half-step to godhood. He wrote to me asking me to stay well in the imperial city, not to worry about other matters. As we said this, the expressions of Shang Wuan Xinyun and Li Yun changed half to godhood. They knew King Wei was a person from hundreds of years ago, having experienced the chaos of dozens of dynasties. Although he had never founded a kingdom, managed to survive till now and was in theft as a king during the Dao dynasty, it was enough to explain his terrible strength. Now that he reached half-step to godhood, that was a surpassing the 10th level of divine abilities. Even if the two of them joined hands, they were no match for King Wei. Since King Wei has invited us, the Commander-in-Chief and I naturally have to go and visit. Leon agreed. Now the world is in great chaos. All 4 kingdoms want to destroy Dao to feast on the meat and soup. They knew that without the previous emperor's suppression, solely relying on the newly ascended little emperor couldn't turn the tide. The efforts he made were just in vain. In the face of absolute struggling was useless. They could only follow the will of heaven. Just as Shang Yuan Qingyun and Lai Yun's minds were filled with thoughts, a voice came first from the distant horizon. His Majesty arrives. The Emperor arrives. No matter the speculation of civil and military officials or the great families on the current situation, De remains. The heavens have not collapsed and the Emperor is upon his throne. The ongoing conversation soon died down and everyone's eyes were fixed on the approaching Chu Yuan. Shortly, there was a sea of people appearing on the official road from the distance. The majestic flag of the Divine Army rose high, a blood-black military flag that fluttered in the wind. Under everyone's gaze, an imposing legion emerged, the Divine Army. The Divine Army reappears. The first to arrive was the Divine Army, leading to a moment of complete silence. The Divine Army is the symbol of Du deterring the 4 nations. If it were not for the sudden collapse of the large army, even with the death of the previous emperor, the 4 nations wouldn't dare to harbor any thoughts of military aggression. 30,000 divine soldiers proceeded in unison, not a word spoken. The only sound was of armor clashing loud and resonating, a potent aura of masculine dominance pervading all around. The emperor arrives. Wei appears. Behind him appeared a multitude of warriors holding halberds and umbrellas stationed on either side. The most striking sight was of 9 dragons pulling an eminent being in a huge chariot. On the chariot there was a young man with a cold demeanor. His eyes shone like the sun, the moon, and the stars. Lu Kaiyan walked beside the chariot with the fragmentation knife strapped at his waist, looking around imposingly. Anyone daring to approach would be turned to fragments. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Chu Yuan arrived and the civil and military officials knelt down, shouting their blessings. Some even stole glances at Chu Yuan from time to time. They were amazed. Although they knew that Chu Yuan was recruiting the Divine Army, many didn't pay much heed, thinking it was Chu Yuan's resort to desperation. However, when they saw this 30,000-strong army, so fierce, so ireful, their energy soared skyward, scattering even the dark clouds in the sky. The quality of this force was simply higher than the previous Divine Army. It was, of course, Chu Yuan had the Tai pill furnace. As long as there were sufficient materials, any pill could be refined without failure. Naturally, a lot of them could be potions they had never even heard of before. With an endless supply of these pills, it was of course possible to cultivate a legion of 30,000 men. This was just because of the limited time. If they were trained over a year or half, the result would simply be unimaginable. This young emperor is so irful. The royal family indeed has deep roots. He managed to call upon another large army, and this young emperor emits an unpredictable aura, making even me feel threatened. This cannot be. I must inform my father. Let him prepare early. Wei Shan was also taken aback in the crowd, quietly taking note of the information. By pulling out a 30,000 divine army and appointing the Duke of Loyalty as the leader, the emperor is displaying his strength, showing to some petty people that even though the empire has suffered a major change, it is not so easy to destroy. At the moment, the crowd had complex thoughts, each speculating on Chu Yuan's motives. Lords, rise. The slow voice from Chu Yuan on the chariot broke the silence. Is the head of the Imperial Guards, Wingji, present head of the Imperial Guards, Huan Leji, greets His Majesty. A man in black armor stepped out, knelt on one knee, and saluted. Your commands, Your Majesty. Has everything been prepared for the imperial hunting ceremony of the Dod Empire? Kai Yuan stared at this Huan Lechi. Among all the forces of Dodge, the strongest is naturally the Divine Army. Apart from them, there is an Imperial Guard of 1 million men who protect the capital and fight battles on all fronts. The Imperial Guards are divided into 8 camps. Each camp has 125,000 soldiers, a total of 1 million men. The 8 camps are divided into the 4 divine beasts: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and the 4 savage beasts: Chaos, Poorness, Greed, Ignorance. The 4 divine beast camps are stationed in the Imperial City. The ferocious beasts are stationed at the Beast Mountains, responsible for watching over the beast movements and resisting the beast tide. Huan Lingji is precisely the leader of the Shenqi camp, a master with 9 levels of divine abilities. Supreme General Shang Wangqing Yun is nominally the highest commander of the Million Forbidden Army. Although the 8 camp leaders might not all be his men, his people are planted among the middle and upper military officers, and they can respond in unison when the time comes. Chu Yuan knew who Shang Yuanqing's men were, but refrained from purging them, fearing backlash that might make those who were originally loyal to the royal family feel threatened and turned to Shang Yuanqingyang, leading to rebellion. He was waiting for an excuse. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan sighed softly. The previous emperor only valued the Xinu army and did not pay much attention to other legions, handing over the Forbidden Army to Shang Yuanqingyan. No one would have thought they would encounter such a great crisis. If not, the situation of the past Chu Yuan would not be as difficult as it is now. The previous Chu Yuan wouldn't have led his country to ruin twice. All of these are hidden dangers left by the previous emperor. Your Majesty, your servant is ready. The Changqi camp has surrounded the Beast Mountains, and Your Majesty can start the royal hunt at any time, said Wanji. Chu Yuan nodded. Huan Liani was a faithful man who did not belong to Xiang Yuanqing Yuni's faction. Yet, he was not as loyal as Huang Yang, the Minister of War. When the 4 countries attacked the imperial city years ago, he fled to the Beast Mountains with the remaining Forbidden Army. Just as Chu Yuan was about to start the hunt, suddenly thousands of fires appeared in the distance, rushing over like the vermilion bird. Princess Qinzi is coming. Chu Yuan saw clearly that there was a giant firebird in the sky burning with flames with 2 figures on it. Princess Qinzi. Chu Yuan smiled. There weren't many people in the royal family. The previous emperor was obsessed with conquering the world and cultivation, and thus only had 3 daughters and 1 son. Princess Qinzi was the youngest princess who was just 13 this year, 2 years younger than him. Emperor brother Princess Qinzi, named Chu Ziyang, despite her youth, did not exude the demeanor of a damsel or frail princess. Instead, she wore a fiery red armor, looking heroic and valiant, quite the valiant heroine. This was a reflection of the martial spirit of Duth, even stronger among the emperors. Even the princesses were required to learn martial arts from a young age. Shinsi, when Chuan arrived in Da, it was the most chaotic time. He was so busy that he never had time to go to the palace to see his younger sister. Your Majesty, the princess insisted on going hunting. And I had no choice but to accompany her with 10,000 vermilion bird soldiers, said the woman in fiery red armor next to Princess Qinzi. Zhu Fangfeng, the commander of the Vermilion Bird Camp with 9 divine abilities, was the only female commander among the 8 Forbidden Army camps. If the Forbidden Army's 8 camps were infiltrated by Shang Yuanqing Yun's people, the Vermilion Bird Camp was absolutely free of them. Shortly after the establishment of Dao, the former emperor entered the Beast Mountains and rescued a woman, Zhu Fangfang. It was rumored that she had a trace of the Vermilion Bird's bloodline, and she was later appointed as the commander of the Vermilion Bird Camp. The former emperor granted Zhu Fangfang great heirs for the Vermilion Bird Camp, not subject to Shang Yuanqing Yun's orders. Any officer's deployment had to listen to Zhu Fangfang. Zhu Fangfang was loyal to only one person, that was the current emperor. And the current emperor being Chu Yuan, naturally she was loyal to Chu Yuan alone. Additionally, Zhu Fangfang was Princess Qinzi Chu Zia's teacher, teaching her martial arts. The princess is also a member of the royal family. It is my negligence. You did nothing wrong. You did very well. The princess will also participate in this hunt. Chu Yuan did not reprimand you, Fang. Seeing Chu Xiang looking so heroic, his mood improved a lot. Chancellor Vermilion Bird visiting my mountain of 10,000 beasts is a rare sight. At this moment, one Lingji saw Zhu Fuang, who had accompanied Princess Qinzi to the mountain of 10,000 beasts. Approaching, he said with unfriendly words. Every time the imperial dynasty goes hunting, your 4 camps of ferocious beasts acquire many bodies, reaping all the benefits, while my Vermilion Bird camp cannot take part in the feast. This time, apart from escorting Princess Qinzi, I have also brought my troops to train within the mountain. Zhu Yingfeng's voice was cold. The 4 camps of divine beasts and the 4 camps of ferocious beasts were always in conflict. Although the 4 camps of ferocious beasts guard the most dangerous mountain of 10,000 beasts, they receive many benefits. Their soldiers are honed to be fierce with increased fighting abilities. If the Chancellor Vermilion Bird wants his troops to train, this is a good thing. My DA needs such soldiers. Chuan spoke softly. Let the 8 camps send troops to the mountain of 10,000 beasts each month. Better yet, hold a military contest. Set up a system. The rules set by Duke of Loyalty and Valor are not bad and should be explained to both the chancellors. In my command, all levels of military officers adopt the method of eliminating the weakest. Each month, soldiers can challenge higher-ranked officers. The winner takes the place. The loser is demoted and resources distribution declines. If someone is stronger than me, they can challenge me. Lu Qinfu immediately understood. The weak are prey to the strong. The Erful command respect. We can't let some always have the advantage. This way we encourage soldiers' ambition to rise, maintain their vitality. This move can also demote some persons of no consequence. Chu Yuan said, a soldier who does not aim to become a general is not a good soldier. Formidable. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, the 2 chancellors didn't show much shifting of expressions, but Shang Wu and Qing Yunyan's face altered. This was to forcibly uproot his influence in the army. If Chu Yuan purged directly, he would still have been willing, igniting a mutiny, directly overthrowing this emperor. But in the face of such means, he was helpless. He had experienced the nettle-like methods of this little emperor. His cunning exceeded that of the prior emperor. Your Majesty, it's time. Wai prompted. Chuan nodded. Seeing this, one Lingji raised his hand and 10,000 advancing soldiers filed out immediately. They pushed out 1,000 black iron cannons with a muzzle width of several meters. The muzzle was so deep that it seemed it could destroy everything. Divine cannon. Chu Yuan looked at these 1,000 cannons, contemplating. This was the divine cannon manufactured by De using the ancient blueprint they found. Its was great. One cannon could cover hundreds of meters. Even those in the Pulse realm would struggle under it, an unexcelled treasure on the battlefield. This cannon was even more terrifying than what he had seen back on Earth. Fire. One Lei ordered. The Kanji camp was proficient in firing cannons. 1,000 divine cannons all fired in unison. Instead of regular shells, the cannons shot out beams of intense light into the mountain of 10,000 beasts. The earth was shattering like a quake. Many mountains collapsed. Numerous large pits were blown apart. Immediately, countless beasts within the mountain of 10,000 beasts roared. The herds were all alarmed, scattering to escape. The sound of these 1,000 cannons officially announced the start of the hunt. Your Majesty, it's your turn to shoot the first arrow. Wai said, bring my bow and arrow. Chu Yuan extended his hand, and a large bow weighing over 0.000 pounds was handed over. This bow wasn't made of iron. It looked more like a bone, a spine of a ferocious beast. Correct. This was the god arm bow. It was made by the previous emperor who ventured deep into the mountain of 10,000 beasts and slain a Tin Realm flood dragon using its spine and tendons. Its was so great that an ordinary Divine Realm fighter couldn't even pull it. His Majesty is using the god arm bell. Many present gasped, their gazes filled with disbelief. This is the Imperial family's divine arm bow, a heavenly top-tier artifact. Wei Xin's eyes flashed as he immediately said, each time there is a hunt, the late emperor would always kill a monster with divine abilities as a prelude. Then the hunted monster would be granted as a token of honor to the first victor. It is an honor. The higher the hunted monster's realm, the greater the honor. I wonder what kind of monster His Majesty is prepared to hunt this time. Wei Shan, how dare you, Huang Yang furiously reprimanded. Of course, he understood what we was insinuating. He wanted to push Chu Yuan to hunt a monster with divine abilities. However, the late emperor's cultivation and Chu Yuan's cultivation were worlds apart. If Wei Yan hadn't brought it up, it would have been fine. But now that he mentioned it, wouldn't Chu Yuan lose face if he hunted an ordinary monster option 1, hunt a monster with divine abilities as a token of victory. Earn 100 destiny points and forge a level 1 divine cannon with a 20 completion blueprint. Option 2, casually kill any monster. Earn 100 destiny points and a level 1 armored flying bow with a 20 completion blueprint. Upon seeing the choices presented before him, a hint of amusement flickered across Chu Yuan's face. He hadn't seen what an armored flying boat was, but it reminded him of the spaceships from his previous world. Furthermore, the term armored suggested that it had formidable defenses and it could fly in the sky, serving as a war fortress. However, Chu Yuan was more interested in the divine cannon. Not long ago, he witnessed the divine cannon's attack, a simultaneous attack of thousands of missiles, which ended with several monsters startled. If an ammunition capable of landing on the same spot was created, then even a master in the divine realm would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, De's model was just an imitation and was tenfold weaker than the genuine divine cannon. If he could craft the true ancient divine cannon and conduct simultaneous firings, even the most elusive of prey would be brought to its knees. Wei-yin, you make a valid point. With those words, Chu Yuan held the divine bow, which suddenly trembled and flew from the ground into the sky, then flew deep into the forest full of beasts. His eyes transformed into the devouring eyes, devouring all the light. The simultaneous firing of cannons had startled numerous monsters. Emperor Da. Suddenly, from within the beast-filled forest, a beam of cold light shot out. A giant golden bird with a wingspan of over 30 feet was seen. It could speak human language as if it had gained human reasoning. It flapped its wings and approached them. The golden feathered hunting falcon. This is bad. It's a monster with divine abilities. Protect His Majesty. Huan Liani urgently ordered. The monster's strength had reached the third realm and its speed was extremely fast. If Chu Yuan met with an accident, even 100 deaths of him as the head of the Imperial Guard would not absolve him from the crime. Too late. This golden-feathered hunting falcon was aware that Da was hosting a hunt, hence it had been hiding. When they saw the new ruler of Da is separated from the group, they knew their time has come and immediately sprang into motion. Numerous golden feathers shot out like sharp arrows. It's you. Upon seeing the approaching falcon, Chu Yuan lifted his divine bow and shot an arrow hallmarked with radiance. Foolish, the golden-feathered hunting falcon retorted. It had figured that Chu Yuan hadn't reached the divine realm. The arrow shot by him who bore such strength could never prove fatal to it. However, in the next moment, Chu Yuan's eyes tensed as though out all air. To the falcon's shock, it was frozen midair and could only watch helplessly as the pitch-black arrow pierced its head and went through it. The golden-feathered hunting falcon was dead, killed in a single shot. Host has completed Option 1, earned 100 destiny points and a level 1 divine cannon blueprint with 20 completion. Gratifying voice of the system was heard. The progress of the divine cannon blueprint level 1 is at 20. Chu Yuan immediately saw within the system space what seemed to be a real projection of a huge cannon barrel, dark and cold, several times longer than the copied divine cannon weapon of war. Just a 20 completion of the blueprint was enough to let Chu Yuan feel the terror of the divine cannon. I proclaim the first prize of this Imperial Dynasty hunt will be the Golden Feather Hawk. With a surge of mana, the colossal body of the Golden Feather Hawk plummeted to the ground. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Countless soldiers cheered loudly. Their thoughts were not as complex as those of the civil and military officials. They saw Chu Yuan kill a large monster in the divine realm with a single arrow, just as if the previous emperor had descended, invincible in his divine might. The terrifying display of martial prowess filled them with ecstatic joy. To become an emperor, to garner the respect of 10,000 people, and have influence over the four seas, one needs not just status, but also strength. How did his strength become so formidable? Neither Shangyu and Qing Yun nor Li Yun could understand how Chu Yuan's strength improved drastically each time they encountered him. The act of shooting down the Golden Feather Hawk with a single arrow, even the head of the Imperial Guards might struggle to achieve that. Haha, big brother emperor, I'm off. Xu Xiong mounted her horse and instantly shot off like an arrow. A large red bow appeared in her hands from which she pulled out 5 arrows and drew them back into a full moon. 5 consecutive shots and then 5 rough-skinned, ferocious beasts simultaneously fell. Impressive. Exclaimed the crowd. No wonder she's of royal blood, inheriting the previous emperor's martial prowess. So young and her horseback archery skills are exquisite. Not just Xu Xiong, many young descendants also began to ride out, entering the mountain range of beasts. The Imperial Dynasty hunt was actually a form of competition among the younger generation. The older generation did not intervene. As a member of the younger generation, Chu Yuan had previously participated. But today, as the emperor, he wouldn't be joining in. Silently, he reseated himself on the dragon-themed chair. Expressionless, nobody could guess his thoughts. He calmly observed the mountain range, his demeanor non-threatening yet authoritative. The imperial dynasty hunt continued. Chu Yuan's eyes swirled in anticipation, commanding the entire scene. He didn't seem to participate, but every time a particularly fierce beast pounced out, an arrow would promptly shoot out. Suddenly, at that moment, the ground slightly trembled. It was like the omen before an earthquake. Next, a rolling wave of dust came containing numerous terrifying shadows. Beast tide. It's a beast tide. Huan Leji, who has guarded the mountain range of beasts for many years, changed color at this sight and shouted, "A beast tide is coming, Your Majesty." According to its scale, there are at least 1,000,000 beasts. I suggest you stop the imperial dynasty hunt and retreat to the royal palace. A beast tide with over 1,000,000 beasts, an event that has barely happened since the founding of the De dynasty. However, the cunning monsters living in the mountain range of beasts seemed to know that after De's last emperor's demise, there would be no guarantee of the country's stability. They intended to break through the De capital city and remove this thorn that had hindered them for 30 years once and for all. Choice 1 in the hunt: retreat to the imperial city. Rally the 4 beast camps to resist the beast tide. Obtain 100 destiny points, and the armored flying boat blueprint level 1's progress increases by 20. Choice 2, continue the hunt. Lead the army directly into the beast tide. Obtain 100 destiny points, and the divine cannon blueprint level 1's progress increases by 20. Current progress is 20. There's no time. This beast tide has a violent momentum. If we retreat now, they will inevitably attack the imperial city. I have decided the Chaos, Glutton, and Ziu camps will quickly rush to provide reinforcements to the mountain range of beasts. Lord Zhang Yang and General Huan, you'll each lead your respective armies to directly obstruct the beast tide. Chu Yuan issued an order. The recently formed 30,000-strong Divine Warriors army seemed unparalleled in but they hadn't yet been through the fire of battle. This was their chance. Host chose option 2. Reward 100 destiny points. Divine Cannon Blueprint Level 1. Construction Progress 20. Current destiny points balance 1,000. Furthermore, General, Prime Minister, and the officials of the 6 ministries, you are all masters of the Divine Realm. You are responsible for stopping the mighty monster. Chu Yuan issued his orders methodically. Yes, Your Majesty. Wan Lingji also understood the seriousness of the situation. If this horde of 1,000,000 beasts really poured into the One Beast mountain range and wreak havoc within Dosses, the consequences would be catastrophic. At that point, the 4 countries would surely launch an immediate attack. The reason for the fall of the imperial city under the former Chu Yuan was not only due to the fierce aggression of the allied forces from the 4 countries, but also due to the chaos provoked by the beast horde. A few thousand more divine cannons were wheeled out, bringing the total to 10,000. This was the full firepower of the camp. The cannons roared and the light beams they shot out looked like serpents. When those beams hit the beast horde and exploded, they swallowed up dozens of killim. Countless brutal beasts were turned into dust in an instant, but Chu Yuan saw that although the cannons looked fierce, they had mostly killed the lower-level beasts. The number of higher-level beasts they killed was actually low due to the limited of the shells. Having obtained the Divine Cannon Blueprint Level 1 with 40 construction progress, Chu Yuan knew that the of the copied Divine Cannons was not even half that of the original ones. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The call for sounded. Standing at the front, clad in his terrifying armor, was Huan Leji. Behind him were the 125,000 troops of the Forbidden Army. Immediately, they charged towards the incoming waves of the Beast Horde. The Beast Horde was said to number 1,000,000, but in reality, it was more than that. It was several millions. Even if one were to hire warriors into the horde, they would barely cause a stir. However, the soldiers of the Forbidden Army were quite capable. They had a lot of experience fighting against the beast horde. They fought in groups with 100 people forming a team and 1,000 people forming an army. They never fought alone, but were tightly connected, advancing from one side. But the beast horde was simply too numerous. It surged from all sides of the Huan Beast Mountain range. The single camp stood little chance. Chu Yuan waved his hand and Lu Qinfu immediately drew the fragmentation knife, pointed it at the front, and shouted, "Divine Warrior Legion, charge. The Divine Warrior Legion is moving." Shang Yuan, Qing Yun, Li Yun, and Wei Yan all shuddered together. They had a good understanding of the combat strength of the Forbidden Army, but they didn't know how powerful Chu Yuan's newly formed Divine Warrior Legion was. The Divine Warrior Army consisted of 30,000 men 4 times lesser than the Forbidden Army, but their imposing aura was even stronger. The lesser Forbidden Army consisted of low-level soldiers, but in the Divine Warrior Legion, the weakest was its soul forging level. Lingyan lead 10,000 men to form the left chain formation. Lu Da lead 10,000 men to form the right chain formation, and I will form the central chain formation, commanding the entire army. Lu Kaiyan Fu's expression was solemn. This was the Divine Warrior Legion's first battle before the world, carrying Chu Yuan's hopes. Instantly, the chain formations formed up. From a distance, it looked like a city wall made of chains. The 30,000 soldiers each played their part, charging fiercely into the beast horde like a chain. Every strike created a cleared area where countless beasts had been. Xu Yuan appeared to take no action, but in reality, he had already used the war army chessboard to form a battlefield domain and moved it around, controlling the 30,000 soldiers like an extension of his own body, guiding them to attack wherever he pointed. Iron Chain War Formation, Military Fist. Under the leadership of Lu Qinfu, the 30,000 warriors of the Xin Wu army were invincible, erupting with astonishing combat. Every minute, thousands of ferocious beasts were killed. These beasts, though threatening, had no tactics and relied solely on numbers, charging madly in all directions. Against the well-equipped Xin Wu army, they were naturally overwhelmed. What a ferocious Xin Wu army. It exudes even more sharpness than the army of the previous emperor. All the civil and military officials could see 30,000 soldiers simultaneously striking their fists, executing the military fist technique. Their fearful vigor was like tens of thousands of people beating war drums at the same time. It was spirit-stirring and heart-throbbing, but to the beasts it was a bloody and brutal slaughter. How is it possible that 30,000 men could be more formidable than my battalion general Huan Leji, who was leading the Shinji army to resist the beast tide, was also startled. His Kai army had to be careful in hunting on the peripheral, but the Xin Wu army charged directly like a long spear piercing the heart, killing far more beasts than them. Kill. At this point, Huan Leji's competitive spirit was also aroused, unwilling to fall behind. It looks like this beast tide is not a threat. I originally thought that Xin Wu was lost, but unexpectedly Xin Wu's reappeared. Our Dawn nation's luck is still thriving. Yes, His Majesty is wise. This is a sage who can truly curb the torrent. Even if the four nations form an alliance, they absolutely cannot break through my Da's strong barrier. As the beast tide gradually stabilized, the civil and military officials at the scene also calmed down, engaged in discussions. Some who were absolutely loyal to Da couldn't help but rejoice. They had been living in gloom for the past few months. If Da perishes, where would they go? They were unlike the Prime Minister and others who had already found an escape plan. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, from within the Beast Mountain range, sky-shaking roars erupted. A monstrous aura swept over from all directions as thousands of terrifying beast demons with varied appearances charged out. Original Spirit Realm beast demons. There were hardly any beast demons above the original Spirit Realm in the previous beast tide, which was terrifying enough with its sheer numbers. Divine Realm beast demons as well. The ground and sky vibrated like rippling water as hundreds of terrifying forces of divine abilities rolled in. Among the beast tide were hundreds of different races of divine realm beast demons, their eyes gleaming with human-like intelligence, indicating remarkable wisdom. Upon reaching the original spirit realm, beasts can unlock wisdom, and when they reach the divine realm, their wisdom is even stronger than ordinary humans. How could there be so many divine realm beast demons? Huan Leji was the first to be startled. Having fought against the beast tide multiple times, he knew that there might be a Urful beast emperor behind this tide. Otherwise, so many beast demons wouldn't arrive at the same time. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat. With hundreds of divine beings, thousands of original spirits plus millions from the beast tide. This terrifying force could completely shatter them, capture and kill the Emperor of D at the same time. Beastly kings amongst the beasts issued orders. They were exploiting this imperial hunt to launch the beast tide with the aim of destroying all the civil and military officials of Dadu, killing their emperor and directly invading the imperial city. Once the imperial city is seized, the 1 billion citizens of Da would all become their food. We're in trouble now. Wan Li's face turned extremely grim. He had never seen so many divine realm beast demons before, but it was obviously not the right time to retreat. Hence, he shouted, "I request His Majesty to retreat and defend the imperial city. My Changchai army of 125,000 soldiers will die trying to stop the beast tide." The more ferocious the beast tide comes, the better. But a glint of excitement flashed in Wei Yan's eyes. The million-strong Forbidden Army was an important defensive force of the imperial capital, and this beast tide was extremely ferocious. Even if they managed to hold out, the Forbidden Army would be severely wounded. Even better if they can't hold it off. Chu Yuan would be forced to relocate the capital, which would further exacerbate the situation. He could then seize the opportunity to liaise with King Wei and launch an ambush, taking control of the Daewoo royal family. Pass on the command, attack. Xu Yuan seemed unperturbed by the onslaught of the beast tide, raising his hands slightly. The emperor has ordered attack. A thunderous shout echoed as Lu Kaiyan led 30,000 troops into the fray, swirling into the tide like a ferocious dragon, striking hard. All of them carried injury healing pills concocted by Chu Yuan. Despite their effects palled in comparison to that of a beginner's healing potion, they can preserve their lives as long as they weren't killed immediately, emboldening the charges. Attack. Fight to the death without retreating. Out of options, upon seeing Chu Yuan's refusal to retreat, Huan Lingji could only grit his teeth. He had to hold his ground until the three vicious camps hurried over to stabilize the situation. Yet, if such a beast tide consisted only of 1,000,000 creatures, it wouldn't be much of a concern. But the presence of thousands of original spirit beasts and hundreds of divine realm beings posed a huge threat. Once they charged forward, the elite soldiers would not be able to resist. My ministers, the previous emperor built his city on the Millions Beast Mountain range to protect it with his own flesh and blood against the beasts. For the sake of the common people in the capital, we cannot allow the beasts to break through our lines and wreak havoc in the city. Xu Yuan's gaze turned cold. I will lead the charge. Xu Yuan knew that at this moment as an emperor, he needed to set an example. If he retreated, their morale would certainly suffer. In the presence of hundreds of scholars and nobles, including the Grand General and Li Yun, two pillars of the divine realm, Qi Yuan was not expecting them to be of much help. Shang Guan, Qing Yun, and Li Yun would certainly love to see the army swallowed by the beast tide. Great devouring technique. Like a beacon of smoke, Qi Yuan plunged into the battlefield in one grand stride. His palm flickered with the dark energy of devouring. In an instant, he stood before a massive barbarian elephant. As he laid his hand on its head, the life force of the beast rapidly dissipated at a visible rate. The Emperor of Du Chuan. How dare he single-handedly dive into the beast tide? Who does he think he is? Chewy, kill him. Kill the new rulers of Da. Better not to kill him. Capture him alive. The hundreds of divine realm beasts seeing Chu Yuan charging towards them uttered human words. Their goal was not merely to break through the forbidden army, but also to capture or kill those emperors. Human, you're too audacious. A sharp roar sounded as a silver wolf rose into the sky. With cultivation reaching the 4th level of the divine realm, it was far more formidable than the golden feathered hawk that Chu Yuan previously killed. Its eyes emitted a faint green glow. Not that I'm brave, but you can't make me fear. Chu Yuan stood in the sky like the true supreme being of men. Big talker. If you'd stayed within the 1,000,000-strong army, we'd have some difficulty capturing you. But now that you're here, it's time for me to taste human flesh. Emperor, let's see what makes you different from the rest. The silver wolf was vicious. As it opened its mouth, a silver beam burst forth. Ultimate battle technique. 7 battle forms. Attack. Qi Yuan's expression remained unchanged. His fighting spirit soared high as he charged forth like a war saint, combining the 7 forms into one. It surged mightily, overturning heaven and earth. In an instant, he's in front of the silver wolf. He blasted the beam with one punch. Then his fist directly landed inside the wolf's mouth, forcefully piercing through. The silver wolf fell dead from the sky. Its body hit the ground with a vast, beastly figure surfaced, giving off a silver-gray shadow. It was the original spirit of the silver wolf. Chu Yuan opened his mouth and it up, swallowing it into his stomach. Instantly, Chu Yuan felt his original spirit being fortified, moving one step closer to the 6th level of the original spirit realm. Haha, perfect. I was fretting over being unable to rapidly upgrade my realm, and the beast tide has gifted me this great boon. Chu Yuan felt jubilant. Long live, long live, long live, long live. More than 100,000 soldiers roared in unison, beholding Chu Yuan slaying the silver wolf with a single strike, showcasing invincible divine An unbeatable figure was erected in their minds. When even their emperor was so valiant and formidable, how could their morale not surge, instantly erupting into unparalleled battle strength protect the emperor? Hangyang, the official of the Ministry of War, shouted loudly. Those who were loyal to the royal family also plunged into the beast tide, rallying around Chu Yuan. These civil and military officials were not pushovers. In this fantastical world, one could not become a subject without formidable cultivation. With the emperor leading the charge, both the imperial advisor, Qin Yun, and Li Yun could not just stand idly by. Prestigiously, they were still subjects of Da. The little emperor of Dao is unexpectedly brave. Kill him, bring him down. On the side of the beasts, the great demons of the divine realm were somewhat taken back seeing Chu Yuan bring down the silver wolf in a flash, but it only served to intensify their desire to kill. If they allowed this to continue, wouldn't they be forever trapped in the mountain range of beasts unable to go out and wreak havoc at will? The beasts were also on the move. Lightning strike. An insignificant-looking bird of thunder, no more than half a foot in size, flashed rapidly towards them. Its speed was extremely fast, tearing through the void like a steel needle, attempting to subdue Chu Yuan with its sheer velocity, seeking death. However, this thunderbird would never have imagined that it had just teleported in front of Chu Yuan when a soul-shattering roar surrounded it. The air around it seemed to have been dry, abruptly sinking into a vortex like quicksand. This was the devouring vortex, swallowing all air. A hand clasped onto its head the very next moment and ruthlessly crushed it. At this moment, the radiant light of grand battle techniques swirled around Chu Yuan. He was like an indomitable war deity, mountains collapsing under his might and his spirit overshadowing the world. Any existence that dared to stand in his way was continuously crushed. Although I led the charge into the beast tide, it also inspired the troops' morale. Luckily, I have the great devouring technique with an unending source of mana, unafraid of a siege. However, this beast tide is also an opportunity. It is time to establish my invincible authority. Xu Yuan's consciousness enveloped the entire battlefield, each scene playing out in his mind. His actions may seem perilous, but he held a one-time used teleportation talisman. If there was an irresistible situation, he could teleport out immediately, protect the emperor. Yet just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. A rapidly approaching battle formation came into view from a distance. The figure leading the charge was Weiyan, followed by 7 or 8 great demons of the divine realm. Ween Chu Yuan's brows furrowed. Haha, you demons want to harm his majesty. First, you'll have to kill me, Wishin, and step over my corpse. Weiyan's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Kill the Emperor of Dove first. These 7 or 8 demons were each ferocious. Initially, they were hunting Weiyan, but upon spotting Chu Yuan, they gave up their target and swarmed towards Chu Yuan instead. Get lost, your majesty. I'm here to your rescue. Weiyan yelled out, seemingly making a move, but he was intentionally drawing the great demons and original spirit beasts from around the battlefield. In just a few breaths, Chu Yuan was overwhelmed by dozens of great demons and hundreds of original spirit beasts. Create a diversion and kill with a borrowed knife. We was trying to kill Chu Yuan with the hands of these beasts. If Chu Yuan died, Dao would certainly plunge into chaos. And yet his actions at this moment seemed like he was desperately saving Chu Yuan. Although some smart individuals figured it out, there was no evidence to accuse Wei Shan at this moment. His majesty is in danger. Hurry and save him. Seeing Chu Yuan swallowed by the beast, Shang Yuan, Qing Yun, and Lai Yian's faces twitched. They shouted about saving Chu Yuan, but their actions showed their true intentions as they each engaged with earthful beasts of the divine realm, deliberately slowing things down with their fighting. Ween, you dare follow me to save his majesty, cried Huang Yang, the imperial secretary of the war department. And me, I want to save his majesty too. Ween ignored Hong Yang's rage and deliberately lured more beasts to obstruct Hong Yang's rescue, resulting in Hong Yang's incessant roars of frustration, but he was helpless. Kill Emperor Dove first. The beasts were also howling in anger. Among the dozen or so divine realm beast, the one with the highest cultivation was a hawk with wingspans of 100 ft and black feathers all over. Do you want to kill me? But Chu Yuan's eyes were very calm. He didn't even think to crush the teleportation charm. Instead, he pushed his palm forward. Sacred fist of humanity vanquished the abomination. A gust of wind suddenly swept out. Chu Yuan exploded with infinite golden light. Like an ancient saint emperor establishing a foundation for the human race. In a time when wild beasts prowled, a wave of his fist that swept across everything, tearing through the air, was released. The majesty of the saint emperor immediately swallowed the dozens of original spirit realm beasts, leaving them helplessly witnessing themselves being devoured and disappearing completely. The path of the human saint emperor. The beasts were left in shock at Chu Yuan's display of supreme strength. Emperor of man, shaking the world. Xu Yuan slammed down his arm like a pillar of heaven, instantly turning a divine realm tiger into a burst of blood, exploding open. Come now, take this from me. Chu Yuan didn't hesitate and used his fierce killing technique. His realm was already at the original spirit 5th level, with the of the divine realm 6th level, added to the various of 3,000 realms. Even a beast of the divine realm 7th level couldn't possibly be a match for him. The destruction of humanity. He drew on the of humanity, appearing unimaginably tall and majestic. The beasts of the original spirit realm didn't even require him to lift a finger. He simply walked through them, and the terrifying light of the Emperor's pierced through their bodies. This is the of humanity. Even Chewie doesn't have such a terrifying aura, the hawk said with a blank mind as it watched Chu Yuan's fearsome Its originally gigantic body that was 100 ft began to shrink rapidly. It shrunk to only 10 ft, but its aura grew more torrential, its sharp black feathers waving like swords, fanning out a black storm of devastation. Kill. Should you get an upper hand, there would be no place for us to survive. There's no time to waste. The hawk charged at Chu Yuan, taking advantage of its profound cultivation and sharp feathers, its mighty pressure gushing out. Chu Yuan's devouring gaze fell on the hawk. He released a vast light wave from his hand, turning it into the sharpest of claws and landed a harsh on the hawk. The hawk retreated over a dozen steps, sparks flying off its body, but only a white spot appeared. No real damage was inflicted. Ha-ooha, ha-ha, the hawk screeched. Emperor duh. I bet you didn't expect that even a heavenly-grade weapon would fail to my feathers. Shuwen clenched his fist and landed another heavy on the hawk. Its body convulsed violently, its head humming from the impact. Yet, it still could not break through the hawk's defense. Your hide is thick, but it's not enough. In a split second, a sword light burst forth. The hawk saw mockery in Chu Yuan's eyes just before the sword fell with a smooth cut appeared at the hawk's neck. Its head had fallen off. Ah, my head, the hawk screamed out in agony. Its original spirit was in its head and it wasn't dead yet. But at this point it looked at the sword in Chu Yuan's hand in terror and yelled, "You actually cut off my head. No, I can't believe it. I won't die here." It could no longer bear this fear and tried to retreat. But Chu Yuan pursued relentlessly, not giving it a chance to escape. "Your life, I'll take it." Chu Yuan held his sword and it into the hawk's fallen head, skewering it like a sugar-coated haw. Chu Yuan mercilessly used his heavenly emperor's sword to skewer the eagle hawk like a candied haw on a stick. At this moment, the large beast that had encircled Chu Yuan saw the eagle hawk get beheaded and were afraid. An overwhelming corporeal fear of humanity's might descended upon them, making them retreat again and again. How is this possible? Weiyan saw how Chu Yuan beheaded the eagle hawk, a mighty beast of the 6th divine realm, with his eyes almost ping out of their sockets. This beast possessed infinite mana. Even amidst an ambush, even he, a 7th-level divine realm expert, couldn't have accomplished such a feat. "Ween, you did very well." Chiyuan's indifferent voice reached Weiyan's ears. "Protecting your majesty is my duty." Weiyan felt his back soak with sweat. "Drive away the beast wave. Do not let them get close to escaping from the great beast mountain range." Upon witnessing Chu Yuan's terrifying strength, Huan Lion's face also changed color. Although he wasn't part of the Grand Marshal's faction as the holder of military he hadn't paid much attention to Chu Yuan. However, today's scene gave him much to think about. Between the Poverty Battalion and the Divine Warrior Group, a wall formed by more than 100,000 soldiers was set up once again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Inside the beast wave, there was another disturbance, and they didn't retreat because of it. The beast wave was well prepared by the large monsters, and an unknown number of savage beasts were assembled from within the Great Beast Mountain range. Packed together so densely that it was impossible to see where they ended, Chu Yuan opened his devouring eye, and countless rays of light converged. At the heart of the beast wave, he saw a thunder dragon that was 50 ft long, and its body was entirely purple with one pair of sharp horns on its head. Purple Thunder Dragon, a 9th-level Divine Realm beast, contained dragon's bloodline, and its was comparable with that of the 10th-level Divine Realm. As the Purple Thunder Dragon stirred up a storm and released its dragon's prestige, it commanded countless savage beasts to fight on, and even the large beasts couldn't free themselves from the fear induced by that prestige. "I'm late to protect you, and I ask for your majesty's forgiveness." However, when the forbidden army of the Poverty Battalion had difficulty resisting the beast wave, crowds of hundreds of thousands of soldiers wearing forbidden army armor, led by various generals, began to gather from afar. The Tai, Hyundan, and Tao battalions have arrived. The 4 savage beast battalions had been stationed at the foot of the Great Beast Mountain, so it was not surprising that they could come so fast. Minister Hong Yin boasted his majesty. An incredibly tall and strong middle-aged man walked up to Chu Yuan, and although he spoke respectfully, he did not perform a formal salute and only slightly bent his body. This man was Hong Yun, the commander of the Hanuman Battalion. Among the 4 savage beast battalions, the Hundan Battalion was the strongest. Hong Yun was a 10th-level Divine Realm expert and ranked first in strength among the ringleaders of the savage beast battalions. He was an extremely unrestrained man, loyal only to the former emperor. In the past, even Xu Yuan couldn't command him. "Commander Hong is here." Chu Yuan nodded, facing millions of beasts. "I wonder if Commander Hong has any good strategies. Such a fierce beast wave is indeed rare." The 4 savage beast battalions have a total of 500,000 soldiers. Even if we use a tactic of 1 soldier against 5 beasts, it will be difficult to resist such a large number of savage beasts. I suggest building a defensive line, advancing and retreating while fighting and leading them to the national capital. We can defend with the hardness of the capital. Hong Yun said, "I am willing to fight the rear guard." Option 1, accept Hong Yun's suggestion. Lead the beast wave to the foot of the imperial city. Gain 100 destiny points. Progress armored flying boat level 1 blueprint by 20. Option 2, capture the enemy's leader first. Kill the Purple Thunder Dragon and cause chaos in the beast wave. Gain 100 destiny points. Progress big gun level 1 blueprint by 20. Current progress is 40. Commander Hong's suggestion is good, but it's too conservative. What if the beasts besiege the city? What if we can't get out? The 4 hidden nations will definitely seize this opportunity to attack our border, and at that time, we will face more than just the beast wave. Chu Yuan surveyed the surroundings, setting his sights on the purple lightning thunder flood dragon. Pass on my orders. The 4 beast battalions in Zhu Fengfeng's forbidden army are to resist the beast tide within the mountain range of 10,000 beasts. All officials above the divine realm are to strike against the divine demons, and the brave and loyal Marquis leading 30,000 martial artists will accompany me to capture and slay the purple lightning thunder flood dragon and disperse the beast tide. As your majesty commands, Hong Yun didn't waste words and promptly led the 4 beast battalions to resist the beast tide. Brother Emperor, this is too dangerous. Xu Xianyang expressed her worries with a pale face. Don't worry with the brave Marquis here. Even if we fail to kill the purple lightning thunder flood dragon, I can still retreat safely. Xu Yuan's imperial edict held a deeper meaning. He could let Hong Yun resist the beast tide, but he didn't trust him completely. The ones he trusted most were his 30,000 martial artist army. With the war army chessboard, the vast army could be controlled like his own arm. Princess, rest assured, I'll protect His Majesty even at the cost of my life. Lu Qinfu pledged solemnly. In an instant, Chu Yuan took flight first, followed closely by his 30,000 martial artist army. With the emperor leading the charge, their morale was high. All the beasts they encountered along the way were slaughtered as if they were plowing a pathway. The purple lightning thunder flood dragon appeared amused. The young emperor of Dao certainly has courage, daring to capture the king first before the thieves. I can play along and devour your 30,000 elite martial artists. The day of extinction, thunder descends upon the world. Dragons and snakes rise from the land with confidence in its own strength. The 9-fold divine abilities of the purple lightning thunder flood dragon launched a battle, interweaving ceaseless thunder and lightning. A massive lightning net descended, killing any ordinary soldier immediately. Great, too great. On the other hand, Ween at the rear became excited again, set up the formation or field. With the help of the war army chessboard, Chu Yuan set up a profound warfield. As the field's master, he surrounded the purple lightning thunder flood dragon and launched an attack. Great thunder technique. From afar, Xu Yuan's 30,000 martial artist army appeared like another thunder dragon. As the double dragons contended for supremacy, their overwhelming momentum clashed sharply. In this blink of an eye, the intense collision was earth-shattering. Countless beasts were electrified to death, but Chu Yuan's martial artist army was very ireful. Along with the protection of the war field, their unleashed forced the purple lightning thunder flood dragon to retreat furiously. What the purple lightning thunder flood dragon was astounded. It never imagined that this 30,000-strong army could unleash such terrifying Stacked together, it was even more terrifying than itself, particularly that emperor. The radiating lightning from his body was even more terrifying than its own purple lightning. Thunder of apocalypse. The purple lightning thunder flood dragon let out a huge thunderball from its mouth. Chu Yuan was at the forefront of the army. He directly entered the thunderball, using his own body to resist it. Afterward, the light from the explosion dissipated, and he emerged unharmed, leaving the purple lightning thunder flood dragon in disbelief. It's known that Chu Yuan holds the title of Thunder Controller, not only amplifying his thunder divine abilities, but also granting him immunity to a certain extent from thunder damage. He dared challenge the purple lightning thunder flood dragon because he held the title of the Thunder Controller. Loyal and brave Marquis cut off the retreat of the purple lightning thunder flood dragon. Let's surround and kill him. The sound of Chu Yuan's voice echoed across the battlefield. At his command, his 30,000-men army firmly trapped the purple lightning thunder flood dragon in the middle. The purple lightning thunder flood dragon had underestimated the situation, getting trapped. Those who dare to violate Da, no matter how far, will be punished, Chu Yuan roared. The majesty of the imperial road is inviolable. Kill those who trespass without mercy. The purple lightning giant dragon tossed to and fro in a frenzy, releasing torrents of thunderbolts as thick as water buckets. Every single strike down was unbearable, not only to those in the original spirit realm, but those in the ordinary divine realm as well. However, when these thunderbolts fell on the bodies of the divine warriors, they merely stirred up some ripples before they were neutralized. This was the battlefield. As the master of the chessboard, Chu Yuan could perfectly distribute and channel every surge of gathering all strength in one place. Unless there was someone observing in the divine realm or a massive divine bombardment, his battlefield could never be broken through. The of divine artifacts was unimaginable. Fragmentation, despite not being as strong as the thunderstorm dragon, Lu Xinfu's strength was at the 9th level of divinity. And with the fragmentation knife, he immediately struck a hefty, breaking dragon scales and leaving a lengthy wound from which blood spilled all over the place. You've enraged me. The purple lightning dragon roared in fury. What use is your rage? Chu Yuan coldly retorted. Armed with the title of lightning manipulator, he didn't worry much about thunder element divinities. He knew that he couldn't break through defense simply by relying on divine abilities. Thus, he held the Emperor's sword and wielded supreme swordsmanship. Standing tall and mighty amidst the thunder, Chu Yuan's Emperor's sword inflicted damage greater than that made by Lu Kai-Fu's fragmentation knife, leaving shocking wounds on the massive dragon's body one after another. From a distance, the purple lightning dragon seemed to collide around, but it couldn't break through the blockade of the divine warriors. Retreat quickly. For the first time, fear appeared in the eyes of the purple lightning dragon. Given its strength, it shouldn't be scared by an army of 100,000, but Chu Yuan and Lu Xinfu each wielded weapons that could harm it. It had a feeling that if it didn't retreat now, it might very well perish here today. But how could Chu Yuan let the purple lightning dragon retreat? It had underestimated its enemy this time. If he let it go, he would lose such a good opportunity next time. Rescue the Dragon King. The other divine bewitched beasts were panicked, roaring in anger. Vermilion bird army, follow me and attack. Zhu Yingfeng's eyes were cold, flashing through the sky like a phoenix. Her formidable strength rippled at the 9th level of divinity, blocking the bewitching beasts who were attempting to rescue the purple lightning dragon. Stop the divine beasts. Don't let them interfere with his majesty. The Minister of Military, Huang Yang, roared in anger. Purple lightning dragon, today you are destined to die. At this moment, Chu Yuan tightly gripped the Emperor's sword and edged fiercely onto the giant dragon's body, leaving shocking wounds. The of Devouring attached to the sword also devoured the life force of the purple lightning dragon. Emperor Da, I'll kill you first. Initially, the purple lightning dragon had tried to slaughter as many divine warriors as it could. However, now it realized that some spell linked the divine warriors together into one unified entity. For now, it had to kill Chu Yuan first to break the army's formation. Imperial Dragon Wrath, Purple Lightning, Extreme Light. At this moment, the purple lightning dragon displayed the real of a 9th-tier bewitched beast. Its body was drawn taut. The purple horns on its head surged with the ultimate thunder charging directly at Chu Yuan. Kill me, you're not quite there yet. Seeing the purple lightning dragon charging at him, Chu Yuan's expression was stern to the extreme. A terrifying imposition of imperial dominance erupted. Within Chu Yuan's Emperor Sword, the belief of humanity glowed brightly, vanquishing all enemies, and struck fiercely onto the horns of the dragon. Ah! The purple lightning dragon cried out in agony. It could not believe that its sharpest horns were cut off by the strange sword in the young Emperor Da's hand. An obscure crystal misleaked from the broken horns. This was the vital energy of the dragon's life. Kill. Lu Xinfu seized the opportunity. The strength of 30,000 soldiers bombarded the purple lightning dragon simultaneously, inflicting more injuries and spattering blood and flesh. No, I'm a Urful bewitched beast. How could I die here? The purple lightning dragon was frightened. Devour. With Chu Yuan's command, a few jumps landed him on the huge head of the purple lightning dragon. The great devouring technique started operating, pressing down on the broken horns immediately, and in a flash, a terrifying amount of vital energy was devoured by him. The purple lightning dragon floundered like a snake, trying to shake off the intruder on its head. However, Chu Yuan's palm was firmly attached to it. The purple lightning dragon's roar was hysterical, but its scream only lasted for a dozen breaths as its massive body began to shrink. And finally, its cries came to an abrupt halt. Several hundred people watched as the purple lightning dragon had turned into a dragon's skin with its flesh and blood nowhere to be found. The original spirit realm, level 6. In ingesting so many divine bewitching beasts and swallowing all the vitality of the purple lightning dragon, Chu Yuan finally elevated himself to the 6th level of original spirit realm. It wasn't easy at all. Chu Yuan sighed quietly. The host has achieved option 2, receiving 100 destiny points, a blueprint for the canon of destiny level 1, 20 completed, current progress 60. With the canon of destiny at 60 completion, Chu Yuan can already see the shape of a giant cannon in the system space. Though incomplete, he can sense its frightening capable of annihilating everything. The host has completed a hidden choice, capturing the leader to take the plunder. You've earned one chance at the randomized draw, another chance for a random draw. Chu Yuan was delighted. If he had simply listened to Hong Yan's advice and played safe, he wouldn't have gotten the chance at a random draw. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were shouting in exultation, their blood boiling with excitement. The image of the invincible Chu Yuan was now etched in their minds, even more intense than the previous emperor. Go, go, go. The Emperor of Du has killed godly purple lightning dragon. We will also die here if we don't leave now. He is much more terrifying, a marked improvement over Chui. The divine bewitching beasts watching purple lightning dragon's cruel death were scared out of their wits. The beasts in the stampede ignored their commands, fleeing and scattering in all directions. The 4 beast squads hunt down the beasts. Deep fear mirrored in Hong Yan's eyes as well. He also did not expect that Shu Yuan could lead the divine warriors to kill the purple lightning dragon. Even if he took charge of the forbidden army himself, it would be a hard-won victory. By this time, the beast stampede couldn't mount a countercharge, so the 4 military camps started their hunt. Now, it was the stage to slaughter and mop up the beasts. A dangerous stampede thus diffused. Turn the horns of the purple lightning dragon into a sword for Princess Qinzi and make a suit of armor from its skin. Chu Yuan instructed the divine 9th level. Bewitched beasts' materials were excellent for crafting celestial-level magical treasures, as he himself did not need them. He decided to give them to Princess Qinzi, the dear prince. On returning to the land of civil and military officials, Chu Yuan saw Wei Shan, who wanted to sneak away. He said coldly, "Don't rush to leave. There are a few words I would like to discuss with you. I am not sure, Your Majesty. What would you like to discuss with me?" Wei Yan appeared nervous. The Chu Yuan standing before him was no longer the weak and ineffectual young emperor he had imagined, but a terrifying presence capable of leading his divine warriors to slay the purple lightning serpent. Option 1, Exequation. The dignity of the imperial throne will not tolerate any offense, nor will it allow anyone with sinister intentions to persist. Earn 100 destiny points and increase the construction progress of the divine cannon by 20. Current progress is at 60. Option 2, Spariation. This action serves to avoid offending King Wei and prevents an open confrontation. Earn 100 destiny points and increase the construction progress of the armored flying boat schematic by 20. Prince, there is no need for me to explicitly state what you've done. Huan watched Wei Yan indifferently. I unintentionally attracted more giant beasts while trying to save your majesty earlier. It was my mistake for which I deserved to die. However, it was not intentional. I beg your majesty to understand. Wei Yan was soaked with sweat, feeling like a prey under Chu Yuan's intense gaze. He feared punishment and reckoning. Do understand that you deserve to die. Chu Yuan had made his choice. Wei Yan, for your scheme of bringing in the giant beast to hurt me. Under the laws of Das, you should be put to death. However, considering that you're the son of King Wei, I am offering you a chance to die with dignity, allowing your body to remain whole. What your majesty wants to kill me, Wei Yan would never have expected this. He roared desperately. No, you can't kill me, your majesty. Although I have committed a crime, it is not enough to warrant death. Besides, my father is King Wei. He commands millions of soldiers. Are you using King Wei to threaten me? Chu Yuan's eyes turned cold. I dare not, Wei Yan stuttered. Your majesty, even though Wei Yan has committed an offense, his father is ultimately King Wei, as he said. Given the current unstable situation, there will not be any benefits from killing him. Instead, we could imprison him in the Sky Prison, forcing him to reflect on his actions. I believe Wei Shin did not possess the intent to harm your majesty. Lei Yan sensed something was off and immediately began pleading on Wen's behalf. Even the prime minister believes Wei Shan shouldn't be killed. Chu Yuan's eyes remained lowered, then suddenly spoke. Wei Shan, I am giving you a chance. What kind of chance? If you can escape from me, I will spare your life. Chu Yuan beckoned towards Wen. This is your majesty's decree. With his head hung low, Wei Shin suddenly roared. Your majesty's decree forces me to fight, and so I must fight. The king must not jest. Hevenk scorching palm strike. At this moment of life and death, Wei Shin had no choice but to unleash his strongest move. His hands sharply rubbed together to generate searing flames, resembling a fiery rainbow cascading from the sky, directly heading towards Chu Yuan's head. Chu Yuan's face remained unchanged even as Wei Shin attacked. The 7th form of his divine fighting technique instantly broke through Wei Yan's attack. Despite being at the 7th tier of divine abilities, he himself was at the 6th tier of divine spirit, comparable to the 6th tier of divine abilities, and had many strategies up his sleeve. The magnificent radiance of the 7th form of his fighting technique broke through the Heavensing palm and transformed into a gigantic palm print that bombarded Wei Yan. Ah, if you want to take my life, I will take yours. Wen was fighting with his life at stake. Completely disregarding any possible consequences, his divine spirit burned violently, his face twisted as he mustered all his strength for a desperate attack. He charged forward in a frenzy, but Chu Yuan merely stretched his palm and an inexhaustible force of absorption appeared, effortlessly nullifying this fierce attack. I shall personally send you on your way. Chu Yuan turned around, reached out in defiance, and grabbed Wei Yan's neck. Utilizing his body, he performed the great devouring technique to absorb the desperate he was putting out, immediately lifting his struggling body into the air. Save me. Wei Yan cried for help. Prime Minister General de my father gave you. Wen plots against the emperor. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths, Lun retorted angrily. Wei Yan's neck was broken. His soul was pulled straight out of his head by Chu Yuan, casually thrown aside. Loyal and valiant Marquis, return his body to King Wei Wu. In respect for King Wei Wu, I have left his body intact. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, the corners of the government officials' mouths twitched harshly. How audacious to say it was out of respect after killing the man's son. They suddenly got a feeling that this current emperor was even more ruthless than the previous one. The host has made choice one awarded with 100 destiny points and a 20 progress in designs for the Heaven Shaking Cannon with current progress at 80. Chaos, Poor Strange, Huge Man, and Gluttonous Camp Leaders. There are still remnants of dangerous beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. At any time, another beast tide could be launched, requiring constant monitoring by the four of you, Chu Yuan said. This time, the one who emerged first in the Imperial Dynasty's hunting seems to be Commander Zhu Fong of the Vermilion Bird. In addition to the head start, there will be weapons and armor constructed from the Purple Thunder Flood Dragon. I'll have the Ministry of Works deliver them to Commander Vermilion Bird shortly. Thank you for bestowing this, Your Majesty. Zhu Fong, her face remaining cold throughout the reward announcement, showed no change in expression. Chu Yuan didn't mind while dealing with the magical beast just now. The other four camp leaders still held back, but Shuoff was always at the forefront of the fight, a fact he had noticed. Now that the Imperial Dynasty hunt is over, all the ministers may return to their respective residencies. Chu Yuan said, "We prepare the carriage for the Shenyang Palace. The host has completed the event, the Imperial Dynasty hunt, and received 1,500 destiny points and 1 Giant Spirit Guard. Current destiny points balance 2,700 points. Giant Spirit Guard, extraordinarily Urful, a replica of the Giant Spirit God. A guardian constructed from extraterrestrial fine iron, inscribed with countless inscriptions, capable of defending against all attacks from the divine realm and above, but its attack is only equivalent to the first level of the divine realm." Upon seeing the giant puppet appearing in the system space, 3 feet tall, tower-like, Chu Yuan's expression was full of astonishment, especially after seeing the introduction. His mouth twitched a bit. Able to defend against divine realm attacks, but with attack strength equivalent to only the first level of the divine realm. It was a defense god, but attack ghost, a typical tank with high defense and health. Even though its attack strength was very pitiful, as long as it was used in the right place, it could be stronger than something with a terrifying attack. Returned to the Shenyang Palace. Accompanied by Wei's high-pitched voice, the ceremonial team returned to the royal palace, and the 30,000 divine military also returned, leaving the scene in chaos. "Our emperor is quite terrifying indeed." Lun took a deep breath, somewhat apprehensive. "I previously thought he was just a child controllable in my hands, but he is more terrifying than I imagined, even more chilling than the previous emperor. However, now that the plan has reached this stage, there is absolutely no turning back. But his killing of Weiyan was his biggest mistake." Shangyuan Chingan coldly interjected. "King Wu has already taken half a step into the divine realm. With such he is already capable of founding an imperial dynasty. Having murdered his son, will King Wu let it be? This is the perfect excuse to start a war. An arrow never returns to its bow. At this time, we must be more vigilant," said Li Yun. "I know. I refuse to believe that an emperor who has only ascended the throne for a few months can stem this overwhelming tide." Shang Qingyuni's face became somewhat fierce. "Time, we can't give him more time." The Divine Yang Palace, a gigantic and robust giant spirit guard, stood silently in the corner. Although its offensive capacities were beyond ghost level, its defense was divine level. It served as the most suitable protector. In addition to this, the giant spirit guard had a unique ability, soul transfer. In times of danger, the host's soul could reside within the giant spirit guard, swapping places with it to cheat death. However, this could only be used once. After one use, the giant spirit guard would be incapacitated. Initiate the lottery. Qiyuan disregarded the ongoing turmoil and launched a random loot draw instead. His previous 2 loot draws had granted him the Great Swallowing Technique and a one-time learning token. He wondered what good fortune this lottery would bring him this time. Watching the lottery pointer spinning, Shiyuan felt a wave of nervous excitement. He knew that acquiring random lottery rewards was even more challenging than garnering destiny points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 10,000 Fierce Tower through the random loot draw. 10,000 Fierce Tower, unranked, used by the ancient dynasty for refining soldiers. Those who enter would endure extreme pressure on their soul and body, and once they can't bear it, they would automatically be teleported out. The tower is divided into 9 levels, with the refining intensity increasing on each floor. Chu Yuan received the 10,000 Fierce Tower from this lottery draw. Although it didn't have any immediate effect on strengthening his it could be used to refine his forces. Earlier, his divine martial troops had managed to surround and kill the Thunderbolt Wing Gi that had 9 divine abilities. Shuan recognized the strength of a large battalion and wasn't disappointed. In system space, he saw a vast ancient stone tower. Next to the stone tower stood an imposing cannon that seemed to exist as a real projection, but was still lacking the final 20 of its construction. If I can complete the remaining 20 of the blueprint, I can build the divine cannon. Chuan felt a bit frustrated. He was so close, yet the divine grade quest had been interrupted. He had no idea whether a future quest would offer the remaining blueprints of the cannon. This made his inner turmoil intensify. The host can refresh System Store to purchase the desired blueprint. The blueprint to construct the first-level divine cannon is a primary item, and the refresh difficulty is basic. The system operation sounded out. The System Store can purchase such items. So the store can refresh to produce what I need. Despite the system sounding cold and robot-like, Chiyuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This hint came at the right time. Refresh. He had to refresh. Even though only 80 of the blueprint was done, Chiyuan could already sense the steel-like might of the divine cannon. If equipped to his troops, it would be a warning weapon capable of pulverizing any city wall. He let down a 100 destiny points but hadn't refreshed it. He refreshed 5 consecutive times but failed to refresh the blueprint of the divine cannon. Though the blueprint of a first-level divine cannon is a primary item, System Store contains countless primary items, the system explained. Continue refreshing. He didn't refresh it once, and Chu Yuan grew increasingly impatient. Seeing only the final stretch of the construction progression left unsettled, he felt greatly discomfort due to his obsessive-compulsive nature. The host has spent a 100 destiny points on refreshing the System Store. Xu Yuan heard such notifications 10 times. After the 10th attempt, he finally saw a small piece of blueprint appear at the bottom of the store. Exactly the final 20 that he needed. His hand trembled slightly, almost hitting the refresh button again. Divine Cannon Level 1 Blueprint Progress 20. A war weapon crafted by the ancient dynasty requires 1,000 destiny points for redemption. So expensive. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. After refreshing 10 times and spending 1,000 destiny points, he was left with 1,700 points. Exchange it. The host has spent 1,000 destiny points and obtained the Divine Cannon Level 1 Blueprint Progress 20. The Divine Cannon Level 1 Blueprint Progress is 100. Do you want to combine it immediately? The system rattled off. Combine immediately, Chu Yuan commanded. The Divine Cannon Level 1 Blueprint has been successfully combined. The host can check in the system space. Responded the system. I wonder how the Divine Cannon should be crafted. Xu Yuan opened the blueprint and a wealth of information appeared instantly. Divine Cannon Level 1. Materials 100,000 caddies of refined steel, 10,000 caddies of 100 fused steel, 1,000 caddies of 1,000 fused steel, 1 caddy of meteorite fine gold. Note: if sufficient materials are gathered and placed into the blueprint, the Divine Cannon can be automatically crafted. So much refined steel is needed. Xu Yuan knew well. The refined steel was made by refining ordinary pure iron. 100 fused steel required 100 times of purification. 1,000 fused steel required 1,000 times. And though meteorite fine gold was needed only in a limited amount, it was a core treasure found in the heart of fallen stars and extremely precious. Except for the meteorite fine gold, the rest were not considered rare, but the required volume was staggering. Though a massive amount of steel is required, luckily it doesn't need to be handcrafted by the forging master. After seeing the remark, Chu Yuan's face brightened a bit. Just as Chu Yuan was about to close the system store, he noticed a grand ironclad battleship next to the Divine Cannon blueprint that looked imposing. Armored flying boat level 1 blueprint used by the ancient dynasty to carry soldiers capable of flying and sailing. Its body can resist the divine cannon and requires 5,000 destiny points for exchange. 5,000 destiny points. Xuan shook his head. I don't have that many destiny points now, but there's no need to close this page in the system store. We order the Ministry of Works to send the items I require to the royal palace, commanded Chu Yuan. Yes, your majesty. We accepted the decree obediently. After looking over the material list in the decree, the corner of Wei's mouth twitched. He wondered what the emperor was doing recently. He had previously asked for so many medicinal materials, and now he needed so much refined steel. Did he plan on mastering alchemy and artifact refining? Although he was puzzled, he didn't delay executing his orders. About 2 hours later, a large number of steel materials were delivered to the royal palace. Seeing these resources, Chu Yuan waved his hand, and all of them disappeared into the system space. The crafting of the divine cannon went quickly. In less than an hour, a gigantic iron beast appeared before Chu Yuan. The cannon was tens of meters wide, and the barrel was over 10 m long. The divine cannon was jet black all over and emitted a severe murderous aura under the reflection of sunshine. This cannon could only be loaded in one way, that is by using pure crystals mined from magical crystal veins. Divine Cannon Level 1 with a range of within 100 lei and the most significant destructive within 50 lei. I can't test the of the divine cannon inside the royal palace. Just right. I was planning to send the 10,000 Fierce Tower to Divine Martial Camp too. I can let the soldiers further refine themselves there, Chu Yuan thought, eager to launch the cannon immediately. As he was about to leave, he said to Wei, order the Ministry of Works to get me as much refined steel as possible. If there is a shortage of blacksmiths, then gather them nationwide. Go, Divine Martial Camp Mark Zhongyang, here is a great item that I have brought. Let's test its out here. Chu Yuan left the royal palace and came directly to the Divine Martial Camp, summoning Lu Qianfu. Oh, what treasure has your majesty brought? Asked the Marquis in curiosity. This is the item. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, a chilling and murderous divine martial cannon appeared with a rumble. Is this the divine cannon? Lu Qianfu examined it closely and said, but it's different from the cannons assigned to the Forbidden Army. The muzzle is several times longer, looking like a terrifying beast. I can sense a chilling murderous intent. Let's test its Qi Yuan adjusted the cannon's aim and filled it with a fist-sized gemstone. This type of gemstone, known as a mana crystal, is mined from mana vein mines and contains a earthful energy source within. In an instant under Chu Yuan's operation, the divine martial cannon aimed at a small hill, which was about several dozen feet away. The cannon's muzzle accumulated a massive amount of energy, and as Chu Yuan activated the trigger, a dazzling beam of light as thick as a water tank burst out. The resulting explosion shook the earth violently, creating S as wide as thumbs. The small hill in the distance had completely collapsed with large rocks tumbling down. Such a terrifying Lu Qianfu exclaimed in shock. I estimate that this is at least 10 times more earthful than the divine cannons of the Forbidden Army. Indeed, this is the real divine cannon. It was built by me based on the designs of an ancient cannon. Although it is immensely earthful, it also consumes 10 times more mana crystals. Chu Yuan flipped the trigger and the mana crystal inside it turned into dare. Mark Zhang Yang, what do you think? Terrifying. This is undoubtedly a weapon of war. If taken to the battlefield, the strong fortifications will definitely not be able to withstand it. Lu Qianfu didn't ask how Chu Yuan came across this cannon. Instead, he said, Your Majesty, how many of these cannons do we have? We only have one for now, Chu Yuan expressed regretfully. Although I have the capability to mass-produce these cannons, unfortunately, the materials required are exceedingly vast. Leveraging the current national strength of dog might not be adequate for mass production. What materials does Your Majesty need? Lu Qianfu asked, intrigued. After Chu Yuan finished listing the materials, Lu Qianfu's mouth gaped open. Fine steel is easy to manage. The Ministry of Works can go full throttle and smelt quite a bit, but the inclusion of meteorite fine gold is a problem. Da doesn't have much of it, and weapons imbued with it become divine instruments. It makes sense that without meteorite fine gold, the cannon body would be unable to withstand such He frowned and suddenly said, Your Majesty, I know where to buy meteorite fine gold. The Infinite Trade Corporation has it. Infinite Trade Corporation, Xu Yuan pondered. I have heard of this corporation before. Their business extends across many countries. The state treasury probably has about 100 pounds of meteorite fine gold, enough to build 100 divine cannons. My lowest requirement is 1,000 cannons. I'll have Wei contact the Infinite Trade Corporation to purchase the materials. Aside from this, I have brought something else today. Waving his wide sleeve, Chu Yuan wore a 100-foot-high stone tower inside the camp. What is this? Lu Qianfu asked curiously. It's known as the Heavy Tower. The ancient dynasty used it to hone the physical bodies and original spirits of their soldiers. Chu Yuan explained, another relic from the ancient dynasty. The news shocked Lu Qianfu. He guessed that Chu Yuan might have gained access to the treasury of the ancient dynasty, which was why he could bring out so many quirky items. Summon the soldiers for training. Chu Yuan called his whole army together. Haha. Your Majesty, is this the one June Tower? Let me, Li Dengzin, be the first to try it. Ling Xin, the commander of the Divine Martial Army, took the lead. He immediately dashed into the Wanjun Tower. In the Wanjun Tower, the light was dim, like some ancient and desolate land filled with independent spaces that were much larger than the outside. Each floor could accommodate tens of thousands of soldiers for training. He went directly to the second floor. A terrible pressure swept over him like a storm, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Not only was his physical body impacted, but his soul was also tortured. So brutal. After only a dozen breaths, Ling's skin was blasted out of the Wanjun Tower. His body was covered with open wounds, and he was still frightened. It's terrifying. I felt my soul was on the verge of collapsing. It felt like countless fists were bombarding my head, yet I was unable to dodge. Oh, you struggled so hard even on the second floor. Lu Qianfu looked eager to try it. Let me try. Lu Qianfu was not as reckless as Li Dengyan. He first entered the first floor, got used to the there, and then proceeded to the second floor. The pressure on the second floor was indeed strong, but Lu Qinfu still managed to step into the third floor after just a few minutes. After about 10 minutes, Lu Qinfu came out of his own accord, not because he was blasted out. He took a deep breath slowly and said, "Indeed, it's fearsome on the third floor. I could only persist for 10 minutes before likely getting blasted out. I estimate that only those with divine abilities at the 10th level can stay steadily on the third floor. As for the fourth floor, unless one has half-step divine realm he was also astonished that Chu Yuan had brought such a terrifying object. While the pressure was great, Lu Qinfu also felt the benefits it brought. His soul and body became more tightly bonded, like refined steel hammering away impurities. You should know that this kind of treasure that can train large armies, even if it can only increase each soldier's by a little, the overall effect on the army is immense. So this Wanzhen Tower is significantly beneficial for the divine martial army. Chu Yuan was satisfied and said, "George Duke, I will leave the Wanzhen Tower here." Originally, the first floor required the of the original spirit realm to enter, but with caution and gradual adaptation, you guys could manage. I am not afraid if you get injured as I have many healing medicines here. I heard that in the ancient dynasty, the most ordinary soldiers were all in the original spirit realm. It seems to be true now. Only those in the divine realm can step into the second floor. On the third floor, only the strong in the divine realm can stay. As for the fifth floor, I suppose only those with to peek into the divine realm can enter. Lu Qinfu felt a profound fear for the ancient dynasty that existed in records. After he left the Wanzhen Tower here, Lingston quickly organized ordinary soldiers to enter. Chu Yuan took no more notice and walked to the side with Lu Qianfu. "Your Majesty, there is something that I am not sure whether I should say." Lu Qianfu said, "Your Majesty killed Wei Yan this time, which gave King Weiyu a reason to rebel. Taking advantage of the chaos, he will certainly start a war under the guise of avenging his son. I have some understanding of King Weiyu. He's ambitious and very sinister. Many years ago, he had already reached level 10 of the divine abilities. It is also said that he has already made a half-step breakthrough into peeing the divine realm. This is the of a country's king. Emperor Do was afraid to act recklessly and cause chaos in DS, so he let him go. Unexpectedly, Emperor Da died in his prime, leaving a hidden danger. The kind of vassals like King Wei Wu who will definitely cause chaos should be dealt with. I know all that. I gave him an excuse to deploy troops." Xuan sneered. "The George Duke doesn't need to worry. Your current task is to train the soldiers and recruit more divine martial guards. I will soon initiate the South expedition. Instead of waiting to be attacked, we should take the initiative to seize the control of the war. Since your Majesty has made preparations, I will be at ease." Lu Qinfu nodded. "War is bound to come, but the key is who initiates this crucial war. Only I can make this decision." After instructing Lu Qinfu, Chu Yuan returned to the royal palace. However, after returning to Xinjiang Palace, he found that there was an additional person, Princess Qinzi Chu Xian. It seemed that she was waiting for him. Inside the Xinjiang Palace, Princess Qinzi was waiting. However, Chu Ziyang wasn't dressed in princess attire today. Instead, she had her hair and donned male clothing, looking like a graceful and handsome young nobleman. "Qinti, you're dressed like this. Are you planning to leave the palace?" Upon seeing Qinzi, Chuan laughed. Although royal life can be cruel and lack familial affection more than an ordinary family, Chuan's family of 1 son and 3 daughters did not have struggles that would lead to cold detachment. Therefore, they were somewhat warmer to each other. Additionally, the eldest and second princesses had both already left the royal dynasty. Only Chu Yuan and Princess Qinzi remained in the capital. "Imperial brother, you're finally back." Chu Ziyang exclaimed excitedly, "Imperial brother, you're truly wise. I indeed wish to leave the palace. My master says my martial arts skills have greatly improved and has granted me a day's leave." "Imperial brother, wouldn't it be more interesting to accompany your sister outside the palace than staying inside or going to the divine martial camp?" Chu Zia's master was Zhu Fangfang. "Oh, where does Qinzi want to go?" Chu Yuan slightly replied, as dressing like this hinted she was going out of the palace. "My master managed to get 2 invitations to Miaowing House. The holy woman Mu will be present today. I've heard that the holy woman is as beautiful as a goddess, and I'm very curious about her. Therefore, I wanted to invite Imperial brother to accompany me to see this holy woman." 2 golden invitations appeared in Chu Ziyang's hand, with the 3 characters Miaowing House written imposingly. Miaowing House. Chu Yuan remembered that Miaowing House was a unique established in the imperial city, frequented by nobles and influential families who were there for scholarly pursuits and leisure. It was a very refined place. What was most attractive about Miaowing House was the beauties within who surpassed those outside, especially their holy women. The holy woman was replaced every 3 years. This holy woman named Mu, who had just arrived in the imperial city this year, had caused many young nobles to spend their fortunes to indulge in the Miaowing House. Option 1. Reject Princess Chinzi's invitation. Stay in the palace. Create the God Machine Cannon. Gain 100 destiny points. Option 2. Private visit in disguise. Leave the palace and go to Meowin House. Gain 100 destiny points. Since my sister has such a refined interest, how can I, as a brother, bear to disappoint her? Wait a moment. I will change my clothes and accompany you to Meowing House to see if this Moo is indeed like a goddess. Chiyuan turned around to change his clothes. The host made choice to gain 100 destiny points. Current destiny points balance 800 points. For an emperor on Earth to leave the palace incognito, it would be incredibly troublesome, with many experts having to accompany him for protection. However, in a world where practitioners exist, Chu Yuan didn't need it, as he himself is an extremely skilled martial artist. Imperial City, bustling and noisy. The wide streets were thronged with common people and merchants. By September, a slight chill had entered the area where Do was located, but the city's residents were still dressed in simple clothing. De promoted martial arts. Even the ordinary citizens had cultivation at the nurturing stage. How lively. As soon as Chu Xiong left the royal palace and saw the bustling streets, her eyes immediately lit up, and she lingered in front of various stalls and vendors. Dahu promoted martial arts, and the people were open-minded with various peculiar skills that could create all sorts of trinkets. Indeed, it's lively. Although Chu Yuan had been in this world for quite some time after crossing over, he spent most of his time cultivating within the palace. He hadn't really observed the daily life in Dao. Seeing the prosperity all around him now delighted his heart as an emperor. Young master, do you want this folding fan? It's perfect for scholars like you. An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles but brimming with vitality marketed his folding fans to Chu Yuan from his stall. This folding fan is quite interesting. Chu Yuan bought 2 folding fans, one for Chu Zia. He unfolded it in his hand and waved it. The landscapes depicted on the fan seemed so lifelike. It almost appeared as if the people drawn on it were moving. Brother, I'm hungry. Shall we go dine at the Full Moon Pavilion? It seemed like Chu Xiong was a bit tired from playing and suggested this to Chu Yuan. I suspect your goal wasn't just to watch the fairies in the music pavilion, but also to dine at the Full Moon Pavilion. Is the food the imperial chef makes in the palace not to your taste? Chu Yuan chuckled at Chu Xiang. The food from the palace's imperial chef is good, but I'm bored from eating it every day. I've heard that the food at Full Moon Pavilion has a unique taste. Many princes and ministers from the court love eating here. I want you, brother, to taste their delicacies too. There was a sparkle in Chu Xiong's eyes. Let's go to the Full Moon Pavilion then. Chu Yuan had never tasted the food of this world before. At the eastern area of the imperial dynasty, there was a spacious restaurant. Though it had only 3 levels, its area was massive. At mealtime, you could see many finely dressed individuals entering the Full Moon Pavilion. The Full Moon Pavilion was one of the most high-end restaurants within the imperial city. Even a casual dinner would cost 100 taels of silver, too expensive for ordinary civilians to afford. Please come in, dear guests. The manager saw that Chu Yuan and Chu Xiong were out of the ordinary and warmly asked, would the 2 of you like to dine on the 1st floor, sit at the elegant seats on the 2nd floor, or take a private room on the 3rd floor? We'll take an elegant seat on the 2nd floor. Chu Yuan casually tossed a gold coin to the manager. The Great Wu dynasty had several forms of currency. Copper coin was the most common, followed by silver coin, then gold coin, and finally magic crystals mined from the magic crystal vein. Of course, magic crystals were a form of currency used only by martial arts experts, and ordinary civilians did not require it. The elegant seats were unique and not as noisy as the 1st floor. The manager, pleased by the gold coin he received, escorted Chu Yuan to a window seat. Joyfully asking, what would you like to eat? Our Full Moon Pavilion's food is the best in the imperial city. It's even better than dishes prepared by the imperial chef. Even the emperor himself praises it after tasting. Oh, even the emperor praised it. Chu Yuan laughed. In that case, bring me the best dishes you have. Right away, sir. Please wait a while. The waiter took his leave. Before long, several waiters carrying more than a dozen trays arrived, serving up more than 20 kinds of delicacies whose invigorating aroma intoxicated them even before they started eating. Is this flood dragon meat? Chu Yuan expressed his astonishment. He picked up a translucent piece of meat with his chopsticks and slowly chewed, then exclaimed, and it's from a flood dragon in the original spirit realm, too. I'm amazed the Full Moon Pavilion can get such things. Sir, we have experts standing by in our Full Moon Pavilion. After the tide of beasts from Mount 10,000 Beasts was repelled, our experts went with the Forbidden Army to hunt beasts, and they brought back many good items. Waiter explained, the private rooms on the 3rd floor even serve divine abilities beasts meat. However, only guests of a certain standing can dine there. Members from the 6 ministries, not to boast. Many significant figures enjoy dining at our Full Moon Pavilion. All right, you may leave now. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Brother, wasn't I right? The food here at the Full Moon Pavilion tastes entirely different from what the imperial chefs prepare. Shu Zia's eyes were already sparkling. She sampled a bit from each dish, her eyes squinting into crescent. Indeed, it tastes different from what the imperial chefs make. Chu Yuan did not deny. If you like it, I will have the cooks from the Full Moon Pavilion prepare meals for you in the palace frequently. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know a few days ago a beast tide erupted in the mountains of one beast with 1,000,000 savage beasts pouring forth? It so happened to be the day of the imperial dynasty's royal hunt, and many civil and military officials were there, including Da's new ruler, the second Emperor Chu. In the dining hall on the first floor, a storyteller in a long gown, flushed with excitement and spluttering as he spoke, narrated the events of the beast tide as if he had witnessed the scene himself. What 1,000,000 savage beasts! If they broke loose, the imperial city would be surrounded. Who knows how many people would die then? Previous courts didn't have the ability to resist the beast tide, and the common people could only be preyed upon. But since the establishment of DOS, there hasn't been a beast tide for many years. Many spectators around the storyteller exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the storyteller replied, but our emperor is formidable and invincible. Leading the divine army, he repeatedly slew great monsters. Even the leader of the savage beasts, the purple lightning thunder dragon, a master of 9 levels of divine abilities, was killed. In the end, this caused the beast tide to collapse, averting the crisis. The divine army. Wasn't the divine army destroyed? How can it still exist? Yes, even so. Our emperor just ascended to the throne. How could he be so capable? You couldn't be trying to deceive us, could you? If your narration is unsatisfactory, there will be no reward. Many people questioned. Aha. I have a few friends in the Forbidden Army. Just ask around and you'll find out. Everything I say is true. Unfortunately, I did not witness it myself, which is a great regret in my life. Our emperor is indeed too strong. The storyteller replied, he is not wrong. I was on duty in the Forbidden Army that day. The emperor was invincible, killing gods and demons blocking his path. Tearing through the purple lightning thunder dragon was as easy as picking something from a bag. Recently, I have heard some rumors in the imperial city claiming that Dawn is doomed. But in my opinion, these are all laughable gossip intended to unsettle us. Dahu is in its prime, and if the 4 nations of Dean want to annihilate our nation, they will have to ask if my blade agrees. This was likely a centurion from the Forbidden Army who happened to be in the moon-viewing tower. He spoke of Chu Yuan with admiration. How could Dao possibly perish? The new ruler is so irful. Diane is seeking its own destruction. I heard that some people are quietly fleeing to Dean out of fear. I advise you to abandon such ideas. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died when the time comes. How dare we? Even if we dared, we don't have the capability. Many people in the moon viewing tower were talking about Chu Yuan's heroic deeds that day, painting him like a celestial god. Brother, they're all praising you. How come he looks so indifferent? Hi, I also care about national affairs. That day's battle within the Wu Beast Mountains must have put many malicious people on edge. Xu Xiang spoke while eating. I just did what I, as the Emperor of Dao, should have done. Qi Yuan smiled faintly, wiping the oil from Chu Zia's mouth with a clean napkin. Just then there was a sudden commotion. In a private room, a burly man with a face full of cruel-looking scars roughly shoved a skinny old man down from the 3rd floor, cursing loudly, "Old, get thee out of here. You're interrupting the young master's meal. That will cost you your life," the old man begged pitifully. "Third master, I came here to talk to young Masterly about something. I can't sell that old house. It is what my master left our family to live off. No matter how much silver you offer, it won't be sold. Haha, old man, it's an honor for you that the young master has set his eyes on your house. Don't be ignorant and refuse a toast only to accept a forfeit. Get lost and don't block my sight." The burly man slapped the old man's face, making him directly tumble down the stairs, a stream of bloody rushing from his head. "What's going on?" The old man rolled down to Chu Yuan's feet, seething with hidden fury, yet unable to utter a word. "Young master, please stop asking. We can't afford to offend those people." The waiter whispered, "They are from the Leaf family, the family of the current prime minister. That 3rd master is a fierce belonging to the 6th son of the Leaf family. As for the old man, he is the butler of the Lu family. He served under General Lao, who is part of the now extinguished Divine Abilities army of 300,000 and left behind a widow and orphans. The Li family's 6th son has set his eyes on buying the Lu family's residence, but the Lu family doesn't agree. However, how can they stand a chance against the Li family? Outrageous. How unfair." Chu Xiang slammed the table furiously. "Oh dear young master, please lower your voice. We really can't provoke them." The waiter jumped in fright. "Enough, Lean." At that moment, a young lord walked down from the 3rd floor. It was clear from his face that he was in a good mood that day. He calmly said, "I lay you, always go by the rules. It's not good to harm people under watchful eyes. Tell me, how much more money do you want? I can compensate you." Don't create a scene here and make a spectacle of yourself. We can't sell the Lu residence. It was left behind by the master. No matter how much money you offer, we will not sell. The old man with his head hung low said nervously, Don't lose face when we show you respect. Lean scolded, The heavens are blind. If the old master were still alive, who would dare to force the sale of his property? It's been only a few months since the master passed away. Yet you want to bully his elderly and young survivors. Is there no law or justice in this imperial city? The elderly servant angrily exclaimed. Who can stand up for the Lu family? Get out of the Moonwatch loft. Furious, Leanne was about to slap the old man out of the Moonwatch loft. Get up, old man. There is still law in this imperial city. I will stand up for you. Xuan's face hardened as he helped the old man up. There are so many unowned houses in the imperial city. So why is the sixth son of the Leaf family insistent on buying the Lu family's house? What's the difference? The old master's residence is only half a street away from Meowing Square. From the high buildings inside the residence, Meowing Square is visible and the music can be easily heard, so they insist on buying it. The old man said bitterly, Young master, this matter has nothing to do with you. They are people from the Prime Minister's household. It's better if you stay out of this. We wouldn't want you to get involved. This old body of mine, even if I die, it doesn't matter. Oh, if I can't provoke them, why do you dare to argue with them? Chuan asked. The old master saved my life. Even in death, I can't allow his widow to be bullied. The old man said, I think you're mistaken. The Lu house now belongs to the Leaf family as shown by the black and white contract. The money was also given to you all. Do you want to go back on your agreement? Even if you tried to dispute at the government office, you would undoubtedly lose. Lei was not happy to see more and more people gathering. Even though it was a trifling matter, it could ruin the Prime Minister's mansion's reputation if the news got out. You cut off a finger from the young master and forcefully pressed it onto the contract. The old man roared, cutting someone's finger and forging a contract. Chu Yuan's face grew colder. Who gave you the audacity? Who are you daring to meddle in this matter? Lin didn't like Chu Yuan's interference and walked over. He rested his hand on Chu Yuan's table, ready to flip it over. No one has ever dared to flip my table, Chu Yuan said, his face expressionless. Haha, so what if I flipped your table? What can you possibly do about it? Lin swaggered. Though Chu Yuan has an outstanding temperament, there were plenty of such noble sons in the imperial city, none of whom could hold a candle to the Prime Minister's mansion, so he was unabashed. If you don't leave, I'll dislocate your arm, Lin scorned. Though Lin was a servant, he was a servant of the Prime Minister's mansion, which set him apart from other servants. Moreover, accustomed to wielding with Liu, he wouldn't even yield to minor noble offspring, daring to lift a hand against them. Teach him a lesson, Liu spoke nonchalantly, feeling displeased by Chu Yuan's demeanor. Yes, young master. Lin advanced with large steps, wearing a sinister grin. Het the young master's order. Boy, you were in for bad luck. And the moment he finished speaking, Lian raised his large hand, ready to strike. One slap from him could twist anyone's mouth out of shape. Bug off. Just as Lin's slap was about to land, a glint of cold light shone from Chu Yuan's eyes. With a smack, the crowd saw that instead of Chu Yuan receiving a slap, the young man had lifted his hand and smacked Lin, sending him rolling on the ground. Yulia's expression changed. Lin was his servant, so to slap Lin was equivalent to slapping his own face. After all, you have to watch the master before striking a dog. Well done. Xu Xian applauded cheerfully. Good, good. How dare you, my man. Fine then, boy. Who are you? If you're brave enough, state your name. Lei was enraged. Originally intending to take action, he gave a cold smirk. Well, settle our score later, but first there's a matter to deal with. You claim that I forcibly bought your Lu family's mansion. I'm not the kind of person to act without reason. I'll give you a chance. Let's go to court and let the prefect pass judgment on this. Go to court. The old man's face changed dramatically. We can't go. It seems like you're feeling guilty. Li was not in a good mood. No worries. We'll accompany him to court and see how the judge decides. Rest assured, I refuse to believe there's no law and order in the imperial city. General Lu was a loyal and patriotic hero of Dao. After the death of such a loyal official, how could his family be subjected to humiliation if others won't stand up for him? I will. Chu Yuan's expression did not change. Then come with me to the government office. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, Lei felt mocked. Even though law existed, it was not within his The imperial city's government office was imposing and attracted a large crowd of people at this time. Inside the government office of the imperial city, a large number of baifs gathered, and sitting in the highest position was a dignified middle-aged man, Songing, the governor of DS, an important minister of the court. Being able to hold the position of city governor implied a high level of martial prowess. This kind of small matter usually could be simply handled by a few baifs, but today it involved the sixth son of the prime minister. He had to give him face, treating the matter seriously. Governor Song, how have things been lately? I have a matter I need you to arbitrate. Liu looked at Songing and laughed. I still believe in the rule of law in the imperial city. The governor is the person in charge of the laws. He'll definitely make a fair judgment on this matter. Within the imperial city, it is my duty to handle this matter. Even if the young Master Li didn't mention it, I would have handled it fairly. Sitting above at the court, Songing also felt a headache coming on. He had already guessed that the sixth son of the Li family had provoked some trouble again, and he had to resolve it, causing him to sigh inwardly. Although the status of the governor of the imperial city was higher than that of other counties, at the foot of the emperor, there were too many ministers whose and status surpassed his. Many matters needed to be considered, making it less comfortable than being a governor elsewhere. Who is the defendant? State your name. This one is the steward of General Luton's mansion. The old man trembled as he spoke. General Lucian, thought Songing, his face changing slightly as he remembered the former general of the Divine Martial Army. The Divine Martial Army had become a taboo topic in Governor Song. Here's the situation. I took a liking to the Liu family's estate and bought it using silver. However, the Lius accepted the payment but refused to recognize the transaction. On the contrary, they've been making a fuss, claiming that I forcefully occupied their property. I thought that since General Lao is no longer with us, I would do a good deed by giving a little extra to take care of them. But unexpectedly, they are persistent in their ways and even hired someone to hurt one of my servants. I had no choice but to ask the governor for justice. Liu sighed as he told the tale. Although he was a prodigal, his ability to weave schemes was formidable. With a few words, he painted himself as the victim and the Liu family as the villains. Sang's brows furrowed. He did not believe Liu's one-sided story. Do you have proof? The proof naturally exists. On his way to the governor's mansion, Liu ordered someone to bring the title deed. The deed is right here in black and white. Indeed, there is a deed of transfer. So are there still problems to be settled? The Liu mansion now belongs to Liup for this agreement. With a glance, Songing tried not to escalate the situation. If there are no disputes, the agreement should be upheld. I dare not. The old man gritted his teeth. Thank you, Your Honor, for upholding justice. Liu looked triumphant. Compared to him, the old man was too weak. Immediately after, he said, "There's another matter here. One of my servants was assaulted. Is there law and order within the imperial city? Is there divine justice? Violence is forbidden within the imperial city." Songing saw Li San, whose face had swollen like a pig's, and shook his head. Bring the attacker here. Dealing with this trivial matter made him annoyed. He'd better hurry up and send Liu away, as the current political situation was incredibly unstable. You dared to swagger in front of the governor, not even kneeling down. Liu watched Chu Yuan slowly stride into the court, reprimanding him. In the imperial city at the foot of the emperor, it seems that the rule of law does not exist anymore. Even lowly villains dare to make a stir. Lucian was a loyal official of Dao. He sacrificed himself for the country. It is heartbreaking that his descendants have to endure such treatment. Part of it is due to my lack of vigilance. Chu Yuan and Chu Xiong slowly approached, their gazes resting on Seeing sitting on the high platform. He spoke calmly. Governor Xionging, is it your intention for me to kneel? Still arrogant. Liu sneered continuously. Who are you? Songing suddenly heard the voice. His face turned gloomy. He had just picked up the teacup from the table. When he got a good look at the face in front of him, his hand trembled. The teacup overturned and his legs quivered. Governor Song, sitting high up there today, you seem very imposing. Liu brings a deed and you immediately close the case. It seems that being the governor is pretty easy. As the former general of the Divine Martial Army, all matters pertaining to Liu Tian should be reported upwards. This is a serious matter and not to be concluded casually. Chu Yuan spoke slowly. His every word drove deep into Xiang Ying's heart. You dare to make such unreasonable assertions in front of the governor. This is absolutely preposterous. Liu exclaimed, Lord Governor, this kid doesn't kneel upon seeing you. I suggest the Baifs beat him until he kneels. Only then can we demonstrate the law of our doll. Shut up, just shut up. Songing almost roared. Seeing Xiang Ying's reaction, Liu was somewhat startled. He defended the governor. Or had he made a mistake to upset him so much today? I heard someone shouting, is there no law in Dao anymore? Chu Yuan continued, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. This servant deserves death. In the end, Songing couldn't stand it any longer. He hurriedly ran down from his high platform and knelt in front of Chu Yuan, chanting, Long lie the emperor. It's the servant's fault. It's my dereliction of duty. Please forgive this servant, Your Majesty. At the foot of the emperor there is certainly law and order. Songing shouted, Long live the emperor, and buried his head to the ground, absolute terror consuming his face. He originally thought this was just a minor case of a spoiled young man trying to seize someone else's property only because he was the son of the prime minister. He gave it some respect, but he never expected that Chu Yuan would appear. If he hadn't experienced the beast wave, he wouldn't be so afraid. But after the battle with the beast wave, Songing came to understand the boundless and tyrannical divine might of Chu Yuan. Even though he was the prefecture magistrate and a master of the divine realm, if he upset the emperor, his fate would surely be extremely miserable. Your Majesty. Li was also stunned. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live. With the presence of the emperor, every single person in the prefecture knelt down in panic, their faces undergoing dramatic change. Rise, Juan commanded, his face devoid of expression. He slowly said, Prefect Song, is this your verdict, Your Majesty? Sunning trembled with fear. He hurriedly ushered Chu Yuan to the highest seat on the platform while he stood there with a bent back. I failed in my duties. Even though the deeds are on white paper and black ink, they can also be forged. I will investigate this case again and surely give the Liu family justice. No need, I will personally review this case. Xuan waved his hand, his gaze falling on the Yu and the old man. He said, Liu's housekeeper, I will see justice done in your case. If you have any grievances, you can say them frankly. I have said before, under the feet of the emperor, there is still the rule of the king, and I am that rule. Your Majesty, it was all Liu's coercion. If we refused to sell, he threatened to make it impossible for the Liu family to move an inch within the imperial city. The old man ground his teeth in fury. Do not try to frame me with your words. Liu, after all, was the son of the prime minister. He calmed down from his shock and thinking of the his father held in the court. He couldn't be too afraid. He stated directly, the deed is in black and white. The evidence is solid. Even if you're the emperor, you must reason. Speaking of evidence, let me talk to you about evidence. Chuan addressed him. Several months ago, I promulgated a law through the 6 ministries that any major transaction related to the ancestral property and treasures of the previous Xinyu army must be approved by me. All deeds not reported to the royal palace are invalid. Prefect Song, do you remember this law? As for the prime minister who's head of all officials, he should be clear about this law. Yes, indeed there is, Songing remembered. Since there is, why being the head of the prefecture? Would you think this deed is valid? Chu Yuan's voice remained calm. However, to Songing they were words of terror. His legs trembled violently as he replied, I forgot. I deserve death for my negligence. You indeed deserve to die, Chuan said. With the existence of this royal law, all deeds not reported to the palace regarding the Liu house are null and void. He introduced this law that day based on his memories from his past life. He knew that after the annihilation of the 300,000 Xin Wu, there were those who would covet their property. Eventually, these actions caused public outrage, leading to irreversible consequences. Choice 1. Thoroughly investigate all matters regarding the former Xin Wu army, including the usurpation of assets, and earn 100 destiny points and attend construction progress on the War God's Grip blueprint. Choice 2. Downplay the incident for the fear of causing revolt in the court. Simply punish a few scapegoats without going further. Earn 100 destiny points and attend construction progress on the Kirin battle armor blueprint. The servant Lin has committed the crime of rebellion. I sentence him to death. Liu has encouraged a servant to commit violence and plotted against me. By law, he should be executed. Besides, he also has the case of usuring the Liu house and the crime of insulting the widow of the Xinyu army. Wait until this case is thoroughly investigated. Then he will be punished for his multiple crimes. First, take him into the imperial prison. No visitors are allowed, including the prime minister. Those who violate this order will be executed. Upon hearing this, Lin fainted. After hearing this, Liu roared, No, you can't put me in the imperial prison. My father is the current prime minister with a cultivation reaching the 10th level of the divine abilities. Even though you are the emperor, you will find a way to save me. What an idiot. Songing cursed in his heart. How could the prime minister have such a stupid son who loves to sabotage others, might have to give some face to the prime minister and be somewhat wary of him. But the emperor here dares to kill even the son of Wei Wu, let alone a spoiled young master like you. Most crucially, he even dragged him into this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He shouted furiously, shut up. Cases such as the usurpation of Liu's house or the insult to the widows of soldiers might not be unique. Chu Yuan stood up. The 300,000 Xin Wu soldiers sacrificed their lives for the country. Every one of them are loyal and patriotic, but some people want to cause a ruckus under my nose. My eyes do not tolerate any sand. Therefore, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Anyone who dares to usurp the inheritance or bully the widow will be severely punished. Those who deserve to have property confiscated will be confiscated. Those who deserve to be executed will be executed. I wish to make amends for my previous mistakes and thoroughly investigate this case to serve justice for the 300,000 Xinyu soldiers. Songing hurriedly volunteered. Chu Yuan shook his head. You failed your duties and thus bear the mark of guilt. Moreover, you don't possess the ability to handle this matter alone. I will assign Marquis Zhongyang Lu Qinfu, who is currently in charge of the Xin Wu army, to thoroughly investigate this case. I believe he will act impartially. Yes, Your Majesty. Songing felt as if he had eaten the bitterest fruit and was at a loss for words. Today, he was completely outdone by Liu and was implicated because of him. This Liu, not only did he sabotage his father, but he also doesn't know how many families and clans in the imperial city he is implicated. Sai having Lu Xinfu investigate. As someone close to the emperor and not at all willing to do favors, there's bound to be a huge upheaval in the city after today and many heads will roll. Songing sighed lightly, glad that he had always been careful in his actions, not accepting what he should not have and not getting involved in this. He already had a premonition that this issue would implicate numerous people. Many high-ranking officials in the court must know that the 300,000 Xinu army was the lifeblood of the previous emperor. They were very much favored and their rewards were also the best. Where there is treasure, there will be thieves. Before Chu Yuan displayed his divine might, many people believed that the downfall of Dao was only a matter of time. Therefore, they extended their hands towards those people, each wanting to gain something. But the Xinu army was forever a taboo for Da. The host completed Choice 1, earned 100 destiny points, and the construction progress of the War God's grip blueprint increased by 10. In the system space, a pair of hands that seemed to belong to the War God appeared. Even though it was only a 10 completion, he could already feel an enormous atmosphere as if it could grasp the sky. It looks like a pair of gloves, Xu Yuan muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, His Majesty is willing to confront the Prime Minister for the sake of the Xin Wu army. This is truly an emperor worthy of admiration by the people. With such an emperor, what harm is there in sacrificing our lives for the country? Let's go. Let's go. The Xin Wu army is still recruiting warriors. Those who meet the cultivation requirements can join the Xin Wu. Hearing these voices, a faint smile appeared on Chu Yuan's face. Even if you join the Xinu army and die in battle, you will have no worries afterward. Today, he took a firm stand and inevitably stirred up a huge wave in the court, meanwhile, winning over the hearts of many people. Originally, he had no excuse to investigate those high-ranking officials. He did not expect Louis to provide him with this opportunity. What a self-sabotaging kid, successfully sabotaging a handful of fathers. Songing, I'm clear about your thoughts. Wei-in is a lesson from the past. If you want to make up for your mistakes, cooperate well with Marquis Zone. With these words, Chu Yuan stepped forward, disappearing from the prefecture. A storm is imminent, a tempest is brewing, change is coming. Sang's heart was solemn, knowing this was his only good chance to atone for his sins. But Chu Yuan did not pay attention to this. Instead, he and Chu Xiong walked on a street far from the government house. Despite the crowd, no one recognized him. Brother, are we still going to Miaoan Square? Chu Xiong asked on the side. Yes, why not? Chu Yuan knew Chu Xiong was worried about the events of the day affecting his mood, but he was not affected at all, just looking for a suitable opportunity to purge the court. At this point, he and Chu Xiong stopped and went, finally arriving at Miaoan Square. Miaoan Square is in the golden area of the imperial city, covering a full 100 acres. It's said to be a square, but the continuous layers of buildings here are ancient and elegant, and the small tunes in the buildings make people feel as if they have entered a sacred and fairyland. Before entering Miaoan Square, Chu Yuan heard many kinds of music overlapping together. Not only did it not make people feel harsh, but instead the mood was peaceful, as if even the soul was calm. What stands out about Miaoan Square is the character sound. The music here is unique. There is a war song of iron horses and golden geese, a peaceful and tranquil song of appeasement, and a quiet song that helps practice. It seems that their music can bring out the 7 emotions and 6 desires in people's hearts. Chu Yuan looked at the figures of beautiful women appearing and disappearing in the building, vaguely hearing the sound of music. It was indeed a place of luxury. The music in Miaoan Square is magical. Not even the musicians in the royal palace can play it. Many princes and nobles, civil and military ministers like to come here to listen to a few songs, especially the holy woman Mu. It's hard to hear her playing the piano. I had to ask my master, and it was not easy to get 2 invitations. Chu Xiong was intoxicated by the music. Let's go in. Xu Yuan and Chu Zia entered Miaoan Square and headed towards the central building. At once, 2 attendants walked up. 2 gentlemen, do you have invitations? If there are no invitations, you cannot enter. The invitation is here. Chu Xiong threw the 2 invitations into the building. Please come in, honored guests. The 2 servants immediately became polite, full of smiles. Those who can get the invitation are not ordinary people, each with an extraordinary background. I also want to go in to see the Holy Woman Muro. Although I don't have an invitation, but I have money, 10,000 taels of gold or 100 law crystals. At this time, Qi Yuan saw the attendant stop a brightly dressed noble son outside. To see Mu is difficult. Not even a 100 crystal cores can do it. Even as a colonel of the Divine Martial Army, my annual salary is only 100 law crystals, but I can't even see her. Chu Yuan mused. Brother, you should now understand how valuable these 2 invitations are. Although Meowing Square changes its holy woman every 3 years, this holy woman Mu is even rarer to see than the others. It was our master who used the of the Forbidden Army to get this. Shu Xiong blinked her eyes. At this time, the two of them wandered through many corridors, and under the guidance of the attendant, they suddenly saw a 7-story small pavilion in front of them, with 7 different music sounds coming out like the 7 emotions of humans. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, desire, the of 7 emotions and music. Chu Yuan's face turned serious. At first, he thought Meowing Square was just a place for dignitaries to listen to small tunes and relax. But when he heard the music of the 7 emotions, he knew that this holy woman Mu was not simple, and Meowing Square was even more extraordinary. When he looked up at the Meowing Square on the plaque of the pavilion, his eyes changed 1,000 times. Countless thoughts surged. Numerous images appeared in his brain as if to evoke his deepest memories. What does this mysterious Meowing Square want to do in my imperial city? Chu Yuan mused. And these 3 characters are written not by ordinary people, but very likely by those who are half-step into divine understanding or those who truly glimpse the divine. Let's go sit down. Chu Yuan reminded the engrossed Chu Xiong. Like waking from a dream, Chu Xiong looked at the plaque and unconsciously immersed herself in the spirit world. Inside the pavilion, it was exquisitely decorated, especially in the middle where there was a huge incense burner lit with unknown incense, only saw pure white gas spreading around. The smoke was gentle, as if they had come to a fairyland. The maids, dressed in white skirts, were holding trays and delivering small dishes to the seats. Shu Yuan was indifferent to the snacks, instead taking a close look at the environment here. Indeed, it was elegant. No wonder so many dignitaries liked to come here. The piano sound is wonderful. It makes people feel happy when they listen to it. The holy woman Mu has 7 maids by her side. Each of them is a master of piano playing, each excelling in different piano music. A luxuriously dressed young master made a sound not stingy with his praise. Mate Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes and saw a woman playing the piano. Her skin like mutton fat jade, dressed in a red robe, playing the beautiful music, a master of divine realm. At first glance, the maid looked nothing extraordinary except for her beauty. But as soon as Chu Yuan operated the great swallowing technique, he immediately felt a divine and not an ordinary divine realm master. Wouldn't you have 7 divine realm masters serving her? If she had 7 maids, a divine realm master in the Dahu dynasty can be a general, but they are willing to become someone else's maid, which makes people wonder. The redrobed woman playing the piano seemed to feel Chu Yuan's gaze and gave him a slight smile that could topple countries and cities. Holy woman Mu is about to come out. Why hasn't Leu come? Has he forgotten this appointment? You should know that he has been fond of Mu for a long time. I was still waiting for him to listen to the holy woman's piano playing together. At this moment, a noble young man clad in cloud brocade silk sat on a chair, his eyes looking around from time to time. Haha, if Leu comes, wouldn't he overshadow you? He is the 6th son of the prime minister, who is doted on the most. Although you are the eldest son of the chief of staff of the Ministry of Works, you can't outshine Liu when it comes to making a splash. Someone was laughing and joking. The noble young man in brocade silk is Lu Zai, the eldest son of the chief of staff of the Ministry of Works. He's not good at practicing martial arts, but he is top-notch when it comes to indulging in pleasure. They still don't know that Leu has been put in the big prison, waiting for execution. Chu Xiong sneered. Haha, today is also the 18th birthday of Muro. I tried hard and finally found a treasure. I want to give it to the saints. If Leu doesn't come, wouldn't I be too lonely? Lusa exclaimed, listening to these voices in his ears. Most of the people who came to Meowing Square were the descendants of princes, nobles, civil and military ministers. Although the empire is facing a major war, which is the most important time from their faces, Chu Yuan only saw the enjoyment of worldly pleasure. Seeing this, he shook his head. The holy woman is coming. Don't know who suddenly said it. From the far staircase, a woman was gracefully coming. The woman slowly descended from the tower, accompanied by 6 maids clad in orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple dresses. Her footsteps echoed like a tinkling spring, clear and melodious with an indescribable charm. The moment her stunning features were revealed to the crowd, her heavenly charm and flawless aura left everyone breathless. Could this woman be Mu, the saintess from the House of Harmony? Her celestial beauty is seldom seen in this mortal realm. It's indeed hard to find such a perfect woman. It's like an angel has descended to the earthly world, one of them said. Chu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at Muro. Since arriving in the Greatwood dynasty, her beauty was the most perfect he had ever seen, seemingly without any flaw. In his eyes, she was shrouded in an ethereal aura, her figure blurred and wrapped in a hazy crystalline mist, making her more mysterious. Even Chu Yuan could not discern her abilities, and all of this made him more astounded. She really is like a fairy, mumbled Chu Xian under her breath. As Mew approached, she suddenly felt a gaze on her, deep and abyss-like. Her eyes landed on Chu Yuan. As their eyes met, she felt a slight shudder, like her soul was being into his gaze, as if turning into an empty shell. "I appreciate all of your presence here at the House of Harmony," she said. Muro managed to hide her reaction. Her voice was as melodious as a droplet of water falling onto a silver plate. Her eloquent speech left the nobles and royals stupefied, utterly captivated by her enchanting aura. While others were lost in bewitching charm, Mew's gaze fell on Chu Yuan once again, only to find him smiling faintly, seemingly unaffected by her allure. "It's our honor to see you," Lucai hastily said. On just a glimpse of Mew, he felt his soul being drawn towards her. He felt that he would willingly comply even if her demand was his death. Indeed, given your beauty, you're the most enchanting in the kingdom. We would do anything you ask of us," some young nobles said as they watched Mew, their eyes full of awe. Mew smiled and said, "Yaoi, all distinguished nobles and princes of the Great Wood Dynasty. I dare not demand anything from you. Would you still comply if I desire to become the Empress of the realm? If you wish to, I will be the first to pledge my allegiance to you. I'm even ready to dispose of the little emperor." "Humph, who is he but a child? He doesn't hold a candle to you." Lucai suddenly roared, his neck veins bulging. In his eyes there was only Mew. His soul was captivated, his brain no longer censoring his words. "Even if you have the courage, I do not," Mro said softly. "I was merely joking, and when I said the realm, I didn't mean here." This woman, Ju Zio, gritted her teeth. "She's a real enchantress. If you truly want that, I am willing to risk my life to make it happen," Lucai said, clenching his teeth. "Enough. Let's not discuss this today," Mew said with a laugh, diverting the topic. "I've heard that today is your 18th birthday. I've been pondering on a gift and have finally found something worthy for you," Lucai said, his eyes focused intently on Muro. Unfazed by his gaze, Muro replied with a gentle smile. "I am but a mere 18-year-old. There is no need to trouble yourselves." "Not at all. Not at all," Lucai replied with hopes to get closer to Muro. He stepped forward, but the maids blocked his path, making his face turn awkward. He took out a Gucci with dark gold stripes. "Miss, this is a Gucci made from submerged dragonwood. It is made by a top craftsman. Although the strings aren't actual dragon strings, they're made from precious blood dragon steel and added with meteorite fine gold." The Gucci was heavy. The dark gold stripe seemed active like a dragon. Absolutely a fine piece. "What, it's made of submerged dragonwood. Rumor has it that submerged dragonwood only exists in the submerged environment and contains the majesty of the dragon. It's harder than 1,000 refinement steel and 10,000 refinement steel, and it's extremely rare. I can't believe Lucai could procure such a piece. And there is blood dragon steel. The submerged environment has a dragon pool with various dragons. Their blood is used to forge steel. Our Great Wu Dynasty also has dragon blood, but does not know how to create blood dragon steel. That's why there is a camp called the Blood Dragon Camp in the submerged environment. Extremely irful. This gin is worth a fortune compared to Lucai. Our gifts are inferior. Looks like Miss Mu will have a more favorable impression of him now." The rest of the people, seeing Lucai's precious gift, looked at their own gifts and shook their heads. They couldn't help but feel jealous as they watched Lucai the spotlight. "Indeed, it is a fine guinea." Muro glanced at the Gucci, indicating a maid in a purple dress to move it to one side and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kind-heartedness, Master Lu. It's nothing. Having the chance to gift you this guine is my fortune," Lucai replied. After Mew's comment, Lucai felt as if he had lost his bones and his soul was about to fly into the sky. Out of everyone present, he was the one who had spoken the most with Mew. Look at the proud face of Lucai. It's infuriating. He is just flaunting the fact that his father is the chief of staff so he can acquire more resources. Another candidate muttered resentfully. The other royals and nobles, despite their anger, had no choice but to sulkily present their gifts to Muro. "Sir, don't you intend to gift a little to me?" Mew's gaze fell upon Chu Yuan. Since arriving here, he had not spoken or moved. Unlike the others who were infatuated with her, he always sat calmly. No matter how she tried to sense his spirit, she found that his surroundings were enveloped in an abyss-like aura, swallowing up all her perception. As Chu Yuan was about to speak, Lucai sneered. "Who are you? I know so many people, but I've never seen you before. What's your name? You didn't prepare even a small gift for the fairs. Did you barge in here? If you're not sincere, you better leave. And who do you think you are?" Chu Ziyang ped. Her brother was the monarch of the Great Wu Dynasty, and here was Lu Zai ordering the emperor to leave. Was he anything more than the son of the chief of staff? Speaking of which, I do have a gift. Jiyuan looked into his system space and pulled out something. "This is a little gift I've prepared for you. Trifles, haha. With your status, it seems only fitting to bribe the fairy with such trinkets." "I gather you're insane." Lucis' voice was derisive, his face mocking. No matter what Chu Yuan produced, nothing could surpass his hidden dragon zither. He had the upper hand this time. Surely the fairy would think of him first whenever she would play the zither in the future. Indeed, it's a trifle hardly worth mentioning. Chu Yuan pulled out a bead the size of a goose egg from his. This bead shone with starlight. Although it was pitch black, it was adorned with bright spots that resembled stars. It sparkled brilliantly, releasing an obscure yet divine hue. What is that? Muro asked curiously. A trifle, it's called the Star Universe bead, replied Chu Yuan. Indeed, a shoddy trifle. You dare dishonor her with such a bead. My mansion has countless objects of the sort. How many do you want? I can give you all. Just don't embarrass yourself on the fair's birthday. Luce looked down on this so-called Star Universe bead. There's a small mechanism in the Star Universe bead, said Chu Yuan. Oh, what kind of mechanism? Instead of allowing a maid to take the Star Universe bead, Muro approached it herself. She was immediately enveloped in a fragrant breeze, not the scent of rouge but a natural fragrance. Then she held the bead. The bead was somewhat heavy and it became slightly warm in her hand. Miss, please touch one of the stars, said Chu Yuan. Okay. MRO touched one of the stars, and suddenly a color resembling the void swept over. The void's blackness diffused into a brilliant light. In that instant, they appeared to have been transported to the universe. The original star points drastically enlarged, turning into real stars. There were galaxies afar, and as Mew moved, the phenomenon continued to expand. Stars, universe, Mew exclaimed in shock. It felt as if they had actually stepped into the universe. She was like a giant traversing galaxies, clearly touching one star after another, moving through one galaxy after another. Moreover, she could rearrange the stars at will. With a wave of her hand, the stars formed the words melodious music. With another wave, they changed into the characters Muro. This bead seemed to contain the entire universe within it. Is this the trifle you speak of? Muro had seen many treasures, but none were quite like Chu Yuan's Star Universe bead. Indeed, it is a trifle, Chu Yuan replied. Star Universe bead is an illusion. It's not substantial and holds no practical use. Chu Yuan had seen this Star Universe bead in the system mall just now. It required 50 destiny points for exchange. It must be said, the system mall really has all sorts of strange objects, but I seem to have discerned the transformations of the universe within this Star Universe bead. This is not an ordinary illusion. It genuinely contains principles. If previously Mew's smile was only polite, now she was genuinely delighted. I really like this Star Universe bead of yours. She carefully stowed the gift away herself rather than hand it to a maid to put aside. This person Lu she burned with jealousy, wishing he could kill Chu Yuan. After the gifts, Muro smiled and said, since all the gentlemen have bestowed their presents upon me, I cannot leave you disappointed. Inspired by the world's transformations, rise and fall, I would also like to play a melody for you, the fair's melody. We've been looking forward to that for a while. The young master's eyes immediately lit up. Mu's music was a marvel of melodious music. Many had attended today just to hear her play the zither. This melody is called Rise and Fall of a Nation. MRO didn't use Liu's hidden dragon zither. Instead, she brought out her own zither. The instrument was pure white, as if handcrafted from celestial stone. When her fingers struck it, the sound resonated like droplets of water striking the surface of a pond. The melody began to unfold. In Rise and Fall of a Nation, the story of a man leading his forces to vanquish various feudal lords amidst chaos was the initial narrative. The music conveyed the open-hearted and passionate spirit of such leadership, a multitude of brutal battles, and eventually the establishment of a ireful and prosperous imperial dynasty, the pinnacle of worldly accomplishments. This was undeniably a story about Emperor Da, but in the middle of the song, the empire collapses abruptly. Amidst internal strife and external threats, a young emperor ascends the throne. Facing the direst of situations and the potential extinction of his lineage, what choices would he make? The latter half of the music carries different meanings according to the listener's state of mind, leading to different interpretations of the story's ending. As Muro played the zither, her clear eyes watched the crowd, her music teasing out the thoughts hidden within the hearts of the listeners. She saw pessimism in some, preparations for retreat in others, and yet others preparing to survive alongside their nation. Her gaze suddenly fell upon Chu Yuan. Above his head, it seemed as if the smoke of an immortal war was billowing out. He stood like a god at top gods, supporting the pillars of the heavenly court, standing eternally. The zither quizzes the towel. The music enters the towel. Xuan noticed Mew's gaze. His eyes met hers unflinchingly. His willpower began to influence her melody as if adding different notes to it. Mew's melody instantly transformed, iron horses and golden spears. Battle flags fluttered as if an invincible supreme being was leading a great army, sweeping away every obstacle in its path, leaving legends about the emperor in every corner of the world. Here the melody stopped. Mrs. Melody is indeed profound and mysterious, skillfully conveying the rise and fall of a nation. Chuan said, I was merely expressing my emotions. It's nothing compared to the depth of your character. As Mew gazed deeply at Chu Yuan, she continued, our great Da was built on martial might. Our people are valiant, each one a top-ranking warrior. Those of you who can come to Meowin House must be among the best. I have prepared a small game to keep the mood light. How about we give it a try? What kind of game? Lucy, now recovered from the lingering effects of the melody, jumped in. Please tell us, miss. Wrestling might lead to injuries. How about we play a game of archery instead? Muro opened her palm to reveal 9 copper coins, each with a small hole in the center. I have 9 copper coins here. Within a 100 steps, let's shoot an arrow and see who can pierce these coins consecutively. Who could join this challenge? Chu Yuan gave it a quick glance. The holes in her 9 coins were very small, just wide enough for an arrow to pass through. Any deviation was beyond possibility, let alone making it through 9 consecutive coins. A maid came over and strung up the coins on a beam. Even a slight breeze would cause them to move. Moreover, the force of an arrow would inevitably affect their position, making this a true test of an archer's skill. Haha, this game is interesting. I'll go first. Lucy bellowed. He wanted to flaunt his martial prowess in front of Mew, so he departed with a bow and arrows specially prepared by the Meowin House. Swish, 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 swish. In order to make a good impression in front of Muro, Lucy was completely focused and put his all into it, and with a strum of the bowstring, the arrow seemed to pierce 7 coins consecutively. However, it slightly deviated on the 8th, missing its mark. Great archery skills. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight. This Lucy, even though he was a prodigal son, his archery was truly exquisite. They had to admit that they couldn't have done it any better themselves. I hope I didn't let the fair lady down. Lucy wiped the sweat from his forehead. While he didn't manage to complete the 9 stars in a row, but it was pretty good nonetheless. With his head held high, he announced, "Who else wants to try?" Some young masters, unsatisfied, decided to try their luck, but the best among them only managed to pierce through 4 holes far below Lucy's achievement. Eventually, to avoid embarrassment, many chose not to attempt it. "Sir, don't you want to give it a try?" Mew asked Chu Yuan. "There's no point in me going up there." Chu Yuan pointed to Chu Xianyang. "Why don't we let her have a go? Her archery skills are also quite good. Let me do it." "All right then." Chu Zia's eyes sparkled when Chu Yuan told her to step forward and demonstrate her skills. Humph. He doesn't have the ability himself, so he's having someone else make a fool of themselves instead. He knows how to pass the buck. All right. In my opinion, this guy is nothing but a good forno dandy. If it weren't for the fairy here, I would refuse to share the stage with such a person. Lucy disdained Chu Yuan's actions and sneered coldly. "My brother is far stronger than me, and he disdains competing with you all. What makes you worthy of seeing my brother's archery skills, not even achieving 9-star consecutive shots? Who gave you the guts to speak here?" Chu Xianyang became indignant after hearing this, her voice sharp, and she scoffed. "Keep your eyes wide open and watch carefully who the real trifle is." "Dog eyes," Lucy angrily retorted. "Fine, let's see how capable you are." "Give the bow to this gentleman," Muro ordered. At this point, Chu Xianyang took the bow, concentrating all her energy on the 9 copper coins. She pulled the bow in her hand tight like a full moon, making a chain of 9 sequential shots. Since martial arts were forbidden, it was purely about archery skills. Her spirit completely merged with the arrows, and at the very instant, a straight streak of arrow light pierced through. A faint chirping of a phoenix echoed as everyone opened their eyes wide to see an arrow light passing through the holes, precisely hitting the bullseye behind the copper coins. The 9 copper coins seemed to freeze for a few seconds before they were fiercely whipped by a gust of wind. Excellent. Everybody was taken aback by Chu Zia's archery skills. Such a young gentleman with rosy lips and white teeth had astounding skill in archery, achieving 9-star consecutive shots, something they had never managed to do. "Who's the trifle now?" Chu Zia's impressive record sharply slapped Lucy's face. Although she was only 13, the daughter royal family started learning martial arts from a young age. She had been learning martial arts from Zhu Fuf, a master of divine abilities, since she was 4 years old. Among the 8 leading figures of the Forbidden Army, Zhu Funfeng's archery skills were the most advanced. Lucy was staring at Chu Xianyang incredulously. Despite the reality being right in front of him, he struggled to believe it. "I've learned a great deal from this gentleman's archery skills." Mew smiled subtly. "It seems that even though Do was facing an unprecedented crisis, seeing the vigor of you young gentlemen, I can see the potential is there. Although I'm just a woman, I'm also interested in political affairs. What do you guys think about the future?" "Oh, Fairy Muro is also interested in national affairs," someone joked. "Of course, my meowing pavilion is located in the imperial city. If there is turmoil and the army invades, wouldn't the whole city be doomed? I would have to close up the shop, which would mean all of you would not be able to come to Meowin Pavilion anymore. How could I not be concerned?" Mew's reasoning made perfect sense. After all, in times of war, all industries would collapse. In that case, allow me to offer my humble opinion. Lu Zai, who just had his face slapped, jumped out again, saying since the previous emperor deceased, Dao's 300,000 divine warriors have been wiped out. I heard that the new emperor has assembled new divine warriors, but a mere 30,000. Far from enough. In addition, they haven't been battle-hardened, and their combat capability is probably weak. The 4 countries led by Diane will certainly not give Dog a chance to recover. In my opinion, war may break out within 1 or 2 months, and these 4 countries will inevitably come at us with overwhelming force. It makes sense. Muro nodded. Da did have a chance to breathe. Not long ago, Diane sent an envoy to us represented by Prince Linny, demanding that Da cede 3 states and 15 prefectures, pay reparations, and marry Princess Chinzi off for a political alliance, granting us a 1-year respite. Lusai sighed, but our emperor, for the sake of his pride, disregarded the safety of his people, not only refused, but also killed the envoy of Diane. This gives the Cayenne the perfect excuse to declare war and avenge their prince. Wouldn't signing it be yielding sovereignty and humiliating our country? Asked Muro. Haha, is it more important to yield sovereignty and humiliate the country, or to risk the destruction of the whole race? Diane has agreed. As long as their demands are met, there will be no wars within a year. With this breathing space, couldn't we stabilize the situation if I were the emperor? Lusai stopped speaking suddenly. This man is courting death. The mirth in Chu Xiong's eyes had disappeared, replaced by intense killing intent. And what if you were the emperor? When Mu's voice fell, it seemed to stir the desires in his heart, the place where greed lay. If I were the emperor, I would sign this state document to stabilize the political situation within this year. But this is just a metaphor. After all, our emperor has already acted, and it's impossible to turn things around. Hearing Mu's questioning, Lusai's mind heated and he gritted his teeth and said, Lusai, what you said is wrong. Our Tao established its country by martial suppressing all, gaining strength day by day, and the people are proud of it. We all understand the emperor's intentions. If Da's appetite grows bigger a year later, how do we deal with it? To cede land and pay compensation again? Apart from Princess Chenny, there are no other princesses for marriage alliances. Someone put forth a different opinion. We should fight with dignity, even if it means death. It's better than sticking our necks out for someone else's slaughter. What's a little humiliation compared to the destruction of the country? The current situation is beyond our control. We simply have to bow our heads. Liu snorted coldly. Young master, what do you think the current emperor of Da should do next? Muro purposefully asked Chu Yuan. The emperor's thoughts are as unfathomable as an abyss, but I believe it can be summarized in 9 words. Chu Yuan said, which 9 words? Upon hearing this, Muro told her maid only in go prepare paper and ink for the young master. I want to see these 9-word mantra and what kind of national salvation strategy they are. With the paper and pen prepared, Chu Yuan lifted the pen and wrote down 9 words. Defend our no matter how far we must punish. Muro saw these 9 words sharp like a sword filled with killing intent, as if for a moment her spirit was drawn into an ancient battlefield full of soldiers on the march. She spoke in a voice that only Chu Yuan could hear. What a no matter how far we must punish, full of killing intent, not conceding even an inch. If the young master were a general, you would surely be a pillar of the empire. But I see the young master is no general. Hongyan, bring me the spring rain painting I made. Since the young master has given me these 9 words today, I will gift him a calligraphy painting made by me. Muro's eyes were looking at Chu Yuan with a different color. The spring rain painting was brought up depicting a lady with a paper umbrella in a light rain in the spring season. The lady in the painting was Mu herself, which could make anyone who saw it feel calm in their irritated hearts. This is my painting. I hope the young master will not mind. Muro said it's actually a handwritten painting by the fairy lady. My God, he actually received a handwritten painting from the fairy lady. Since the fairy lady came to the imperial city, no one has ever been so treated. These young masters were filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could the painting away, especially Liu, whose eyes had turned red. It's a good painting. Shu Yuan, put away the painting. Let's go. Please stay, young master. Muro said, state city beauty. Muro has heard that there were emperors who would forsake their state for a beauty, and there were lords who would go against the world for a lady. Some people would even climb to the 9th heaven in their rage for a beauty. I am very curious. If young master had to choose between a state and a city beauty, what would your choice be? I want state and I want the beauty of the city. I naturally want everything. My choice will be whoever ruins my state, whoever snatches my beauty, whether they will face 1,000 cuts or a life worse than death. Chu Yuan's voice was still echoing in Mu's ears, but he and Chu Xianyang had already left Miaoan Mansion. Is this your choice? Mu gazed at Chu Yuan's departing figure, deep in thought. I want everything. Mu's zither music is truly divine, especially her melody. Even though she seems like a little elf, I didn't feel so strongly earlier. But now, as the notes linger in my ears, my emotions are changing with the music. When it's sad, I feel sad. When it's cheerful, I feel cheerful. Walking on the streets of the imperial city, the sky was now dark. Instead of quieting down, the streets were more vibrant. lit up by lanterns that illuminated the surroundings with a warm red glow. Many pedestrians were strolling along the streets, enjoying the night life. The city had no curfew. There was music and celebrations every night, making it even more bustling than during the day. Chu Xiong tilted her head deep in thought. A thought can create a god. A thought can create a demon. That's the fluctuations of your mind, said Chu Yuan. Open that scroll and take a good look at the woman in the painting. Oh, is there something strange about it? Chu Xiong asked curiously. The woman in the painting was still the stunningly beautiful Mu, looking as if a celestial maiden had descended to earth. However, after Chu Xiong stared at it for a while, she exclaimed in surprise, "The Mu in the painting seems to be smiling at me. Wait, now she seems to be sorrowful. Why does it seem like I can see anger, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, desire?" Muro infused her emotions into this painting using the of her spirit. Not just anyone could achieve such a feeder cultivation level, maybe even higher than I imagined. Chu Yuan was deep in thought as he considered Muo's changes in Meowing House. Indeed, something is strange about Meowing House. Father had wanted to ban it, but ultimately nothing came out of it. But is Mew really that Urful Muro looked no more than 17 or 18? Chinti, we should head back to the palace now. Just as Chu Yuan finished speaking, the sounds of galloping horses came to his ears. Make way, make way. A few large horses unexpectedly stormed down the street, running wildly, causing panic amongst the people roaming the night market. Particularly striking was the leader of the group. He rode a magnificent, fiery red horse with hot flames spewing from its nostrils. As they charged through, many pedestrians cried out in alarm. Some were even knocked over in the chaos. A dragon blood horse. On first glance, Chu Yuan recognized this horse as a rare breed infused with the weak bloodline of the dragon clan. Only dogs could train such horses. Such horses could only be seized from battlefields and couldn't be bred. They were worth a fortune, far beyond the means of ordinary folks. I've been looking for the two of you for a long time. I finally found you. The man on the dragon blood horse was Lucai. He stopped in front of Chu Yuan, looking down at him, saying contemptuously, "Humph, I don't know what kind of sorcery you used to bewitch Sis Mu, but the spring river bathed in rain painting is mine. Name your price. I can buy it off you. I want a price you cannot afford." Chu Yuan replied, "Haha, can't afford it. Do you know who this young lord is? He's the son of the current chief of staff of the Ministry of Works, and he controls countless resources. There isn't a price he can't afford. Young man, you'd better open your eyes." One of the arrogant men brandished his horsewhip fiercely, the swift movement creating a threatening sound, his demeanor intimidating. Still need to observe some rules within the imperial city. Lushy waved his hand indifferently. "I'll exchange this painting for 10,000 taels of gold and 10 mystic crystals." "You're dreaming," said Chu Yuan. "Boy, don't make me teach you a lesson for not showing courtesy where it's due. We've been very polite to you." Another arrogant man yelled. He suddenly pulled his reins, raising his horse's hips menacingly high, posing as if ready to trample Chu Yuan. His whip, too, was stirring up a gust of wind. If this whip hit anyone, it would surely leave severe welts. Many people on the street covered their eyes, except Chu Yuan, whose eyes radiated a chilling light. He grabbed the man's whip and yanked it strongly. The arrogant man was thrown off his horse with a loud to the ground. Gagging, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. "Unable to get up. You dare to touch my people?" Lucai frowned and said, "What's your name? Whose family do you belong to?" "Person from the Chu family," Chu Yuan said indifferently. "Chu family?" Lucai thought for a while, sneered. "I know most of the young masters in the imperial city, even those I'm not acquainted with I would have heard about. But a young master surnamed Chu is something unheard of. The only one surnamed Chu that I know is the reigning emperor. You must have come from the border to escape rates. However, young man named Chu, you've hurt my people, and you must pay the price." "You going to die?" Chu Xiang replied disdainfully at this point. "Young master, these two people are too arrogant. Why don't we give them a harsh lesson to let them realize the of the Ministry of Works?" The several slaves by his side said darkly. "They've carried out this kind of deed many times before. Idiots, with so many people present, would you act yourselves?" Liu cursed these slaves under his breath. "I heard that the duty officer today is Capital Commandant's son from Xuanu Camp. Go invite him over. Let him uphold justice for me. This young man dared to openly act within the imperial city, beating my people to an unknown state of life and death. He must be severely punished under the law. Young master always thinks carefully." When one of the slaves complimented, he turned around and ran, shouting, "If you have the courage, don't run." "I won't run," Chu Yuan said casually. After a while, the sound of armor clashing came soon followed by a group of armored forbidden army walking briskly over. "Capital Commandant's son. That man is too arrogant. He beat our young master's people to near death. This is the heart of the empire where laws and regulations are strict. He dared to be so arrogant, commit violence in public, and doesn't regard you highly. That's why our young master invited you to administer justice." The arrogant walked in front, followed by a man with a robust structure and strength that already reached the divine realm. Considering the times, even a commoner in the divine realm from the Xuan Wu camp would personally patrol the imperial city. Humph, during a lockdown in this kind of time, someone dares to openly punish in my territory. Very arrogant. As your young master said, this young man came from outside the city and perhaps has become used to ruling over his own territory. He doesn't realize this is the imperial city. That capital commandant's surnamed son said capital commandant's son. When Lusai saw Sun, he smiled broadly under the emperor's feet, the heavens and the earth. My men and I were just admonishing him, yet he dares to resort to violence and was particularly heavy-handed. Look at my men on the ground, not knowing life from death. According to imperial city law, how should he be found guilty immediately taken into custody, closely confined? That Sun commandant obviously recognized Lusai and smiled. Especially during this special time as a commandant, I have even more reason to suspect him of being a spy from Dayan. He must be severely interrogated. Before the severe interrogation, I want to find someone. At this moment, Chu Yuan was surrounded by several slaves, and that Sun commandant had not yet gotten a good look at Chu Yuan's face. Who are you looking for? The chief inspector of Wu Songing, Chuan said slowly. You know, Xianging Lusai said, but even if you find Songing, it's useless. He is just the chief inspector from Wu, and the evidence of your violent behavior is irrefutable. Remember, not everyone can be provoked. My father is Lu Yang, the Minister of Works. Even Songing can't save you. Enough. Let me take him into custody first. That Sun Common waved his hand. Forbidden Army and Chief Inspector are of different systems. He is a master in the divine realm. Even if this guy knew Songing, the Chief Inspector has no control over those arrested by his Forbidden Army and wouldn't give him face. He cleared the crowd about to apprehend him when he suddenly saw Chu Yuan's face. Fearfully, he fell to the ground and shouted, "Ah, Lusai, you have killed me." Seeing Chu Yuan, Capital Commandant's son looked as if he was about to die. His legs weakened, and he collapsed on the ground. Sitting on his dragon blood horse, Lusai observed Capital Commandant's son's reaction, and he faintly perceived that this man before him had no ordinary background. Could he be a descendant of some extraordinary that even Capital Commandant's son was terrified of him? Capital Commandant's son. What's wrong? Who is he exactly? My father is the official of the Ministry of Works, Lu Yang. Even if he has a significant background, there's no need to be afraid of him. I've got your back, Lusai said, confused. Your Majesty, your servant greets you. Capital Commandant's son crawled towards Chu Yuan before kneeling down. The Emperor is here. The arriving group also froze. Once they recovered from the shock, they quickly kneeled down, shouting, "Long live to the Emperor." I unknowingly offended the Emperor, even using my father as a pressure tool. Lusai's brain went blank, frightening him into a cold sweat. He could never imagine that this young man before him would be the current emperor. Today he not only threatened the emperor but also expressed rebellious words at Main Square. Each one of them was an enormous crime punishable by family execution. He was not inviting death but precisely seeking it. Although his father was one of the 6 ministers, even the prime minister had to give some face. But in front of the emperor, it was insignificant. After all, he was the sovereign of Dal. His first reaction was to turn the dragon blood horse around and run far away. Chu Yuan cast his gaze on the dragon blood horse. The immense authority and killing intent of the emperor caused the horse to neigh, falling to the ground. Yui was also thrown off the horse, landing in an extremely dreadful state. Lusai, you dared to offend the emperor today. Where do you think you're going? Capital Commandant's son roared with rage in his eyes. Lusai, this idiot not only put himself in trouble but also implicated him. Forbidden Army arrest Lusai. The sound of armor clashing resonated from afar. In a mere moment, Seeing leading the imperial guards came rushing towards them. He scanned the surroundings with his eyes and gasped, "Your servant greets you, your majesty." "Stand down," Chiyuan commanded. At that time, when Songing saw Lusa being taken down by the Forbidden Army and the dragon blood horse falling to the ground, he faintly understood something. "Your majesty, what has happened today? I took a private tour in plain clothes. What I saw was shocking. A dignified son of the Ministry of Works publicly indulging his slaves to commit atrocities. This is still under the emperor's jurisdiction. If it were elsewhere, wouldn't it be even worse?" Chu Yuan continued. "And you, as the capital commandant of the Forbidden Army and possessing divine abilities, dared to collude with Luzai, oppressing the people. Today I am here. But what if it were someone else in such a case? Wouldn't they have nowhere to turn to? You would have them killed." "I admit my guilt," Capital Commandant's son confessed, lowering his head. "I am stripping you of all military duties and sending you to the heavenly prison." Chu Yuan commanded. "I have no objection." Capital Commandant's son responded with a hateful glance at Luzai, grinding his teeth. "Your Majesty, how should we deal with Luzai?" Songing was somewhat speechless. another frustrating individual relying on his acting recklessly within the imperial city and hitting up against an immovable object. This little emperor is not a weakling but a present-day house. As for Liu, Chu Yuan paused, and in front of him, two divine choices suddenly emerged. Choice 1, prioritize the big picture, warn severely through a minor punishment. Only imprison Lu Zai in the heavenly prison. Secretly investigate whether the Ministry of Works has any connection with Dalian. Follow the clues, accumulate evidence. Gain 100 destiny points and 10 progress of Kirin armor. Choice 2, act with a thunderous approach. Incarcerate Lu Zai in the death cell. Use this as a pretext to investigate the Ministry of Works' connection with Dalian openly and uprightly. Gain 100 destiny points and 10 progress of War God's grasp. One secretly, one openly. Chu Yuan had to contemplate two divine choices. Obviously, it would be more cautious to investigate secretly and would take more time, but if he confronted it directly, it might stir up unrest. Even though he could uproot the traitors and thoroughly eliminate the insecurities in Da, Chu Yuan knew well which individuals in his court had already betrayed Dada. They were just waiting for the right moment. Lu Zai committed treason and offended me personally. He acted violently on the street. For these multiple crimes, he should be sent to the heavenly prison, Chu Yuan ordered, shocking Lu Zai almost to the point of fainting. He was even more terrified by Chu Yuan's following words. But what shocks me the most is that I saw in Miaoan Square today that a mere son of an official from the Ministry of Works could bring out a treasure like the dragon chain. Dragonwood and blood dragon steel are exclusively owned by Dalian and solely supplied to the Dalian royal family, almost impossible for other people to get. Furthermore, this dragon blood horse is also a product of Dalian. Lu Zai is just the son of the official from the Ministry of Works. How did he get it? Chu Yuan coldly said. This point really makes me curious. Lu Zai, can you give me an explanation? These were traded from Dalian by my father. Lu Zai responded in panic. Really, our late emperor also once sent people to trade, but Dalian did not agree to it. Does an official from the Ministry of Works possess such a big face? Chu Yuan queried. Stupid. How could Lu Yang give birth to such a stupid son? Songing felt fortunate that he did not have any child. Otherwise, he would die of anger if he had such a stupid son. If Learly dug a pit for his father, Lu Zai's stupidity was endangering his whole family's life. No, not just his life, but also his whole family's life. So you want to be an emperor? Lu Zai, wouldn't it be better if I give you my throne? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chu Yuan spoke with a thunderous voice, echoing like a blast. It was just a casual remark. Lu Zai had already wet his pants in fear. Where was his courage from Miaoing Square now? He pleaded in terror. Your Majesty, have mercy. A casual remark, well said. Chu Yuan replied, songing, arrest Lu Yang first and imprison him in the death cell to be executed and suspend the Ministry of Works from office. I'll conduct a thorough investigation into the Dragon Chin and Dragon Blood Horse matters. If the Ministry of Works is innocent, I'll do justice. And if they indeed colluded, I'll show no mercy. Yes, Songing replied. Also, I've noticed that some people in the Forbidden Army are in close contact with some civilian and military officials and even dare to indulge them in the street. This is not good. I'll start an investigation from this capital Commandant's son and then look into all the 8 camps of the Forbidden Army. Chu Yuan thundered. After I return to the palace, I'll issue an imperial edict. As long as it is authorized by the emperor, whether it's the Ministry of Works or one of the 6 ministers, you can investigate them. And you don't have to worry, as the Duke of Loyalty and Bravery will cooperate with your investigation, and I am at your back. The host makes choice 2, gains 100 destiny points and 10 progress of War God's grip with a total progress of 20. The current balance of destiny points is 950. There's going to be an upheaval, songing since the coming storm. This Lu Zai not only undid his own father, but also all the civilian and military officials in the court and the Forbidden Army's 8 camps. There's no telling how many people would have wanted to kill this Lu Zai. Your servant obeys the order without uttering another word. Songing merely obeyed the order. Also, I'll personally send Lu Zai to the death cell with the God Martial Army keeping an eye. Chuan said, go. Any person who dares to collude with the enemy and betray the country will have no mercy. A storm is impending, with massive actions being initiated within the imperial city. The atmosphere becomes tense, as if a storm is looming overhead, being the first major upheaval since the emperor's ascension to the throne. His first move is directed towards the entire 6 ministries and the Forbidden Army. No one could have anticipated that because of Lu Zai, Emperor Dahu would order a thorough investigation of the Ministry of Works and even the entire 6 ministries. Despite the shock causing waves among the civil and military officials, it is actually not beyond comprehension. Just think about it. A chief of staff's son is able to present hidden dragon wood, blood dragon steel, dragon blood horses, and dares to spout seditious words about bringing down the emperor. It would be strange if such matters are not thoroughly investigated. Besides, Chu Yuan also insists on a severe examination of the abuses suffered by the orphan families of the former Divine Martial Forces, which earned him good remarks from many. Mari Zhangyang, the Divine Martial Forces affair is easy to resolve. It's merely about property invasion. As such, it is considered a small issue that does not involve a larger scheme. However, Lu Sai's issue is much more substantial. Thoroughly examining the entire Ministry of Works, let alone the entire 6 ministries, is a major matter, and if not handled properly, may cause turmoil in the empire, said Songing with a solemn look on his face. He was fully aware that since the sudden death of the late emperor, a number of individuals started colluding in secret with the Great Hidden. Once an investigation occurs, large issues will resurface, causing panic and a severe crisis that may even lead to the collapse of the empire. A minor issue. My subordinates were furious when they heard the emperor was going to vindicate the former Divine Martial Forces. No one wants their families to be bullied once they die in battle. The Divine Martial issues will be investigated by Divine Martial, Liu Yanfu said dismissively, Song Mansion governor. Our investigation this time is focused on the Ministry of Works. I wonder where the Marquis plans to start the investigation, Songing asked as he found this matter to be a thorny issue. We should start with the Department of Construction. Liu Yang has been chief of staff for many years, naturally piloting a good deal. The members of the Department of Construction are his parties. We should first find out through which channel Lu Sai acquired those treasures, said Lu Kaiyan-fu. The Ministry of Works, an independent place, is vast in area. Among the 6 ministries, the atmosphere at the Ministry of Works is the most tense. Chu Yuan's direct investigation target this time is Liu Yang, the chief of staff. Those who were able to hold positions in the Ministry of Works, most of whom have close connections with Liu Yang, especially those who have been filling their own pockets, they felt gravely threatened. It should be known that the Ministry of Works handles all resources of the empire. They hold over many things like armor, weapons, and pills, providing them with rich pickings. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of Divine Martial Guards raced into an enormous warehouse that was previously bustling with activity, immediately surrounding the area. Lu Qinfu led the way. He swept his eyes across the warehouse and loudly asked, "Man, a gang of operation and maintenance for exploiting your authority to confiscate the ancestral homes of the Divine Martial Forces under the Emperor's decree. I am here to arrest you." "Do you not kneel down immediately?" I didn't," replied an obese, big-eared man as he trembled with fear, taking a knee on the ground. "You dare to deny Lu Qinfu, intimidated. Arrest him, and I have discovered that you've been having suspicious transactions with the Great Hidden. I suspect that you are a traitor to the country." The final judgment will be determined through further investigation. Bearing the decree of the Emperor, and with a 9th-level divine abilities authority figure, like Lu Qinfu present, who in the Ministry of Works dared to stop them? The once lively Ministry of Works quickly fell silent. Many staff members and minor officials totaling thousands regardless of the existence of evidence, as long as there was a bit of suspicion, have all been taken away, with more than half of the ministry's officials arrested. Moreover, Lu Xinfu discovered a secret arsenal in the imperial city. All the weapons were quietly taken from the empire's resources by the Ministry of Works. This further confirmed that people within the Ministry of Defense colluding with the Great Hidden, and even without Liu's incident, Liu Yang, chief of staff of the Ministry of Works, would still not be able to evade his guilt. Meanwhile, through interrogating key personnel in the Ministry of Works, they managed to involve members from other 5 ministries. This thorough investigation aims to examine those suspected of colluding with the Great Hidden and of being traitors. It's known that Lu Qinfu is a confidant of Chu Yuan and a erful figure. As such, he will not extend any courtesy to anyone. At the Prime Minister's mansion, one man stands anxiously awaiting the entrance of an older man from the mansion's gate. He steps forward. "Lu Butler, has the Prime Minister agreed to meet me, Chief Lao? The Prime Minister has been struck by the crazies due to the 6th Prince's issue. He currently lies bedridden and should avoid contacting you, sir. He knows what you have in mind and asked you to wait for news at home," said the old man. The Prime Minister also had a reminder. In times like these, it is best to stay calm and avoid acting rashly. As Liu Yang's expression darkened, he saw Lu Butler enter the mansion and heard the gate slam shut, indicating his departure. "I, Liu Yang, have slaved away for decades on your behalf, and when I need you the most, you shut me out and disclaim any connection with me. You are ruthless indeed," Liu Yang shouted angrily. "Suffer from the crazies." A 10th-level divine abilities master like yourself would really be pushed over the edge over a single child losing his life. You sit back and do nothing. Having vented his anger, he knew that the Prime Minister refusing to meet him left him helpless. He turned around and exited with resentment. Prime Minister's mansion. Sitting sternly in the hall, Lin asked as Butler Lu returned. Did he leave? Yes, although judging by his expression, Chief Lao did not seem pleased, replied Butler Lu. He is the object of the Emperor's thorough investigation. If I were to meet him, I wonder what His Majesty would think. When I end up burning myself, Lun wore a grim expression. I've warned him before that at times like these, it's necessary to remain calm. This emperor is not as easy to control as we thought. His ambitions are great. Lu Yang dared to bring out the hidden dragonwood and the blood dragon steel, the forbidden objects, and gave them to his son. Such foolishness is unbearable. It would have been fine if he had only given them to Mu from the Music Peace Pavilion, but it happened when the emperor was present. Now, because of his son, all the 6 ministries are in a mess. Sir Mari Jiangyang also found a secret weapon storehouse. But Lurlu reported the emperor came prepared. He's not afraid of raining chaos within the 6 ministries. In fact, he'd rather create anarchy. I underestimated him. This emperor is different from his predecessor. Although the late emperor was wise and brave, he was mostly concerned with cultivation and seldom managed state affairs, which allowed us to do as we wished, lamented Lun. Compared to the second emperor, I preferred the first one. What do we do about the 6th prince? There was concern in Butler Lu's voice. That rebellious son. I go a few short months without disciplining him, and he stirs up such a huge mess. If it weren't for Lusai's case, I might have been able to save him from the sky prison. But now I absolutely cannot act rashly. The death of one son means nothing. The 4 nations of Great Hidden are still preparing. During this time we must stay calm, Lai Yun said coldly. During this period, do not meet with anyone. I will not be attending court either, and I will not see the emperor. Lu Yang's life and death isn't my concern, nor do I have anything to do with this. If anyone seeks me out, tell them I am bettered in due to illness. But after all, it is the 6 ministries. Butler Lu reminded, I know if I abstain, I will at best be charged with negligence. But if I act, it will be seen as treason. Now we must wait until the 4 nations launch an attack. We can only forsake the lesser for the greater good. Lun decided to sever any ties with this debacle. Tonight, the sky is heavy with dark clouds casting an all-encompassing dimness that even the moon and stars are nowhere to be seen. Despite looming signs of a downpour, the rain held back. Even the usually bustling and vibrant imperial city was now deathly quiet. Homes were sealed tight, silent, and few silhouettes were to be seen along the long streets. The only signs of life were the Divine Warrior Army, the Forbidden Army, and the garrison forces patrolling the streets. It had been 10 days since Chu Yuan began his thorough investigation. For those 10 days, whisperings of dread had spread throughout all quarters. Those without any links to Deu were fine, but those who conspired with Deu were trembling in terror, fearing that the investigation would implicate them. Chu Yuan's iron rule, icy as the winter snow and blazing as the blazing sun, gave them no chance to breathe. He seemed determined to uncover the corrosive elements harboring connections to Dao against the imperial dynasty. The Ministry of Works was chillingly silent, but within a secret underground chamber of the ministry, the room was brightly lit, currently occupied by about a dozen people who astonishingly all possessed divine abilities. Their countenances were particularly solemn. What's the situation, gentlemen? Someone asked. The Prime Minister and the General have abandoned us. They're ready to sacrifice the pawns to save themselves. Lu Yang shook his head. I went to see the Prime Minister, but I couldn't even get to meet him. I was sent away by a mere servant. I couldn't see the General either. Another man appearing in his 40s or 50s was sitting next to Lu Yang with a cold, austere demeanor. His rank was extraordinarily high with divine abilities at the 9th level equaling the head of the Imperial Guards in strength. He was the Minister of War paying Yuan. They've burned our bridge and left us to fend for ourselves. Someone unable to hold back his resentment. Spat, the 6 ministries have provided them with countless benefits over the years. And yet the moment we're in trouble, they abandon us, distancing themselves from us as if we're plague-infested. I want to expose them too. Expose them, Lu Yang scoffed cynically. What evidence do you have? Shang Yuan, Qing Yun, and Lai Yun are cunning as foxes and never leave any traces in their dealings. Your groundless accusations will be useless. Even if the Emperor believes you, would he act? Both of them possess divine abilities at the 10th level, unlike us, the Forsaken Ones. Are we really just going to become castaways? Then one man asked angrily, a grotesque expression twisting his face before bellowing. Lu Yang, it was your good Forno progeny who dragged us into this mess. If I see that little beast, I'll skin him alive. Little beast, Liu Wang raged. Then what am I, Sun Chang? Watch your words. Did I say something wrong? Claimed the man named Sun Chang. If not for him, would we be in this situation? Haha. Lu Yang, you still have the nerve to berate me. Just ask around. So many want to tear that little wrench to pieces. You're looking for death. Lu Yang was about to strike. Enough. Even before the Emperor makes his move, we're already creating chaos amongst ourselves. With a strong rank, Ping Yuan quelled the room. Our top priority is to concoct a plan, not to create discord. So what can we do? Sunching sneered mockingly. Even the Prime Minister and General aren't sparing us a glance. Are we to go confess our sins to the Emperor and get locked up in the prison, then wait for our assets to be seized and our heads chopped off? Confessing our sins is a no-go. Lu Yang declared the investigation will sooner or later find its way to us. When that happens, we will all be in dire straits. Paying Yuan, you aren't clean either. Not long after the late Emperor passed away, people from Da started approaching you. When the late Emperor had passed away, the 300,000-strong Divine Warriors army died mysteriously, plunging the realm into chaos. For nations plotted a takeover of Dot to collapse Dao from within and without. The four nations deployed numerous men, promising various benefits, enticing many to secretly pledge their allegiance to them. After all, without the late Emperor, the young Emperor at that time seemed helpless to turn things around, and in reality they did succeed. The previous Chu Yuan was defeated and humiliated, committing suicide in the imperial city 3 years later. Regrettably, they met Chu Yuan this time, who had not only returned from another world, but also possessed an external divine system. Yes, Pang Yun admitted fearlessly, Da offered me a treasure that promised a breakthrough to the 10th level of the divine realm. As someone who has been stuck at this level for long with an additional offer of being conferred as a king and receiving 5 provinces of Da, it was an offer I couldn't refuse. In Dao, I could only be a minister of war, but once Dada collapsed, I would be a king. A servant will always be a servant, but a king is different. He would be a country within a country, writing his own laws. What tempted Pang Yuan most was the opportunity to break through to the 10th level of the divine realm. Having established Da for hundreds of years with profound foundations, there had been no earthly beings within that could contend with the late emperor. The 10th level of the divine realm and conferred as a prince. Lu Yang's eyes twinkled. I never imagined it to present you with such a substantial reward. It seems my portion was much smaller. That's because you lack my strength and qualifications. Ping Yuan stated bluntly. You Lu Yangbart, it seems that now we're left with only one path. Rebellion. Leave the imperial city or we will be trapped here to death. Indeed, rebellion. This is what he forced us into. Since he's merciless, let him not blame us for our ruthlessness. Leaving the imperial city might not be so straightforward. The speaker was a military officer, the capital commandant of the Forbidden Army. The emperor has anticipated this, fearing that we might become corner docks. Hence, he transferred numerous forces from the 8 regiments of the Forbidden Army to block off the imperial city. Even though we are in the divine realm, escaping wouldn't be easy and would inevitably alert the Forbidden Army. I have some news, a middle-aged man said. Tomorrow, the emperor will leave the royal palace to pay his respects to the late emperor at the imperial mausoleum. It has already been half a year since the late emperor's passing. Will Marquis Zhangyang attend? Ping Yuan asked. No, Marquis Yang isn't even in the imperial city. The man said he was from the right supervision, and after a moment of thought, he added, 3 days ago, Marquis Ziyang left for Yin State. The chief of Yin State wanted to raise a rebellion because he heard he was under investigation. Marquis Ziyang went there to suppress it. Good, Lu Yang laughed heartily. Yin State is far and isolated. Although Lu Qinfu was at the 9th level of the divine realm, this round trip would at least take half a month. It seems we only have one course of action now. Ping Yuan's eyes flashed with a spectacular light, projecting an imposing aura. Tomorrow, when the emperor leaves the imperial city for the imperial mausoleum, he must pass through the eastern city. Chief Lao, didn't you secretly prepare some divine cannons? Take advantage of that moment to shell the emperor's dragon processional vehicle. At that time, I will directly attack him, create chaos, and once the Forbidden Army gathers, we strike our way out of the imperial city. In this fight, we don't seek to kill the emperor, but to create chaos. All right, let's proceed. As you stated, well, shell the dragon processional vehicle. As someone of a chief of staff status, Lu Yang was, of course, a resolute person. He coldly said he probably won't expect us to be bold enough for this. Once we're out, Da will indeed plunge into chaos. His prestige will be lost, and it would be the day of Da's downfall. Chu Yuan, it's either you or me who will die. In the 30th year of the Great Martial Calendar, on the 23rd day of the 9th month in autumn, half a year has passed since the death of the late emperor. Yu Yuan has been on the throne for just as long. According to the customs of Das, new kings were to pay homage to their predecessors at the imperial mausoleum half a year and 1 year into their reign, expressing their reverence for the previous emperor. On this clear morning, in a street of the eastern city, the solemn imperial carriage slowly rolled out of the royal palace. Besides the ceremonial procession, the guards on both sides weren't the Forbidden Army, but the 3,000-strong, robust soldiers of the Divine Martial Legion. Each one of them exuded a earthful aura, wielding long halberds to clear the way in front. 9 primordial dragons residing in the original spirit realm pulled the carriage. Above the procession floated a hazy figure, none other than Chu Yuan. From today onwards, the entire imperial city would be draped in white cloth. Even on some streets, citizens willingly knelt on both sides, respectfully sending off the emperor's carriage. 30 years ago, Dou was a realm of chaos where vassals waged war and fierce beasts rampaged. Ordinary citizens lived in abject misery until the old emperor led his great army, sweeping away all foes to bring 30 years of peace and stability to countless people. 30 years might seem a blink in a world of martial arts, not even enough time for a generation to change. Many have seen the day Dou came into being. Therefore, the death of the old emperor brought sorrow to the people. The imperial procession didn't move very quickly. After 2 full hours, they saw the city wall of the eastern gate guarded by a large contingent of the Forbidden Army in the far distance. His Majesty leaves the city. Open the gates. Once we finished speaking, the tightly closed city gates slowly creaked open. The moment the city gates opened, an ear-piercing sound resounded. From all sides of the imperial city, hundreds of divine machine cannons fired off beams of scorching energy, aiming at the position of Chu Yuan's carriage. The thunderous sounds shook the heavens and earth. The surging energy waves threatened to flip the entire imperial city. Quick, protect His Majesty. It's the divine machine cannons. There's a traitor causing chaos. Scatter, scatter, don't gather together, come down. The divine machine cannon was a forbidden weapon controlled by Desing immense these several hundred cannons creating a big chaotic scene with Chu Yuan's position at the center. Shouts were heard everywhere. Go. In the residences near the East City Gate, pairs of eyes stared at this very sight. After hearing a voice, countless shadows like a bursting flood charged towards Chu Yuan's carriage. There are assassins. A voice bellowed and a large number of rebel soldiers rushed forward, quickly, engaging with the divine martial legion. Under the roar of cannons, chaos prevailed. Everything was in disarray. Chu Yuan, your time is up. A figure suddenly flew out from the sky. Clad in dragon-like armor with a long knife in his hand, he plummeted down like thunder, boldly ing through Chu Yuan's procession. The procession broke apart, yet the figure sitting at top didn't move at all. Steady as Mount Tai, I hit something. The assassin who had unexpectedly launched the attack saw his knife harshly hitting something. He opened his eyes wide. Before he could rejoice, he exclaimed in shock, Chu Yuan, it's not you. True, what he struck was the giant spirit guard, Minister of War, Ping Yuan. Chu Yuan withdrew the giant spirit guard with a wave of his hand and said coldly, as expected, you have chosen to act today, clearly indicating your treason and rebellion. Ping Yuan, the deputy minister of war, Huang Yang, upon seeing this man, also barked as the chief of staff, a high-ranking official, how dare you, rebel, haha. If you're heartless, do not blame me for being ruthless. Rather than waiting for my execution, I prefer to act first and face the disaster. If you continue your investigation in this manner, sooner or later, it will lead to me. It is always better to take the initiative, Pang Yuan declared coldly. Although you killed the Purple Thunder Leviathan on that day, in my view, that was just with the help of a 30,000-strong army. Today, let me test your real strength. As his voice fell, his long knife again rushed towards Chu Yuan with an indomitable spirit. The knife shone brightly, producing a chilling air wave that spread, causing a massacre on all sides. The bombardment of the divine cannon from a distance didn't stop. Although the cannons couldn't harm anyone above the original spirit realm, it did create chaos, making the court soldiers unable to calm down. At the same time, more than 10 divine realm experts led hundreds of men, charging ferociously towards the city gates. Minister of Works, Lu Yang, it turns out you are in collusion with Dayan. Someone yelled. Originally, some of them didn't believe that Lu Yang was in collusion. But today, both the Minister of Works and the Minister of War were audaciously charging the Emperor's procession, revealing their treasonous intent beyond a doubt. A man has to fend for himself, or he will be condemned by heaven and earth. Dayan provides us with more benefits. Why should we go down with the weakening imperial dynasty of Dao Lu Yang roared? Though not as strong as Ping Yuan, he was a divine realm 8-layered expert. Some forbidden army soldiers wished to stop him, but were no match for his might. The impact of his tore them apart. Stop him. Hang Yang's eyes turned red with rage. You're looking for death, Lu Yang retorted furiously. Hidden selection activated. Capture or kill Minister of War Ping Yuan and Minister of Works Lu Yang to gain a 100 destiny points, where God's grasp progression will increase by 30 with current progress at 20. Failure would result in a complete progression reset. You can also choose not to participate. There will be neither rewards nor penalties. A hidden choice. On seeing the emerging hidden choice, Chuan seemed to forget about the falling blade optical illusions looming over him. Just as Pang Yuan thought that Chu Yuan was paralyzed with fear, he suddenly saw a smile playing on the corners of Chu Yuan's mouth. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he felt as though he was being watched by a predator. The falling blade light mysteriously disappeared all of a sudden. Pang Yuan, all of this was part of my plan. I was merely waiting for the traitors to reveal themselves, never expecting you being so impatient. It seems I've snagged myself a big fish, declared Chu Yuan. In the middle of his words, with one punch, the great combat technique, earth-shattering, was activated, exploding with immense His cultivation had already reached the sixth layer of original spirit realm, bearing three major laws embodying unrivaled divine HMPH, Pangyuan scoffed. I suspected something was amiss today. Not only was Mr. Luna by your side, even the 8 camp leaders of the Forbidden Army were absent. As such, I had detected your tricks. But I didn't just want to leave and was not contented. Therefore, knowing that it may be a ploy, I still wanted to plunge the city into chaos and smear your face. Chu Yuan, you've been too arrogant. He vaguely anticipated this, but wasn't willing to leave the imperial city in a humiliated state under Chu Yuan's coercion. Mana condensed, covering Pang Yuan's left fist and earth and yellow mana, transforming it into solid fists. He launched his attack, roared and shouted, "Fist of the Earth Spirit." In that instant, the two forces collided fiercely. 7 forms of immortality. While it appeared Xu Yuan had only thrown one punch, within it were the variations of 7 forms. The earthen fists exploded suddenly as Pang Yuan himself, a formidable expert, also was hammered in the chest by a terrific storm. Ping Yuan knew Chu Yuan was very strong, far beyond what his level indicated, but when their actual confrontation occurred, Pang Yuan realized all his previous estimates were incorrect, and incredibly so. This was even more terrifying than what he had displayed in the Wancho mountain range. His mana-infused punch immediately disintegrated. Chu Yuan's earth-shattering landed heavily on him, making his ears ringing. The blood within his body roiled, and he could barely maintain his balance. So terrifying. Ping Yuan slid back hundreds of steps before stabilizing himself, his eyes fixated on Chu Yuan. Your stage is still at the level of the primordial spirit, yet your combat is immense. This definitely couldn't have been the foundation left to you by the previous emperor. If you had such resources, the 5 countries would have been unified long ago. Ping Yuan, as the Minister of War, you have rebelled against your superior. Today, I will capture you alive and execute you publicly at noon. Chu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in a deep black robe symbolic of ancient battlefields, but didn't respond to Ping Yuan's query. Are you dreaming of capturing me alive? Ping Yuan laughed scornfully. His knife was like a magical weapon, eerie and cunning. Numerous wisps of nebulous knife energy descended in an odd floating manner with every step he took, symbolizing 3 E's, continuous as a river and extraordinarily profound magical knife. Chu Yuan spoke in a subdued tone. I have encountered your magical knife's before. However, despite the oddity of the knife, Xu Yuan only had to glide slightly for the blade's radiance to slip past him. In Ping Yuan's eyes, Xu Yuan seemed to be as elusive as a current of electricity and almost impossible to track. What's happening? Ping Yuan was growing increasingly impatient. Great thunder technique, God-killing thunder, Xu Yuan uttered softly. As he harmonized his breath, the dark clouds rolled in overhead with thunder rumbling. Armthick thunderbolts fell, soon followed by a storm of lightning filling the heavens and earth. He was the god of thunder, controlling all thunder and lightning. A sweep of the lightning brought forth a righteous banishing all darkness. He stood there wielding the divine thunder, his grandeur akin to a deity. He held a thunder pillar and pressed it towards Ping Yuan, the of thunder. Such terrifying might made Ping Yuan's complexion change drastically. He was horrified, and without the slightest hesitation, the mana just swept out. But upon touching the lightning, it violently disintegrated. Thunder pillars came down one by one. Then those awe-inspiring divine machine cannons within a radius of dozens of miles suddenly exploded. The wrath of heaven. Innumerable people looked up at Chu Yuan. People say that the previous emperor died of celestial punishment, but in my view, the previous emperor might have encountered an irresistible house. As the emperor of Dao, I will investigate and restore the previous emperor's innocence. Chu Yuan's voice echoed throughout the imperial city. His current demeanor, seeming to control the heavenly punishment, was akin to a mighty deity. Wasn't it long live the emperor? Long live the emperor. Chu Yuan's formidable figure inspired the soldiers, boosting their morale significantly. Crush the rebellion. Chu Yuan's 5 fingers, each carrying a sturdy lightning bolt like a massive mountain, ruthlessly swept towards Ping Yuan. The accumulation of countless soldiers' morale seemed to transform into Chu Yuan's strength, making him unstoppable. As the ruler of the imperial dynasty, he was naturally favored by the dynasty's destiny enough to transform it into his strength. Grave-digging hand Ping Yuan roared, his energy surging forth, stimulating his mana, forming a thick layer of dark clouds as if it could destroy the world. An enormous hand came down. However, when this hand touched Chu Yuan's lightning, it led and fizzled like fatty meat being fried in oil. The grave-digging hand was instantly breached by the lightning, and the thunderous hand struck him directly. Ping Yuan's armor was about to split apart. He violently coughed up mouthfuls of blood, and his eyes lost their sparkle. His injuries weren't light in this encounter. The of the lightning had already seeped into his body. Ping Yuan. As Chu Yuan called out his name, a huge shockwave was sent rippling through their souls. He walked in midair, every step resounding as if he was beating a drum. The dense thunderbolt around him made him seem unimaginably majestic. The human emperor is supreme among mortals. His royal aura increases by 100 in front of the humans, and his deterrence is enhanced by 100. The human emperor is not just the monarch of humanity, he is also the progenitor of humanity. Against Chu Yuan, who seemed like the progenitor of humanity, Ping Yuan, in fact, began to feel insignificant. He struggled and said, "It seems I've miscalculated. You've concealed your abilities deeper than I thought. Are you aware of your sins?" Chuan said, "Aha, good birds choose their trees to nest. The great benefits that the devouring domain provide to me. Why wouldn't I inherit it? Today's defeat does not mean eternal defeat. You deliberately prevented the commanders of the 8 army camps from coming here, which has provided me with an opportunity to escape." Ping Yuan laughed loudly. "Xuan, the next time we meet, it will be the time when I lead millions of Devouring Domain's army to attack the imperial city." He propelled himself into the air and attempted his escape by breaking through the city's gate. If an expert of the 9-fold level wanted to depart, it would be hard to stop them, even for a 10-fold expert like Shang Yuan Qing. But you think you can escape, you don't stand a chance. Qi Yuan stepped forward, swiping his palm, and suddenly a dense network of thunder formed in front of Ping Yuan. The endless thunderbolts kept slamming into him while the devouring domain's encapsulated the space around him. "You can't stop me." Flames of anger spouted from Ping Yuan's eyes, and he turned to deliver a punch. But Chu Yuan had no intention of dodging. Instead, he chose to take Ping Yuan's punch head-on. The majesty of the human emperor was suddenly activated, and Ping Yuan's eyes showed a faint dizziness. The outcome could be determined in the blink of an eye during a battle between experts. Suddenly, he exclaimed inwardly, "Something's wrong. What's he going to do?" All he could see was Chu Yuan's hand growing larger in his vision. Even the air in front of him became a vortex. "Get away from me." Ping Yuan pushed hard with both hands, attempting to push Chu Yuan away. He didn't know why, but in this instant, he felt an intense sense of danger. But at the moment of his push, Chu Yuan's hand had already grabbed his arm. Suction force started running directly, and the of the devouring technique started to absorb and away Ping Yuan's strength. "My strength." Ping Yuan could distinctly feel his inner rapidly fading away. Devouring technique, devour everything. Chu Yuan was a devouring god who would devour any energy that he captured. Despite Ping Yuan's struggle, he was consistently trapped within Chu Yuan's devouring domain. Moreover, as Chu Yuan consumed more and more of Ping Yuan's his struggle grew weaker. In the end, his body completely weakened, devoid of strength and hollow inside, not a trace of mana left. The devouring technique did not only devour his mana, but also his level. "Bring someone, take Ping Yuan away." Chu Yuan tossed the Ping Yuan, who is now as feeble as a dead dog, away. Immediately, numerous soldiers from the Forbidden Army gathered around and took him into custody. Inside the imperial city, people watched as Ping Yuan was tossed from the sky like a lifeless dog, a sight that filled them with horror. They were stunned and speechless. Ping Yuan has lost his chance to turn the tables. He should have known this would be his fate when he dared to rebel. God has His Majesty's strength already reached such a terrifying level. This is the of His Majesty. It's as awe-inspiring as a deity and cannot be violated. The countless soldiers looked up at Chu Yuan with absolute awe in their hearts. Chu Yuan's image in their minds was not only just the Emperor of Tao, but also a divine being, a saint among humans. Ping Yuan has been defeated. Not far away, Liuang was petrified. Their initial plan was to take advantage of the chaos resulting from Chu Yuan leaving the palace and causing an uproar in the imperial city. Then most of their men would escape Tao and directly pledge loyalty to the imperial dynasty. But to their surprise, Ping Yuan stood no chance against Chu Yuan. "Run. If he catches us with my crimes, colluding with the imperial dynasty and inciting revolt, all of them are heinous crimes that could lead to the extermination of our families." Lu Yang, disregarding everything, dives into secret technique of blood burning, transforms into a man of blood and breaks through Hong Yang's blockade. He runs far away from the imperial city. "As early as when the grand investigation started, I had secretly informed the imperial dynasty. As long as I can escape the boundary of wood, someone will come to pick me up and then the world will be my oyster. Who will have the last laugh is still unknown." Filled with fear, Lu Yang risks everything and runs for his life. "It's outrageous. I, Lu Yang, have been chief of staff for decades, witnessing great events, and now I'm being hunted like a dog. Liu Yang, where can you run to? The whole world is mine." But just as Liu Yang was making his desperate escape, a strong aura swiftly rolls in from behind. Shifting quickly through the dense thunder and lightning is Chu Yuan, walking amidst the electric sparks, traversing vast distances with every stride. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yuan appeared before him. Liu Yang screams, charging harshly at Chu Yuan in frenzied desperation. Using high combat techniques and the that can dominate all, Chu Yuan delivers a fierce to Liu Yang. Although Liu Yang was at the 8th level of divine abilities, his indulgent lifestyle had weakened him, making his combat strength even lower than that of Huang Yang, the vice minister of the War Department. He couldn't withstand such an attack. Liu Yang's heart was frozen in fear. He was stunned by Chu Yuan's overpowering presence and suddenly knelt, begging for mercy. "Your Majesty, have mercy on me. I was confused and shouldn't have collaborated with the Imperial Dynasty or Incite Revolt. As long as your Majesty spare my life, I'm willing to disclose all the crimes of the Prime Minister and the General. They are the real masterminds behind all these. I was just deceived by them. I also know all their plans. I knew about their rebellion a long time ago." Chu Yuan spoke arrogantly. "In my eyes, anyone who dares to betray is guilty of death." A large hand landed on Liu Yang's crown of the head. His whole body was shaking. He could only watch helplessly as all of his were being absorbed by Chu Yuan, turning him into a useless person, sevenfold primordial spirit. After consecutively devouring all the from Wei Shan, Ping Yuan, and Liu Yang, Shu Yuan finally reached the 7th level of the primordial spirit. Host completes Hidden Choice, acquires 100 destiny points. Progress of War God's Grasp is 50. Current balance of destiny points is 1050. War God's Grasp progress is 50. Chu Yuan saw a golden glove in the system space, a glove imbued with an unparalleled seemingly capable of tearing the heavens in half. True to its name, War God's Grasp, Chu Yuan was looking forward to the complete War God's Grasp. At this moment, he brought the unconscious Liu Yang back to the imperial city, triggering another round of loud cheering from the countless soldiers present. His was godly. With such a king, did not fear the allied armies of the 4 states. With the main culprits, Ping Yuan and Liu Yang, captured alive, desperation was written all over the faces of the others. Some even committed suicide. The War God's army, consisting of 3,000 soldiers and tens of thousands from the Forbidden Army, efficiently cleaned up the battlefield, killing or capturing the remaining rebels. The entire imperial city was in an uproar. With his invincible methods, Chu Yuan demonstrated his strength and iron fist. Even the rebellion led by the 2 chiefs of staff was easily suppressed by him, becoming a significant chapter in his reign. Hangyang Chu Yuan spoke. "Your servant is here." Hangyang promptly stepped forward. "You have done a great job this time. Former Chief of Staff Ping Yuan committed high treason and deserved to be executed, but we cannot be without a head in the Ministry of War. From today onwards, you will temporarily take over as the Minister of War. You have been in the ministry for more than a decade. You should understand the importance of this position." Following Chu Yuan's order, it was clear that he trusted Huang Yang, who was not only loyal but also competent. "Your servant obeys your command." Huang Yang responded with excitement. Hang has hit the jackpot. Many people looked at Huang Yang with envy. Even though he was only acting as the Minister of War, everyone could see how much the emperor valued him. From now on, he would be one of the most trusted high officials by the emperor's side. His time to rise and prosper had come. Many were already planning on how to up to Huang Yang. Additionally, every soldier involved in suppressing the revolt today will be rewarded with 10 crystal elements. Chu Yuan added, 1 crystal element can be exchanged for 10 units of gold and Dao. Even for the well-paid Forbidden Army, their annual salary was only 10 crystal elements. His reward further incited cheers from the soldiers present. "Your Majesty, what should we do with these people?" Huang Yang inquired. "Imprison them all in the heavenly prison for now. Let the people from the Department of Punishment interrogate their accomplices and thoroughly investigate the 6 departments. Anyone found collaborating with the enemy or betraying the country will be immediately placed in prison," Chu Yuan coldly commanded. "Also, it appears that there are traitors within the Forbidden Army as well. Inform the 8 commanders to carry out a thorough investigation from top to bottom. Not a single person should be missed. As for this matter, I will personally take lead." His orders were swiftly distributed to the 6 departments and within the Forbidden Army. Though Chu Yuan had previously conducted investigations into those colluding with enemies and betraying the nation, some elements within the 6 departments and the Forbidden Army had managed to secretly resist his measures. But this time it was different. With Ping Yuan personally apprehended by Chu Yuan, his prestige had reached its peak. Even the Forbidden Army's 8 commanders who held military did not dare to disobey Chu Yuan's command. If they did, they would be the next ones to be suppressed. Moreover, they had to cooperate with a thorough investigation. The fact that there were traitors within their own ranks infuriated the 8 commanders. No matter how the investigation turned out, they could not evade the serious charges of negligence. Chu Yuan had the entire situation under his control. Several days later, loyal and brave Marquis Lu Qinfu also returned with the head of the prefect of Yin State. The prefect had betrayed Da, pledged allegiance to the imperial dynasty, and launched a rebellion attempting to dominate the region. He was executed on the spot by Lu Qianfu. The shocking event spread across the country, causing those with the slightest misdeeds to tremble in fear. They all knew that the era belonged to the former emperor was over. The emperor of this era is Chu Yuan. The entire imperial city had succumbed to a storm. On the day when the emperor was offering sacrifice to his ancestors, the minister of war, the chief of staff, and many other officials astonishingly rebelled, attempting to assassinate him at the eastern city gate. However, their rebellion was brutally suppressed by Chu Yuan, and they ended up being imprisoned. Previously, the 6 ministries and the Forbidden Army showed reluctance in investigating the rebellion led by Chu Yuan. Perhaps they had assumed that he would not take it too seriously. But when the imperial edict was issued with the Forbidden Army, and the 6 ministries dared to disobey it, bearing in mind that even Ping Yuan, a master of divine abilities, was suppressed by the emperor in person that could hardly make waves, Chu Yuan had memories of the past 3 years and knew exactly who had betrayed Da. He was simply dealing with them methodically. He immediately instructed Lu Qinfu to arrest those on his list. When Lu Qianfu received this list, his face was solemn. He knew that the names on the list were doomed. 30 years into the great martial calendar, on the 13th day of the 10th month, 20 days had passed since the battle at the eastern city gate. The thorough investigation within the court gradually came to an end, and most of the evidence had been collected. Xu Yuan used this opportunity not only to root out those who intended to rebel, but also to dismiss a large number of generals and faction members associated with the prime minister, replacing them with his own people. Regarding Chu Yuan's dismissals, the two kept silent and even claimed to be ill, not appearing in public for these 20 days. Their moods were dreadful. They had hinted at Lu Yang and Ping Yuan to calm down, be their time, and wait. However, it was unexpected that they would dare to carry out an assassination attempt at the eastern city gate. Not only did they end up in the imperial prison, but they also ruined the foundation that the two of them had worked so hard to build over the decades. As we all know, the 4 countries of Dayan have been preparing for war. But dare they speak up at such a time? Chu Yuan is at the height of his and among the people of Dao, his image is like that of a deity, a savior of the world, who amongst those in the court would dare challenge him in the future. His prestige has already surpassed the previous emperor to some extent. If the previous emperor was the founder of the dynasty, then Chu Yuan is the savior of the dynasty. At this moment, at the turret gate of the imperial city, a bloody banner was flying, and the 30,000 divine martial army all appeared at the turret gate. Even millions of civilians congregated there, because today was the day of execution, and those to be executed were the key figures in the court. In all dynasties, regardless of the dynasty, treason is most abhorred, and a severe crime which is punishable by confiscation of property, execution, and the extermination of the traitors' clan. These people initially assumed that the downfall of Dao was a foregone conclusion, but they did not expect Chu Yuan to rise to the occasion. At this moment, over 100 people were being escorted to the turret gate. All of them were well-known and notorious figure in Dao. The purge resulted in the capture of Ping Yuan and Lu Yang, as well as several marquises, such as the Marquis of the Eternal Joy, the Marquis of Hang, and the Marquis of Tiger, might all who were in secret contact, with Dayan discussing how to divide up the spoils after the fall of Dao Humph. Those people are enjoying Dao's salaries and gains secretly. At the weakest moment of the court, they are actually colluding with the enemy. They are simply courting death. They are eating the emperor's food, doing the emperor's work. As soon as they see Dao is in trouble, they prepare to fly away on their own. They have no responsibility at all. But thankfully, our new monarch is wise and martial. He has the ability to sweep across all territories. He does good fortune, and more so the blessing of billions of ordinary people in Da. As noon approached, the closed gate of the turret opened and a figure walked out slowly without the aid of a dragon chariot. The emperor is coming. Xu Yuan, who had not been seen for 20 days, radiated an aura of profound mystery. An intense aura of dominance immediately spread out. He was the supreme sovereign of humanity, the true king of mankind, possessing the qualities of a monarch's overbearing and rightful dominance. Chu Yuan has arrived. Pang Yuan, Lu Yang, Mark of the Eternal Joy, Mark of Hang, Mark of Tiger Might, and a total of 118 people are colluding with the 4 countries of Dayan, intent on rebellion. These traitors should be killed and their families exterminated. The voice of Chu Yuan echoed everywhere, and today I shall be the executioner. Mercy, your majesty. We were momentarily confused and were deceived by Dayan. Otherwise, we would not dare to rebel. Even if we were given thousands of courage, your majesty, as long as you spare us this time, we are willing to lose our lives for Dao, even dying in battle. When the more than 100 people on the turret gate heard that Chu Yuan was going to execute them, most of them burst into tears. Not only were they of noble status, but they also had strong martial arts skills. Their betrayal of Dao was out of unwillingness to be destroyed along with it. Your majesty, your majesty. Lu Yang was pale and afraid at this point. Spare your servant this time. Given my diligence this time, please let me off this once. I am willing to be your horse and ox. Lu Yang truly did not want to die. In his heart, he harbored deep hatred, especially for the Prime Minister and the Grand General who watched him go to the execution platform without lifting a finger to help. Choice 1, spare the people at the turret gate, giving them a chance to start afresh. Under the of the system, they will be absolutely loyal and never rebel again. Gain 100 destiny points. Progress of Forging Kirin Battle Armor 10. Choice 2, every traitor should be put to death, their assets confiscated, and their families exterminated with no exception. Gain 100 destiny points where God's Grasp Construction Progress 10, Current Progress 50. Haha, Dog Emperor, if you want to kill, then kill. Victory belongs to the winner. This time Ping Yuan was on the losing side. Isn't it just death I'm not afraid? Ping Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Even in death, I won't close my eyes. I want to see with my own eyes how Diane will invade Dal, how they will depose you, and how they will sever your dog head to keep me company in the grave. Ping Yuan, can't you even beg for the Emperor's mercy? I really don't want to die. If Lu Yang was not being restrained, he would have rushed to bite Peng Yuan and shut him up. If it wasn't for your beast-like useless son, we wouldn't be in such a predicament today. Dog bites dog, a mouthful of fur. For treason, execution is the sentence. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yuan made a cutting gesture and said in a cold tone, "Nan has arrived. Execute them." Upon the royal decree, the executioner's blade fell on the turret gate. One by one, the heads of men who died with eyes wide open fell from their necks, rolling around. Little Emperor, may you not die peacefully. You're so ruthless. Even if I die, I won't let you off. As the Marquis of Eternal Joy, I fought alongside the previous Emperor to conquer the world. I can't believe I finally died at your hands. I won't close my eyes in death. Even if I go to, I will curse you and curse you to the death. The Marquis of Eternal Joy roared. If you knew this would happen, why did you take that risk? Chu Yuan said coldly. If there is it should be trampled flat. The next moment his head rolled off, shrieking, weeping, howling, cursing. More than 100 heads were cut off and rolled down, turning the turret gate into a river of blood. It was a gruesome sight. Host has completed Choice 2. Gain 100 destiny points. Progress of War Gods Grass 10. Host has completed the event. Receive 2,000 destiny points. Seeing God's Monument current balance of destiny points 3,150 points. Prison Ceiling Divine Enthronement Steel Top Tier Divine Artifact. This ancient artifact was crafted by the great emperor who ruled used to imprison the gods. His is tremendously strong. Divine Artifact skill forms a grand array using 6 ancient steels that can kill any god or demon in its pathway, creating a self-contained domain of its own. Chu Yuan suddenly spotted inside the system space, next to the grip of War God, 6 ancient heavy steels of a dull gray color had appeared. Written in the middle of these 6 steels were the 4 characters Prison Ceiling Divine Enthronement, arranged in a peculiar orbit. Each steel, when taken out separately, possesses the of a mid-tier divine artifact, but together their is equivalent to the fearsome top-tier divine artifact. Considering that the War Army chessboard is merely a lower-tier divine artifact, and yet possessed such terrifying it was unimaginable how a top-tier divine artifact would be. At this moment, the Meridian Gate was stained with blood. Many souls were wailing and cursing. They called Chu Yu on the demon and a butcher. Whether I am a god or a demon, human or fiend, what makes you qualified to judge? Having watched the completion of the execution at Meridian Gate, he waved his hand and ordered people to clean up the gate. He then turned and returned to the imperial city. The rebellion had not yet completely ended. Though he had beheaded people like Ping Yuan, there were still a large number of his allies awaiting execution. In the days that followed, countless heads were chopped off at Meridian Gate, causing people to shudder with fear. Everyone knew that the current Emperor of Da was even more ruthless than his predecessor. Execution and confiscation of property. Anyone who colluded with enemy countries and committed mutiny not only got their heads chopped off, but their families were exterminated and properties confiscated. This task was assigned to the Divine Martial Army. In just a few days, a large amount of gold, silver, and wealth were confiscated, an amount equivalent to several years of Da's taxation. All was poured into the national treasury. Xinyang Palace. Chu Yuan sat up right here. He need not worry about the remaining things. With Lu Qinfu leading the Divine Martial Army, everything could be handled well. In this exciting world, a ruler must be not only wise, but also eternally erful. Use 3,000 destiny points to upgrade 3 realms. Chu Yuan, without hesitation, used all the accumulated destiny points to upgrade his realm. It is the fundamental. Strength is the only truth, all else is false. Soul Realm 8-fold, Soul Realm 9-fold, Soul Realm 10-fold. Feeling the warm golden light flashing thrice across his body, Chu Yuan's realm was instantly promoted by 3-fold. He then opened his character panel. Name, Chu Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Tao. Realm, Soul Realm 10-fold. Cultivation technique, Human Sovereign Sutra. Equipment, Human Sovereign Sword Supreme. Tai Pill Furnace Broken War Army Chessboard. Prison Ceiling Divine Enthronement Steel. Divine Abilities, Great Thunder Technique, Great Devouring Technique, Great Combat Technique, System Space. Progress of War God's Grip is 60. Level 1 Blueprints for the Divine Machine Cannon. Title, Supreme of Humanity, Controller of Thunder and Lightning, Son of Devourer. Battle Madman, Destiny Points 150 points. Main line, destroy the Imperial Dynasty within 3 years. Kill the great General Shengyuan Qing Yun, Prime Minister Li Yun. Sweep the domestic warlords. Unify the domestic forces. If completed, the reward is if failed, you will die. Looking at his attributes, Chu Yuan nodded. His realm was now Soul Realm T-fold, as strong as the late Emperor. Although in some aspects he was not as erful as the late Emperor, the difference was not substantial. His success in this extermination relied entirely on his strength. Your Majesty. At this moment, Lu Qianfei's voice came. Lord Zhongyang, come in, said Chu Yuan. When Lu Qianfu came in, he was suddenly shocked by the gaze of Chu Yuan. It felt as though he was staring into an abyss teeming with unpredictable dangers. He knew that the Emperor's strength had increased again. Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty. Lu Qianfu greeted Lord Xiang. What do you have to report to this Emperor today? Chu Yuan didn't beat around the bush and asked Lu Qianfu directly. Most of the rebels in the court have been wiped out. Even the Forbidden Army has been shaken up. Of the 8 heads of the Imperial Guards, all are directly under your Majesty now. The army of the Divine Martial Army has also expanded to 50,000, each of them soul-forged fearless warriors. Lu Qianfu reported the latest developments. 50,000 is still not enough. This Emperor desires 100,000 Divine Martial soldiers. You must expedite this matter. The of the War Army chessboard can only be amplified to the fullest with an army of 100,000. Chu Yuan then said, Lord Zhongyang, we have a little over 2 months till the new year. There are still threats of soldiers in nearby areas of Dai. In order for the people of Da to have a good year, we need to eradicate these threats. Does your Majesty plan to lead the expedition? Lu Qianfu's face became serious. Your servant got it. Your servant will recruit 100,000 Divine Martial soldiers in half a month, allowing your Majesty to commence the expedition at the earliest. In addition to the recruitment of the Divine Martial Army, after the confiscation, we not only gained a ton of gold and silver, but also acquired countless military supplies. This includes those purchased from nationwide resources. Here is the checklist that your Majesty requires. Lu Qianfu handed the thick checklist to Chu Yuan. Even with the force of the entire nation, we can only build a little more than 100 divine machine cannons. Ancient weapons of destruction are indeed hard to replicate. Although 100 divine machine cannons are erful, this Emperor seeks at least 1,000. Only then can it form a formidable force. It's still far from enough. Chu Yuan shook his head. There are still lots of gold and silver in the national treasury. Is it that we can no longer make any purchases? Iron alloys aren't a problem, but the most scarce resource is meteorite fine gold. It is rarely found in ordinary trading firms. Lu Qianfu reported truthfully, I had approached the Infinite Trading Company a while ago proposing an exchange deal for other goods, but they recently stopped all trading, keeping their doors closed. I heard the chairman had an accident. The Infinite Trading Company is seeking spirit pills and has sent out a large number of staff outside the capital, as if they were going to seek help from the headquarters. Oh, that happened. Chu Yuan knew the Infinite Trading Company branch in Da was just an affiliate. Their businesses covered many countries. As rumored, there were real Divine Realm experts stationed there. Many unfound divine items could be found in the Infinite Trading Company. In fact, the scarcity of the meteorite fine gold is not due to its total amount, but because meteorites were non-terrestrial. Without divine one cannot obtain it, but I don't know what specific accident. It's impossible to obtain large amounts of meteorite fine gold besides from the Infinite Trading Company. Liunfu said, it seems I have to visit the Infinite Trading Company personally. Qi Yuan said calmly, the expedition is imminent. We cannot delay the construction of the Divine Machine Cannon. Moreover, I need a large amount of medicinal herbs to train the entire army, which needs to be bought from the Infinite Trading Company. Although I don't know what has happened to the chairman of the Infinite Trading Company, it is on my territory. I have to take care of it. If we can solve the problem of the infinite trading company this time, the following transactions may be easier to negotiate. But during my last visit, the infinite trading company turned away guests, and I did not even get into their gate. I fear they may not meet your majesty. Lu Fu was a little worried that Chu Yuan would be turned away. What a joke. They do business on my territory. This capital city is all mine, so is the land. They must follow my rules. Chu Yuan expressed his indifference. The infinite company did a colossal business. It was situated in the most bustling streets of Dahu's imperial city, occupying the most prime location. Shortly after leaving the royal palace, Chu Yuan saw a large building appearing ahead. The building was towering high, lavishly decorated with golden and jade pus. Especially in front of the building, Chu Yuan saw the words Infinite Company written on the plaque. Chu Yuan saw an infinite concept in these 4 words of Infinite Company. It was as if he was in the universe. Infinity in size, infinity in vastness. This infinite company is not simple. Endless is profound. Not everyone can control the term infinite. Chu Yuan thought seriously. It was evening at this moment, and logically speaking, it was the busiest time, crowded with people and business time. However, the vast door of the infinite company was tightly closed. There were no customers at all. It was deserted. There were only 2 guards outside. The strength of these 2 guards was actually at the first level of divine abilities. They could lead an army and die, but here they were used as door guards. Stop. The infinite company has closed for a few days. We are not doing any business. Please, both of you go back. As soon as Chu Yuan and Lu Xinfu approached the infinite company, the 2 guards stopped them with cold faces. Even though they realized the identities of the 2 people in front of them were not simple, they still didn't let them pass. Oh, even I am not allowed, Chu Yuan said indifferently. Not allowed. No one is allowed to enter. The 2 guards stopped them. This is an order from the company. How dare you? Do you know who is standing in front of you? It is the Emperor of Dao himself. Kneel down instantly. Lu Xinfu scolded harshly. He was also stopped when he arrived earlier, but someone can disrespect him. However, absolutely cannot disrespect Chu Yuan. It doesn't matter who you are. No one is allowed. The words of the 2 guards had barely left their mouths when their faces suddenly changed. You were the Lord of D. Even though they had not seen Chu Yuan, it does not mean they had not heard of Chu Yuan. This man had just ascended the throne not long ago, but has shown remarkable tenacity, annihilating families and killing so many in the imperial city that it's become a common fearsome sight. Since you know it is His Majesty who has come, don't you kneel and greet His Majesty quickly. Move aside immediately, Lu Xinfu said coldly. Long live the Emperor. The 2 guards were shocked and kept retreating. They quickly knelt down. But this is a command from the top level of the infinite company. No one is allowed to enter the company, not even us. You 2 step back. I will welcome His Majesty. At this moment, the voice of an old man was heard, and immediately an old man in a white robe with white hair and beard came out of the infinite company. After dismissing the 2 guards, he came to Chu Yuan. The old man is the vice president of the infinite company by Hua. His Majesty has visited, but our infinite company is not well prepared. I hope your Majesty will pardon us. The vice president named by Hua greeted Chu Yuan as soon as he arrived and politely said, however, our infinite company has indeed encountered some problems recently, and we are not receiving any guests. If your Majesty has any issues, why not wait for our infinite company to resolve this issue, and then come again if there is any disturbance to your Majesty? Our infinite company is willing to compensate. Since His Majesty is here, he cannot leave empty-handed. Lu Xinfu said, I know your infinite company is in trouble, so this time I am not here only to negotiate a deal, but also to relieve your worries. Chu Yuan raised his hand. I heard that you are looking for a spirit pill for the president of your infinite company. It seems that someone in your company is very ill. Your Majesty knows about this too, Bai Hua exclaimed in surprise. In my territory there is nothing that I am not aware of. Chu Yuan's words made Bai Hua's face change. The meaning was self-evident. The Doto imperial city was his territory. Even if they were Erful, they still must be tamed, and they must not be too arrogant in front of him. If Chu Yuan had just ascended the throne, they would not have taken him seriously. But now not only is Chu Yuan the Emperor of Dao, but he is also a peerless Erhouse. His Majesty is wise. Yes, we are indeed seeking a spirit pill. Bishua admitted. I wonder if you have found it. If not, I have a remedy here that can alleviate your concerns. Chu Yuan said lightly. No matter who is ill in your company, they can be cured with my medicine. Does His Majesty really have such a remedy? Bai suddenly excited. Chairman Bai, do you really believe the words of the Emperor of Dao? Suddenly, a cold snort came. There was another person coming, a middle-aged man with a very cold face. He said, can the problems that my infinite company can hardly solve be solved by I don't believe it. Emperor of Das, you better go back. Even if you are the Emperor of Dots, you cannot manage the affairs of my infinite company. We are not your people. The middle-aged man was defiant. There was no respect for Chu Yuan in his eyes, and he did not regard him as an emperor at all. After all, the business of the Infinite Company is spread all over the world, and the strength they possess is not comparable to ordinary imperial dynasties. Presumptuous. Who are you? How dare you speak to His Majesty like this? Lu Qinfu said angrily. Hong Li, step back. By HWA shouted, Your Majesty, Hong Li is the captain of our Infinite Company's guard team. Please pardon his rudeness. The Infinite Company is not only the largest company in Dong, but also the largest company in several neighboring countries. Innumerable goods are imported and exported every day. Naturally, they have a strong force. The strength of this Hong Lai in front of them has reached the 9th level of divine abilities. With the 9th level of divine abilities, one is already eligible to be the head of the Imperial Guards. Do you doubt my ability? As Chu Yuan spoke, a supreme majesty swept away, hit by this majesty. Bai Hua also stepped back a few steps. His face showed astonishment and disbelief. He hurriedly said, to be honest, the one who is in trouble is the president of our Infinite Company who manages Dao in several surrounding countries. His injury has reached a critical point, dangerously close to collapse. Currently, we can only temporarily suppress it. We have already sent someone to headquarters, but the headquarters is far away. We don't know until when. Now, we can only prolong his life with spirit medicine. He didn't want to say it before, but when he looked at Chu Yuan's eyes, he couldn't hide anything. I see. Chu Yuan nodded. The people you sent to the headquarters do not need to go. The medicine I have here is enough to save your president. Lord Xinfu, open their door. Matters of saving lives cannot be delayed. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon receiving his command, Lord Xinfu was about to make way. Stop. Right now our president's body is worth a fortune and he can't stand the slightest disturbance. Without my permission, no one can go in. Hong Gai, stop them. Get out. Hong Li's repeated obstruction made Lu Qinfu extremely annoyed. Humph, what a emperor. He is nothing but the king of a declining country. Any day now his country may be wiped out, what you control in your hand. In my view counts for nothing. I don't believe you. What medicine do you have that can cure the president? Hong Li sneered disdainfully. He looked at Beiyue. Even though Biha kept giving him signals, he didn't take Biha seriously at all. He once again let out an arrogant voice from his mouth. Emperor of Dao, I won't let you in today. What can you do? You are very arrogant. Chu Yuan said lightly. The land under your feet belongs to me. What do you think I should do? The Infinite Company has such a captain of the guard team. It's simply ridiculously foolish. I'm stupid. You're calling me stupid? Hano was furious. He had trained to the 9th level of divine abilities. How could he be a fool? Moreover, he came from the Infinite Commerce Guild, with a status not inferior to the head of the Imperial Guards, having immense resources at his disposal. How could he tolerate Chu Yuan calling him a fool? Only now did he thoroughly size up Chu Yuan, although it was rumored that even Ping Yuan was not his match. He could sense that Chu Yuan had not yet attained the divine realm. How could someone at his level deal with someone who has reached the 9th level of the divine abilities, making him somewhat incredulous, thinking it was utterly absurd? Foolishness isn't frightening, but your lack of self-awareness is. Chu Yuan strode forward with a wave of his big sleeve. He slapped out with lightning speed. Smack! Hong Li only saw Chu Yuan coming forward, but the next second, a loud slap resounded. Before Hong Li could react, his tall body was sent flying, spinning several times before ing into the main gate, clutching his swollen right cheek. Hong Li was momentarily stunned. When he came to, he howled, You dare to hit me. I have already shown you mercy by not killing you. Now get out. Smack. Chu Yuan moved forward decisively again. And this time Hong Li was completely on guard, but as soon as the aura field around his body began to gather, it shattered, and another slap landed on his left cheek. Ah, my face, Hong Gai screamed in pain. He was the commander of the Infinite Commerce Guild's defense team, and yet he was slapped twice in succession, suffering such a complete and utter humiliation, even if the one who hit him was a country's ruler. If this got out, he would be a laughingstock within the Infinite Commerce Guild. He unleashed the full of his 9th level of divine abilities. A magma-like aura blasting out, accompanied by a huge flame spell, but Chu Yuan remained still. When Hong Gai attacked him, Chu Yuan once again raised his hand. This palm carried an immortal warrior aura akin to a war god. His hand of war came down, effortlessly breaking Hong Li's flame spell, instantly catching Hong Li's body in its grasp. Xu Yuan grabbed Hong Li and flung him forward, ruthlessly ing him into the closed main gate, using his body like a battering ram, blowing the gate open with a loud explosion. What even Hong Li, a top-level expert at the 9th level of divine abilities, is Erless in his hands. He's even more Erful than the legends suggest. Bai Hua had no idea that when Chu Yuan had dealt with Ping Yuan, he was only in the 6th level of the divine realm, but now he has reached the 10th level. Terrified, he quickly said, Please calm down, Your Majesty. I'll fight you to the death. Hong Li, however, let out a heart-wrenching roar. Foolishness isn't what's scary. What's most terrifying is not knowing your own foolishness. Chu Yuan serenely sighed. Your Majesty of Dawn, our guild has not treated you with the courtesy you deserve and have snubbed you. I do not believe that your Majesty would visit our guild just to deliver spirit pills and potions. Perhaps you wish to conduct business with us. By Hua, please invite His Majesty in. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang from deep within the Infinite Commerce Guild. Her voice was tough but carried a hint of undeniable weakness. Yes, Chairman Bai respectfully said, please come in, Your Majesty. Since the chairman has apologized, we will let bygones be bygones for the time being. Mark Zhang, accompany me to meet the chairman. Xu Yuan entered the Infinite Commerce Guild. Shortly, Biha led Chu Yuan to the place in the guild specifically for entertaining guests. As soon as Chu Yuan entered, he smelled the scent of medicinal herbs. Across a stone table was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s. She had an intellectual and composed demeanor, a striking and impressive air. Even though the woman had an outstanding demeanor, Chu Yuan could see a deep weariness in her eye. It seemed as though even speaking was a strain for her. This was the chairman of the Infinite Commerce Guild's Da branch. Beyond divine abilities, but not yet at the peak of the divine realm, half-a-step god peaker. A half-a-step god peaker among the 5 great dynasties was also a top-level expert. Our blasted reception was our mistake. By Hua, hurry up and bring tea. Apologize to His Majesty. The chairman's voice was very pleasant, but the illness in her voice could not be concealed. I am the chairman of this dog ranch, Ji Fulling. As she spoke, Bua brought several cups of tea and placed them on the table. There are a few things I won't keep from you, my majesty. I was overly confident, trying to break through to the god peaker realm, but met with a backlash. My spirit is now like shattered glass. At any moment, it could completely collapse. If there weren't a large number of spirit pills in the guild, I wouldn't have lasted until now. Ji Fulling continued. Even if I find medicine at the headquarters to repair my spirit injuries, I might still end up becoming a being unable to break through to the god peaker realm in my lifetime. Chu Yuan nodded. Indeed, breaking through to the god peaker realm was difficult. It was described as a survival of the fittest, and once the spirit is injured, healing it is far more difficult than healing the body. Also, based on my current condition, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out until someone from headquarters arrives. Even if Your Majesty wants to do a business deal with me, I'm not in a position to handle it. As Ji Fulling spoke, her expression turned slightly dim. I have a way. Chu Yuan didn't drink his tea, but calmly responded. I can ensure that you don't suffer the slightest harm and will leave no hidden worries. What is there really such a miraculous spirit pill? Ji Fulling found it somewhat hard to believe. If there really is such a spirit pill, I wonder what conditions Your Majesty of Dada requires. I am here to make a trade with the Infinite Commerce Guild, said Chu Yuan. In his hand with a sparkle appeared a primary healing potion that could heal all injuries below the god peaker realm. This thing Hong Lei, who was in total disarray, was also here. Seeing the green potion in Chu Yuan's hand, fizzing like toxins, he exclaimed again, Are you trying to poison the chairman, you ignorant thing? What do you know? No wonder His Majesty called you a fool, Lu Qin said with a cold snare. Option 1, use the primary healing potion to treat Ji Fulling and receive 100 destiny points. Gain Ji Fuling's favor and take the initiative in any future dealings. Option 2, turn and leave, letting Ji Fulling self-destruct and receive 100 destiny points. Upon seeing these 2 options, Chu Yuan didn't decide for himself, but said to Ji Fulling, I can heal any injury of Chairman Ji with this item, but if you do not trust me, I won't force you. After all, your life and death have no relation to me. We can still do business with a new chairman. He left the choice to Ji Fulling. If Ji Fulling didn't believe him and thought it was poison, could he bind Ji Fulling, pry open her mouth, and pour it down? Obviously not. If this thing really works as Your Majesty claims, what's the harm in taking a risk instead of waiting for death? I choose to believe you. Ji Fulling could be a chairman, not just because of her cultivation, but also her decisiveness. Being a ruler of a country, how could he poison her who was just waiting for death? She would rather believe that Chu Yuan would save her for a transaction. Now she was just clutching at straws. She took the healing potion from Chu Yuan's hand, raised her head and drank it down. Immediately, her body underwent astonishing changes. The moment Ji Fulling took the beginner healing potion, an emerald-colored healing aura surged from her body as the essence of recovery, the despair in her eyes almost instantly restored. The choice between life and death, Chu Yuan gave that choice to Ji Fulling. She was fortunate, choosing to believe in Chu Yuan and choosing to survive. I've recovered. The sudden surge of had Ji Fulling struggling to cope. Realizing her condition, she stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Your Majesty, what kind of potion is this? It completely healed my soul damage, and I feel no different from before. Moreover, my previous failed breakthrough has made me even stronger. She simply couldn't believe it. She'd bet right this time. The potion Chu Yuan brought was too miraculous with no side effects. Even in the infinite commerce union, one couldn't find such a treasure. Its value was almost immeasurable. This is a healing potion, Chu Yuan said indifferently. President Fu Ling, I didn't lie to you. The host has completed option 1 and gained 100 destiny points. Your Majesty didn't lie to me. This is a world-class rarity, Ji Fuling exclaims. If it can heal any injury, wouldn't that cause a sensation throughout the world with countless strong ones madly vying for it? I can hardly imagine the shock once it gets out. President Fuing, you should be glad that you haven't broken through the god spotting stage, otherwise even the healing potion wouldn't help. Chu Yuan said, it can only cure injuries below the god spotting stage. It's ineffective above. Ji Fuling was smart enough to understand the meaning behind it. The stronger a martial artist, the higher the life level they have and the more advanced materials they require. This slightly alleviated her shock, but even so it was unbelievable. Especially the fact that it had no side effects was horrifying enough. She changed her expression. I wonder how many of these potions your Majesty has. I'm willing to pay a hefty price to purchase it. Your Majesty must know about the terrific wealth of my infinite commerce union and the resources we possess that others can't get. She couldn't take her eyes off the potion, never steering away from the essence of doing business in every third sentence she spoke. Haha, I do have more of these potions, but I wouldn't trade them so casually. Xu Yuan laughed. President Fuing, now that you've fully recovered, we can start discussing trade bargaining. Good. What does your Majesty want? Jie Fuling asked. Meteorite, fine gold, and a lot of Chilean steel. Wan steel as much as you can provide. Chu Yuan gestured for Lu Qinfu to hand over the list to Jie Fing. This much are you planning to build some extremely terrifying weapon of war? On seeing the list, Ji Fuling was also astonished, then said, I'll take responsibility for this. I will give your Majesty 1,000 gene of meteorite fine gold and 10 million gene of Chinlian and Wanian steel. Your Majesty saved my life. Compared to it, these things are nothing. In the 30 years since DE's founding, it only managed to collect a little over 100 gene of meteorite fine gold. Yet Ji Fuling was able to offer 1,000 gene with a wave of her hand. This 1,000 gene of meteorite fine gold can be considered the cost of the healing potion. I still need more meteorite fine gold. This time Chu Yuan made a great deal. He used a potion, gained 100 destiny points, effectively getting something for nothing and obtaining the materials to construct the 1,000-gate divine machine cannon. The fact that Ji Fuling could casually offer up 1,000 gene suggested that the Infinite Commerce Union had stored even more, and to them this was nothing. Although meteorite fine gold is precious, my Infinite Commerce Union can actually get even more. We usually don't use it for trade and keep it stored. But since your Majesty saved my life, the trade must be continued. Ji Fuling had a very good impression of Chu Yuan and continued, Your Majesty, besides meteorite fine gold, is there anything else to trade? My Infinite Commerce Union also buys things like that healing potion for which I can offer a sky-high price. She still couldn't forget about the beginner healing potion. As long as President Fu can meet my requirements, I can give you one healing potion. Chuan said, indeed. Excitement welled up in Ji Fuling's heart. If I had another healing potion, I would be confident in breaking through to the peak god realm in half a year. No, in 3 months. If I make it to that level, my authority in the Commerce Guild will greatly increase, and I would be able to trade even higher quality treasures with your Majesty. Chu Yuan nodded. Indeed, his trades with Ji Fuling were mutually beneficial. That was also the reason why he saved Ji Fuling. I have drawn up a list here. I need you to gather these medicinal ingredients in the shortest time possible. The list Chu Yuan presented was long, and on it was a dense list of items, the count of which was unclear. This complicated Ji Fuling. Having seen the list of medicinal ingredients, expressed surprise. These ingredients are all needed for alchemy. Some are even used in crafting celestial elixirs, and there are even some used to concoct divine elixirs. Your Majesty, you are amassing so many medicinal materials. Could it be that you are also an alchemist? Whether I am an alchemist or not is not something Chairman Fuang needs to worry about. There are plenty of gold, silver, and law crystals in my treasury, so I can afford this. Chu Yuan stated, if your Majesty has a way to craft elixirs, you can consider selling them to the Unlimited Commerce Guild. We have a lot of medical materials, but transforming them into elixirs is complicated. Ji Fuling thought of the low-level healing potion Chu Yuan had produced previously, and considered he might have a formidable alchemist or some precious resource behind him. I have another better deal here. Chu Yuan smiled. We can cooperate. The Unlimited Commerce Guild provides enough medical materials for me, and the elixirs obtained from refining them we can share. So we provide the materials and your Majesty produces the pills. Ji Fuling quickly understood. Your Majesty is quite shrewd, not having to take any risk. Humph, this is getting something for nothing and dreaming. Hong snorted. Ji Fuling ignored Hong Lei and continued. But how exactly should this transaction be carried out? The accomplished alchemists in the Unlimited Commerce Guild can achieve a success rate of 2 or even 3 out of 10 with the materials. But if the success rate is lower than this, maybe this transaction can't go on. The success rates of your potions are too low. Hand over the materials to me. Shu Yuan shakes his head. Even for celestial elixirs or even divine elixirs, I can split the profits 30-70 with you. You get 30, I get 70. What's 30-70? G Fulling asked. 10 portions of material, you get 3 pills. The rest, no matter how many are successful, belong to me. Be it celestial elixirs or divine elixirs, the same rule applies. Chu Yuan responded, what we can share the benefits of celestial elixirs and divine elixirs. 30-70. Now G. Fulling was astounded. Although their alchemists can achieve a 3 in 10 success rate, most of the time it was only 2 in 10. Especially in the crafting of divine elixirs, succeeding once out of 10 was already a blessing, and most of the time they would suffer losses as long as there was income from divine elixir. Even if they suffered a little loss on ordinary elixirs, it would still be profitable without any issues. If this transaction works, the Unlimited Commerce Guild would definitely not lose. And her position within the guild could rise again. She believed in Shu Yuan because he was able to produce miraculous healing potions, something almost impossible for the Unlimited Commerce Guild to find elsewhere. As Chairman Fewing made her decision, Chu Yuan smiled with his Tai Pill furnace. His success rate for alchemy was 100. You may just barely profit, but he would definitely not lose. To use this method is the epitome of gaining something for nothing. Don't believe his nonsense. Does a martial artist like him have so many excellent alchemists he must be trying to deceive our guild's medicinal materials? Hungai, having forgotten past lessons, roared again. Haha, you can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. My big martial country is here. Where can I flee? Chu Yuan's eyes turned cold. Chairman Fewing, I do not want this man in my sight anymore. I need him to disappear immediately. Otherwise, there is no need to talk about future transactions. He is standing on the land of my martial country, buzzing in my ears. This is a crime punishable by death. Hung Liang knew that Hong Li had previously conflicted with Chu Yuan and had been making sarcastic comments ever since. How could the dignity of a sovereign tolerate such blatant disrespect? She said. Hong Li, it seems that my dog division can't bear to have a deity like you here. I will appeal to the headquarters and ask by Hua to temporarily take over your position as captain of the guard. You should leave at once and vanish from my sight. Ji Fulling, you want to drive me away? Hong Li's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, but he quickly sneered. That's impossible. You don't have the right to drive me away. Although you're the branch president, the position of the captain is appointed by other elders, which are 2 separate entities. My staying here and not leaving, there's nothing you can do. You have people behind you, but I also have people behind me. Gi Fulling's face also turned ugly. There were indeed many factions within the Infinite Trading Company, and since Hong Li came here, he had repeatedly restrained her and didn't follow her instructions, making her feel quite uncomfortable. It's not that she can't keep you, but I can't. In a flash, Chu Yuan rose, emitting an emperor's aura. His body seemed to grow taller as his fist filled with the force of battle aimed right at Hong Li. The air seemed drained in an instant, creating a vacuum reminiscent of space. You want to kill me? Facing Chu Yuan's unexpected onslaught, Hong Li's face drastically changed. The sovereign dominating all life made him feel the fear of death. However, he roared fiercely, displaying all his strength, facing the onslaught from Chu Yuan. However, it was of no use. The of this punch was indescribable. It locked up all the surrounding voids, leaving no escape for Hong Li. When it landed on Hong Li's body, it was like a star exploding, making his whole body seem like rotten meat, bloody and blurred. Hongai struggled, pleading for help. President, save me. The Emperor of Dod wants to kill me. I will report to the headquarters and send countless masters to kill him. But Ji Fulling showed no reaction. Her eyes were only filled with icy coldness. She opened and closed her mouth, although there was no sound, but it seemed like she said, you should have died a long time ago. In the next moment, Chuan appeared in front of Hong Li, his hand grasping Hong Li's neck casually. With a gentle twist, an overwhelming destructive force emerged, sending Hong Li to the afterlife. A cloud of blood mist exploded, and Shu Yuan didn't even bother to use the great devouring technique to absorb his energy. Finally, some peace and quiet. Chu Yuan muttered indifferently. As for Hong Li, I had been fed up with him for a long time. He was just a guard wielding his little authority as if it's everything. What is the death of another captain of the guard matter, as long as I break through the observing deity realm? Who would dare to hold me accountable for a mere 9-fold divine realm? Although Jai Fulling was not fond of Hong Li, seeing him die before her eyes made her secretly frightened by the ruthless nature of Emperor Da. It was as though there was no room for a speck of dust in his eyes. This emperor was too dominant. But even though she seemed like a dignified and sensible lady to have cultivated to the observing deity realm and hold the position of branch president was not something an ordinary person could achieve. we can continue our trade. Chuan said, if President Fing can trust me, you can gather more medicinal herbs when the time comes. Of course, if your majesty can consistently provide enough elixirs for me, I can use my authority to gather more medicinal herbs. However, if I can break through to the observing deity realm as soon as possible, I can get a lot of herbs for producing divine elixirs. Gi Fuling was obsessed with primary healing potions, that's for sure. Qiyuan casually tossed a vial of potion over. She full and carefully caught it, dipping her head to listen as Chu Yuan continued. We will have many more dealings in the future. At this time, Bai Hua, who had left earlier, returned, bringing many storage rings. Chu Yuan casually scanned them. In addition to meteorite fine gold, there were a lot of medicinal herbs. The materials for refining divine elixir were only enough for 10 times. It seemed that the divine elixir materials were too precious. Gi Fuling dared not take too many for trial. If the others were lost, even if it was all wasted, Gi Fuling wouldn't feel too hurt. We're going to have a pleasant trade. 5 days later, President Fuling, you can have someone pick up the pills at the royal palace. Chu Yuan collected the materials and left the Infinite Trading Company with Luqian Fu. As soon as he returned to the imperial city, Chu Yuan immediately invested all the materials into the crafting blueprints for the divine mechanism cannon and the Tai pill furnace. The rest of the work didn't require his attention, as it was all one-click alchemy. All he had to do was to collect the materials. The divine mechanism cannon crafting was underway. The speed of the Tai pill furnace was also very fast except for the divine elixir. The rest only took a few days' time. Although they agreed to wait 5 days, Chu Yuan actually finished all the refining in 2 days. 5 days later, Jie Fuling personally came to the palace to receive the first batch of elixirs. After seeing the divine elixir flickering in her hand, her expression changed. The quality of the pills was even better than those produced by the alchemists of the Infinite Trading Company. Every pill was full and voluminous, and there were 3 tints of the other pills. For the other pills, it did not matter, but this divine elixir, even if they were to refine it themselves, they would be lucky to have 1 successful refining out of 10 attempts. She received the first batch of elixirs and felt even more confident. She quickly called for more herbs to be delivered to the imperial city, especially the materials for divine elixir. Even with the protection of healing potion, she wouldn't lose out any bit. No matter how much he sent, Qiyuan took them all without complaint. He didn't need to refine them himself. Once they were sent into the Tai pill furnace, they were automatically refined, and he didn't have to worry about anything. Jai Fuling would earn quite a bit, but Chu Yuan would really make the most of it. He didn't have to pay anything. The Tai pill furnace was a system reward, allowing him to collect a large amount of elixir. So why wouldn't he, with a large number of elixirs and a myriad of resources at his disposal? The strength of Chu Yuan's godly martial army had increased drastically. In just a short time, dozens of divine realm masters appeared. Another 20 days passed, and it was the 3rd day of the 11th month of the Great Martial Calendar. Your Majesty, after these 20 days of expansion, our godly martial army has recruited 100,000 warriors. The lowest cultivation level is Dual Soul Triple. We have over 5,000 original Spirit Realm Masters and hundreds of Divine Realm Masters. Lu Qinfu, dressed in military uniform, reported to Chu Yuan the fruits of his latest efforts. Chu Yuan nodded. The war army chessboard was already bound to 100,000 people, reaching its limit. Even though his godly martial army has only 100,000 soldiers, all of them possess the strength above Dual Soul Triple. Know that the godly martial army established by the previous emperor only had Meridian Flushing Realm warriors, and they were still able to sweep all before them. All of this was because the Tai pill furnace could provide Chu Yuan with a large number of elixirs. After Jay fully tasted the benefits, she would run to the palace every 2nd or 3rd day, wishing she could stay in the palace and not leave because she wanted to see how Chu Yuan refined the elixir. But all of Chu Yuan's alchemy was done within the system space, so how could she see loyal and brave Marquis? You've worked hard. Take this pill. In Chu Yuan's hand appeared a pure white elixir as big as an eyeball. It had tin stripes and released an extremely profound medicinal I finally reached the 10th level of divine abilities. After consuming the pill, Lu Qinfu's realm attained the 10th level of divine abilities, the same level as Shangin Qingyun and Liyun. In the past, although he had fought alongside the former emperor, severe injuries had repressed his for 30 years, causing him to fall far behind. Now with the of the pill, he released all his insights attained over the past 30 years, finally reaching the 10th level of divine abilities and enhancing his self-confidence to the extreme. Heavenly grade item, a pill to break through the divine realm, Chu Yuan said with a smile as he watched Liu Enfu. The pill for breaking through the divine realm is specifically used for advancing levels within the divine realm, with each pattern on the pill indicating a corresponding realm. Now, the infinite commerce had sent him many types of medicinal herbs that even Das did not have. He finally succeeded in refining the pills which aided in Lu Qinfu's breakthrough. Lu Qinfu, after all, is the commander of a 100,000 soldiers of the God of War army and will eventually lead millions of troops. Therefore, his cultivation level must be high. Chu Yuan was currently asking Jai Fuling to gather pills that could help discern half a step into the god's mind realm. There were also pills that could assist in breaking into the god's mind realm, but it required the provision of medicinal materials. Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting me the pill. Liunfu looked at Chu Yuan's supreme aura inherent in his character and said respectfully, without Your Majesty, I would still be an elderly man in a rocking chair with no means to enjoy today's glory. I cannot thank Your Majesty enough. You are loyal to your sovereign and serve your country. This is indeed something you deserve, Chu Yuan said. Lu the loyal and brave, I have something to show you. He led Lu Qinfu to a huge square where 1,000 ancient divine cannons were arranged neatly, radiating menace like fearsome steel beasts. Their terrifying was unimaginable when let loose all at once. Over 1,000 massive cannons. Their is dreadfully terrifying. Lu Qinfu was taken aback. Even if I had broken through to the 10th level of divine abilities, I'd be defenseless against a simultaneous attack from these ancient divine cannons. They are the most fearsome weapons of war. Even gods would tremble. We must hurry with our plans on the southern expedition. Not only must the God of War army be prepared, the Forbidden Army must also intensify their training, with all departments being ready with their materials of war. Chu Yuan thought it was about the right time, planning to make more divine cannons in the upcoming period. Humph. The 4 countries of Dalian are also continuously reinforcing their borders. Presumably, they know what's going on in Dao. Even if we don't make a move, they will launch an attack. In war, controlling the initiative is key. Lu Qinfu, once a distinguished military officer, further mentioned another matter. Although the beast tide from the mountain of 10,000 beasts receded last time, the beasts haven't completely given up. According to the Forbidden Army, the beast leader, the purple-scaled thunder dragon, is showing signs of movement. It seems that it's waiting for the 4 Dalian countries to strike before attempting to break through the mountains. The purple-shelled thunder dragon, Chu Yuan asked. The former emperor had once battled it. Although the emperor was victorious, he did not kill it off completely. Now that the emperor is gone, this purple-shelled thunder dragon naturally does not wish to be kept in check any longer and is making trouble. Lu Qinfu voiced his concerns. I am worried that it may seize the opportunity to attack and threaten Imperial City. Option 1. Lead the army of 100,000 from the God of War to the mountain of 10,000 beasts. Eliminate the beast tide and receive 100 destiny points and a progress of 10 towards the war god's grasp. Option 2. Ignore the threat from the mountain of 10,000 beasts and focus on the borders. Receive a 100 destiny points, 1 basic defense array, and a progress of 10 towards the nebula bracelet. Note, once the basic defense array is activated, it can defend against any attack excluding those from the god's mind realm or beyond. The more external force is exerted, the more magical crystals will be consumed. Qiyuan saw these 2 options and knew that if he chose the second one, he could also get the basic defense array. When activated, even if the beast attacked, as long as he had enough magical crystals, they couldn't enter Imperial City. However, what surprised him slightly was that the option of the Kirin battle armor had disappeared. Go get ready, Lu. Although the God of War army has been established and is stronger than the former emperor's, the former emperor's army was a veteran one. Gather 100,000 troops tomorrow. Before we move southwards, let's firstly deal with the beast from the mountain of 10,000 beasts. Chu Yuan didn't choose the second option. Although the basic defense array and the nebula bracelet are nice, he didn't like leaving a threat at his back. Rather, he would prefer to actively confront and resolve it. This is the rightful act of a true emperor. Most importantly, he had already collected 60 of the war god's grasp, and he didn't feel comfortable until he collected it all. The host has chosen option 1. The construction progress of war god's grip has increased by 10. The current progress is 70. Deploy troops to the Beast Mountains. Lu Qinfu was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied solemnly, Yes, Your Majesty. I will go prepare at once. The next morning, the divine marshal drill ground. 100,000 brave soldiers donned the unique pitch-black armor of the divine marshal troop. The flags of Dada fluttered in the wind, their orderly ranks assembled on the drill ground. Each man maintained a solemn countenance, silent, creating a sense of deep oppression. Each of these 100,000 individuals had a minimum cultivation at the soul forging level, with over 200 masters possessing divine abilities. The previous emperor's 300,000-strong divine martial army consisted of only about 300 masters with divine abilities. Countless fierce beasts gather in the Beast Mountains. The purplish-tailed thunder dragon, the chief among the demons, is always on the verge of invading the imperial city. Therefore, I have decided to lead the grand army to quell this beast tide. How can we allow others to snore on our very doorstep following the assembly of the vast army? Chu Yuan, dressed in imperial robes, walked slowly over. His speech rolled out like thunder. Upon his appearance, all the 100,000 brave soldiers were drawn to his stature, which was as vast as the universe, as if their souls had entered a devouring vortex as black as a hole. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! 100,000 brave soldiers kneeled in unison, cheering, "Long live the Emperor!" Set forth for the grand army. Lu Qinfu, leading the army, waved his hand. Instantly, the 100,000 grand army did not even attempt to conceal their movements. They made their way loudly and earthily through the streets of the imperial city. Everyone saw the mighty divine martial troops marching past them, yet no one was panic-stricken. On the contrary, they were excited. They saw the divine martial troops, more earthful than they were during the previous emperor's reign. The Forbidden Army guards the imperial city. Without my orders, no one may enter or leave of their own accord. Offenders will be beheaded. Xu Yuan's grand army had arrived at the foot of the Beast Mountains. The total of 500,000 soldiers from the 4 beast camps. Due to the recent unrest with the Beast Mountains, all stationed here, seeing the divine martial troops arriving, the leaders of the 4 camps turned pale. They all felt that even if their 4 camps of 500,000 soldiers attacked the divine martial troops at once, they could be torn apart in an instant. They were simply not on the same level. This is the most elite troop of the empire. The divine marshal reappears, heralding the revival of Dao. Attack. Chu Yuan cast his gaze upon the Beast Mountains, giving his attack command without a hint of hesitation. Attack, attack, attack! The ground shook, murderous intent skyrocketed. The 100,000 divine martial troops, although vast in number, did not break formation at all. In communication with the war army chessboard, their morale united into one, causing an earth-shattering quake in the Beast Mountains. A massive tide of black roared forth, charging straight into the Beast Mountains. This was the divine martial troops' first real battle. The Huan Beast mountain ranges were vast beyond measure, with countless multiple layers of mountain stacks and untold primordial forests. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 troops of the divine warriors transformed into a black torrent, surging into the mountains as swiftly as if a swarm of locusts had invaded. Countless fierce beasts had barely reacted before they were torn to shreds by the onslaught of the soldiers. Even though it was just 100,000 men, this might was terrifying, far greater than that of 1,000,000 troops. The 100,000 men formed a steel chain formation, simultaneously executing the army doctrine, Killing Fist. A thunderous blast echoed out, connected by the war army chessboard. Their actions were uniform and almost synchronized as man appears through. At the same moment, they did not march around the mountains, but directly through them. The of 100,000 men converged to resist even masters of the divine realm, let alone strong men who had peered into the divine path. This was the formidable strength of an army. It can erupt with beyond its realm. Liu Yanfu was indeed a famous general of his time, commanding the army as if directing his own body. The Great Wu Army, a mere 100,000 daring to venture into the Huan Beast mountain ranges, seeking death. Deep within the layered mountains, a cold, disdainful voice echoed. There were hundreds of millions of fierce beasts within the One Beast mountain ranges. When they charged, they covered the sky and the earth. The Forbidden Army could barely hold them back with their abundance of instruments of war. The Great Wu Emperor has led the charge personally with these 100,000 men to exterminate us. How could we not accommodate him at the same time? The repressed beast tide within the One Beast mountain ranges surged again. Almost instantly, from all directions, several 100,000 fierce beasts charged out, encircling the divine warriors in the center. Moreover, more and more beasts incessantly emerged, attempting to use their sheer numerical advantage to crush and deplete the divine warrior army. A golden winged roc flew into the sky. A massive giant ape roared, and there were dragons circling in the sky. Chain of steel, army doctrine, killing fist, killing domain. Xu Yuan did not immediately act, but stood back coldly. Regarding the battlefield. Even though his 100,000-strong army seemed insignificant compared to the tens of millions of beast corps under Lu Qianfu's command, their combat was undeniably formidable. In an instant, countless beasts were torn apart with blood raining down. This army of 100,000 charged like a sweeping long spear. Surround the Great Wu Emperor. Don't let him escape. This is the cream of the crop of the Great Wu dynasty. Once we eradicate this elite force, the Great W nation will be like an empty city, ready for us to walk in, kill, kill, kill. Even though the divine warrior army demonstrated an astonishing fighting spirit, the scent of blood made some of the lower fierce beasts even more frenzied, recklessly charging forward. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, Duke loyal and brave of the Great Wu, your opponent is me. In the endless clouds in the sky there was a leopard-like creature, 10 feet long and sleek, resembling a leopard but not quite. It had a long tail lined with savage saw teeth, a mutant beast named Dao. The Dao beast was a tintier divine creature. Today I am here to annihilate the beast by His Majesty's orders. Here is the Dao beast. Come at me. Lu Qinfu jumped into the fray. The Dao has entangled Lu Qinfu. Now it's time for us to dispose of this little emperor of the Great Wu dynasty. Exactly. Once he's dead, the army will collapse in an instant. Without their head, the millions of civilians of the Great will be our blood food. Although he killed the purple lightning thunder dragon earlier, he was just leading a large army and had Lu Qinfu by his side. Now our beast core has the Great Wu army tightly encircled. With his strength, he is not matched for us. In the consciousness exchanged between these three large demons, a roaring sound erupted, ringing through Chu Yuan's ears: the golden-winged roc, the spirit ape king, the fire-flame dragon. These three large demons all possessed 9 tiers of divine abilities, which was much stronger than the purple lightning thunder dragon of the day. The destruction of the level 9 divine beings was extremely irful if they were allowed to rush into the army. Even the irful divine army would be severely damaged, and it was necessary to have an unparalleled irful being to suppress them. It's my turn now. Xu Yuan's eyes were cold and stern as he scanned the battlefield, his irful aura surging. The space around him faintly echoed with the sound of ling and shattering. Great Emperor of Dao, face my attack. The crimson flame dragon roared, its eyes shooting out angry flames. The voice was that of a woman, revealing that it was a female dragon. She twisted her long serpent-like body, creating an endless fire cloud in the sky. Do you really think you can comprehend my in an instant? Chu Yuan's was amplified almost infinitely. Numerous black holes formed around him. He delivered a punch that pierced through everything as if an ancient god had struck the sky. The crimson flame dragon was hit hard by Chu Yuan's punch, dragging its contorted and shrunken body. It was sent flying onto a mountain with many of its scales ripped apart. This Emperor of Duz is even more terrifying than before. Kill, kill, kill this little emperor. Sensing Chu Yuan's the giant spirit ape king, towering at a height of 5 jangs, charged forward. It roared as it trampled and crushed countless beasts under its feet, unleashing the beast's to its extreme kill. Chu Yuan's resonated. According to common sense, brawling with the beast was an extremely imprudent choice. However, Chu Yuan did not retreat in the slightest. He used his great combat skills and converted all his into a giant manifest and engaged in a fight against the giant spirit ape king. Even though the giant spirit ape king had an invincible physical body, Chi Yuan's explosive, unimaginable overwhelmed the king's outburst and gushed out like a force that could destroy everything, forcing the king to retreat continuously. I come to assist you. Seeing this, the gold-winged roc in the sky waited for the right moment. It transformed into a golden lightning, as if traversing through the mysterious void and penetrating through, looking for death. Chu Yuan did not even look at it. His eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying black light, transforming into a swallowing quagmire. Just as the gold-winged roc arrived in front of him, it suddenly found itself trapped in a swamp, unable to move. It then saw Chu Yuan's hands carrying a brutal force reaching for it. The roc let out a mournful scream of pain. The echo of its screech resonated throughout the entire mountain range. Golden blood splattered out. The gold-winged roc's wings had been torn off by Chu Yuan, followed by a flash of figure, his steel claw-like hand grabbing the long neck of the bird. With a twist, the bird's neck slanted, and the gold-winged roc no longer showed any signs of life. My emperor, my emperor, my emperor. Seeing Chu Yuan killing the level 9 divine being, the gold-winged roc, the divine army burst out shouting, their morale greatly boosted. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Chu Yuan took the lead in killing the gold-winging roc. On the other side of the battlefield, Liao clashed with 1,000 soldiers led by Lu. Unexpectedly, Lu executed the supreme gold technique and fiercely pulled out the fragmentation knife. With a single, he sliced the genderless Liao into 2 halves. The Urful beasts seeing the miserable demise of the gold-winged roc, and the Liao felt a chilling fear in their hearts. This Lu Saining is not at the 9th level of the divine realm, but the 10th, the great beasts voiced in fear. What's more, what exactly is the strength of this Emperor of Dao? Emperor of Dao, your true opponent is this Dragon King. A voice rolled out, and in the distance, a pair of huge dragon eyes emitted terrifying lightning. Massive thunder clouds gathered. Lightning roared and the wind and thunder intertwined, over tens of miles of the sky. It darkened, and then a sudden sound reverberated, causing the thunderclouds to burst open. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, an immense entity emerged. Shockingly, this immense entity was an extremely long dragon. The body of this dragon was more than 100 jang long. Its body was covered in sturdy dark purple scales, constantly bursting with lightning as thick as barrels. Above its head were a pair of dragon horns radiating electricity. Its vast dragon eyes emitted a chilling or striking light. Purple-scaled thunder dragon, a true dragon. This wasn't a thunderbolt dragonfish or crimson flame dragonfish that merely harbored some dragon clan blood, but a genuine member of the dragon clan. Emperor Da. The gaze of the purple-scaled thunder dragon fixed on Chu Yuan. Its enormous dragon claw emerged from the thunderclouds. It had full 5 fingers, a clear indication of its pure dragon clan bloodline. Countless rays of lightning carrying formidable and fiery energy fiercely charged forward. The cultivation of the purple-scaled thunder dragon had reached the 10 heavenly layers of divine abilities. With its pure dragon clan bloodline, even a half step to divinity would hardly be a match for it. Purple-scaled thunder dragon, you finally showed up. I was starting to think you wouldn't appear. Facing the vast and grand column of lightning, Chu Yuan laughed off the danger. With his hands clasped behind his back, in an instant countless bolts of lightning struck down. But to the disbelief of everyone, including the purple-scaled thunder dragon, all the lightning merely dissipated like rainwater as it approached Chu Yuan. It was as if he was the true master of the lightning. Unaffected by it, Chu Yuan launched a punch through the air. The concentrated air became a vacuum as a large mana hand resolutely clashed against the dragon claw. Even the purple-scaled thunder dragon drew its dragon claw back into the thunderclouds with force. Emperor Das, you're even stronger than I imagined. The voice of the purple-scaled thunder dragon was somber. Option 1, subdue the purple-scaled thunder dragon to become a dragon rider. Gain 100 destiny points. Receive 1 mystic spirit wings. Option 2, slay the purple-scaled thunder dragon. Gain 100 destiny points. Receive 1 dragon spirit soul. Option 3, abandon the confrontation with the purple-scaled thunder dragon. Gain 100 destiny points. Receive 1 sky escape cloud shuttle. Chuan saw the 3 newly available options. He glanced over them and looked at his opponent indifferently, saying, Purple-scaled thunder dragon, you only have 2 options. To submit totally to me, or to be slain by me and be eliminated from the Beast Mountain range. How dare you, your humiliating Lord Dragon King, declared the Crimson Flame Dragonfish King angrily. Among the fierce beasts, the purple-scaled thunder dragon was equivalent to their emperor, whose being arrogant Crimson Flame Dragonfish King, come here, let me fight with you. Lu Qinfu was also infuriated. You want me to submit to you? The voice of the purple-scaled thunder dragon became even more somber. Emperor Da, even your ancestor couldn't do this. He could only confine me to this Beast Mountain range, but he couldn't make me submit. It must be said you're more ambitious than your ancestors. I thought that with his death, Da would collapse, but I didn't expect someone like you to emerge. If you don't die, I will be the one who dies. What my ancestors couldn't do, I can do because the current emperor of Da is me. Chu Yuan's voice was loud and clear. Regardless of whether it was to subdue or slay, as long as he dealt with the purple-scaled thunder dragon, he could eliminate the potential danger in the Beast Mountain range. However, in Chu Yuan's heart, if he could make this purple-scaled thunder dragon his own dragon mount, that wouldn't be bad either. Bold words, Emperor Dao, you're so arrogant. My today far surpasses that of your ancestor. You simply can't resist me. Fine, let's end this dispute. I'm going to destroy both you and your empire. The terrifying aura of the true dragon from the purple-scaled thunder dragon continually escalated. Its massive dragon eyes were full of flickering lightning. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and released a terrifying breath. A robust column of lightning beamed towards Chu Yuan. This force was so great it instantly pierced through the void into nothingness. Emperor's fist. If he wanted to subdue the purple-scaled thunder dragon, he would need to conquer it with absolute force. With this punch from Chu Yuan, the heavens and earth changed color. Almost no one could describe this It was as if a brand new world was being created, bridging the past and present, seeking to destroy the decaying era to establish a new civilization. The lightning column shattered. Chu Yuan advanced forward. With each step he took, his imperial aura became stronger. Behind him, terrifying celestial phenomena emerged, forming the illusion of an emperor, as if the true emperor of humans had arrived, suppressing all enemies. This is feeling Chu Yuan's aura. The purple-scaled thunder dragon was shocked and exclaimed, "This is the aura of the emperor of humanity. Could it be that you also possess the disposition of an ancient human emperor? The human emperor is the most terrifying emperor among men. I cannot allow you to continue living." The sounds of thunderous explosions were non-stop. The purple-scaled thunder dragon opened its mouth and spat out spheres of thunder. They exploded around Chu Yuan. Its massive body twisted in the void, transforming into an unstable arched shape. Suddenly, the dragon claw with its 5 talons ripped through the sky, casting dark shadows. Like a black hole, it charged towards Chu Yuan. At a glance, Chu Yuan was merely the size of an average person, whereas the purple thunder dragon was 100 jing large, making them extremely unbalanced. However, everyone saw Chu Yuan's aura transformed into a massive image of an emperor. It was as if it was the embodiment of law, not smaller than the purple thunder dragon. Every time he swung his fist, the massive imperial figure also struck down with him. The was immense and boundless. When fists and claws collided, mountains crumbled. Chu Yuan was battling fiercely against the purple thunder dragon in the sky, creating a shocking scene. Great thunder technique. The purple-shelled thunder dragon was proficient in lightning divine abilities, but Chu Yuan also knew the great thunder technique. The two large lightning collided, ling. The loud ing sound of thunder echoed endlessly. The two enormous thunderclouds fiercely clashed, causing a cataclysmic disturbance. At this moment, Shi Yuan took a step forward and appeared on top of the dragon's body. He launched a fierce punch. The terrifying caused the purple thunder dragon to roll in pain in the air. The columns of lightning that burst from its body was trying to blast off the person on its back. Purple-shelled thunder dragon, submit to me. Xu Yuan had the support of the human emperor's sword. His cultivation was comparable to those at the 10th heavenly layer of divine abilities. Along with his title of the Master of Thunder, the danger the purple-shelled thunder dragon posed to him was greatly reduced. His punches rained down like a storm, consistently falling on the body of the purple-shelled thunder dragon. Even though it had hard dragon scales, under Chu Yuan's relentless attacks, its dragon blood splashed out. You want this king to submit, Dreamin'. What do you amount to? The purple-shelled thunder dragon rolled in the sky. Its dragon scales suddenly burst open like the sharpest blades. As it twisted, numerous trees were cut off at the waist. It chased after Chu Yuan, intending to cut him in half. My will is the will of heaven. Chu Yuan's body shook as his hands continuously formed seals. 6 ancient stone tablets suddenly flew out as he shouted, suppress the enthronement steel, suppress the thunder dragon. 6 ancient steels formed a circle, enveloping the purple-scaled thunder dragon in the middle, rotating around it, and immediately sending out ripples of chaos. What kind of magic item is this? Feeling the of the suppressing divine enthronement steel, the eyes of the purple-scaled thunder dragon tightened. It roared as its huge body edged forward, but in this instant, it seemed as though it was not hitting air, but a substantial iron wall dragon transforming sacred thunder. A thunder shaped like a dragon was triggered from the horns on its head, fiercely hitting the suppressing divine enthronement steel. But what was incredible to the purple thunder dragon was that the 6 steels remained unmoved with not even a trace of damage. One must know that with its strength, even a heavenly grade item would not be able to withstand this. This had already exceeded its own capabilities. A superior divine artifact, the suppressing divine enthronement steel. Chuan calmly said, what a superior divine artifact. The purple thunder dragon trembled. How can you possess a divine artifact? That's impossible. Could it be left by Emperor doth know? If he possessed a superior artifact, I would have been sealed or even killed by him long ago. I would not be alive now. Even a peeping god cannot possess a superior divine artifact. His Majesty still has a superior divine artifact. This is the foundation of an invincible dynasty. Liu Yan too was shocked. He couldn't help but shout in astonishment. Purple-scaled thunder dragon, will you submit? Chuan's voice was magnificent. Submit? Impossible. I will not submit. The purple-shelled thunder dragon stared at the suppressing divine enthronement steel. It did not doubt Chu Yuan's words. This indeed was the an artifact could have. It opened its mouth and spewed out dragon blood which twisted and twirled into a bloody talisman. With my blood and my the dragon blood talisman break everything. The bloody talisman exhibited the majesty of dragons, as if it had summoned the ancestors of the dragon clan. It was a strike combined with its longevity and cultivation. Its goal was not to kill Chu Yuan, but to break the seal of the suppressing divine enthronement steel and escape. It was extremely decisive before Chu Yuan used the superior divine artifact. It was evenly matched with him, and the situation was even worse with the activation of the suppressing divine enthronement steel. Dragon blood talisman, you want to run. Seeing this change, Chu Yuan sneered. Suppress seal all gods. Chu Yuan started to activate the suppressing divine enthronement steel again. He waved both hands frantically, as though he was standing on with his hands suppressing the gods. Despite spitting out dragon blood, the force of a superior divine artifact was truly overpowering. If it was a peeping god or a mid-rank artifact, both could not have stopped it. The purple-scaled thunder dragon kept charging within the area formed by the suppressing divine enthronement steel, hitting its head till it bled, but it was still unable to break out. Bam, bam, bam. It's an earth-shattering scene with mountains collapsing. The 6 ancient steels were like meteors ruthlessly hitting the body of the purple-scaled thunder dragon. It was a real dragon with defense comparable to a low-rank artifact, but it still couldn't resist the impact of a superior artifact. Its entire body, under continuous bombardment, had its scales shattered with blood seeping out from its mouth, nose, and scales. Its bones were breaking, showing signs of collapse. Lord Dragon King, each and every mighty monster within the beast horde was astonished at the sight of the purple-scaled thunder dragon's condition. The Dragon King, with pure dragon blood, was being beaten like this by a human. Purple-scaled thunder dragon, will you submit? Shu Yuan's resounding and solemn voice echoed in all directions, manifesting into a formidable spiritual pressure, suppressing the purple-scaled thunder dragon. I will not submit. The purple-scale thunder dragon swayed, gritting its teeth. It was a member of the dragon clan, high in status. How could it willingly submit to a human, even if the human was stronger than I will beat you into submission? Chu Yuan made his move again. Everyone saw the king of beasts, the dragon, lose its dignity. Like a gigantic serpent, it was beaten time and again by the emperor of human race. Each time it rose, it was struck back down. To win one's heart, one must first conquer him physically. This applied to the dragon clan as well. Do you submit now? Chu Yuan asked again. No, I will not. Even the late Emperor Dao couldn't make me submit. How can you? The purple scale thunder dragon roared back. Fine, since you refuse to submit, I won't ask again. Purple scale thunder dragon. Today I sentence you to death. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. Seeing the battered, bloody, and unyielding purple scale thunder dragon, Chu Yuan too lost patience. The human emperor sword at his waist was drawn from its sheath, held firmly in his two hands. May my reign be long and supreme. As Chu Yuan raised his human emperor sword, an invincible imperial majesty spread around him. A huge shadow appeared behind him, wearing an ancient robe with an exact face as Chu Yuan, as if time was brought back to the ancient era. In the ancient era, the human emperor was the progenitor of humanity, leading the human race to create an everlasting civilization. The human emperor sword, absorbing countless beliefs and fortune of the human race, was the symbol of the ruler of the human path. The majesty of the human emperor sword completely suppressed the aura of the purple scale thunder dragon. The purple scale thunder dragon trembled violently. It seemed to see the ancient era where gold dragons, silver dragons, and even the emperor of dragons, the five-claw gold dragon, all bowed before the human emperor's majesty, relegated to being his mount. I submit. I submit. I, the purple scale thunder dragon, am willing to submit to the supreme human emperor. As the human emperor sword radiated a 100-meter-long light, the spirit of the purple scale thunder dragon collapsed completely and could no longer bear it. Its colossal body assumed a posture of submission, completely lacking the confidence to resist any further. It felt like it was not fighting against Dawn, but against the supreme ruler of the human path. Purple scale thunder dragon, you have made the right choice at the last moment, or else a dragon's head would have rolled on the ground. Chu Yuan landed on the head of the purple scale thunder dragon. The dragon did not resist, which showed that it had totally submitted to Chu Yuan, even allowing him to step on its head. The host has chosen to conquer the purple scale thunder dragon. You have gained 100 destiny points and mystic spirit wings x1 swish. Chi Yuan's back suddenly sprouted a pair of giant wings spreading up to 30 ft. They were streamlined in design, emitting a pure white holy light with gold lines flowing through them, and covered in the mysterious light of the mystic spirit. Mystic spirit wings, medium-grade divine artifact perfectly crafted by the master mechanic. It allows for soaring across the sky and traveling through the void. Equipping the mystic spirit wings allows one to fly in the sky without consuming any mana. Speed can be increased by consuming mana, and the wings are also equipped with sharp edges of a weapon-grade artifact capable of tearing everything apart. Artifact skill. Release the energy stored in the artifact to instantly teleport thousands of miles away, becoming intangible for 3 seconds, impervious to ordinary attacks. The energy is recharged once every 24 hours. After examining the mystic spirit wings, Chu Yuan immediately noticed a golden crystal at the connection point of the wings and saw blade-like edges were drawn out from the edges of the wings. He was very satisfied with the mystic spirit wings, especially its ability to become intangible for 3 seconds, which is a sort of invincibility for 3 seconds. Another divine artifact. Seeing the mystic spirit wings suddenly appearing behind Chu Yuan, the purple-shelled thunder dragon was greatly shocked. Thinking that Chu Yuan was trying to deter it, it muttered to itself, "It seems that I didn't lose in vain this time. Emperor Dao indeed possesses the demeanor of a royal." With that thought in mind, it coiled its body into a ball. "Your Majesty, I, the purple-shelled thunder dragon, command hundreds of millions of beasts. Of them, 15 million can form a formidable beast corps in battle. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to you." The purple-shelled thunder dragon stopped thinking about other possibilities and completely gave up its to think that what even the previous emperor could not accomplish has been achieved by you, Your Majesty. With the purple-scaled thunder dragon commanding 15 million battle-ready beasts, once this is incorporated into Dao, will be the strongest among the 5 nations. Lu Qinfu opened his mouth wide. Before the start of this, he had never imagined that Chu Yuan could subdue the purple-echoed thunder dragon. It's worth mentioning that in some dynasties, dragons and phoenixes have always been totems. There's no such thing as becoming a dragon rider. Yet Chu Yuan has done it. Your Majesty, I have under my command 500 Urful demons possessing divine abilities. Of them, 5 were able to harness 10 divine abilities, but 1 was killed by you. Now only 4 remain, and there are 9 capable of harnessing 9 divine abilities. The purple-shelled thunder dragon spoke as 4 demons capable of 10 divine abilities stepped forward, their beastly eyes filled with fear as they looked at Chu Yuan. Lord Zhongyang, choose one of these 4 demons as your mount, Chu Yuan instructed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Qinfu was moved. In the past, even killing these wild demons wouldn't submit them, but Chu Yuan made the purple-echoed thunder dragon surrender. That also meant he had subjugated their king, making him the master of all the beasts. His gaze swept over the 4 demons, and he then said, in that case, Dark Gold Sword Tiger, you will serve as my mount. The Dark Gold Sword Tiger, a ferocious tiger with dark gold stripes covering its body and long teeth in its mouth resembling swords, fell on all 4s and let out a low roar after hearing Lord Zhongyang's words. Well, follow the wishes of the emperor. The king is no longer the purple-tailed thunder dragon. The of Chu Yuan, an emperor, has completely conquered this group of Urful beasts. In addition, all the soldiers of Xinu can choose a beast according to their own realm, sign a spiritual pet contract, and have them as companions on the battlefield. Chu Yuan issued another order. Remember, these beasts will be your companions on the battlefield in the future, deserving of your trust. Since the purple-tailed thunder dragon has pledged allegiance to me, they are my citizens. As long as they fight bravely, they will also be rewarded for their military merits, enjoy the fortune of Dao, and be treated the same as others. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, the purple-tailed thunder dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Its greatest fear was that they would become slaves of Dao after being subdued. But now it seemed that after Chu Yuan incorporated its territory into his own, the beasts also became his citizens. Yes, long live the emperor. 100,000 Xinwu soldiers echoed in unison. Purple-shelled thunder dragon, having surrendered to me, you are no longer the king of 8 million beasts, but a vassal of my Dao. Chu Yuan looked at the purple-tailed thunder dragon and thought for a moment. He said, I hereby grant you the title of Long Wei King of Dahu and my dragon rider. I will also establish the Beast Corps, and you will be its commander. I can see that your bloodline is exceptionally pure, and I just so happen to control many resources that you lack. Your breakthrough to peering into the divine is imminent. Thank you, Your Majesty. The purple-shelled thunder dragon, now the Longwei King, said, I am the Longwei King of Dao. Your Majesty, there's something else I need to say. The purple-shelled thunder dragon spoke. Speak. Actually, the reason why I gathered the Beast Corps this time was not only because I saw Dahu fall into decline and chaos, but also for another reason. As the saying goes, the victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. The purple-shelled thunder dragon told Chu Yuan about all its plans. Oh, so does Your Majesty think that Maida has declined? Chu Yuan asked. No, Your Majesty's do is even stronger than it was under the rule of the previous emperor. The purple-shelled thunder dragon felt helpless. The previous emperor failed to subdue it, but it was subdued by the second emperor. What else could it complain about? It then continued. Actually, someone approached me not long ago. Who? Chu Yuan asked. People from the Lu Yun sect. The purple-echoed thunder dragon said, they promise me that as long as I unleash the Beast Corps and besiege the imperial city, they will send strong fighters. By then, the people in the city will be my food, and the treasures in the Dada treasury will be mine for the taking. Their goal is to rule over the entire Delu sect. Chu Yuan pondered. The Wan Beast mountain range is vast and boundless. If you go to the southwest, there's a large open area. There are many forces, clans, and dynasties listed there. The previous emperor had been there before. It was Yunshi from the Lu Yun sect who approached me. The purple-echoed thunder dragon said, Yaoni from the Luan sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinfu expressed surprise. Your Majesty, Yunshi is not a simple character. He is the founding emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Before Dou was founded, over 100 years in this territory, more than a dozen dynasties were established, among which the Great Cloud Dynasty was one. However, it existed for only a decade, a very short period, and then it was annihilated. Correct. The purple-shelled thunder dragon said, Yaoni is indeed the founding emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and I also know that Yunshi is from the Lu Yan sect. After the collapse of the dynasty, he returned there. Indeed, Yunshi is quite a cunning character. I've read about him in history books. After founding the dynasty, he has been oppressing and exploiting his people to the extent that they can hardly survive. He doesn't care about his subjects at all, and there have been many complaints and cries. Despite having ruled for only a short decade or so, he has amassed countless wealth. It seems that after the collapse of the dynasty, all the wealth was taken back to the Luan sect, Chu Yuan sneered. But what he absolutely should not have done was try to return and re-establish his dynasty, instigate the beasts to attack the city, and disrupt the peaceful life of my Da's 1 billion citizens. Option 1, go to the Lu Yun sect, receive 100 destiny points. Progress of forging the war gods grasped by 10, current progress 70. Option 2, do not go to the Lu Yun sect, receive 100 destiny points. Randomly receive one of the 3,000 great Dao divine abilities. Chu Yuan suddenly saw two emerging options. His heart throbbed fiercely. The second option surprisingly rewards a random Great Dao Divine ability. You must know that he currently has 3 Great Dao Divine abilities, each possessing Earthful Force. This reward is exceedingly generous. What do you think I should do about this Lu Yan sect? Chu Yuan asked. Uni was already a highly skilled half-step observer of gods several decades ago, and his cultivation has deepened immeasurably over these decades. He plundered majority of the treasures back then, and the of his sect is not weaker than a country in its teeming with other forces. The purple-shelled thunder dragon said, but whatever your majesty decides, I will follow. How can my DA tolerate the interference of a former dynasty's emperor in my eyes? Yinshi is nothing but a remnant of a previous dynasty. Instead of staying in his own territory, he wants to stir up chaos, which is tantamount to seeking death. Shu Yuan's gaze was already directed towards the southwest corner, as if the Lu Yian sect was right in front of him. He waved his hand as if a butcher's knife had fallen, uttering cold, ruthless words. Those who offend my dish shall be punished even if they are far away. I will personally deal with the Luan sect, directly engaging with the Luan sect. Uni wants to regain of his land during the chaos, and this is something Chu Yuan would never allow. He will ensure all threats are nipped in the bud. Post-selection 1 where gods grip crafting progress by 10, current progress 80. With 80 crafting progress, Chu Yuan can already see 8 fingers in the system space, only needing the final 2. At this point, war is not child's play. Simply moving one's lips can trigger it, leading to actual casualties. After all, Lu Yian sect once founded an empire and have experts who are just a step away from reaching the divine abilities. But Chu Yuan could not ignore such a threat behind him. After all, he soon had to personally fight Dai. Otherwise, his previous battles would be wasted. Loyal hero, pass on the order. The 100,000 Divine Warfare Army should choose their own partner mounts to train in the Beast Mountains these few days. In addition, Dragon might gather the soul-crafted beasts above to march together. Chu Yuan methodically gave his orders in the Beast Mountains. The most plentiful were wolves, tigers, bears, and birds. These were also the most suitable for the Divine Warfare Army's mounts. Therefore, once Lu Qianfu received the command, the 100,000 Divine Warfare Army quickly became wolf cavalry, tiger cavalry, bear cavalry, and flying cavalry. When beasts reached the soul crafting level, they progressively opened their wisdom, breaking through to the original spirit realm. They were as clever as humans. These intelligent beasts could form formations and implement military tactics. Reporting to your majesty, the beast corps is ready. The number of soul-crafted beasts is 300,000. Original spirit realm beasts 20,000 and divine monster 526. Reporting to your majesty, 100,000 divine warriors and 100,000 mounts are ready to attack at any time. What a massive force. In a broad valley of the Beast Mountains, hundreds of thousands of beasts and the 100,000 Divine Warfare Army were filled with an imposing vibe, each brimming with killing intent, prepared to march at the order of their king, who was standing on a thunder dragon in the sky. By subjugating the purple-tailed thunder dragon, Chu Yuan could easily command the beasts. Loyal hero, Dragon Might King, hear my command. March the troops to Luan sect. Chu Yuan gave the command, and the huge dragon eye under his feet spun around. A dragon roar echoed, and the army immediately set off. The beasts were flying in the sky while others were running on the ground. Everything was included. Even though beasts had infiltrated the Divine Warfare Army's ranks, these beasts were suppressed by Dragon Might, operating in an orderly manner without a single complaint. Anyone who could see this army would undoubtedly be taken aback, especially the sight of a massive thunder dragon at the forefront of the army with a man standing on it. Going straight east from the Beast Mountains led to endless deep areas. Even the purple-tailed thunder dragon dreaded and did not dare approach the rumored existence of a peerless monster above God's peaking level. Only peerless houses were qualified to enter, but in the southwest direction, several tens of thousands of miles later, was where Lu Yun sect was located. Actually, the area where Da was located had little to do with the southwest direction, mainly because it was blocked by the Beast Mountains, making it difficult for the army to cross. If it weren't for the establishment of the Great Cloud Dynasty, perhaps no one would know that there were many forces there. With all being martial arts experts, the army moved at a fast pace, covering tens of thousands of miles in a few days and reaching the Southwest Territory. This region with its complex earth structures and hundreds of large or small sections. Among these, the Luan sect was undoubtedly one of the top 5 super sects, with a half-step Peking god sitting firmly in many god houses. Luan City. Chu Yuan immediately saw a colossal city ahead. It was as sturdy as a fortress housing tens of millions of people. Although it was not as massive as the imperial city of the Great Wu dynasty, the difference was negligible. Behind Luan City, nestled within endless mountain ranges, countless palaces emerged. This was their true clan stronghold. After all, the Luan sect had once established an imperial dynasty. Even though their kingdom had perished, they still functioned like a state, complete with clan rules and an imperial system. They were an anomaly that concurrently maintained both clan and imperial dynasty structures. Halt! Chu Yuan was at the forefront of the vast army, and with a wave of his hand, the 100,000 divine warriors and hundreds of thousands of beast corps abruptly halted a few miles from Luyan City. Deadly, deadly beasts. Oh my god, how can there be so many deadly beasts? Did they somehow escape from the beast tide of the 10,000 beast mountain range? There were also martial arts masters on the walls of Luyan City. While the distance was still considerable, the sight of hundreds of thousands of brutal beasts resembled a menacing dense black tide. Suddenly, a warning sounded throughout Luan City. Oh no, not only do we have deadly beasts on our hands, but there are also many humans present. A divine ability master took to the sky and saw an army of mounted soldiers layered densely among the beasts ahead like pieces on a chessboard. Quickly report to the city lord. With the sounding of the alert, the city lord of Luyan City, also one of the supreme elders of the Luan sect, emerged. He was a formidable master with divine abilities. Upon his arrival, using the sight afforded by his divine abilities, he strained to make out the advancing forces from 50 mi away, exclaiming in surprise, "That's the purple scale thunder dragon, the overlord of the 10,000 beast mountain range. What is it doing here? Didn't we already strike a deal with it at Luan sect? And who are those soldiers?" The city lord of Lu City, seeing the fluttering banners, was taken aback again. The Divine Warrior Corps, the elite corps of the Great Wu dynasty. What are they doing here with the purple scale thunder dragon storming upon my Luan sect? What could they possibly be planning amidst this shock? He released a mighty roar fueled by his Truki, purple scale thunder dragon. Great Wu warriors, state your purpose for intruding upon my Luan sect. Luan City is firmly fortified and hosts the main stronghold of the Luan sect. Countless experts are stationed here, making it incredibly difficult to breach. Lu Qinfu explained to attack Luyan sect is akin to laying siege upon an imperial capital. Previously, Chu Yuan staved them off for a long period using the sturdy royal palace and its formation of the Great Wu imperial city until it finally fell. My usual method involves surrounding the city with numerous deadly beasts to exhaust them before a decisive strike, said the purple scale thunder dragon. Could the Marquis of Loyalty have forgotten about the divine cannon? Chu Yuan looked at the distant Luyan city, and with a wave of his hand, 1,000 divine cannons appeared in front of the army, emanating a chilling lethal glow under the sun. Divine cannons. The purple scale thunder dragon's eyes contracted dramatically. Of course, he realized what they were. Every time he initiated a beast tide, the Forbidden Army's divine cannons would inflict devastating damage. But when he saw these 1,000 cannons, he couldn't help but feel that they were different from what he was used to. Dragon King, these are the real divine cannons. The ones you've seen before were just replicas. Not even a tenth as Urful, said Chu Yuan. Their was only a tenth. The purple scale thunder dragon gasped in surprise. No wonder your majesty was so confident about waging war on Luan sect. Marquis Loyalty. Order the divine warriors to bombard Luyan City for half an hour. Level everything to the ground, commanded Chu Yuan. This was his first test of the divine cannons, and he was eager to see the results. As you command, as Lu Qinfu's voice died down, mere minutes passed before the divine warriors standing behind these 1,000 heavy cannons calibrated their positions, aimed for their targets. Suddenly, all laboring cannons fired simultaneously, launching the first round of divine cannon bombardment. Thousands of cannons roared and the earth shattered. In an instant, thousands of destruction beams as thick as water barrels were blasted from the cannons' muzzles, covering a distance of 50 mi. It fell from the sky like a fiery rain, directly hitting the city walls of Luan City. Immediately, the world tore apart, and even 50 mi away, one could feel wild wind carrying debris sweeping over. At the top of Luyan City, the sky and earth changed color. Although their city walls were extremely strong and reinforced with a formation, it still vigorously shook under the attack, as if an earthquake had happened, and it seemed as if the entire city would collapse. Is this the real ancient divine cannon? The purple scale thunder dragon opened its mouth wide in shock. The divine cannon of Du in the past, when fired simultaneously, could only lift a few scales off its body, but the 1,000 cannons before its eyes, if it fired at it, would undoubtedly turn it into a bloody pulp. Its 10 layers of divine abilities would not be able to hold up. Chu Yuan, observing the of the 1,000 huge cannons from afar, was also quite satisfied. This was just 1,000 cannons. As long as he had an endless supply of materials, he could build 10,000, even a H100,000. In an individual fight, the divine cannon might not do much, but it would certainly be a powerful tool in a siege battle. Great dynasty. A furious voice erupted from within Luan City. A master with 10 levels of divine abilities roared, "You dare attack the Lu Yun sect directly." Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, have you forgotten our agreement, however? The response was another roar of the 1,000 divine cannons spewing destructive fire snakes. Other strongholds could be uprooted after just a few rounds of cannon firing, but Lu Yun City was tall and solid, built to the standard of an imperial city. A white glow spread across and enveloped the entire city. This was the great protective formation of the sect. If we can't even conquer you, Luan sect, there's no point even thinking of launching a war of annihilation. Xu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression cold. His attack on the Luan sect was not only to eliminate this threat, but also to let his soldiers get a sense of the harsh reality of battle on the battlefield ahead of time. It was known that the of the Dukian was much stronger than the Luan sect. Dog's previous strength was due to the emperor's formidable Although not a god, his strength was on par with one with enough force to suppress all the warriors within Dayan. His foundation was still no match for Dukian's. The entire world seemed to collapse. The sky was ripped apart, the earth and gullies and ravines. The of the divine cannon was too fierce. Although each shot used up a law crystal the size of a fist, its destructive did not disappoint. Like surging waves, it continuously hammered Lu Yun City. The whirling wind carried sand and rocks. The world turned black. Luan City has collapsed. After merely 10 minutes of intense firing, the city wall of Lu City was burst open, revealing the interior. Various city defense installations had been destroyed in a blink of an eye, but the bombardment of the divine cannon did not stop. After another half-hour of firing, the terrifying scene unfolded. Lu Yun City was gone. All the walls had been leveled to ruins. Countless members of the Lu Yun sect were blown into a bloody mist. They hadn't even seen the enemy, and the losses were unimaginable. The divine cannon, absolutely the most terrifying weapon of war. If it had been a previous divine cannon, even if thousands fired at once, it would be remarkable to blast a few sections of city wall. To level the entire Luan City was unthinkable. If they relied on a war of attrition, even with Chu Yuan's 100,000 divine warriors, it wouldn't be enough. After all, Luan City was Lu Yun sect's home base. Advance forward, Lu Qin Fu roared. Immediately, 100,000 soldiers and hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts advanced slowly toward Luan City. Their steps harmonized. Their walking speed wasn't fast, yet they moved in a unified manner, causing the ground to tremble and emitting an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. If the purple thunder dragon were ruling, the hundreds of thousands of savage beasts would surely charge all at once. However, Chu Yuan did not allow this. Instead, he slowly advanced them. Lu Yun City also counterattacked, with countless armor-piercing arrows being shot out. But a contemptuous chill gleamed in the eyes of the purple-scaled thunder dragon as a field of electric energy formed in front of it, deflecting all the arrows, not a single one reaching it. Xu Yuan, riding the purple-scaled thunder dragon and leading the forefront while the army followed behind. If a typical army were attacking the 50 mi radius to reach the city, numerous obstacles would impede their progress. However, Lion City was strangely silent, with no one daring to cross its path, not even those possessing the tenfold divine abilities. In the distance, the divine martial army of the Great Wood Dynasty finally arrived at the foot of Lu Yun City, bringing along their savage beasts. Brutal and frightful killing intent transformed into a dense black flood, quietly halting behind the thunder dragon. Not a word was spoken, only the sound of heartbeats like synchronized battle drums. The divine martial army with the breaths of 100,000 soldiers astonishingly synchronized in silence. The Great Wu Dynasty. It's the divine martial army of the Great Wu Dynasty. At the back of Lian City, countless Urful members of the Lian sect saw the encroaching divine martial army and were shocked. Weren't they saying the Great Wu Dynasty has been declining, and their annihilation was imminent, that the divine martial army had also perished with their late emperor? From where did these forces suddenly spring up? This doesn't look like a dying kingdom, rather the signs of a prospering one. A lot of those in the Lian sect were formerly nobles and royals of the Great Cloud Kingdom, and were astounded by this turn of events. In war, there is only victory or defeat, the conqueror or the defeated. There is no room for mercy. Chu Yuan watched as countless beings within Lion City were obliterated under the bombardment of the giant cannon. He stood emotionless, signaling for the attack on the Loon sect who were gathered at the entrance of Lion City with a wave of his hand. The Emperor of Great Wu, but just as the army was about to attack, an overwhelming force beyond the strength of the T-fold divine abilities, and on the verge of reaching godlike rolled over them, temporarily repressing the ferocity of the army as if a divine being had arrived, standing between them and the city. This man, who looked to be in his 40s, wore a golden imperial robe. Great Cloud Emperor Yunshi Chu Yuan said coldly. So you are the Emperor of Great Wu, Chu Yuan. I've heard of you, Yuni said with a grave expression, but the Lion sect has always kept to itself and never interfered with Great Wu. Why are you attacking the city with your army? Do you really intend to wage a war to the death with the Lion sect? What do you mean by keeping to yourself and not interfering, Yuni? Have you forgotten the matter you discussed previously with me? I initiated the beast tide, and your Lion sect took the opportunity to occupy the imperial city, attempting to restore your kingdom. The purple-tailed thunder dragon sneered. Purple-tailed thunder dragon, why are you siding with Great Wu? Yunshi was dumbfounded. He knew that the former emperor of Great Wu had suppressed the purple-tailed thunder dragon, restraining it for decades to the point of having a deep-seated hatred. Haha, this dragon is now the dragon king of Great Wu. This time I am here to destroy the Lei Yun sect. The purple-tailed thunder dragon burst into laughter. What, you have actually pledged allegiance to the Great Wu dynasty? Yuni's face changed drastically. He was even more shocked than when the army attacked the city. He couldn't fathom why the purple-tailed thunder dragon would pledge allegiance. Choice 1, annihilate Lion sect. Gain 100 destiny points, 3,000 divine abilities, great cutting technique. Choice 2, absorb La insect. Gain 100 destiny points, 3,000 divine abilities, great protective technique. Two options once again presented themselves before Chu Yuan, this time with an extremely generous reward. No matter the choice he made, he would gain a divine ability derived from the 3,000 great truths. What you said is right. The Dragon Wei King has indeed pledged allegiance to me. Chu Yuan ruled the world. Although Yunshi was a demigod who once ruled as emperor, his aura was suppressed by Chu Yuan. What an overwhelming aura, feeling this forceful presence. Though Yunshi didn't understand why the purple-tailed thunder dragon suddenly pledged allegiance to Da, his heart was filled with extreme dread for Chu Yuan. Asked calmly, Da Emperor, what exactly do you wish to do today? Destroy the Luan sect. Chu Yuan spoke only 5 words, but those words were incredibly ruthless. He had decided not to subjugate these higher-ups. What, you wish to destroy my Luan sect? Yuns, I was greatly shocked when I established the great Yin imperial dynasty. Even though nations were extinguished, none were destroyed, and I returned with numerous benefits. You wish to destroy my Luan sect. Delusional fools. That's only because you haven't faced me yet. I will be your doomsday. Chu Yuan waved his hand and the surging aura condensed into the flag of Dao. Defying heaven, he fiercely declared, those who offend Da, no matter how far, must be punished. Today I will flatten the Luan sect. Those who offend Da, no matter how far, must be punished. The 100,000 strong army roars in unison, making an intense display. Kill, kill, kill. A brutal battle was about to commence. Upon receiving the command, Lu Xianfu, a true leader of soldiers, saw the H-100 Red 000 strong army form into a formation like an iron chain advancing from this side of the horizon. From afar, the battle formation of Daughter resembled a single character pushing horizontally. 100,000 soldiers, all in the soul forging realm. Yunshi suddenly felt the of the divine army of DTH, and his complexion dramatically changed. In the army, those in the soul forging realm could be considered middle tier, but now the weakest of the approaching army was in the soul forging realm. Even the great Yin imperial dynasty he once established didn't have this many soul forging experts. All of the fierce beasts are also at the soul forging realm or higher. Yunhai was once again shocked and said through gritted teeth, you purple-tailed thunder dragon, dare to mobilize all your elites. What on earth are you thinking? This was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of soul forging experts attacking his Liuyan sect. Most crucially, their fort had been completely razed to the ground after an lasting half an hour. The Emperor, let's discuss this peacefully. Even if your entire army consists of elites to forcefully my Lu Yun sect, you would need to pay the price in blood. I can offer you compensation and promise never to set foot into territory. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of soul-forging soldiers coming over the horizon, Yunshi felt his scalp tingling. We have nothing to talk about. Let this battle declare the final outcome, said Chu Yuan. Yunshi replied angrily. You think you can knead my Lugan sect into any shape you want. Fine, then I shall fight to the death with you. Well, see who gets the last laugh. Kill, 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 Yuni shouted. Immediately accompanied by his roar, the gateway to the Lu Yun sect hidden behind the ruins opened suddenly. In an instant, millions of well-trained soldiers in armor, like rolling tides, rushed to meet the enemy head-on. The Lu Yun sect was once the ruler of an imperial dynasty. Their army was well-trained. Uni had also been preparing to create an army to become the lord of all under heaven. Amidst the chaos and Tao, these millions of soldiers were just a part of their forces. There were also tens of thousands of strong faction experts who came out to fight, each of them elites, and many were above the primordial spirit realm. The battle was about to break out. The contact between the two armies happened in an instant. The armor of the divine army was pitch black, whereas the Luin sect's was a silvery color. It was immediately apparent that two completely differently colored currents were clashing together. If assessing by the numbers in the soul-forging realm, naturally, Chuan's miscellaneous giant army held the upper hand. However, after all, this was the Lu Yin sect's lair, which occupied a geographical advantage. Therefore, the instant they engaged in battle, a surge of vigor and blood energy shot towards the sky. All sorts of chaotic fights came together. An intense battlefield was formed. In an instant, there were many soldiers on both sides who fell in the pools of blood beneath them. Chu Yuan's expression was calm, even though among those who fell were his divine army, but war was not child's play. It truly demanded lives. If one couldn't even bear this cruelty, how would they face a more bloody war break apart the divine army? It's just a 100,000 soldiers. A Urful man from the Lu Yun sect shouted. When comparing the number of soldiers, naturally they had more. But Chu Yuan had the war army chessboard. In his mind, the compass of heaven and earth emerged, and he turned the 100,000 soldiers into one entity. At this moment, a squad of 5,000 soldiers emerged, their armor bearing the color of roving clouds, and each carrying a long spear. The strength of every soldier had reached the 10th level of the soul-forging realm. The moment these 5,000 entered the battlefield, each individual's strength was incredibly Urful, and they were incredibly coordinated, causing a fierce massacre in the ranks. Many fierce beasts fell beneath them. Luin guards, the most elite guards of the Great Yin Empire back in the day, stopped them. Lu Qinfu shouted, "Every kingdom has its trump card." Just like the most elite corps of Da was the divine army, the Luin sect had the Lu Yun guards. Even though decades have passed, their strength was even stronger than before. Lu Qianfu, I've heard about you back in the day. A valiant character indeed. The man leading the 5,000 Luin guards was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. His cultivation had astonishingly reached the 10th level of the divine realm. Wielding a long spear with the might of a dragon, in an instant, dozens of beasts and soldiers were struck and killed. The great general of the Great Yin Empire, also known as the war god of Great Yin back in the day, Fang Lele, troop to troop, general to general. When Lu Qinfu saw Fang Lele, he suddenly burst forth with a wave of combat spirit. "Good, I've heard about your fame back in the day. It's a pity that I didn't get the chance to fight you. Fang Lele, take my unite person and blade as one." Lu Qinfu instantly erupted in a golden blade light while his entire soul fused with his fragmentation knife, making an indistinguishable strike. The two commanders clashed instantly. On the other end of the battlefield, Yinshi sneered. "So, Dawn Emperor, have you witnessed the of my Luin sect? Don't think that with the help of the purple-scaled Thunder Dragon, you can destroy my Luin sect. You're being far too optimistic. My Luin sect also has its heritage. Your strength hasn't let me down. If you weren't strong, then what would my divine army use to train with unexpectedly?" Watching the intense battle taking place, Chu Yuan hadn't shown a change in color. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's wildly arrogant words, Yunshi's face twisted in anger, thinking of using my great army to train. "Great, I want to see how many lives you have to spare for training. Today, I'm going to make your 100,000 divine soldiers suffer heavy losses. Kill, kill, kill," he roared. This time, the Lu Yun sect had mobilized all its forces, even the heritage of its sect. "Yunshi, fight me," declared Chu Yuan, taking one step and leaving the head of the purple-scaled Thunder Dragon. In an instant, he was already in the midst of the battlefield. No sooner had Chu Yuan arrived at the center of the battlefield. His body moved like a lightning bolt. A divine abilities elder from Lu Yun sect attempted to suddenly infiltrate into the ranks, but his speed was akin to teleportation. His mystic spirit wings spread for a moment before swiftly retracting, instantly putting Chu Yuan in front of the divine abilities. Elder with a filled with the of thunder and electricity from his palm. The elder was instantly slang. Such incredible speed, such monstrous Seeing the strength of Chu Yuan, Yunshi's expression tightened and a vast wave of mana surged from him. Striding forward, he bellowed, "Emperor of the Great Wu Dynasty, I am your opponent, void of the heavens." With a wave of both his hands, the vacuum started rotating. Everything was spiraled up. The entire universe seemed to transform into chaos, boundless and vague, the of half-step divine enthronement. Although Chu Yuan had suppressed the purple-scaled Thunder Dragon, which was equivalent in strength to a half-step divine enthronement, He had never actually fought a real half-step divine enthronement. Half-step divine enthronement, already glimpsing a hint of divine In the eyes of mortal men, such a strong person had begun to control a bit of the rules making each move with a mysteriously strength that could turn the rotten into miraculous. Facing Yuni's attack, Chu Yuan's battle spirit rose high. Instead of retreating, he advanced, a strong desire for battle exploding within him. His palm seemed like the giant hand of the heavens, majestic and domineering, directly grabbing at Yuni's heavenly void. Even the of the 10th level of divine abilities would crumble under Chu Yuan's grasp. However, it seemed as if Chu Yuan was striking a mysterious world neutralized by a mysterious rule. Even if you are a half-step divine enthronement, you are ultimately not a true divine enthronement. You can't withstand my break for me. Chu Yuan once again activated his letting out a roar that shook the earth and heavens. The resulting force shattered Yunqi's heavenly void, revealing his true form. What he shattered my heavenly void with pure alone. Yunhai exclaimed angrily, 7 styles of combat, but Chu Yuan did not answer. He directly cast the 7 styles of combat. His hands seemed to rip through the vast expanse of the universe, reflecting the supremacy of the mortal realm, carrying the supreme shadow, launching a direct attack and instantly reappearing in front of Yunqi. Might of the human emperor, demeanor of the emperor, Yunqi, having once been a ruler of a kingdom himself, felt a deeper sense of imperial majesty. Yunqi took a fierce head-on and was knocked back again and again. Even as a half-step divine enthronement, he found it difficult to resist, bellowing, Emperor of the Great Wu, you are more earthful than I had imagined, but this alone is not enough. A giant hand as if belonging to God pierced out from the void, radiating a pure golden light as a half-step divine enthronement, unparalleled expert. How could he fear Chu Yuan? Stop with the useless talk. Today I will slay you. Chu Yuan's mana exploded. The great thunder technique condensed into a wild and furious halberd. Real as can be, countless destructive thunder rays exploded everywhere from the halberd, radiating an earth-shaking immortal majesty. A strange scene emerged on the battlefield. Yunhai, though a half-step divine enthronement, held no advantage. Instead, he was completely suppressed by Chu Yuan. When the two sides saw this, it had a huge impact on morale. The divinity army saw Chu Yuan's unstoppable divine might, overpowering the enemy sect master. The combat erupted at this moment, thoroughly suppressed the opponent's army. The earth was littered with fallen soldiers. Great devouring technique. An infinite amount of soul energy and vital energy was devoured into Chu Yuan's body at this moment. The great devouring technique swallowed everything, making this brutal battlefield undoubtedly the perfect place for devouring mystic spirit wings. Seeing the morale of his side greatly affected, Yini knew he couldn't get entangled with Chu Yuan. Suddenly, a pair of golden wings sprung out from his back, appearing to merge with the void at the edges. Mystic Spirit Wings, a low-grade divine artifact, was the most treasured possession of the Luan sect. Although Lu Yian's sect didn't possess true divine abilities, they had established their sect several centuries ago. They founded a nation with the goal of collecting enough materials to create these Mystic Spirit Wings. This shows the value of a divine artifact. Even a lower-grade divine artifact cost Lu Yun's sect hundreds of years of accumulated resources. Void travel. With the assistance of the Mystic Spirit Wings, Yuni moved at an incredibly high speed. It was as if he was teleporting. He knew Chu Yuan was extremely earthful, so he wanted to use speed to find Chu Yuan's weakness and deliver a lethal strike. Emperor Da, how is my speed? Yanhai was constantly teleporting. He was speaking to Chu Yuan, but the next second he was behind him, just a lower-grade divine artifact. Chu Yuan calmly said, Kid, don't be arrogant. Even if it's a low-grade divine artifact, it's something that Great Wu can't possess. Yuni scoffed disdainfully. He activated the artifact ability, transforming into a fast-moving light beam. The low-grade divine artifact isn't worth my attention. Chu Yuan waved his hands and 6 ancient tablets flew out. Imprisonment and Divine Enthronement Tablet. Seal the Void. Yuni had launched a quick strike intending to kill Chu Yuan, but he felt like he had hit a steel plate instead. What is this? Yunqi was stunned when he saw the 6 ancient tablets surrounding him. The of the divine artifact immediately changed his complexion. A divine artifact. How could you have a divine artifact, and it's a spatial class artifact, at least a mid-grade artifact? He never would have thought that Chu Yuan would possess such a terrifying artifact. Idiot. The purple-tailed thunder dragon looked at Yun Shay as if he was a fool. If it weren't like this, how could I serve him? The Great Wu dynasty actually owns a divine artifact. Just when Chu Yuan revealed his divine artifact, 4 figures flashed out from the deepest part of the Lu Yun sect's mountains. They were all elders, their wrinkled faces showing their great age. The 4 supreme elders. Yun Shi spoke. I didn't expect this battle would disturb the 4 supreme elders. He knew the oldest of these 4 supreme elders was already over 450 years old, approaching the divine limitation of 500 years. It would not appear unless there was a crisis in the clan. The clan is in danger. We must act. The elder in front of the group, a demigod, was the previous sect master of the Luan sect. His face showed an intense excitement. If I managed to get this spatial class divine artifact, I could even comprehend the laws of the universe before my death, break through to godhood, and live for 1,000 years. You four are almost ready to be buried, yet you dare to covet my divine artifact, said Chu Yuan. Ha, young man, I am Lu Yun, the founding master of the Lu Yun sect. Even if I have to drain all my resources, I will seize your divine artifact today. The demigod elder Lu Yun laughed heartily. Your Majesty, let me deal with this, Lu Yun. The purple-scaled thunder dragon exhaled a dragon breath. Purple-scaled thunder dragon, you go and support the battlefield below, then stall all their 10-layer divine abilities. Wave Chuyun. All right, you people, stop planning. Today, I'll wipe out all of you. You don't need me to help out in dealing with the half-step divine enthronement. The purple-killed thunder dragon was also taken aback. Somewhat unable to figure out Chu Yuan's thoughts, but it did not ask further, just did as instructed. Immediately, its massive body flew into the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, thunderclouds gathered, originally tinted red by the setting sun. Yet within dozens of miles of empty space, countless robust thunders began striking down. The instant these thunders struck down, they engulfed everything, causing thousands of Luan sect's army to be slain in the blink of an eye. Purple-shelled thunder dragon, you're seeking death. Witnessing the purple-shelled thunder dragon killing ordinary soldiers indiscriminately, the three elders of the divine abilities revealed their anger. They knew that a Urfel being entering a battlefield could undoubtedly influence the victory or defeat of a war, so they immediately began displaying their Urs and attacked furiously. Just with you, purple-scaled thunder dragon scoffed, and us. In an instant, another two figures entered the battle, both being strong divine abilities practitioners. 5 of the similarly strong divine abilities fighters surrounded the purple-scaled thunder dragon. The Luan sect has been established for hundreds of years after all. With a profound foundation, they have no fewer Urfel abilities practitioners compared to Dodd, especially when fighting in their own clan. However, the battlefront of the purple-scaled thunder dragon is not the most critical. What could really control the situation was Chu Yuan's side. Yunzai Emperor Dao is unfathomable. We absolutely cannot underestimate him. However, for our Luyan sect, this time is both a disaster and an opportunity. If we can seize the divine artifact containing the domain of space, you and I might both break through to the true divine enthronement. Lu Yun, who had living for several hundred years, looked at Chu Yuan, and although he coveted for the divine enthronement steel, he held no contempt. Humph, Elder Sect Master. Rest assured, the divine artifact is Urfel, but it depends on who uses it. He hasn't even reached half-step divine enthronement. The of the divine artifact can't even be exercised by 1/10th. The two of us combined can make him perish without a burial place. Yinshi sneered repeatedly. Half-step divine enthronement is not the true divine enthronement. Shu Yuan indifferently said, today is the day when your Lu Yun sect name will be obliterated. The way of the emperor is to expand and conquer. Such a brazen ambition, you dared. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words about obliterating the sect, a ferocious look appeared on Lu Yan's old face. I must say, you are even more arrogant and domineering than the former emperor of Da. But your strength has not reached the point where you can ignore everything. The moment he acted, enormous mana transformed into terrifying waves. Although he was extremely old, he was experienced and had lived long enough for his mana to be more condensed, even more Urfel than Yunshi's strength. While taking action, he turned into a beam of light, hiding within the mana, grabbing with his 5 fingers like a terrifying claw, lunging towards Chu Yuan with the speed of lightning. Seeking death, Chu Yuan stood in the void. Operating the divine enthronement steel, the Urfel domain restricted Lu Yian's actions. The palm of his hand gathered lightning like a god casting thunder. A rolling, howling thunder palm crushed forward openly and justly. Chu Yuan and Lu Yun crossed dozens of palms in the air, not at all being at a disadvantage, instead making Lu Yun retreat again and again. Although his mana was dense, his vitality had declined too severely to endure Chu Yuan's masculine A half-step towards divine enthronement is also a divine ability's 10th stage, just that they have only begun to comprehend some of the divine realm's loss, but not yet undergone a qualitative transformation. There's me too. Yunshi flapped his wings like clouds, attacking like a flash of lightning. In an instant, thousands of lights flowed in his hands, not to Chu Yuan, but to trap him and create a fatal opportunity for Lu Yun. Scram! Chu Yuan let out a low shout. The great devouring technique turned into a terrifying vortex. Yunshi uttered a cold snort. He proactively jumped into the area of the divine enthronement steel's domain and then danced with both hands, actually conjuring a golden steel rope like a dancing spirit snake as if it were a heavenly immortal nagging Chu Yuan. Flowing cloud rope, heavenly grade item. Moreover, he acted with extreme decisiveness, pushing the Lu Yun rope to its maximum by self-destruction. The Luan rope was already binding Chu Yuan from the inside. Upon seeing this, Yinshi sneered. After all, he's too young and inexperienced, thinking that possessing a divine artifact is enough to look down upon all the heroes of the world. How laughable and pitiful. Sect Master, it's your turn now. Opportunity. In this moment, Lu Yun roared wildly, unleashing all his life strength. His entire body seemed wrapped in a layer of fire light, with almost all the mana within his body activated, causing a wild wind to rampage all around. A cold dagger appeared in his hand, its murderous glint flickering. He aimed directly at Chu Yuan's head. He's doomed. Uni voiced his confidence. However, in the next moment, although Lu Yin's dagger seemed to have pierced Chu Yuan's head, his body twisted like a beam of light, as though it didn't stab into a physical entity at all. Lu Yin exclaimed in shock. Die. Behind that twisted body, a pair of mysterious golden wings suddenly spread out. It was Chu Yuan using a divine artifact skill, entering an ethereal state. His speed was as fast as light. In a flash, he circled around Lu Yun. Lian looked down to find a line of blood suddenly appearing on his waist. The lower half of his body fell straight down, causing the sect master to let out a miserable scream. He tried with all his strength to fly away from the battlefield with his upper body. A peerless Urhouse who had reached the half-step of peeping heavenly realm capable of becoming the ruler of an imperial dynasty was actually cut in half across the waist. Watching the half of the body flying out, Chu Yuan's eyes were cold. His 5 fingers opened with it, creating a vortex. In a split moment, the devouring vortex brought Lu Yun to him, tightly gripping his head. The brutal and cruel force of devouring began to operate. Xuan directly drained and devoured his primordial spirit's The Supreme Elder is in trouble seeing such a gruesome scene, and she was scared out of his wits. He could never have imagined such a result. Even when he had decimated nations, he had never encountered such terror. He teleported, not daring to confront Chu Yuan directly. You will die too. Lu Yun's primordial spirit had been completely devoured by Chu Yuan. His shattered remains were flung away with a flick of Chu Yuan's hand. Immediately he pursued Yunshi, descending from the sky with a world-shattering force, ing hard onto Yinshi. Yunshi screamed, his clothes in tatters. How could this happen? Uni yelled in desperation. Dawn Emperor, how dare you kill the Supreme Sect, master of Liu Yin's sect. Die. Shu Yuan unleashed his domineering that conquered the world. His fist shone with dazzling light, cutting down like a cross. Human Emperor's Genesis. Shu Yuan struck Yinshi with secret technique from the Human Emperor's scripture, granting him no chance to resist. Don't kill me. I am willing to have the Liu Yun sect surrender and swear loyalty to Da. The dignity of the Supreme Human Tao was too intense. So intense that even Yunzai couldn't bear it. He shouted in fury, but seeing Chu Yuan showing no mercy, he let out a desperate cry. I will fight you to the death. However, his resistance was futile. Chu Yuan had absorbed Lu Yin's primordial spirit, and his realm had already reached a critical point. His fist of Genesis struck out as if a world was crushing down. Once Huni was hit, he instantly solidified, then exploded into a mist of blood mixed with his primordial spirit. In just a few seconds, Chu Yuan swung his hand, and the blood mist and primordial spirit dissipated in unison. Sect Master, Grandmaster, both our sect masters had been killed. This can't be possible. Emperor D can't be that formidable. The warriors from Luan's sect were still in the midst of battle, but seeing their both sect masters had been killed, they were gobsmacked. Unable to believe their own eyes, their morale drastically plummeted. At this moment, Chu Yuan was standing tall in the sky, his imposing aura infusing everywhere. His divine scattered, making him look like a celestial god, a single glance causing a deadly silence to descend everywhere. He has actually killed Yunshi. Even the purple scale lightning dragon was trembling in shock at this moment, sensing Chu Yuan's momentum. Despite its massive size, it felt inconceivably small. If it had resisted to the end, it would have just been a dead end. Destroy the Lu Yun sect. Chu Yuan's voice was chilling. With a wave of his hand, the mystic spirit wings fell into his grasp. Kill, kill, kill. Chu Yuan massacred 2 formidable god-peaking warriors. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qinfu savagely swung his blade, and a bloody mark appeared on Fang Lei's face. His body was cleaved in 2 in an instant. Unbeatable, unbeatable, unbeatable. The defeat of Lu Yun's sect was inevitable. With their top warriors all slaughtered, the remaining fighters were devoid of any will to fight. Once millions of soldiers start retreating, they scurried around like locusts with everyone lost and unsure of what to do. Noises of combat, cries, curses, pleas for mercy. All sorts of voices echoed everywhere. Your Majesty, should we kill or spare these Urfel clan warriors? Lu Qinfu asked. Kill all of them. Leave not a single one, Chu Yuan ordered. Upon receiving Chu Yuan's command, Lu Qinfu executed it resolutely, and what followed was a massacre. Tens of thousands of Urfel clan fighters were eradicated and beheaded. The millions of soldiers organized by Liu Yun's sect were completely crushed and innumerable prisoners were captured. Host has completed the first choice. Gained 100 destiny points, 3,000 divine abilities, grand splitting technique X1. The moment the system's voice sounded, a vast flood of divine abilities instantly surged into his soul, and he immediately mastered an overpowering technique from the 3,000 divine techniques. Grand splitting technique, one of the 3,000 divine techniques. It can cut through anything and even split the universe when mastered to its full potential. The host understands the grand splitting technique, thus gaining the title Void Cutter. Void Cutter enhances the of the grand splitting technique. It increases as the state of being increases. Having gained another of the 3,000 divine techniques, Chu Yuan immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Chu Yuan. Identity, Emperor Dao. State, Divine Soul Tier 10. Cultivation Technique, Human Emperor Scripture. Equipment, Human Emperor Sword. Supreme Level, Tai Pill Furnace Shattered War Army Chessboard. Prison Suppressing Divine Enthronement Steel. Mystic Spirit Wings, Divine Abilities. Great Thunder Technique, Great Swallowing Technique, Great Battle Technique, Grand Splitting Technique. System Space 80 Progress on War God's Grasp. Titles, Supreme Being of Humanity, Master of Thunder and Lightning, Devourer's Descendant, Battle Maniac, Void Cutter. Destiny Points 550. Current main line within 3 years annihilate does Great Imperial Dynasty. Kill the Great General Shang Wuan Qing Yun, Prime Minister Li Yun. Sweep all the nobles in the country. Unify all forces within the country. Completion reward. Failure. Complete annihilation. After checking the data displayed on his attribute panel, Chu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Not only had his realm advanced to Divine Soul Tier 10, but he also obtained the dominating Grand Splitting Technique among the 3,000 divine techniques. Liu Yunfu, what was our loss? Chu Yuan asked. Reporting to your majesty, our battle lasted for a short while, and our God Martial Army Corps lost 300 soldiers. Also, we lost over 2,000 from the Beast Corps. Lu Qinfu reported the losses. With the loss of nearly 300 soldiers and 2,000 beasts, they had vanquished a million-strong army, suffering only minor losses. Undoubtedly, this was a great victory. Moreover, they had captured countless prisoners, many of whom were well-trained military units. If it were not for Yun Zai, the Grandmaster, and all the Urfel warriors of the sects being eliminated, they would not have collapsed. Your Majesty, this man's name is Zio Jing. He's a level 7 divine ability practitioner, and he is the highest-ranking prisoner of war. Lu Qinfu brought a middle-aged man wearing armor forward and with a swift kick made him kneel. Winners become kings while losers become bandits. I have no words to say. Zio Jing seemed to grasp the reality. Tell me about the layout here, Chu Yuan asked. Emperor Da, as long as I know about it, I can tell you, but I only have one request. Please do not slaughter these million soldiers. They are innocent. The cities they belong to were merely controlled by the Liu Yun sect. They were later drafted into the army. Zio Jing knelt and implored. In my presence, you have no right to negotiate terms. Chu Yuan said, yes, Emperor Da. Zio Jing said, this place borders the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range and sits close to the ocean, so we call it the Southwest State. There are no imperial dynasties here, only hundreds of clans. And among these clans, while the strength of the Liu Yun sect is not the strongest, it is nevertheless one of the top 5. The Southwest State is an entity starkly different from the daughter region. This place has not given birth to Urfel dynasties. Instead, there are many clans present. These clans have all established their own cities, and within these cities reside many people. The purpose of their existence is to supply talented individuals and resources to the Heil clan members. These clans are all ruled by city lords. After all, even martial artists need to eat, and they need a large number of civilians to support them. The life of a clan is more survival of the fittest. There aren't many laws here, and random killings are rampant. Clan disciples can wantonly slaughter citizens inside the city. A dynasty is different. A dynasty has its laws. If anyone dares to slaughter civilians at will, the army will capture them immediately. Although there is a survival of the fittest scenario present within a dynasty, it will always consider the masses. Otherwise, the water can carry a boat as well as flip it over. Clans only need to plunder resources to the maximum extent. Even if all the common people in the city are dead, it doesn't matter. After all, they are not trying to build a country, but to make their clan stronger. One is about looting, the other is about a cycle of reciprocation. After listening to Zio Jing's words, Chu Yuan roughly understood. The Southwest State was in a remote location. Continuing southwest will lead to the boundless sea, which is very dangerous. As for what's on the other side of the ocean, the people here have no idea, just like the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. No one has truly crossed the mountain range and understood the situation on the other side. Your Majesty, now that the Lu Yun sect has been annihilated, shall we return to the imperial court with the army? By the time Qiyuan understood the situation in the southwest state, Lu Fu had already swept clean all the wealth within the Lu Yun sect, and asked, Option 1, return to the court with the army, gain 100 destiny points and 10 progress on the war god's grasp. Option 2, conquer the southwest state so that Da's flag will be planted on every inch of land in the southwest state, and all the people will become subjects of Da, gain 100 destiny points and 10 progress on the war god's grasp. The southwest state is adjacent to the sea. Although it's located in a corner bordering the Beast Mountains, its overall area is massive, even larger than Dao. And due to its coastal location, it can gather many resources that are not found on the mainland. Therefore, there are many Urful figures here. Through Zhao Jing's words, Chu Yuan learned that the southwest state has a population of about 1 billion, which is incredibly large. No need to retreat for now. The southwest state has a large population and is rich in resources. It's an area that other imperial dynasties have not developed much yet. If our empire conquers it, not only will our territory and population greatly expand, but we will also obtain a vast and resource-rich land, said Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan ordered loyal and brave Marquis, go in my name and summon all the clans here to see me. Upon learning of Chu Yuan's plan, Lu Fu was excited as this meant expanding the territory and establishment of a great cause. The way of the emperor is to expand and conquer, and as a military leader, he naturally relishes conquest. He thought for a moment and said solemnly, the southwest state has many Urful figures, possibly 7 or 8, who are close to reaching the divine realm. What if they refuse to come? They refuse, Chu Yuan said coldly. If they do not come, they will be the next Lu Yun sect. Tell them, those who refuse to come see me will have their clan wiped out by my army. What I care about is not the clans, but the people and resources within the city. It would be better if they surrender, but if they do not, it does not matter either. Your servant obeys. Lu Qinfu said, right, let Dragon Lord go with you. After all, there are Urful figures in the southwest state who are close to the divine realm. It would be safer for Purple-Cailed Thunder Dragon and Lu Qinfu to act together. The news of what happened to the Lu Yian sect spread like lightning. As a large clan that ranked in the top 5 in terms of strength in the southwest state, it was completely wiped out by the army from Da within a day. All the Urful figures from the entire clan were killed. Who wouldn't be chilled by such an event? Everyone was terrified, fearing that the next blade might fall on them. Before these clan leaders could even discuss strategies, Chu Yuan's imperial edict had been delivered to their gates. Who dares not to respond to the great W Emperor's edict? The consequences would be the eradication of their clan, leaving no one alive. The imperial edict was extremely domineering, which infuriated all the clan leaders. If it had been before, they would have scoffed and not cared. But the bloody reality of the Lu Yun sect was right in front of them, forcing them to tread carefully. The southwest state is vast and the terrain is complex. Even riding the Purple-Cailed Thunder Dragon, it took 2 or 3 days to deliver all the messages. Your Majesty, all the edicts have been passed on, but I have also received news that those clans have formed a so-called 100 Sects alliance. They have gathered all their elite Urful figures and are preparing to come here all at once, said Lu Qianfu. The 100 Sects alliance, hearing this, Chu Yuan didn't care and instead laughed. This shows that they are afraid of me. Otherwise, these unruly and Urful clans would never form a 100 Sects alliance. It doesn't matter. Let all their elite Urful figures come. That way I can catch them all at once and save time. We will wait for them here, said Chu Yuan. The entire southwest state was then plunged into a storm. After several days of discussions, these Urful clans formed the 100 Sects alliance and amassed an army of their best figures, all of whom were above the original spirit realm. The great Lu Emperor on the other side of the Beast Mountains is just too hegemonic. He has destroyed the Lu Yun sect and demanded that we all go to visit him. This is utterly intolerable. Does he think our 100 Sects are soft pimmons that can be easily squeezed? This time, the 100 Sects alliance brought all its elites. Even the supreme elders who rarely showed themselves came out. Although the 100 Sects in southwest state have had fierce disputes over resources, the Great Wood Dynasty is an external force. The fall of the Lu Yun sect made them feel a sense of shared distress, which ultimately united them. They formed a grand army of the 100 Sects and marched mighty to Chu Yuan's temporary camp. They had initially planned to start a huge battle immediately, but the terrifying of hundreds of thousands of divine warriors and beast corps deterred them. Gentlemen, since you are here, why not go in and meet the Emperor Lu Qianfu? Sneered and rudely addressed the Urful figures who had arrived. Fine, let's go meet your great Wu Emperor, a Urful man from the sects who had reached the half-step to divine realm. Huang of the Huge Wave sect, a top 10 sect in the southwest state, said coldly. Although Dot had destroyed the Lu Yun sect, the elite force of the 100 Sects alliance formed this time did not regard Chu Yuan as a significant threat. The 100 sects would show its this time. Otherwise, having a fierce tiger in their backyard will keep them awake at all times. The 100 sects acted with caution this time, not completely entering the area. Many Urful figures from original Spirit Realm and Divine Realm stayed outside, confronting the opposition army. Those who entered were the best fighters from each clan, mostly headmasters and supreme elders. Upon entering, they immediately saw a figure sitting on an imposing royal throne. Behind him, a purple thunder dragon coiled up, akin to a totem, the Great Emperor. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, the elders felt a chill in their hearts, especially due to the profound depths in his eyes and the black light that was continuously slicing through the void around him. "You're all here," said Chu Yuan, "so you're the Great Wimp Emperor." An elder in a toist robe with white hair came forward and said, "I am Qing Yunzi, Supreme Elder of Qing Sect. Although I am lacking, I was elected as the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance by my fellows to negotiate with the Great Wu Emperor." Qing Yin's cultivation level was also extremely high, even surpassing Yunxi's, and was at the peak of half-ep to the Divine Realm, capable of breaking through at any time. "Is this how it treats its guests? We traveled a long way to come here, not to mention a cup of tea to quench our thirst. There isn't even a seat. Are we supposed to stand here and talk to you?" said a man enveloped in a fiery aura. "Even though you are the Great Wu Emperor, we are also the headmasters and supreme elders of various sections. In the dog court, even civil and military officials, including the prime minister and the general, have to stand below and look up at the imposing emperor." Lu Qinfu sneered. These Urful figures from different sects actually thought they were still in their own territories where they had to be pampered. On Da's territory, they had to follow Da's rules. The man shouted angrily, "We are not subjects of your Da. You soon will be," replied Lu Qinfu. "Enough, Sun Yin. The purpose of our visit isn't to argue, but to solve this issue." The mature and prudent Qing Yinzi said, "Great Wu Emperor, we, the Southwest State, have always known to not interfere in each other's business with the Great Wu dynasty. The purpose of your visit is puzzling. Let's discuss and resolve the issues." "All right, Qing Yinzi, let's not beat around the bush." Chuan slowly said, "The purpose of my personal expedition this time is to expand territories and include the Southwest State into my Great Wu's territory, and all of your sects must be included in my dynasty. The Luan sect had the audacity to covet the world and had violated my taboo. It has been wiped out by me personally. I hope you won't be the next Luan sect." Inside the temporary camp, hearing the news, the faces of many heads of various major sects showed shock and horror. They had originally thought that the large army of Dahu had come to the southwestern continent to expand its territory, and their invitation was more for the purpose of extorting some resources from them and intimidating them once again. But what they never expected was that Chu Yuan actually directly demanded their complete submission, threatening to amalgamate all sects into the Great Wu dynasty. Everyone was incensed. They all were rulers of the southwestern continent. Some were about to retaliate angrily, but Kanzi calmly spoke. "Emperor Dao, you should know that we will not accept these conditions. This is not a negotiable attitude. You have misunderstood. We never stated that we would allow any negotiation. This is our divine decree, a notification issued to you all." Chu Yuan swept his gaze over them, speaking in a monarchical tone. "From today onwards, the southwestern continent is under the rule of the Great Wu dynasty. All sects are to disband their establishments on the spot. All Urful members of these sects are to be drafted into the army following the imperial court's instructions for all their actions. Additionally, anyone who dares to violate the law of Da will be executed without mercy. We will allow you some time to familiarize yourselves with the law of Da. Any objections arrogant, domineering, and audacious to the extreme." Although the southwestern continent did not have any transcendent capable of peering into the divine realm, there were nearly 10 people who were halfway there. There were innumerable practitioners of divine abilities, and now Chu Yuan wanted them to dissolve their sects and merge completely with the imperial court. These sect houses, however calm they were, could not bear it any longer. They were clearly not regarded at all, dismissed as disposable fish meat to be slaughtered at will. "Humph, you were dreaming. From what I know, Da does not have many individuals halfway to the divine realm either. This southwestern continent belongs to us. Do you think that bringing a few hundred 000 soldiers will enable you to wreak havoc under the suppression of the top houses? They will be absolutely useless. You are ridiculously delusional." A strong man from a sect sneered, speaking aloud, "Emperor Doth, although we are not sure how precisely you exterminated the Lu Yun sect, I can tell you that if you continue like this, you will have to pay a price." "Oh, what price am I to pay?" Chu Yuan asked, declaring enmity against our sects. "All the headmasters have reached an agreement to abandon all previous disputes and form a sect alliance simultaneously rising against Da. We will eliminate all your hundreds of thousands of soldiers and destroy the entire Dawn nation." The sect Urhouse answered harshly. Despite his blunt words, he was still expressing the collective sentiment of the Urfel leaders of the sections. They were absolutely unwilling to have the interference of the Dog dynasty in the southwestern continent. Under the strong control of the imperial court, none of them would be able to live a good life. Who is he? Chuan asked, answering the emperor. This person is Fang Chang, the headmaster of the Wind Spirit sect, Lu Qinfu said. Correct, I am indeed the headmaster of the Wind Spirit sect. That Fang Qing stated, showing no fear towards Chu Yuan. Very well, pass my decree. Flatten the Wind Spirit sect. Fang Chang has provoked my wrath. He is to be executed. A cold and ruthless voice came from Chu Yuan. Haha, you still want to execute me. Although Fang Chang was not quite halfway to the divine realm, he was, after all, a 10th level practitioner of the divine abilities. He laughed disdainfully. He really does think he's in his doll, but his voice had barely faded when his pupils suddenly widened. Clutching his neck, a line of blood emerged first, followed by blood squirting out. His neck had actually been severed. How did Fangking die and who killed him? There was a moment of pin-drop silence in the camp, eerie and soundless to the extreme. Fangking, though only a 10th level practitioner of the divine abilities, was a well-known master in the southwestern continent. However, this supreme being died mysteriously. Just moments ago, he was speaking loudly, and the next second his severed head fell to the ground. After what seemed like a long period, a trembling headmaster finally spoke up. Did anyone see clearly how Fangking died? Emperor De killed him. If I did not see wrongly, you should have performed one of the 3,000 divine abilities. Kim Jianzi was by far the most Urfel person present, and he saw Chu Yuan raise his hand just now. A black ray of light, thinner than a thread, flew out unexpectedly, wrapping itself around Fangking's neck out of nowhere. You were quite perceptive. I did indeed launch one of the 3,000 divine abilities. Chu Yuan had a pitch-black thread winding about his finger as he neutrally said, "It is the Great Severing Technique." What the Great Severing Technique, as per the rumors, it can sever everything, even cutting through space and slicing apart the world. Qinjianzi was shocked. The 3,000 divine abilities had different strengths such as the Great Karma Technique, the Great Time Technique, and the Great Destruction Technique, all of which were extremely Urfel. This Great Severing Technique was also one of the top divine abilities. If Chu Yuan had just launched the Great Severing Technique against him, he would have been caught off guard as well, and these sect houses gradually understood the horror that the Lu Yun sect had faced. Now Chu Yuan's execution of Fangking had terrified everybody. Without leaving his imperial seat, he continued, "My patience is wearing thin. Submitting to me is just an afterthought, but if you're stubborn, I won't hesitate to embark on a killing spree. Do not test my patience. I am certainly capable. Emperor Dog, submission to you is absolutely impossible. We can adopt another method." Kaienzi was exceedingly apprehensive of Chu Yuan's Although the southwestern continent is not exactly a land of affluence, it is near the ocean, vast and rich in resources. Our sects can contribute some treasures to Da. Your Majesty, what do you think? And we also know that Dawn is likely to face a war. Our sects can also dispatch some armies, form a sect army, and lend a hand to the Dao imperial court. This Qinjianzi was quite adept at understanding the situation. He knew that Da was about to go to war with the empire of the 4 hidden nations, with millions of soldiers from both sides facing off at the border. If it weren't for the formidable of these nations, these sects would have already extended their grasp, forming a sect army. It seemed like they wanted to help Chu Yuan, but they were actually planning to loot the resources of the other side and reap the benefits. This Qinjianzi was indeed an old cunning fellow. Correct, we can accept these terms. Each of our sects can contribute 10 individuals who are 10th-tier masters of the divine abilities and 1,000 divine practitioners. I highly doubt you'll find such a number of divine practitioners in the whole of Dai. These sect houses were agreed with this proposal. After all, they all wanted to plunder treasures from within the imperial court. You are indeed very ambitious, and your calculations are quite meticulous. But unfortunately, my appetite is far greater than yours. Chu Yuan waved his hand. It seems that without the death of a few more individuals, none of you will willingly accept reality. In the imperial court, we believe in the principle of the victor being the king and the defeated being the captive. And in your sects, you all believe in the principle of might makes right. Once a certain level of has been attained, one can do whatever one pleases. If you want to do as you please, you'd have to see if I'd allow it. At this moment, an ordinary-looking man with an unremarkable appearance that could easily be overlooked had a sudden flash of killing intent in his eyes. Like a peerless assassin, he suddenly untapped his half-step to divine his blade cold as it came through the air with lightning speed. The one who made the move was extremely proficient in assassination. He was hiding in the crowd initially. Then suddenly he burst out with such unprecedented akin to half-step divine It was reminiscent of an assassin who is unstoppable and ruthless once on a killing spree. Assassin Lu Qinfu exclaimed in surprise and anger. Emperor of Great Wu Dai. This man's voice was cold and chilling. His speed was so fast that his after-image remained at his original position, but his real body had already lunged to kill. In the blink of an eye, a dagger was stabbing towards them. His mana may be similar to Yunzai, but the sudden eruption of in that moment was lethal even to high-ranked quasi-divinities like Kinjunzi. You are courting death. Mystic Spirit Wings, a divine artifact skill, 3 seconds of void. Chu Yuan sat firmly on his throne as the assassin lunged towards him, the dagger going into a state of nothingness. What's going on? Shock and anger flared within the assassin. He vividly remembers piercing Chu Yuan's heart, but now it was as if he had merely stabbed a reflection in the water. No matter how much he stirred, it remained empty. Sect Master of Decoin. Someone recognized the assassin's identity. Troublesome. Missing his target, the Sect Master of Decoin decisively withdrew. He's a practitioner of the supreme path of assassins, specializing in shadowy one-hit kills. His combat skills, however, were not lasting. Where do you think you're going? Chu Yuan's eyes were gleaming with shock. He spread out his hand like the heavenly hand and gathered a vast amount of thunder energy. The thunderous, majestic instantly enveloped the Sect Master of Decoin, preparing to strike him down with a formidable momentum. Help the Sect Master of Decoin assassinate the Emperor of Great Wu, someone suddenly yelled. They could see that once Chu Yuan was killed, the so-called Great Wu army would crumble on its own. I'd like to see who dares to advance. With a loud shout from Chu Yuan, the sky reverberated with an overwhelming celestial might. This thunder shout deterred these people to the point they didn't dare to advance. In just few breaths of time, the Sect Master Decone was hit by Chu Yuan's palm. He spat out blood violently. His body trembled harshly as he staggered back. How can he be so full? Disbelief flickered in the eyes of Sect Master of Decoin, but he didn't panic. Instead, he snorted and said, "You'll have to wait until your next life to kill me." A qualified assassin not only needs the strongest burst of but also an exceptional way of escaping. Immediately multiple after-images were left in place, each of them indistinguishable from the real Sect Master of Decoin. This is the Sect Master of Decoin's after-image cloning technique died. However, Chu Yuan remained unfazed. Upon seeing these after-images, his fingers tightened once more and lines of cutting lights crisscrossed. Zella black cutting lights dance all around. Everyone saw the dozen or so after-images dissipate in a split second. Then with one instantaneous step, Chu Yuan's hand engulfed, and the of the great cutting technique fell like a grid on a chessboard. The Sect Master of Decoin froze in place. Then he lowered his head with difficulty, only to see his body marked with grid-like blood stains. With a scream, his entire body disintegrated into pieces, forming a grid pattern. Brutally domineering, a quasi-divinity expert was cut into minced meat. Unable to even struggle, the swift and vicious scene happened in the blink of an eye, presenting itself brutally in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. They had come prepared for heavy casualties facing the Emperor of Great Wu, but they could not accept such a scene. A quasi-divinity was slaughtered like a worthless dog, and the death was horrifyingly brutal. This is impossible. How can this happen? He's a quasi-divinity. He's a demon. The crowd roared in terror and astonishment, chills running down their spines. They could face death, but they can't accept this. The Yongluk Emperor of Great Wu was a terrifying god of death and action. I've already said those who resist will be killed without exception. It seems you haven't fully understood it yet. Since that's the case, Kaienzi, as your alliance leader, I'll deal with you first. Then you'll realize that there's only one path when you face Great Wu surrender. Chu Yuan, who had sliced the Sect Master of Decone, then turned his gaze to Kinji. The arrogant and domineering aura of doing things made even who had lived for several hundred years feel afraid. The great combat technique, 7 combat forms. As soon as Chu Yuan had spoken, his hands had already launched towards Kinji. His current state had reached 10 levels of Yuan's soul. With the help of his 4 divine abilities and various magic treasures, only a true divinity could possibly withstand his fierceness. Not good. The pressure from Chu Yuan enveloped Kinji, making the use of his mana very difficult. He clapped his hands together and pushed out. Green light scattered everywhere, causing the space in front of him to distort, and a vortex appeared. Break. With one move, Chu Yuan shattered the green vortex. He then arrived in front of Kenji. Each of his palm strikes contained an infinite force like moving mountains and seas. Kinji was at his limits. He had already gained a slight understanding of some principles of law, but he was still earless against Chu Yuan. He waved his great sleeves. The green light twisted into a circular shape, just like a diagram of yin and yang tai kai, spinning rapidly, as if using a light touch to move heavy weight, trying to neutralize Chu Yuan's Explosion after explosion resounded. The green diagram he condensed was shattered by one punch from Chu Yuan. Under absolute all techniques are useless. Even Kenji was fiercely knocked back due to the intense countershock. Do you want to die or live? Chu Yuan's supreme will erupted. His palm, which seemed to engulf a black hole that devoured everything, approached Kinjunzi, aiming to grab his head. A strong sense of impending death enveloped Kinjunzi, his eyes filled with fear of Chu Yuan. He could not resist such No, no, your majesty, please stop. I want to live. Fear completely consumed Kinji as he saw the chunks of sect master of Decone not far away. He didn't want to die, so he quickly kneeled down and bowed deeply. I Qianzi am willing to withdraw from the 100 Sects Alliance, disband the Qing sect on the spot, and swear allegiance to Great Wu Dynasty to serve as a subject of Great Wu. Long live the Emperor. Once he yelled, long live the Emperor. All the strength in his body was drained. He had lost the will to resist. What about you? Shu Yuan retracted the hand that was about to fall. Kim Jianzi's surrender signified the dissolution of the 100 Sects Alliance. All the people present had complex and lost expressions. Do they surrender and live or not surrender and die? Did they have a choice? No. Chuan had killed all the other options. We are willing to surrender to Great Wu and become subjects of Great Wu. With Kim Jianzi's surrender, other clans followed suit and all pledged allegiance to Chu Yuan. Long live the Emperor. All of the clans completely submitted, becoming a part of Da. Even if they didn't want to submit, they had no choice. Chu Yuan's already ruled above them. The death of the sect master of Decoin terrified them, and Qing Yunzi's surrender completely crushed their last resistance. At this moment, all the strong clan members in the camp knelt before Chu Yuan, worshipping their emperor. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so ireful, even managing to subdue so many clans in the southwestern state. The strength of Doc couldn't be compared even when the previous emperor was alive. Lu Qinfu exclaimed, everything was like a dream happening in just a few months. No need for the long faces. The establishment of your clans in the southwestern state was merely to attempt God ascension. But who among you has ascended in the past centuries? My imperial dynasty possesses resources beyond your imagination. Pledging your loyalty to me is your opportunity. Seeing the long faces of these clan houses, Chu Yuan spoke indifferently. The host has completed the second choice, earned 100 destiny points. The progress of forging the war god's grasp is at 10. Current progress 90. Chu Yuan saw the system's prompt and was still 10 away from the completion of the war god's grasp. Your Majesty, how should we handle the southwestern state next? Lu Qinfu asked. All clans are to disperse on the spot. The name of the southwestern state will not change, but establish Linhai County as its county town with its prefecture located within. Shu Yuan ordered, record all clan houses above the soul forging realm. Integrate them into the clan army for now and wait for further instructions. Although all sects are now part of Dao, the common people here do not know yet. Thus, send people to distribute posters, promulgate the laws of Dao, set up various institutions. We need to assimilate the southwestern state as quickly as possible. After hearing the order, all the clan houses knew that their era was over. They could no longer show off their and must obey the emperor's commands. Assimilating the local ulation here is not difficult. This place is a clan city without much sense of belonging. Simply changing the rule from the clan to the imperial dynasty, whose side to follow if not following someone. Your Majesty, the Thunderbird has returned. Suddenly, Zelian Thunder Dragon spoke. In the distance, a flash of light could be seen coming rapidly. Upon closer examination, it was a bird only marginally larger than a palm, but with a cultivation level of 9th layer divine abilities. It was the scout Chu Yuan left in the Wushu mountain range. The Thunderbird is here. It seems that something big has happened in Dao. The Thunderbird's speed was fast. Chu Yuan left it in the Wushu mountain range to monitor the situation of the imperial city. Its hurried return obviously meant something big had happened. Your Majesty, enlighten me. The Thunderbird spoke in clear human speech. Reporting to Your Majesty, just a few days ago, a large number of troops suddenly appeared around the imperial city. Now they have surrounded the imperial city, and I also saw that the great general and the prime minister have rebelled, attacking the city now. They actually rebelled. Lu Qinfu exclaimed in surprise. It isn't surprising. I led the troops away from the imperial city, not returning for some time. Shangyun Shiny Yun couldn't stay calm, knowing that as time went on, their rebellion would be exposed by me, so it's better to strike first. Seizing the imperial city is undoubtedly the smartest move. They probably thought I was either dead or heavily injured fighting the beasts, licking my wounds somewhere. Shu Yuan seemed to see through everything, his face unchanged, as if everything was within his expectations. As for the armies, these are nothing more than the ennobled vassal lords stirred up, likely led by King Wei Wu. If I'm not mistaken, the borderlands should also be in conflict simultaneously. Internal strife and external troubles, fighting on both sides is indeed a smart move. Time they don't want to give me time. After all, I'm too frightening to them. Chu Yuan saw through everything. Your Majesty, the siege of the imperial city is of utmost urgency. If the city were to fall and the rebels move in, things would become complicated. Even with our semi-spiritual elites, it would be difficult to the city with its fortified defenses. Lu Qinfu seriously added, moreover, the imperial city is the hub of the imperial dynasty. Once it falls, it's akin to our empire being extinguished. You're right, we can't afford to lose the imperial city. Chuan said, no one understands the city's defenses better than I. It won't be easy for them to break through, but the harm to people's morale in the whole country of De's unrest would indeed be significant. My concern isn't so much about the city falling, but more about rumors. The hearts and minds of the people are most terrifying, Lu Qianfu replied. If your Majesty were stationed at the hub, even millions of soldiers would not be able to the imperial city. But with you currently far away in the southwestern provinces, they spread rumors that no one is in charge. The 1 million soldiers of the Forbidden Army and government soldiers alone will not be able to hold the city. Therefore, I suggest we immediately withdraw our troops and return to the capital to crush the revolt and get rid of them once and for all. He was not afraid that the Divine Army would fail to quell the revolt, but worried that the entire city would descend into chaos before it fell. Lord Loyal and Brave, although the siege on the imperial city is urgent, it is exactly what I'd like to see. I intentionally gave them this opportunity so they'd take action themselves. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat troublesome for me to deal with them. You don't need to follow me back. Although the 100 Sects Alliance have pledged their loyalty, the hearts and minds of the people have not yet been won. You should stay here and continue to ingratiate yourself with the citizens. Chu Yuan slowly turned his gaze towards the whispering elite warriors of the 100 Sects Alliance. Upon hearing news of De's unrest, they became anxious. All of you heads of your respective sects will drop your own blood essence into my chessboard. He took out the war army chessboard. Although there were already 100,000 people on the chessboard, he had lost 300 in the battle with the Luan sect. Those spots were now to be filled by these people. Chu Yuan incorporated them into the war army chessboard. Although he didn't completely control their lives and deaths, if anyone dared to harbor thoughts of rebellion, he would immediately detect it and suppress them. Lord, Loyal and Brave, I shall lead the army back to the imperial city to quell the rebellion. As for the affairs of the southwestern provinces, I will leave them to you. Should anyone dare to make trouble behind our backs, show no mercy. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, the elites of the 100 Sects Alliance, along with the 100,000-strong Divine Army, entered the war army chessboard. He took the elites of the 100 Sects Alliance away, but left several 100,000 fierce beasts for Lu Qinfu. With Lu Qinfu's ability, he would be more than capable of handling the aftermath in the southwestern provinces. Subsequently, he crushed a one-time teleportation charm, mid-grade, and his entire being was pulled in by a Urfel spatial force, disappearing from his original location. At this moment in Dao's imperial city, originally bustling with activity, a vast plain now surrounded the towering city, heavily bombarded by great mana from all around. Several million soldiers clustered together like locusts, completely surrounding the imperial city and relentlessly attacking it. With Chu Yuan absent and having not returned to the imperial city for more than half a month, no one was in charge. This group of people could no longer restrain themselves. The army did not fly Dao's banner. Instead, they unfurled flags bearing the emblems of various lords. The very 18 Lord Kings who were titled during the founding of Dao, the 18 Lord Kings, who had long been preparing and colluding with the Grand Marshal and Prime Minister, chose this time to act both within and outside the city, sparking a battle for the capital. Thousands upon thousands of cannons were pushed out, interspersed with some divine device cannons, which kept bombarding the solid city walls tirelessly. Huge fireballs were also catapulted over by trebuchets. Additionally, there were enormous crossbows aimed at the soldiers guarding the city walls. Their bolts were fired in such an overwhelming flurry that virtually all kinds of siege weaponry had been deployed. This time, their preparation was thorough, and their timing was impeccable. After all, Qi Yuan was not present. He had journeyed to the Wancha mountain range, conquer Wo, seize the royal family, reward the first to breach the city with a noble title of 10,000 households, enslake your treasures from the royal palace at will. The battle began and hundreds of thousands of soldiers launched the siege war. This time the attack on the city by the coalition of 18 feudal lords was of an immense scale. Their collective military force was 4 to 5 million strong. Some even mobilized soldiers from outer regions, or incorporated those from Dayan surrounding the imperial city completely. Naturally, the leader of these 18 warlords was the most influential and Urfel King Wei Wu. His declared motive was to avenge his son. Wei Shan was publicly executed by Chu Yuan. And as a father, taking revenge for his son was the most appropriate excuse. The deafening sound of cannons echoed, and a myriad of siege machines bombarded the city gate like a violent storm. The ground trembled harshly from the bombardment, indicating they were well prepared and had a sufficient number of attack instruments to break through the city gate as quickly as possible, the eastern gate of the imperial city. The onslaught here was the fiercest, with over half of all troops and weaponry concentrated at this location. Thankfully, the imperial city was designed to be strong and sturdy from the onset. Its defenses were unparalleled compared to ordinary towns and cities. Earlier, I'd already spread rumors that Emperor Dog was trapped in the mountain range of 10,000 beasts, claiming he had even died inside. After all, there's been no news from him for more than a half-month. Although many people didn't believe it, it undoubtedly affected their morale, said Li Yun, clad in armor despite usually dressed in brocade. What drew the most attention was his cultivation level, which had reached the brink of attaining divine not the 10th level of divine abilities. Correct. That young emperor was too overconfident, daring to personally lead the army to quell the beast tide. He thought the threat was only coming from the bordering 4 nations, but little did he know we have been prepared for a long time and were waiting for this day. Otherwise, how would it be so easy for us to besiege the city Shangyu and Xingyun, dressed in full military gear and gazing at the smoky city walls, sneered with a cold, domineering gaze? Just like Li Yun, his cultivation level had also reached the brink of attaining divine not the 10th level of divine abilities. The two had broken through to the edge of divinity at the same time. Unfortunately, despite the general and I being prepared, the young emperor managed to root out a lot of our schemes. Loon smirked sinisterly, but he would never guess that we could have broken through to the brink of divine long ago, but held back deliberately to put him at ease. It turns out Li Yun and Shang Wangqingyun had long had the to break through to the brink of divine but had their abilities to maintain their cover. When Chuan led troops towards the mountain range of 10,000 beasts, they could see the ensuing great battle even from the imperial city. However, it quickly died down, leading the two men to suspect that Chu Yuan may have fallen on the mountain range or suffered heavy losses. Lin simply notified the 18 warlords to launch their planned attack ahead of time, cutting off Chu Yuan's retreat. Originally, Li Yun and Shangyun Qingjin planned to incite a rebellion within the imperial city and open the city gates. However, Chu Yuan preemptively stationed the Forbidden Army in the imperial city. Furthermore, he had removed a large number of traitors and prior purges, leaving Shangyun Qing unable to start a mutiny. Moreover, they no longer had any allies within the 6 departments of the city. Thinking of this, they were filled with resentment. If it wasn't for Liu Yang's disappointing son, their plan would have been flawless. Before they could open the city gates following their intended coup, the commanders of the Qinglong and Chaos camps led an army of millions and drove out both of their forces from the imperial city. The city gate was then sealed and defended. King Wei Wu, based on my experience, the people are restless. The young emperor is not in the imperial city, and the generals are unable to command the masses. Although the city is strong, people's hearts can easily break, said Shangyun Qingyun, turning to a person beside him. Haha, it doesn't matter whether or not the city falls. A confident and deep voice resonated. The owner of the voice was an imposing man with a stern face and a fierce aura who wore a dark silver armor. It was King Wei Wu who just within his own province controlled several hundreds of millions of people. Doesn't matter, Shang Wangqing frowned. Your Highness, what are you planning if the city falls? All the better. If not, it doesn't matter as long as we have them surrounded here. Even if he comes back with his wounded soldiers, he won't be able to enter the city and will be stopped. At that time, would the beasts of the mountain range of 10,000 beasts give up this opportunity? Would the other 4 nations not seize this chance therefore? Whether it falls or not, I am in an unbeatable position. King Wei Wu said lightly. Fan Ning, come out. A burly man slowly emerged as if he were a massive pillar supporting the sky, resembling a giant spirit from the heavens. Fan Ning on the brink of divine Both Li Yun and Shang Wu Qingyun's pupils contracted sharply. They had heard of this Fan Ning, a formidable figure from the previous dynasty who had been a ferocious general. They were somewhat surprised that he had eventually submitted to King Wei Wu. Indeed, I secretly submitted to His Highness 30 years ago, confirmed Fanning. In truth, I had broken through to the divine observance level 30 years ago. I did not come to the imperial city because I was afraid that the late emperor would detect my state of cultivation, the king continued. Amid his conversation, King Wei Wu made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the rules of heaven and earth materialized like solid entities. This exquisite control signified that King Wei Wu was not an ordinary half-step divine observer. He was far more earthful than even Qing Yunzi, such formidable strength. Shangyun Qingyun and Li Yun exchanged glances. The two of them were part of the same alliance, sharing both glory and ruin together. Immediately, Lun said, I never expected your highness to hold such hidden Once Deu is completely conquered, given your strength, you could establish a new kingdom. The general and I would exhaust our wisdom and strength to aid you. Would I, the king, dare to use you? To King Weiwu coldly responded, moreover, I have no intention of starting a new dynasty. There have been more than a dozen imperial dynasties over the past hundreds of years in Dao. And how many of them have lasted? How many royal families have met with good ends after I conquer this city? I will return to my own thief. I'd still be a king. A 1,000-year empire may not last, but there are countless clans that have lasted for thousands and tens of thousands of years. Shangyuan, Qingyun, and Liyun cast each other a sharp glance, so that was what King Wu had in mind. As expected, he was an old fox with deep schemes. Janking, Hongyun, you two are still stubbornly resisting. Why don't you surrender by opening the city gates now at this moment? King Wu suddenly launched into the sky, and a force that could shake the laws of heaven and earth roared out, causing a earthful disruption on the city walls. King Wu, there were two men standing on the eastern city wall. Hongyun was one of them. The other was Jinking, who was dressed in armor that resembled dragon scales, the commander of the Qinglong army. Your Highness, as the King of Dodds, you wantonly besieged the imperial city without the emperor's decree. Are you not aware that this is a crime punishable by the execution of your entire clan? Jing Chung sneered. The emperor died long ago in the manifold Beast Mountain range. With such a long time of no action, do you think he will return? I suppose you know better than I about the dangers inside the manifold Beast Mountain range. Why are you still so obstinate? King Wu retorted. As someone who receives the emperor's salary, I swear my loyalty to him. Even if it means death, I will never betray him. Zhang Chong shook his head. Da is doomed, and the 4 countries are eyeing its territory. The wars at the borders have already begun. The day when the armies of the 4 countries break into the imperial city is just around the corner. There's no chance of turning the tide. You two might as well surrender to me with your forbidden army. If you resist to the end and the city is broken, isn't a massacre inevitable? What would be the point besides? If the city is breached by me, it's likely that your entire clan will be executed. King Wu threatened. Impossible. Janking, seeing Hongyun wavering, suddenly shouted out, I am the head of the imperial guards of Da. As long as the city stands, I stand. If the city perishes, I perish. Fine, since you insist, there's no need for me to say more. King Weiwu, having anticipated this, ordered Fan Ning, go break down the gate of Wu City for me. Yes, your highness. As Fan Ning spoke, he held a pair of giant hammers in his hands. The aura they radiated was that of a divine artifact. This divine artifact was accidentally obtained by me from an ancient ruin. King Weiwu explained, Fan Ning, go breach the city gate. Skybreaking hammer, skybreaking frenzy dance. Fan Ning, a towering figure, appeared as an iron tower from a distance. In his hand was a divine artifact, the sky-shattering hammer, which possessed tremendous destructive The of the divine artifact transformed into a storm, overwhelming the eastern city gate in an instant. The solid city gate trembled violently under the might of the artifact, leaving behind massive indentations from the hammer strikes. Besides the hammer, there was an indestructible city-breaking spike, blood dragon steel submerged dragon wood. This city-breaking spike is from Dian Jing Cheng's eyebrows knitted tightly. The city gates of the imperial city were forged from Wanian steel over 10 jang thick. The divine siege cannon left only a small mark on it, but the damage caused by the sky-shattering hammer was far more terrifying. The crucial point now was that he only had 1 million in the Forbidden Army, and even with the other troops, the number wouldn't exceed 2 million. They simply could not go out to fight. They could only watch the attack unfold. Man, bring the armor-piercing crossbows to shoot. The divine siege cannon couldn't hit Fan Ning beneath the city wall. Only the armor-piercing crossbow could. However, while the armor-piercing crossbow could pose a threat to those with divine abilities, Fan Ning was a half-step god. His mana was incredible. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Tons of crossbow arrows flew out, but a thick layer of mana shield condensed on Fing's body, bouncing off any arrows that hit it. Your Highness, aid me, Fan Ning roared. He had to wield the sky-shattering hammer and fend off crossbow arrows, draining his mana rapidly. Sky-shattering palm seal. King Weiyu was indeed a formidable half-step god. He gathered his momentum and condensed it into a palm seal that blew away the incoming arrows, reflecting them back towards the wall. The Forbidden Army suffered heavy losses in that instant. We're in trouble. Jiang Cheng's face darkened. The most terrifying part was that they didn't have a half-step god on their side who could fight against King Wu and Fan Ning. They could only watch helplessly as the city gate was being destroyed. The key issue was that Chu Yuan was not presiding over the central command. He was only the commander of the Shen camp, unable to mobilize the troops of the other 7 camps. With the emperor absent, we can't activate the city's defense formation. If we had that using it as the foundation, we could use every sort of heavenly thunder and earthly fire formation. They wouldn't have been so arrogant. Jiang Cheng's eyes remained fixed on Fan Ning, who was wrecking the city gate. The city defense array was a grand formation that protected the imperial city. The previous emperor started its construction when the kingdom was founded. It was capable of defending against inferior divine artifacts. However, once the defense array was activated, the consumed energy was enormous. The control was entirely in the hands of the emperor. This was why King Wei would chose this time to siege the city. Being passively attacked like this, we're at a disadvantage, and our men can only watch as they bombard the city wall. Hong Yun expressed his worries. I understand your point. Order the Ministry of Works to reinforce the city gate. As for the tough defense of the imperial city, it was planned and constructed by the previous emperor and me. Even if they have divine artifacts or city-breaking spikes, they'll never break through within dozens of days, especially the city gate. It contains plenty of meteorite fine gold. Jiang Chong remained calm, but there's one thing I'm worried about. You're worried that when the emperor comes back with his troops, he'll be trapped outside. By then, with the beasts of the Wand Beast Mountain Range attacking from inside and outside, we're done for. Hong Yun shuddered, finally grasping King Wei Wu's cruel plan. So he intended to cut off the emperor's retreat, and sieging the city was just part of his plan. Commander Hong, that's exactly what I worry about. However, all we can do now is to hold the city. As Jing Chong watched the battle below, he reasoned, with my million-strong forbidden army, the city will not fall. The emperor will return soon. King Wu, you and the other rebellious lords, prepare your necks for the confiscation of property and extermination of your families. Confiscate my property and exterminate my family. King Wei Wu became furious upon hearing Jiang Cheng shout after De's demise. Don't kill Jiang Chong. I will deal with him myself to let him see who will be the last one to have their property confiscated and family exterminated. Kill, reward the brave. Death to those who retreat a step. After the city falls, loot as you wish. King will issue the order across the battlefield. Immediately, the tidal wave-like army again launched a fierce attack. Loot and execute clans. If that's the case, King Wei Wu, I shall fulfill your wish and show you. At this moment, it was as if coming from the depths of the void, a terrifying dragon swept across. Within the infinite thunder, a colossal dragon appeared, Purple Scale Thunder Dragon. Upon seeing the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, King Wei Wu was initially shocked, then laughed. As the sovereign within the mountain range of beasts, you have also come. Seeing me laying siege, do you wish to partake of this feast as well? I can cooperate with you. After the matter is done, you can freely choose from the royal treasury. Upon seeing the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, he became reassured. Who do you think you are? I am now King De of Dragon Might. The Purple Scale Thunder Dragon disdainfully stated, King De of Dragon Might. King Wei Wu almost instantaneously saw an imposing figure atop the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon's head, incredulously saying, Chuan, how could it be you're actually back? Correct, I have returned, Xuan indifferently stated. At this moment, his appearance seemed to freeze time. In the great battle at the East City Gate actually halted momentarily. Long live the Emperor. His Majesty has returned. Jiang and Hong Yun looked at Chu Yuan standing atop the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon's head as if regarding a divine emperor, especially his boundless presence, which made the two of them feel incomparably small. The Forbidden Army has worked hard. The two commanders have done meritorious service in defending the city, and there are also millions of soldiers. After I quell the chaos, I will reward each according to their merits. Chu Yuan slowly stated, Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. The million soldiers defending the city cheered excitedly. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, what exactly is going on? The king of the fierce beasts? You unexpectedly pledged allegiance to Chu Yuan. King Wei Wu's eyes were locked onto the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon and Chu Yuan completely bewildered. The strength of his majesty is unimaginable to you all. As the saying goes, good birds choose good trees to nest. I, King of Dragon Might, serving his majesty is in accordance with the heavenly Tao. The Purple Scale Thunder Dragon stated, although I don't know what's going on, even if you become the King Da of Dragon Might, it still won't change the outcome. King Wei Wu suddenly flew into the sky, confronting Chu Yuan, his great presence recklessly unleashed. He roared, The battles today must result in a resolution. My greatest advantage is the absolute suppression of peak experts. Indeed, his side has more invading experts, while Chu Yuan has none. King Wei Wu, enough talk. Just kill this Dawn Emperor and exterminate Daws. The sky shook. Vast flaming clouds surged out, and instantly a figure appeared who was also invading expert. King Dian of Blazing Fury. Chu Yuan stated, as expected, King Wu colluded with the strong of Dian. First kill the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, then behead the little Emperor. Shangyun, Shining Yun, and Li Yun also flew out, shouting loudly. Originally, if you stayed put, you would have a little more time to live. But since you're being stubborn, today is the day your nation will fall. Just in the blink of an eye, 5 formidable pre-Godin invading experts dominated Chu Yuan with an overwhelming presence, and also hundreds of other divine abilities experts also flew into the high sky. Hear me assist His Majesty. With a roar from Jing Chang, the million-strong forbidden army prepared to march out of the city, providing direct support to Chu Yuan. Depending on sheer number, the purple-scale thunder dragon snorted a breath of dragon, sneered contemptuously. Convey my order. King Wei Wu privately conspires. General Shang Yuanxing Yun, Prime Minister Li Yun betrayed the country and sided with the enemy. 18 provincial lords besieged the imperial city. These are all capital crimes. Chu Yuan's sovereign voice echoed through the void. He waved his hand, and 100,000 soldiers of divine martial arts suddenly appeared on the battlefield mixed with numerous faction experts. He hastily ordered, death to all. 100,000 divine warriors lined up, a mighty army as far as the eye could see. Though it was merely a fraction of King Wei Wu's 5 million strong force, its spirit wasn't something his hastily assembled army could match. Victorious in every battle, undefeated in every attack. This indicated an invincible force. Compared to this force, King Wei Wu's army seemed insignificant, like little fish and shrimp, not worth mentioning. Divine Warrior Legion. King Wei Wu's pupils contracted, raging a spatial divine artifact. You actually possess a spatial divine artifact. It's impossible for this to have been left by the previous emperor. 100,000 divine warriors appeared as if descended from the heavens. Only a spatial divine artifact could explain this. Know that the Break Sky Hammer he accidentally obtained from ancient ruins, though an attack-type divine artifact is incapable of containing such a vast army. However, even with 100,000 soldiers, the situation won't change. Just as King Wei was regaining his calm, he noticed the 7 or 8 figures standing before the massive army. Half-step to divine. Where did you get these half-step to divine? Sing himself. His side only had 5 half-step to divine. However, it appeared suddenly on Chu Yuan's side, not to mention the numerous experts in the divine realm among the sect's army. Elder Qian, who wouldn't dare to take on his sect master's identity at this point, replied from Linhai County, Southwest State. There's no Linhai County in Dao, Southwest State. What? King Wei was taken aback. Southwest State, a gathering place of the sects. You guys actually pledged allegiance to Chu Yuan. His Majesty is akin to the Emperor reincarnated. Where he goes, Majesty pervades. The earth illuminated by his grace is the territory and we does subjects. King Wu awakened to this reality. Ever since Qian saw Chu Yuan's he has wholeheartedly considered himself a de subject. Now due to the war army chessboard, he also became a member of the Divine Warrior Legion. Wish for this king to awaken impossible. I've witnessed dozens of dynastic rises and falls, standing firm to this day, relying on my own strength. Even the previous emperor didn't dare to touch me. King Wei Wu roared wildly. Chu Yuan, come and fight. His aura erupted. A formidable punch that was fierce like a raging inferno, ruthlessly aimed towards Chu Yuan. Initially, Qiyun, a formidable figure, was standing in front of Chu Yuan, but he was suddenly knocked back. The previous emperor didn't dare, but I dare, Chu Yuan stated calmly and coldly. In that split second, he too responded to King Wei Wu's attack with a punch. An intense battle aura clashed with the punch, causing King Wei Wu to grunt and fly backward. Chu Yuan advanced once again, delivering 7 continuous punches, each containing an immense world-breaking strength. 7 loud noises. King Wei Wu had wanted to capture the king first, but he had underestimated Chu Yuan's strength. His divine spells were shattered when encountering Chu Yuan's overwhelming especially after the final punch. Even his armor couldn't withstand this force, shattering loudly as his hair split out wildly. The mighty King Wei Wu had no to fight back against Chu Yuan and was beaten like a dead dog. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events and couldn't react in time. 9 heavens breaking blade. King Wei Wu's face changed repeatedly. He rubbed his hands together and a rainbow blade broke through the sky. It wasn't a real blade, but one forged from mana. His entire figure seemed to grow thousands of feet taller, unleashing a fierce attack on Chu Yuan. All rebels below die. Chu Yuan's face remained unchanged in the face of this blade. With a grab, he caught the 9 heavens breaking blade. Then with a fierce shake, the blade shattered. The scattering energy nearly injured King Wei Wu. Withdraw the troops. Sound the gong to retreat. King Wei Wu yelled in rage. From the moment the 100,000 divine warriors appeared and strong figures like Kai and pledged their allegiance to Chu Yuan, the tide had turned. Combined with his inability to handle Chu Yuan, King Wu knew he was defeated. Moreover, the perplexed Thunder Dragon had also surrendered to Chu Yuan. The only thing he could do now was to withdraw his troops, preserve his strength, and perhaps align with the 4 hidden nations to potentially turn the tide. He no longer had time to think about the sudden boost in Chu Yuan's strength. The retreat of the 4 to 5 million soldiers was not a withdrawal, but a rout. Suddenly, chaos ensued. The horde hadn't even waited for Chu Yuan's army to attack before they started panicking. The wails and screams echoed back and forth, and within the flickering moment of withdrawal, countless people were trampled to death. Rebel, thinking of escaping, I will not allow it. Upon seeing King Wei Wu attempting to retreat, Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with cold light. Stop your insolence to kill me. You're still lacking. Hearing Chu Yuan's voice, King Wei Wu almost spat out blood in anger. His speed skyrocketed. As long as he didn't die, even if his army of 5 million suffered heavy losses, he could still rise again. He would remember this grudge, nothing more than that. Chu Yuan raised both his arms to the sky. Suddenly, the divine enthronement steel trapped King Wei Wu in the middle. He could not break through the domain of the divine artifact, no matter how fast he tried. Chu Yuan's whole body emitted boundless golden light. With a step, a giant palm fell upon the face of the terrified King Wei Wu, then enveloped him. In the battlefield, the shrill howls of King Wei Wu echoed. His whole body ignited a golden flame, completely burning him. Subsequently, he was actually refined to death in front of countless people's eyes. In an instant, the magnificent King Wei Wu, who had led an army of 5 million to attack the city, was shockingly refined to death by Emperor Da. This was an alarming change, as if it were a gap between heaven and the Grand Martial Army, who had already witnessed Chu Yuan's terrifying kept their composure. However, the 1 million forbidden army and 5 million enemy troops were thoroughly stunned. Even though the previous withdrawal horn had stirred disorder, there was still a semblance of order. But with the death of King Wei Wu, it turned into a rout. It was chaos beyond control. Emperor Dot, how did he become so Urful the Fire King from Taejun, having witnessed what had happened, had a drastic change in expression. However, his reaction was pretty quick. He was transformed into a streak of firelight and quickly fled the battlefield. People from Taejun stepping foot on my Dawn Nation's land. You deserve to die. Chi Yuan's right hand swiftly hooked in, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Fire King. Countless black rays sporadically flashed past. The Fire King trembled, and his body was segmented into countless pieces of flesh, leaving no resting place for him in death. King Wei Wu, Fire King, they've been killed. Other regional kings let out terrified screams. It's impossible. How could our siege with 5 million troops fail run? If Emperor catches us, there's only death. It's over. It's all over. Had I known this would happen today, I would never have been beguiled by King Wei Wu. The slaughter of 2 demigod experts entirely demoralized the army that had come to lay siege. No, how could I lose Chu Yuan? Shang Yuan, Qing Yun, and Li Yun were also terrified. The 2 of them planned to escape, but figures like Qing Yun and others from such sects were thinking of making great contributions. How could they let these 2 get away immediately? A large number of Urful figures attacked. Although the 2 were demigods, they were no match for Qing Yun and others who held a numerical advantage. Without needing Chu Yuan to make a move, they were immediately reduced to corpses. The 1 million forbidden army rushed out of the imperial city, cooperating with the Grand Martial Army to kill and capture the retreating enemy soldiers. Within a few hours, a great part of the several million-strong army had become captives. Your Majesty, all the rebels have been captured, and those who resisted forcefully have been executed on the spot. Please decree their punishment. This time, the attack on the imperial city led by King Wei Wu involved 5 million troops and was a massive undertaking. There are countless captives, millions indeed. Jiang Qing could only detain these captives. He was not in a position to administer punishment himself. All the traitorous lords should be incarcerated in the Sky Prison. I will send the Xin Wu army to each of their territories to confiscate their possessions and annihilate their family. All those military leaders who participated in the decision-making are to be executed as well. As for those millions of soldiers, they shall be incorporated into the death camp. I will personally lead the next campaign and let them serve as the vanguard to atone for their crimes. Chuan gave his orders methodically. Jiang Qing nodded, realizing that this time these feudal lords were completely defeated. They were all to be eradicated and removed from Da with no chance of ever returning. As for the death camp, it is a special unit in Da made up exclusively of criminals guilty of heinous crimes. Being vanguards, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. To remove the label of the death camp, they needed to achieve 10 times the merits of ordinary soldiers. However, this at least gave those ignorant soldiers a chance to atone for their sins. Jiang Chong was totally convinced by the second emperor of Deu this time. Standing beside them, Hong Yan's body was trembling involuntarily as well. He was not entirely unaware of the rebellion by the Grand General and Prime Minister. They had even tried to recruit him into their camp. Thankfully, he did not take action. Otherwise, he would have been on the list of families eradicated today. Thinking of this, he felt grateful to Jing Chong. If Jing Chong had not spoken to him when Chu Yuan went to the Beast Mountain range, his fate would have been bleak. Also, do not forget to comfort the families of the soldiers who died in battle, record their widows and children, and grant them annual payments from the royal court. We must not let our soldiers feel slighted. Despite the grand scale of the siege, it was short-lived, and casualties were minimal due to the city walls. However, those who died were all credited for their service to Tao, so Chu Yuan could not slight them. Yes, your majesty, I will attend to this immediately. Jing nodded, warmed by the fact that Chu Yuan would provide for the soldiers who had defended the eastern city gate, most of whom were from Hisking camp. Hold on, Commander Jing. Chu Yuan's expression changed. For your meritorious service in the city defense, and your unswerving loyalty to my great Wu dynasty, as clear as the sun and the moon, I hereby award you this skybreaking hammer. I hope Commander Jin will continue with your extraordinary services to my great W dynasty. A huge hammer as golden as 2 melons descended toward Zonking. Zonking was taken aback. He never thought that Chu Yuan would directly bestow a lower-grade divine artifact upon him. One must understand the preciousness of a lower-grade divine artifact is far beyond what he, a 10-layer spiritual energy manipulator, could ever fantasize about. Accept it. I won't ill-treat any meritorious minister. Chu Yuan's gentle voice resonated. Thank you, your majesty. Jing took the skybreaking hammer, his face flushed with excitement, and he knelt swiftly. I swear to serve your majesty till my death. Hong Yian watched this and felt extremely envious of Jing Chong. With the lower-grade divine artifact, the future Xing camp would certainly surpass the Chaos camp. This was the emperor's warning to him. Chu Yuan was fully aware of his small scheme. However, he quickly came to terms with it. As long as he remained loyal in the future, was there any reason he wouldn't be rewarded? Leave the rest to the Forbidden Army. I have other matters to attend to. Leaving these words behind, Chu Yuan flew toward the royal palace. Not back to the Sun Palace, but to a group of palaces teeming with spiritual energy and resembling fairylands behind the royal palace. This place was known as the Supreme Forest Court. Stop. Death to those who trespass in the Supreme Forest Court. As soon as Chu Yuan arrived at the Supreme Forest Court, he was halted by a harsh voice. Then several strong divine realm figures blocked his way. Am I the emperor not allowed to enter the Supreme Forest Court? Either Chu Yuan responded coldly. His Majesty, the faces of these few masters of divine abilities showed a slight change, but they seemed to lack any sense of respect. Since it's His Majesty who is visiting, he naturally can enter. However, both Supreme Elders are in seclusion. If they are disturbed, I'm afraid it may invite the displeasure of the Supreme Elders. There seemed to be a veiled warning to Chu Yuan within the remarks of these few masters of divine abilities. Supreme Elder Chu Yuan's eyes flashed a cold light, and a tremendous pressure forced these few masters to kneel down. It is them that I am looking for. The so-called Supreme Elders, in fact, are the Supreme Elders of Da. While Thailand Garden is located within the imperial city, it operates autonomously and is beyond the control of the royal family. The formation of Thailand Garden actually dates back to before the founding of the Great Wu dynasty. Back then, the previous dynasty was overthrown, and the first emperor had a momentous influence. Many non-allied individuals in the martial arts world gathered and joined a large group of people. Even some Urhouse sects pledged their allegiance to him. The first emperor needed this force at that time and organized them into the Thailand Garden. Every individual who joined Thailand Garden possessed immense strength. The first emperor did this to enhance the strength of Da. But even during the first emperor's life, the people of Thailand Garden hardly respected the court. Acting on their whim, they pledged allegiance to the first emperor and joined Dao, not to contribute to Dao, but to take advantage of the resources controlled by Dao. Initially, there were only a few hundred people in Thailand. Later they gathered 1,000 disciples, and several tens of thousands of palace maids and eunuchs were needed to serve them. Every year the royal family had to allocate a large number of resources to them, including several hundreds of thousands of magic crystals alone, not to mention they had other exotic treasures. One can say these people only enjoy the benefits without contributing. They only sought to gain benefits and wouldn't pay back in return. This time Chuan was genuinely angry. Usually these people act high-handedly and ignored the command of the royal family, which was tolerable. But this time, Wei Yu besieged the city with an army of 5 million soldiers. Unexpectedly, these people were still cultivating in their Thailand garden, acting like it was a separated utopia, as if they didn't care about the survival of Da and as if it had nothing to do with them. Even in the past, when Chu Yuan's kingdom was destroyed, none of the people from Thailand Garden made an appearance. Perhaps to them whether Da perished or not was no more than a change of empires. Since I'm here, won't you promptly appear before me, or should I door by door personally invite you Supreme Elders out? Chu Yuan's stern voice rang out, causing the entire Thailand Garden to tremble. Your Majesty has arrived. We failed in our duties to welcome you from afar. However, the two supreme elders are at a critical moment in their cultivation and cannot meet with you. We ask your majesty for his understanding. Within Thailand Garden, 1,000 figures appeared, among which there were hundreds who were realm masters. The one leading them and addressing Chu Yuan was a middle-aged man dressed in blue robes, his strength having reached the 10th degree of divine abilities. Joan, Chu Yuan identified this realm master known as Zhao Xin and coldly said, "We Wu's 5 million strong army is attacking the city as members of Thailand Garden. You're receiving the emperor's salary but not performing your duties to the emperor. You've done well. So his majesty has come for this matter, but the supreme elders are in seclusion, and we are waiting for their orders." Jin didn't pay any mind to Chu Yuan. He didn't know that the rebel army had been defeated, and thought Xu Yuan came to request reinforcements to beg them. He was looking down on Xu Yuan, a little emperor about to lose his kingdom who dared to yell at him. "What if I command you to act?" asked Xu Yuan. "Without the supreme elders' orders, we cannot act. His majesty can wait for the supreme elders to finish their seclusion here." Zhao shook his head, smirking with disdain. "I'm very disappointed in you." Chu Yuan looked at the two palaces with the densest spiritual energy in the Thailand Garden and suddenly bellowed, "Supreme elders, very well. You're so arrogant that you don't even have me in your eyes. Are you attempting a rebellion, your highness? You are unfair with this accusation. We mean no harm or ill intention. Just that ever since the establishment of Thailand Manor, it has been under the jurisdiction of the two grand elders. It has nothing to do with the court. We merely follow the instructions of the two grand elders. In our hearts, we remain loyal to Tao." Zhao Xian's intentions were clear. "Even if you are the emperor, you have no control over the erful members of the Thailand Manor." He silently sneered. Despite being under siege, the emperor was still flaunting his superiority here. If he had simply tried to curry favor with the two grand elders, perhaps they might have taken him with him in case of a national calamity, sparing his life. Enough idle talk. Xu Yuan seemed to be no longer interested in arguing. Stepping forward abruptly, he aimed a palm at Jaeon, as grand as the sun and the moon, covering everything. "Your Majesty, have you lost patience and decided to strike me? I hope you won't regret it, though." Zhao Xin did not seem fazed. Though Chu Yuan had previously dealt with Ping Yuan, Zhao Xin, a 10th-level practitioner of divine abilities, waved his wide sleeve, instigating a gust of wind. But within that gust, a huge palm appeared, indicating Chu Yuan's capture technique. It broke entirely through the gust, grabbed Joseon fiercely, and threw him away. Joseon knelt hastily under the continued heavy forces. How could a mere 10th-level practitioner be a match for him when he had slain Wei Wuwang, who was a one-step short of reaching godhood? Upon seeing Zhao Xian kneel, the color drained from the faces of the erful men in Thailand Manor, and thousands of them unleashed their strong forces in an effort to encircle Chu Yuan, intending to rebel. "Are you guys rebelling?" Xu Yuan asked calmly. "How dare you remain standing while the emperor is present? Kneel down right now." From the depths of Thailand Manor, two voices erupted, followed by two figures emerging, one cold and the other hot, appearing in front of Chu Yuan, their expressions grim. "We pay our respects to your majesty. We beg your forgiveness for our impudence." These two had reached a half-step to godhood. One was named Old Man of Water, the other Old Man of Fire, and they were the grand elders of the Thailand Manor. Both knew of Chu Yuan's arrival, but had chosen not to appear, initially intending to give Chu Yuan a taste of their But they hadn't expected Chu Yuan's strength to far exceed their predictions, having easily subdued Joseon. "Even for me, it is quite challenging to meet the two revered grand elders. Looking at your numerous disciples, it seems they don't have me in their hearts." Even if the two grand elders gave an order to capture me, they wouldn't hesitate. Chu Yuan responded calmly. "Your majesty is mistaken. They only acted rudely because they have not experienced your majesty's might." The introverted Old Man of Water looked rather displeased. At the same time, Old Man of Fire looked at him and said, "We being well aware of the reason for his majesty's arrival. Wei Wang rebelled against us, but since his majesty has arrived, we will suppress this rebellion with all the disciples of Thailand Manor. If I didn't show up at Thailand Manor today, I'm afraid the two grand elders might never take action." There was a strong oppressive force in Chu Yuan's calm words. This, if it came to dire circumstances, we would take action. Old Man of Water and Old Man of Fire both stiffened. The rebellion was suppressed by us and Wei Wang was executed. There's no need for Thailand Manor anymore. At these words, Old Man of Water and Old Man of Fire's expressions froze. How could it be possible Wei Wuwang with his strength was even executed? "Moreover, I have decided from today Thailand Manor will be disbanded. All your resources will be stripped away. If you want to acquire resources, you should go and fight for them in the battlefield rather than being like parasites that contribute nothing." Chu Yuan's words shook them even more than before. Parasites. His Majesty dares call us parasites and wants to away all resources. Anger flickered in the eyes of both Old Man of Water and Old Man of Fire. Did I say something wrong? Chu Yuan inquired. The Forbidden Army has been defending the city to death while you relaxed in Thailand manner living in peace and contentedness. Calling you parasites is an insult even to parasites. Haha, if His Majesty so despises us, it seems we are no longer needed. His Majesty might as well disband Thailand manor. We have such a vast world to live in. Old Man of Water and I will simply take our disciples and leave. There are many places where we can make a home. Old Man of Fire laughed loudly. That's right. If His Majesty doesn't need us, we'll just leave. The world is vast. Why should we stay in Dao? Wherever the two grand elders go, we will follow. The people in Thailand manor were all furious. Where do you guys want to go? You consumed so many resources over so many years. It's about time you pay the price. As Chu Yuan spoke, he raised his hands and took the initiative to strike at Old Man of Water and Old Man of Fire. Today, he would teach the people of Thailand manor who was the real master in Da. Your Majesty, you want to see our strength today. We'll show you the of those at half-step to godhood. Old Man of Fire sneered, his hands moved, and a burst of flame exploded, slicing through the air and the sky like a sword. Blazing red sky dark quad water wave. The of fire and water merged together, strengthening each other rather than colliding due to their distinct attributes. The resulting force was stronger than twice the sum of their individual forces, suffusing the entire sky with the essences of both fire and water. Two grand elders combining their strength could even fight someone truly at godhood. Our emperor is simply too young. The people of Thailand manor chuckled. Suppress. Seeing the two attacking him together, Chu Yuan uttered just two words. He made a move with his big hand and directly activated Great Thunder technique. Roaring thunder instantly filled the entire Thailand manor. With merely one move, he obstructed the combined forces of fire and water. Thunder stormed around and engulfed the two grand elders immediately. Not good. Seeing Chu Yuan breaking their combined forces in one move, both Old Man of Water and Old Man of Fire turned pale. Chu Yuan's intimidation was suddenly released, causing even the Old Man of Water and Old Man of Fire to tremble. His big hand reached out, creating a earthful black hole ready to swallow everything. Fear. The Old Man of Water and Old Man of Fire felt that their souls might get in by this black hole, never to be able to escape. Chu Yuan grabbed with both hands, and the Old Man of Water and Old Man of Fire screamed as their bodies were drawn in. His big hands clutched their necks tightly. Two grand elders, how is that possible? Even the grand elders aren't his match. This can't be real. The Urful people in Thailand manor started screaming in their hearts. The grand elders were like gods. The fact that they could defy the court entirely stemmed from the authority of the grand elders. Your Majesty, don't kill me. The Old Man of Water and Old Man of Fire were terrified as their necks were grabbed, and their lives in someone else's hands made them tremble uncontrollably. It's our fault. From now on, all the people of Thailand manor will be under His Majesty's command. Kill, that would be too easy on you. After consuming so much of the court's resources, I won't let you die so easily. Xu Yuan shook his head. Option 1. All people of Thailand manor will be included in the Divine Martial Army, thereby strengthening the army, earning 100 destiny points, increasing the completion of the War God's Grasp by 10, and acquiring 1 primordial stone. Option 2. All people of Thailand manor will be included in the death camp, acting as pioneer soldiers in an expedition, thereby earning 100 destiny points, increasing the completion of the War God's Grasp by 10, and acquiring 1 soul-controlling charm. Incorporate them into the Shinmu army. Chu Yuan didn't even have to think about it. The Shinmu army was the Empire's most elite force. Only those who were truly loyal could join. Just because Chu Yuan was able to incorporate the strong individuals from the sects into it did not mean he could let the ones from Talon Manor join. If they could not be incorporated into the Shinwu army, he could only make them act as pioneers in the camp of sinful death, becoming cannon fodder for his expedition. Since the founding of Da 30 years ago, Talon Manor has been receiving copious amounts of imperial resources each year. But despite receiving the imperial grace, you failed to serve the emperor loyally. Therefore, all the thousands of people from Talon Manor are to be incorporated into the camp of sinful death and act as the vanguard for my personal expedition. As for you two elders, go to the camp of sinful death and atone for your sins. Chi Yuan made his choice. The host has made choice too, gaining 100 destiny points. The progress of the crafting of War God's Grasp has increased 10 and you've gained Control Soul Charm X1. Control Soul Charm. Activating the Control Soul Charm allows you to control any soul, including those of the Divine Realm, regardless of obstacles. So the Control Soul Charm was used to control other souls. But the most crucial part was that it could ignore obstacles, meaning Chu Yuan could suddenly use the Control Soul Charm to control the soul of a divine expert. The progress on the crafting of the War God's Grasp is now 100. Do you wish to craft it immediately? The system sounded another prompt. Craft immediately. Shu Yuan had been eagerly waiting for this. Suddenly, a dazzling light surged inside the system's space. A pair of sacred golden gloves appeared, casting out boundless and dazzling golden light that seemed like a rising sun, ready to slay any wicked demons. Were God's Grasp, an exceptional divine artifact crafted by an ancient war god. It tore the sky asunder as if holding the pillars of heaven in its grasp. Its unimaginable artifact skill. War God's Hand. A massive golden hand appears across heaven and earth, grasping the universe, making heaven and earth tremble in its wake. The of the skill increases with the wielder's realm. It's actually an exceptional divine artifact. Xuan was greatly moved. He hadn't expected to successfully craft an exceptional divine artifact this time. Most importantly, the war god's grasp was a pair of gloves, not a knife, spear, sword, or halberd. Those were offensive artifacts. He already possessed the sword of the human emperor, which was of the highest rank, and even an exceptional divine artifact wouldn't provide much benefit. But holding the sword of the human emperor with the war god's grasp was feasible. Incorporate them into the camp of sinful death. At this time, the faces of both Elder Mr. Schuer and Mr. Ha changed dramatically. Sinful, the death sentence. The camp of sinful death is where those who committed serious crimes are sent to. If they were sent there, they would be among a group of serious offenders, would lose their current status, and would be treated as cannon fodder. The two of them said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, although we Talon Manor have made no significant contributions, we have worked hard for many years. Even if you do not consider our dedication, consider the face of your predecessor. We shouldn't deserve to be sent to the camp of sinful death. Long live your Majesty. We wish to be your royal guards. Hard work. It's the hard work of watching a play in Talon Manor while Do was besieged." Chu Yuan's hands suddenly emanated in immeasurably majestic golden light. His temperament was like the sovereign of the universe, an invincible war god. If one looked closely, they could see that he was wearing a pair of golden gloves closely fitted to his skin. With a light clasp of his hand, Elder Mr. Schuer and Mr. Hu felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, as if they were being torn apart. Go on then, report to the camp of sinful death. That's where you should be. Leaving these words behind, Chuan drifted away. It's over. Everything is over. The faces of Elder Mr. Schuer and Mr. Hua turned pale, tasting bitterness in their mouths as they fell weakly to the ground. The second emperor before their eyes, whether in terms of his wisdom or was far superior to his predecessor. They had utterly misjudged this time. Although Chu Yuan had resolved the domestic rebellion this time, there were still many unhandled matters, such as the rebellion of the general and prime minister, causing many vacancies in the empire. And all the 18 feudal lords each had their own thieves operating like a country within a country. He had to send people to take control of those thieves. Luckily, he had the Xin Wu army of 100,000. When Master Qin Yun and others saw Chu Yuan personally slay Wu Ho, who was even more erful than Master Qin himself, they were completely disheartened and realized that if they dared to rebel, they would end up like Wei Wu Ho. They led the Xinhua army of 100,000 to seize the thieves of the 18 feudal lords, exterminating their clans, arresting the remaining rebels, and confiscating their properties. The court also sent officers from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Justice to abolish the laws imposed by the 18 feudal lords and introduce Dao's law, making their subjects realize that from now on they were no longer subjects of the 18 feudal lords, but citizens of Dao. With Chu Yuan holding the reign of and repressing all resistance, these things were easy to handle. A tribute to seal. Collect the willingness of billions of people, and you can break the second seal. Current progress billions. The current number of people's willingness is full. Do you want to break the second seal? The sudden prompt made Chu Yuan's face drastically change. Dao originally had more than 1 billion citizens, but before there were more than 300 million that were controlled by the feudal lords and were not included in his pool of people's willingness. But now after Chu Yuan executed the 18 feudal lords, those subjects once again belonged to Da. Break the second seal. How could Chu Yuan not choose to break the second seal? People knew that the first attribute of the sword of the human emperor increased realm by 1. He didn't know what benefits the second attribute would bring him. The second attribute seal is being broken. Countless points of light converged on his sword of the human emperor. Each point of light represented a person and was gathered from all over the country. The moment it was embedded, a terrifying human force was released. Chu Yuan didn't have to wait for long before another exciting prompt echoed. The second attribute of the sword of the human emperor has been unsealed. Chu Yuan held the sword of the human emperor, which felt warm and comforting. He felt as if he represented all the people in the world, as if he was their emperor. An incredible change suddenly swept over. A full 1 billion points of light carrying a potent faith, like the source of faith, all flooded into Chu Yuan's body in an instant. Is this the of human faith? Chu Yuan could sense the faith within the points of light, embodying the reverence of the billions of ordinary people and dog towards the Emperor of Does, Human Emperor's scripture. Chu Yuan immediately activated the Human Emperor scripture. Only the Human Emperor scripture could perfectly absorb the of the faith of the humans. After Chu Yuan absorbed the faith or willingness of the 10 billion people, he underwent an incredible transformation. His realm had previously only been at the 10th level of Yuan Xinb, but with the terrifying enhancement brought by this faith, Chu Yuan surprisingly broke into the divine realm. Divine realm, Chu Yuan was slightly taken back. He hadn't expected that after unsealing the second seal of the sword of the human emperor, the feedback of the will of the people would actually allow him to directly break through the major threshold of the divine realm. It should be known that with the enhancement of Attribute 1, Chu Yuan was able to behead a half-step divine expert. Now that he had broken into the divine realm, given an increase in realm, this meant that his current was fully comparable to a genuine divine expert. A true divine expert could be said to be very full, while those who were only half-step divine could not be compared at all. Chu Yuan did not completely immerse himself in the joy of breaking through a realm. He now focused his attention on the changes to the sword of the human emperor after the unsealing. When he saw the attribute, his mouth was slightly open. The human emperor's sword supreme level, the adornment sword of the human emperor, the one of the three emperors, the supreme of the human path, automatically matched cultivation technique, the human emperor's classic. Attribute 1, where the human emperor's sword, your realm combat strength increases by 1. Attribute 2, the source of faith. Unlock the of human faith. Attribute 3. Attribute 9. The seal of Attribute 2 has been unlocked, which is the source of faith. Unlocking the of human faith, the source of faith. Chuan pondered, I am aware of the faith of the human race. But what is the function of the source of faith, the human emperor's sword crafted by the first man in the ancient human path, using the faith of countless human beings, aggregates the human faith like a source gathers faith solidifies national fortune. Once the source of faith is activated, the host can assist cultivation with the of faith. The system voice prompted, enhance strength with the of faith. Chu Yuan was able to break through the divine realm so quickly just now by relying on a rich burst of wish from all beings. Attribute 1 can increase combat strength by 1. Attribute 2 can increase the speed of cultivation. Undoubtedly, these two attributes are most important for Chu Yuan at present. He tried to enhance his realm using destiny points. After his breakthrough to the divine realm, it already required 3,000 points for upgrade, which is quite harsh. Activate the source of faith. Chu Yuan waved the human emperor's sword. Endless light points gathered. In a blink, a true projection of Does territory appeared in front of his eyes like a miniaturized yet absolutely realistic map. On this true projection, Chu Yuan could see countless light points gathered together. It can do this as well, Xuan exclaimed in surprise. Just like a real map of the country, with the human emperor's sword, I can detect the changes in the empire's relation in the simplest and most straightforward way. The human emperor's sword is indeed the sword of human faith. Chu Yuan also saw the southwest province on the map. The light points there were also increasing at an amazing speed. Apparently, Lu Qianfu had already begun to rapidly establish DOD institutions there. At this time, he also checked the seal of Attribute 3. Attribute 3 seal. With a relation of 50 billion and sacrificing one top-notch divine artifact, Attribute 3 seal can be unveiled. Current progress 1,050 billion to unlock Attribute 3. The Empire's relation must reach 50 billion, and a top-notch divine artifact must also be sacrificed. It's far stricter than Attribute 2, but Chu Yuan knew that with each seal broken, the human emperor's sword would unlock greater capabilities. My Urful cultivation method is to expand the empire. Chu Yuan's eyes shone brightly. Indeed, after activating the source of faith, he felt his cultivation speed increasing faster and faster, and this speed would quicken as the empire's relation grew. 2 days later, the God Warrior army brought back a large number of remnants to the imperial city. Those within the court who belonged to the factions of Shang Yuan, Qin Yun, and Li Yun were all purged. The entire empire was completely under Chu Yuan's control. Several more days passed. Current progress 22,050 billion. Obviously, the southwest province had been thoroughly incorporated into the empire's map, and Lu Qianfu also led the beast army to rush to the imperial city. Deng, the host, has completed all the options for this event, won 3,000 destiny points, the plans for the god-destroying crossbow, and one random draw. After Chu Yuan suppressed all the domestic rebellions and resolved the issues with the Wu-1 Beast Mountain Range in Linhai County, they received the final reward for this event. The plans for the god-destroying crossbow, the standard weapon of the ancient dynasty with a maximum firing range of 10 mi and a maximum range of 1 mile. Materials: 20 lb of refined steel, Senu of the mighty divine demon, and an unspecified amount of meteorite fine gold. The materials needed to construct the God Slayer crossbow were not as numerous as those for the divine mechanism cannon. Chu Yuan could send the purple scale thunder dragon to gather demon Senu from the depths of the Wancho mountain range. Meteorite fine gold could be obtained from the Infinite Trade Association. However, the most significant consumption was indeed the crossbow arrows. Arrows were designed in conjunction with the god's crossbow, which included different types. The highest level arrows, named God Slayer arrows, were said to be so powerful that even the mana of a Divine Realm expert could not resist their force, resulting in immediate death on impact. If the Forbidden Army was equipped with the god's crossbows that day, Fanning won't have had the chance to lash out arrogantly and attack the city gate. Blueprint for the Godser arrow, an arrow designed specifically for use with the god's crossbow. Upon review, Chu Yuan found that the God Slayer arrows also required meteorite fine gold for arrowheads, with the other materials being refined steel. The highest level God Slayer arrow was made entirely of meteorite fine gold. However, constructing these was resource-intensive as they were made in large batches, ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands at a time. Theoretically, the of the God Slayer arrow directly correlated with the amount of meteorite fine gold used in its creation. The God Slayer crossbow must be constructed. The divine mechanism cannon is used for besieging cities, and the God Slayer crossbow is meant for close combat. In hand-to-hand combat, the crossbow is clearly more effective than the bow, Chu Yuan contemplated. As for the required materials, I can ask Gi Fuling for them. It seems I'll have to summon her to the palace for a discussion soon. Godslayer crossbow crafting materials were only part of the rewards. Chu Yuan also won a chance to draw a random lottery. Start the lottery drawing. The lottery wheel from the system was summoned once again. I wonder what I'll get this time. Moved by an idea, Chu Yuan immediately started the lottery drawing. The host has completed the lottery draw and has won a high-grade divine artifact upgrade card. The wheel pointer stopped over tiny talismanic paper. High-grade divine artifact upgrade card, used for upgrading the rank of a divine artifact. It can evolve low-grade and mid-grade divine artifacts, advancing them to a high-grade rank. It's the divine artifact upgrade card. After reading the description of the upgrade card, Chu Yuan immediately began contemplating which divine artifact he should upgrade. The Divine Enthronement Prison Steel was a high-grade divine artifact. Hence, it could not be used to upgrade to a peerless-grade divine artifact. Although he owned several divine artifacts, it was clear that the most valuable ones to upgrade would be either the Mystic Spirit Wings or the War Army chessboard. The Mystic Spirit Wings were a mid-grade divine artifact. Upgrading them to high-grade ones might extend the 3-second void time. Option 1, upgrade Mystic Spirit Wings and gain 100 destiny points. Option 2, upgrade War Army chessboard and gain 100 destiny points. Choose the War Army chessboard for upgrading. Without any hesitation, Chu Yuan decided to use it to upgrade the War Army chessboard. Upgrading the Mystic Spirit Wings to high grade would enhance its speed. But right now, even a few additional seconds of time in the void would not be of significant importance to him. On the other hand, the War Army chessboard was genuinely designed for massive armies. It was thanks to this chessboard that he was able to instantly teleport his 100,000-strong army back using the teleportation talisman. As Dahu progressed, the current limit of 100,000 was proving too restrictive. He had to tether his entire divine martial army to the War Army chessboard. Perhaps this upgrade would increase the maximum limit, which was precisely what he needed. Now Host has chosen option 2 and has gained 100 destiny points. Upgrade the War Army chessboard. A golden light sparkled on the War Army chessboard, making it feel as though it had undergone a complete overhaul by an artifact refinement master. Its brand new attributes were presented in front of Chu Yuan War Army chessboard. Mid-grade divine artifact. Using heaven and earth as the chessboard and all living beings as the pieces, those with great can refine this chessboard. The user can bind every single soldier's lifeblood and consciousness to the War Army chessboard with a maximum limit of 1 million. Once bound, the user can detect any hint of betrayal and protect every bound soldier within the War Army chessboard. Divine Artifact Skill War Domain. The War Army chessboard can cover a 500 m radius, turning it into a war area, establishing the Great War Chess Formation, granting it supreme war enforcement. Currently bound 1000000100000. The number of recruits has escalated to 1 million. This promotion did not disappoint Chu Yuan. Unexpectedly, by merely upgrading the War Army chessboard to higher quality, it had exploded T-fold, and the war area had also expanded from 50 li to 500 li, enough to cover a vast battlefield. My choice this time was correct, Chu Yuan laughed. In the Urfel imperial dynasty, the minimum cultivation level of the elite army is the original spirit realm. The divine military is the most Urfel army in my hands. Recruitment may be slow, but it should not be hasty. It seems that in the future, the lowest standard for recruitment must be the original spirit realm. Imagine if an entire army is composed of original spirit experts, how unbeatable it would be on the battlefield. Although Chu Yuan had the Tai pill furnace, allowing him to refine a large number of pills. However, as an emperor of an empire, he could not just consider a single army, he had the forbidden army, border army, etc. Under his command, naturally he had to use limited resources precisely. Name, Chu Yuan. Status, Emperor of Dal. Realm, Divine Abilities, First Stage. Cultivation Technique, Human Emperor Sutra. Equipments, Human Emperor Sword, Supreme Class, Tai Pill Furnace, and Fragments were Army Chessboard. Prison Divine Enthronement Tablet. Mystic Spirit Wings were God's Grip. Divine Abilities, Great Thunder Technique, Great Swallowing Technique, Great Combat Technique, Great Cutting Technique. System Space Blueprint for Divine Machine, Cannon Level 1 Blueprint for Extinguished God Crossbow. Titles, Supreme Human Tao, Controller of Thunder and Lightning, Child of Devouring, Combat Maniac, Void Cutter. Destiny Points 3850. Current mainland, Destroy the Great Hidden Dynasty within 3 years. Kill General Shang Qing Yun and Prime Minister Lun. Sweep all the lords across the nation. Unify all the internal forces. Reward if succeeded, doom if failed. Chu Yuan opened his attribute panel and scanned it. He now had a hefty 3,850 destiny points. Moreover, currently only the great hidden dynasty remained to be destroyed, Chinti. In a blink, Chu Yuan appeared in Princess Chinzi's Dawn Palace. Long live your majesty. The palace maidens in the Dawn Palace all bowed in unison. Imperial brother. As soon as Chu Xian saw that Chu Yuan had arrived, she put down her martial practices and eagerly ran towards him. Have you been scared recently? I've been busy dealing with the rebels these days and haven't had the time to come and see you, Qi Yuan said, looking at Chu Xian. The royal members are scarce in the imperial daws. The previous emperor was engrossed in cultivation and only had a few descendants. His nominal sisters departed from Dao a long time ago. No one knew their whereabouts. In the present palace, only Princess Chinzi remained. Not at all. I'm not afraid of anything as long as my imperial brother is around. A few days ago, the Empress Dogger sent someone over to check on me. She was relieved to know that you had suppressed the rebellion. She said that even though the previous emperor is no more, as long we have the emperor, Dao would continue standing tall, said Chu Xian. The Empress Dogger mentioned by her is the common mother of Chu Yuan and Chu Zia, the current Empress Dodger. The Empress Dodger and the previous emperor were genuinely a couple in adversity. They were together even before the emperor came to Ur. The eldest princess was born before he ascended the throne. The Empress Dodger gave birth to 3 daughters and a son for the emperor. They shared a deep bond for several decades, sharing all ups and downs. It was their deeply entrenched love that when the emperor died suddenly, the Empress Dogger was the most devastated. She was almost more dead than alive. Currently, she didn't live in the royal palace, but near the imperial mausoleum, accompanying the departed emperor day and night. Once I am done here, I'll take you to see the Empress Dogger, said Chu Yuan. Shinti, this time I brought a gift for you as well. A flash of golden light emanated from his hand, revealing the mystic spirit wings. He had the mystic spirit wings, and the mystic spirit wings were of no use to him. He was about to lead the army in person. It was perfect to give it to Chu Zia. What beautiful wings. Chu Xiang couldn't let go of the mystic spirit wings. The streamlined color and metallic sharpness of the wings captured her heart. I'll give you these wings, said Chu Yuan. Red flame serpent dragon, don't you show up and greet your new master. Roar. A dragon's roar resonated. A layer of fire cloud appeared in the sky. The red flame serpent dragon flew down. Its 4 claws grasped the floor, exhibiting a submissive posture. You must protect the princess from now on. I will not treat you unfairly. I'll give you a chance to break through to the god inside stage. Chu Xianyang's master is Zhu Fangfang. However, Zhu Fangfeng, being a leader, cannot always be by her side. So Chu Yuan let the Crimson Flame Flood Dragon, a female flood dragon, protect Chu Zia as her personal guard. At your command, your majesty, the Crimson Flame Flood Dragon spoke human words. Thank you, Emperor. Brother Chu Xiang doesn't stand on ceremony with Chu Yuan either. Your majesty, the President Ji from the Unlimited Guild seeks audience. We announced, oh, President Ji is here. Chu Yuan's expression shifted. Let President Gade in my study. In the study, Jai Fuling wasn't visiting the royal palace for the first time. Particularly knowing about Chu Yuan's execution of King Wei and his subjugation of all the sects in the southwest province, her heart was filled with awe. This young emperor's tactics were too terrifying. She had been in the imperial city for more than a decade. The previous emperor of Doa was far from his equal. She had initially thought he would be a ruined ruler, but who would have expected him to be such an illustrious sovereign president? Gi Chuyuan looked surprised when he saw Jie Fuling. It seems that Ji Fuling has broken through to the realm of peeing into the spirit. I congratulate President Ji. You can even tell that I have broken through to the realm of peeing into the spirit. Even though Gi Fuling had cultivated to the realm of peeing into the spirit, a realm that few monarchs of surrounding nations had attained, her eyes revealed a hint of fear when she looked at Chu Yuan. It appeared that the man before her was not only stronger, but his strength was also unfathomable. Your aura is different. Chu Yuan accessed the source of faith. Even though Ji Fuling was not from his dawn, he could still sense the change in her aura. I must thank your majesty for the elixir. The various elixirs refined by your majesty have been of great benefit to me. Without the assistance of that miraculous potion, I wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough. While Jie Fuling was speaking, a pressure suddenly emanated from her, the peeking into the spirit which enveloped Chu Yuan like a god's aura. But Chu Yuan merely waved his hand, not even flinching in the face of this pressure. Feeling Chu Yuan's unfathomable strength, her intention was to gauge just how formidable he was. Your majesty is indeed Erful Jai. Fuling felt that even though she had already reached peeing into the spirit, she was still no match for Chu Yuan. She added, the human world is vast and the heavenly Tao is boundless. Peeking into the spirit is only the first step in the realm of divine. Perceiving the divine, gathering divine, divine position, connecting divine, fake divine, true divine, celestial God. Each and every step is a matter of life and death. It's very difficult, too difficult. The path to divine encompasses peeking into the spirit, perceiving the divine, gathering divine, divine position, connecting divine, fake divine, true divine, and celestial God. These are the different stages in cultivating the divine realm. No matter how difficult it is to cultivate, one must go through it, through thorns and thistles. Chu Yuan swept his robe aside. But on this occasion, I invited you to the royal palace for a much larger trade. A larger trade? Gi Fuling's eyes brightened. Your majesty, please elaborate. At first I was worried, but now that President Tsai has reached the peeking into the spirit, her position in the Unlimited Guild has undoubtedly improved, and I can rest assured. This is the list I need. Chu Yuan handed over the memorandum from his study desk to Ji Fuling. So many things, Ji Fuling exclaimed in surprise after reading it. In addition to a large amount of medicinal herbs, there's so much refined steel. Your Majesty, are you planning to produce a lot of war supplies? Are you about to start a war? It's time to deal with Dayan and the other 3 countries, Chu Yuan said indifferently. However, Jai Fuling seemed to envision a world-changing war looming in the near future. She quickly responded, although I have the ability to acquire all of these items, some of the materials are quite valuable and could pose a problem. Haha, I believe in President Ji's abilities, Chu Yuan laughed. How about the batch of elixirs I gave you? They have excellent quality. After the elders in my Unlimited Guild saw them, they couldn't stop praising them. Their quality was even better than what our alchemists produce. If your majesty wasn't the ruler of Da, we would have thought about inviting you to become our chief alchemist at the Unlimited Guild. Gi Fuling was curious about how Chu Yuan had managed to refine so many elixirs. Setting aside other matters, I need these supplies as quickly as possible. There's no time to delay, said Chu Yuan. Is your majesty turning me into your logistics officer? Ji Fuling said somewhat helplessly. If President Ji is unwilling to handle logistics, I will look for someone else. I believe there will be many people willing to cooperate with me, said Chu Yuan, staring into Ji Fuling's eyes. Your majesty, your words are too severe. As for these material, after I go back, I will immediately assign people to fulfill Da's requirements at full strength. I won't delay your imperial undertaking in any way. Of course, there was no way Ji Fuling would let go of such a high-quality partner as Chu Yuan. Her status in the Unlimited Guild had risen quickly, not only because she had broken through to the peeking into the spirit realm, but also because of the batch of elixirs she had received from Chu Yuan. Good. I will be waiting for your good news here. I don't have much time to give you. Year 30 of the Great Martial Calendar, November 15th. Half a month was left until the 12th lunar month. Although the weather had not yet reached the point of freezing water into ice, it was already very cold. A heavy snow had fallen recently and had not yet fully melted. However, within the imperial city, the atmosphere was fiery. A lot had happened recently. First, the previous emperor had passed away, shaking the court and officials. Then, the new emperor ascended to the throne. When everyone thought that Great Martial would begin to decline from its peak, the new emperor stabilized the court using firm means and finally killed King Wei Wu and exterminated the 18 feudal lords. The court now was completely renewed. Inside the imperial study behind the imperial throne, there was a huge mural that clearly outlined the territory of Great Martial, which was vividly depicted as if it was the real map of the territory. Your Majesty, originally the 4 borders were under attack from 4 different nations. However, after Great Martial quelled the rebellion, all four nations unanimously ceased their attacks and stationed their troops at the borders. So far, they have not made any moves. At this time, many people had gathered in the imperial study. Included among them were the chief of staffs of the 6 ministries, the Marquis of Loyalty and Courage, the 8 commanders of the Forbidden Army, and several high-ranking ministers in the court. After handing over his report, the newly appointed Minister of War, Huang Yang, gave an honest report. All 4 countries have stopped their attacks. Have they? Chu Yuan sat on the throne, his aura like an abyss. They've got some news that the current Great Marshal is no longer showing signs of decline, but rather exuding thriving vigor. Your Majesty, the people of the southwestern province, numbering nearly 1 billion, have all submitted to Great Marshal. Ministers have been dispatched to each department, and according to your orders, conscription has begun. There are still remnants of various sects out there, but once the conscription starts, they can be completely eliminated. Luqian Fu reported on the situation in the southwestern province. The southwestern province is still missing a governor, Marquis of Loyalty and Courage. You will temporarily hold the governor's position. Chu Yuan nodded his approval. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's appointment of Lu Qinfu as governor, others inside the imperial study showed envy. Although the southwestern province had just submitted to Great Marshal, it was extremely vast with a population of over 1 billion. The position of governor was certainly significant. However, they also knew that the emperor trusted Lu Qianfu the most. Now that domestic affairs have been taken care of, it's time to deal with other matters. Qi Yuan's hand rested on the armrest of the dragon throne as he slowly spoke to everyone. Next, it's time for the personal conquest, a personal conquest. Everyone felt a thrill run through their hearts at hearing this to march Southmen a conquest against the Great Qin dynasty. So His Majesty could no longer bear it and wants to make his move against the Great Qin dynasty. Your Majesty, the Great Qin dynasty has been established for over 500 years, and they are solid in To be honest, our country was able to suppress the Great Qin dynasty through the previous emperor's military prowess and not its national Therefore, if you want to personally conquer the Great Qin dynasty, you must be well prepared. The one who said this was an elderly man who had cultivated to the 9th level of divine abilities. He was mature and prudent, and served as the chief of staff of the Ministry of Ceremonies, Qiang. I have also heard that the 4 nations, Great Lu, Great Shang, Great Zai, and Great Xin, have formed some kind of alliance with the intention of resisting Great Marshal. If we mobilize our forces this time, we could possibly be facing an army from the 4 nations. The court is currently in the phase of reformation and recovery. I believe that it is necessary to march south, but all preparations should be made beforehand, especially in the township of Lai. After all, it has only recently submitted to Great Marshal, and the people's hearts may still be unsettled. The Minister of Revenue spoke. Option 1, declare war immediately, personally leading an invasion against the 4 nations of Great Qin and earning 100 destiny points and a dragon roar horn, X1. Option 2, develop gradually, strengthen the national to its peak, invade the 4 nations after 2 years, and earn 100 destiny points in a defensive war formation X1. Upon viewing the 2 options, Chu Yuan had already made up his mind. 2 years is too long. While his primary task was to annihilate the 4 nations of Great Qin within 3 years, 2 years was far too long. He couldn't wait that long. What all of you have said makes sense, but I believe it is the best opportunity now. Currently, the morale of our Great Marshal soldiers is high while the 4 nations are also unprepared. Moreover, the Minister of Revenue, I hope they join together. What I'm conquering is not 1 nation, but 4. Chu Yuan slowly said this with an unquestionable tone. Everyone present felt a chill run through their hearts. Everyone knew that the current emperor was the most erful individual in Great Marshal, and that all was in his hands. Once he made up his mind on something, it couldn't be changed. What they needed to do was to prepare thoroughly. Your Majesty, when will you head out? I will prepare the Divine Martial Army to be ready for battle at any time. Lu Qinfu said, now it's November 15th of the Great Martial calendar, which leaves half a month until the 12th month. Chu Yuan stood up and declared, I will set out on the first day of the 12th month, which leaves you half a month to prepare. The emperor made his decree, and it was not to be contradicted. In half a month, it would be the time to personally go on a conquest against the Great Qin dynasty. Hostess chosen option 1, earning 100 destiny points and a dragon roar horn. Next one, the dragon roar horn, a war signal horn made from a heavenly dragon's horn. All friendly soldiers who hear the horn sound will awaken their war spirits, boosting their morale by 10. We eagerly await your command, Your Majesty. We are willing to ask for a battle and be the vanguard. The first to speak was Hong Yun, the captain of the Chaos Battalion, who was eager to gain merits. For this personal conquest, 5 million sinners from the Death Penalty Battalion will serve as the vanguard. Water and fire elders need to be prepared. Chu Yuan was aware that his primary task was to annihilate a country, not just a personal conquest. Therefore, he should be fully prepared for such nation-destroying wars with no room for errors. Decree to the Death Penalty Battalion. Those who make significant contributions in the war can be freed from the status of being in the Death Penalty Battalion. Chu Yuan issued one decree after another. There are also 2 million border soldiers stationed at the border of Nan County. They will also follow me and act simultaneously. Man-beast battalions for captains should prepare. 500,000 Forbidden Army soldiers and border soldiers will form the right wing. The Divine Martial Battalion will form the center army, and I will personally sit in the center army. By your command, the 4 captains of the Man-Beast Battalion were thrilled. Your Majesty, what about our 4 Divine Beast Battalions? Janking looked expectantly. They all knew this personal conquest presented an opportunity. The Imperial City cannot be left unguarded. Captain Zhang, you and the 4 Divine Beast Battalions will be in charge of defending the Imperial City. I'll hand over the control of the National Defense Radio. As for the merits, they will not be less than those of the other battalions. Chu Yuan valued Jinking's loyalty and his stability. Your Majesty, I also want to join the battle. Zhu Fufang suddenly said in a cold voice, all right. Chu Yuan thought for a moment and agreed to let Zhu Fafang join the army for the personal conquest, adding, then Zhu Ke Battalion, and Baihu Battalion will be incorporated into the left-wing army. Lu Qinfu, all above the original Spirit Realm in the southwestern province, will join the Divine Martial Battalion. In addition, I'll organize another army of 1 million with them as the left wing, and they will act together with the 2 battalions of the Divine Beasts. Understood, Your Majesty, Liu Enfu replied. Dragon King, I'll also mobilize 8 million beasts from you for the Beast Army. The others not included in the Beast Army will still guard the Imperial City in the Man-Beast Mountain Range. Xu Yuan issued the order, 6 ministries. This time the army to be dispatched is massive and much supply will be needed. You all should prepare for 1 month's supply for the army. Any delays are not allowed. I have a lot of elixir here. They will be distributed to all armies and their captains. You are to enhance your strength during this half-month. Chu Yuan's finger ed once on the map of Great Kai, penetrating right through. In half a month, I will personally go on a conquest. Year 30 of the Great Martial Calendar, the first day of the 12th month. It was already the height of winter with temperatures plunging incredibly low. The weather today was not satisfactory. Clouds began to loom ominously overhead from yesterday, and at midnight, winter rain started to fall, accompanied by raging winds and flashes of lightning. Despite this, the grounds outside the Imperial City were abuzz with activity, with a vast army assembling. After half a month of preparation, Chuan had distributed an immense amount of elixir pills, causing the cultivation level of the million-strong Forbidden Army to collectively break through to the Meridian Circulation realm. Moreover, throughout this half-month, a significant number of soul-refining, primordial divine spirits and divine abilities were being cultivated and born. After all, Chu Yuan had copious amounts of elixirs in his possession. Jay Fulling had sent a steady stream of medicinal ingredients from the Infinite Commerce Guild. Thus, both parties engaged in a mutually beneficial trade. Beyond this, the cultivation levels of the 8 commanders of the Forbidden Army broke through to the T-fold divine ability realm with the help of breakthrough elixirs. Minister of War Hong Yang had similarly elevated to the 10-fold realm. To Chu Yuan's surprise, Lu Qianfu had even made a breakthrough to half-step divine insight level. Not that it was bad. Now the Divine Martial Brigade was filled with numerous Urful individuals who had been absorbed from various sects, without which half-step divine insight level would not be sufficient to keep the situation under control. During the half-month period, all departments of the court were preparing intensively. Initiating a war was not as simple as compelling troops with a rallying call. This time, Chu Yuan was not merely intending to bring the 4 nations under control. Instead, he was scheming to annihilate them completely, hence the need for even more thorough preparations. He had to mobilize his soldiers and equally prepare substantial war supplies. 5 million men from the convict death camp. The Divine Martial Brigade had also expanded to 120,000 men. The left-wing army had over 1 million soldiers who went to the Nan County border. With the addition of border troops, it increased to over 3 million. The right-wing army consisted of the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger battalions, along with the latest recruits from Linhai County, which also amounted to over 3 million. The Beast Army too was set to mobilize 8 million, appearing formidable despite the enormous quantities of grain they consumed daily. Before any army moves, provisions must be sent ahead. The daily consumption of food by an army of over 10 million was astonishing, calculated by the size of small hills. Luckily, in this world, spatial rings could store substantial resources. Otherwise, the transportation of grain would require a substantial workforce. Even so, there remained significant large siege equipment requiring human operation. Preparing such a vast amount of supplies within half a month was a daunting task, even for the economically robust Dog Kingdom. However, Chu Yuan had already embarked on a strategic partnership with Ji Fuling, leveraging the of the Infinite Commerce Guild, enabling him to gather a month's worth of military supplies. In this half a month, Qiyuan also increased the number of divine cannon to 2,000 and crafted over 100,000 sets of godling crossbows, equipping them to the Divine Martial Brigade. It wasn't that god crossbows were difficult to manufacture, but the bolts were just too costly, with each member of the Divine Martial Brigade receiving only 100 bolts. At daybreak, persistent winter rain fell. Outside the imperial city, tens of millions of soldiers donned dark-colored armor. They started assembling from dawn, and although the weather was bleak, the millions gathered did not create a ruckus. Instead, there was an oppressive silence. The winter rain further intensified the grim and severe atmosphere. Your Majesty, the army has assembled completely and is ready to embark at any time. Mounted on a dark golden sword tiger, Lu Qianfu reported immediately upon Chu Yuan's arrival. Like a distinguished general, Lu Qianfu had managed to duly organize the tens of million troops. Even the desperate convicts from the convict death camp found a desire for battle etched on their faces. It was evident that Lu Qianfu had instilled the belief of redeeming themselves from the convict camp by rendering meritorious service on the battlefield. March. Chu Yuan waved his hand and then stepped onto the body of the purple thunder dragon. Immediately, the magnificent beast took off into the sky, a symbol of imperial authority, emanating a mighty roar. The army began to march. The drum noises echoed like rainfall. Over tens of millions of troops started moving, covering the land, packed so densely that you could not see the end of the line. Their momentum was solemnly austere, each soldier exuding a ruthless aura. Several millions of ferocious beasts led at the front. The left and right-wing armies were in the middle, while the Divine Abilities army and Chu Yuan took the rear. At this moment, the earth trembled. Apart from the Sin Death Camp, even the weakest units of the other forces possessed the ability to channel energy. Even the great martial dynasty would be unable to assemble such an army unless the four kingdoms combined their resources. This mighty army was formidable and majestic. Tens of millions marched in unison, and under the adjustment of various commanders, they did not show the least bit of chaos, but rather they were incredibly orderly. The horror was chilling. A solemn killing aura enveloped them. Even if a master with divine abilities traveled at full speed from the imperial dynasty to the border of Nan County, it would take half a day, let alone an army of tens of millions. It would take significantly longer. But Chu Yuan's plan was to wipe out the great martial dynasty before the first month of the year ended. To save time, the army marched ceaselessly day and night. However, this caused significant energy consumption for the warriors. Chu Yuan prepared for this. Pills that facilitated breakthroughs and abilities were hard to craft. However, pills for energy replenishment were much easier to make. Additionally, the command for a personal expedition had long been issued. Supplies and food were prepared along the way by various counties. Practitioners of martial arts could go for a few days without rest. With the assistance of pills and food, they could manage it. 5 days later, under such a forced march, the tens of million-strong army finally reached the border of Nan County. Nan County border was the southernmost point of the empire, and it bordered the great martial dynasty. It was Chu Yuan's first time at the Nanuant border. He looked forward to see steep mountains on both sides covered in pristine forests. In between those mountains stood a formidable and robust fortress. This was the border of Nan County. During the turmoil in Da, the great martial dynasty's army of over 2 million attacked the fortress but failed to conquer it. At this moment, countless fires lit atop the formidable fortress, brimming with cannons. Given the fortress's strength, it was impossible to break through without a significantly larger army. His Majesty is here. Upon the fortress wall, one of the soldiers guarding the city noticed the arriving forces and promptly lit the beacon signal. After Chu Yuan first arrived at the bottom of the fortress, an elder clad in armor with somewhat gray hair but a robust demeanor led his personal soldiers and rushed out. I, Fang Lin, am honored to see His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Long live forever. The general named Fang Lin fell to one knee. This person's abilities had reached the 10th level of divine abilities. He was one of the founders of Dao, who had followed the previous emperor early on after his uprising. He was then assigned to guard the vital Nan County border by the previous emperor. This demonstrated the previous emperor's trust in him. Nonetheless, the previous emperor did not foresee wrongly. When the former Chu Yuan was faced with the crisis of extermination, Fang Lin had defended the Nan County border meticulously for several months, determined to live or die with the city. General Fang rise. Chu Yuan said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chu Yuan met General Fang again after taking the throne. Fang would have never imagined that less than half a year after Chu Yuan ascended to the throne, he would quell the domestic rebellion, lead a personal expedition with tens of millions of soldiers, and even have the purple thunder dragon of the mountain of 10,000 beasts serve him. Your Majesty, hot water has been prepared within the fortress and also the meals. The tents have been set up, and the soldiers can eat and rest as soon as they enter. Your Majesty, you have come a long way on your expedition. The soldiers must also be exhausted. Fang was a prudent person who had prepared everything early. Lord Zongyang, order everyone to enter the border. Chu Yuan ordered. General Foam, detail all the information you have gathered to me. This time, our tens of millions strong army's target is the capital city of the great martial dynasty. We shall initiate the war that ends in their extermination. Within the residence of the border general, Chu Yuan was sitting in the commander's chair that initially belonged to Fang Lin. On both sides of him were the commanders of various armies and camps. Millions of troops were stationed at the border. Naturally, there were not enough residences in the area. However, Fang Lin, being an experienced and stable person, had set up the camp long in advance. Chu Yuan had not immediately launched an attack either, but had allowed the soldiers to rest for 3 days. More than 2 million troops were stationed at the border, and Chu Yuan had also distributed a large number of elixirs to them. 3 days' time, although it was insufficient to produce top-notch masters, it sufficed to ensure that all soldiers in the border area could enhance their cultivation up to the merit channel stage. General Foam, you have been guarding the border for many years, and you are most familiar with the situation here. Please share it with everyone. Chu Yuan said, all right, if that's the case, I'll briefly describe the circumstances at the border. Fun Lin picked up a stack of reports. Not long ago, in order to cooperate with King's movement, Diane launched an attack on our border in Nan County. Their forces reached up to 4 million, twice the number of our army. However, after the Dahu rebellion was quelled, they once again stationed their troops at the border. They neither withdrew nor retreated. There is another piece of news. Upon learning that Da has mobilized its entire army, the 4 countries including Dian, Du, Diji, and Great Shang have stationed their troops at the border, making it a real coalition of the 4 countries. What is the total number of the coalition army from the 4 countries? Lu Qinfu asked. Around 10 million. Although the army led by our Dao together with the Beast Corps greatly outnumbers them as it is commonly known, it takes twice the number of troops to lay siege to a city, especially when the border on their side is much stronger than ours. I also received news that the warlord of Dian and the rest of the 3 countries have sent experts at the half-step peaking god level, roughly tens of people. Although Fun Lin knew that Chu Yuan had quite a few experts at the half-step peaking god level, it was evident that the other side was also well prepared. His vast and grand march with an army of 10 million was impossible to keep secret. Apparently, the simultaneous movement of the 4 countries indicated that they realized Chu Yuan first aimed at conquering Dian. If they just watched from the sidelines, they might end up suffering due to the loss of their ally. So we infer that the 4 countries have sent their elite troops. Once we break through the border and wipe out their elite troops in this battle, we can move directly towards the imperial city of the Qin. Hearing that the 4 countries have sent half-step peaking god-level experts, Chu Yuan smiled. Send an order for the army to rest for 3 days. 3 days later at noon, we shall launch an attack and open the gate to Dukian. We will decide the fate of this world in this battle. The order was issued swiftly like lightning, and all kinds of war machines were promptly moved to the border. Meanwhile, inside Tichian, they were also preparing earnestly for the forthcoming battle. Humph. This little emperor of Dao is utterly arrogant. He's even more arrogant than Chewy. He dares to lead millions of troops and countless beasts to attack directly. I heard that his target this time is to wage a war that will annihilate a nation. Inside the assembly hall, a man with a broad back and sturdy waist was sneering. This was Siaquan, the top general of Digi. In addition to Siaquan, there were 10 more experts who had reached the half-step peaking god level sitting here. Although half-step peaking god was difficult to cultivate, the 4 countries of Dukian had been established for hundreds of years. The country was rich and prosperous, and there were not a few Urful people. This time, although in name it was an attack on Dian, many people knew that Chu Yuan had set his sights on all 4 countries. Some naturally wanted Duth to bear the brunt and didn't want to get involved. However, Chu Yuan with his frightening quelled the rebellion and killed King Wei, and also won over the southwest state, which startled them. Rather than risking losing an ally, it would be safer to repel the troop of Da. Then the 4 countries could unite their forces and equally share the areas won from D. That's correct. Even the former emperor of Das didn't have this ability. One of the experts from Du also burst into harsh laughter. This time he's definitely not going to return. It's simply ridiculous to brag about his large number of soldiers and horses. Our 4 countries combined have an even stronger military Does he really think that by joining forces with the dragon in the One Beast Mountain, he can do anything he wants? The monarch of Great Xing said, knowing yourself and your enemy makes you invincible in battles. Even a lion uses full strength to hunt a rabbit, let alone when the enemy is a formidable divine dragon, not a rabbit. At that time, a middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe and with an imposing countenance who was sitting in the main seat said he was Warlord Liu of Dukian, and he was the strongest in the city. Looking at everybody in the hall, he said, based on what this prince has learned, not only has the purple scale thunder dragon surrendered to him, but many Urfel sectarian forces of Southwest State have also emerged recently and seem to be in De's army. We've also heard about Southwest State. The state is by the sea and it is not under any kingdom, but there are many factions and Urfel people there. How could those arrogant and intractable sectarian people willingly bow down to De's rule? What's going on here? Someone asked. Although they had heard of the sectarian masters, they did not know that Southwest State had completely surrendered. After all, it was too recent. This prince is not sure about this. The warlord Linu said, however, one thing is certain. There are countless Urfel people in Dao's army, but the most unpredictable is the Emperor of Dao. He is a more formidable figure than Chui. I originally thought that after Chui's death, Dod would be exhausted, but unexpectedly an even more terrifying person has emerged. According to the reports from my spies, his realm is not beyond half-step Peking God, but his strength definitely surpasses that of a half-step Peking God. The others from the three countries nodded upon hearing this. Could an ordinary person have the courage to organize an army of millions personally in expedition to Daeong? Consequently, someone said, Warlord Lin, you is valiant in battle. Facing the personal expedition of the Emperor of Da, what brilliant strategy do you have? You just say it, and we'll do as you say. Since that's the case, this prince will share his views. To clash head-on with Da's army of millions is foolish. Thus, we should make full use of our own strength. The warlord Linu confidently said, the border of Dukian has been fortified since its establishment. Now more than 500 years have passed. How strong it is. The average city attack equipment can hardly breach it. Even if it confronts a real Peking Godmaster, it would not be easily defeated. He leads millions of troops and also has 8 million beasts. Although it seems grand, there is actually a major weakness. If he could win in one fell swoop, it would be fine. However, if the attack gets slowed down and they get stuck here, the pressure on the rear will be massive. Even Da's national strength will find it hard to keep up. At that time, they will fail without fighting and their troops will collapse. Warlord Linu's plan consisted of only a single word, that is to guard. To guard until Dahu fails to keep up with the rear. Their army will then crumble. Warlord Linu's words make sense. We should exhaust Dao. He's using the national strength of a single country to face the military forces of our 4 countries. When his army of millions crumbles, it will be the day we march out. We will then be able to march forward without any competition. That's right, Da must be wiped out or else we will always live in fear. Today, the biggest weakness of Dahu lies in their emperor. He's actually contemplating a national annihilation war without stability and development. There is indeed going to be a national annihilation, but it won't be us, but his Dao. The Urfel forces present disgust fervently and we're all looking forward to the upcoming war. Hearing the analysis of Warlord Liu, they all saw it as an opportunity. This prince has brought a large number of high-quality law crystals from the country this time, which should be enough to operate the city defense array to the extreme and exhaust them. The warlord laughed. The little Emperor of Deu can quickly quell the turmoil in Dao and mobilize the national forces in a short period of time, which must be due to his secret. As soon as they heard the word secret, everyone became interested. 3 days passed in a flash. Inside the border of Dao, first break through the border, then attack the imperial city. It should be time to fulfill my choice of nation annihilation. Chu Yuan's eyes at this moment also turned into devouring eyes, as if he had swallowed Dayan whole. The skies were gloomy, clouds gathered darkly. A fierce storm seemed imminent. Chu Yuan stood on the city wall of Nan's border outpost. At this point, millions of soldiers had already left the city, teaming together towards Dayani and Xiong Pass. Dayan Xiong Pass was like Dao itself, located between 2 colossal mountains with only a dozen or so miles of defensive line, yet built incredibly strong. Countless soldiers stood atop it, various siege equipment glistening coldly, akin to a great M awaiting Da's attack. The arrangements for the offensive were led by Lu Qinfu. Dao's most elite were undoubtedly the 120,000 Divine Warriors Brigade, and so they stood at the forefront, ready to be the first to charge in after flattening Dayan Xiong Pass. Behind the Divine Warriors Brigade stood 8 million beastly soldiers and 5 million Death Penitentiary soldiers. Following the 5 million Death Penitentiary soldiers were 2 large armies on the left and right wings. This arrangement was quite clever. Once the Divine Warriors Brigade charged into the city, they would surely be unstoppable. The sight of this would boost the morale of Death Penitentiary, and the left and right-wing armies could suppress the relatively chaotic Death Penitentiary. Attention, Dao is about to attack. At Dayanzong Pass, General Diji saw Da's soldiers emerging in waves, his face grave. Sieging a city relies not solely on overwhelming numbers. Look, the two sides are both fortified passes. They might have millions of troops, but they have limited space to deploy with less than 10 miles to accommodate their attacks. It's as if they are squeezed together. If they falter, it will result in a stampede. We are all inside the city, resting and waiting. Once the city siege equipment sets up its defense, their cramped formation will undoubtedly suffer massive casualties, the warlord said relaxedly. The warlord speaks wisely. The people on the city wall conversed casually, until suddenly their gaze intensified when they spotted hundreds of thousands of soldiers in black armor at the forefront of the army holding the banner of the Divine Warriors. Immediately someone exclaimed, "This is Dao's Divine Warriors Brigade. What a terrifying aura." At this distance, the warlord couldn't discern the level of the Divine Warriors Brigade. But from what he sensed, the aura of these 100,000s made a singular and formidable force, fierce enough to wipe out all kinds of evils and monsters. He had the feeling that even he would be defeated if surrounded by this unit. But sieging a city relies not only on one brigade. The warlord was very confident in the defenses of the pass. Da is preparing to siege the city. The army advanced like clouds, and with the warlord's formidable ability, he took in the entire battlefield in one sight, then immediately raised his arm. The entire pass seemed to be encapsulated by a thick eggshell. This was the city defensive formation that once activated would consume hundreds of thousands of magic crystals each day. At this moment, the battlefield was tense. The spirit of hundreds of thousands was enough to create a war zone. Chu Yuan was mobilizing the whole country to wage a war of extermination. The spirits of millions of people condensed, capable of suppressing a truly divine entity. Roar, the perplexed thunder dragon roared. It soared into the sky, taking Chu Yuan to the front line of the army. Amidst the lightning and thunder, Chu Yuan appeared godlike. His cultivation had reached the divine abilities level. His real combat are comparable to a true god. Standing there, he seemed like an immortal monument, his hands seemingly capable of wiping out everything. Loyal and brave Marquis, break the pass in one go. Chu Yuan's command was transmitted, obeying the royal command. Lu Xinfu was overcome with emotion. At that instant, from within the Divine Warriors Brigade, 2,000 giant cannons were pushed forward. Their long barrels exuded an icy demeanor of destruction. Does divine cannons. Upon seeing the cannons, the warlord Linu smiled and said, "If they intend to break the city using divine cannons, I am afraid they cannot even break my city defensive formation." The short moment when the magic cannon was pushed out, the magic crystals were already fully loaded. Under Lu Xinfu's instruction, 2,000 giant guns targeted the very center of the stronghold. Suddenly, a tearing through the void erupted. Even the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart, revealing the sun. In just an instant, 2,000 magic cannons fired simultaneously, causing heaven and earth to change color. The destructive pulsation sweeping out like the end of the world was at hand. The energy shooting from the mouth of the guns even seemed to cause the void itself to collapse. 2,000 beams of destructive light bombarded Da's stronghold. If it was the previous magic cannon, it could at most cause a tremor. But the genuine version of the magic cannon, every strike is equivalent to a divine abilities master giving it their all. It's like 2,000 divine abilities masters making their move at the same time with a more brutal destruction, more domineering. Just the first round of simultaneous firing nearly tore Da's stronghold apart. The city's defensive formation's lights dimmed. Fire, fire, fire. The Xinu army loaded quickly, firing a round of cannon fire in just a few seconds, giving Dong no chance to respond. In just 10 minutes of bombardment, the city's defensive array that De had built was completely destroyed. After 10 more minutes of continuous firing, the towering stronghold was ignited by the warfire, and sections of the city wall began to collapse. How can this be? Liu was stunned. He intended to hold out behind the city walls to exhaust Chu Yuan, but he never expected that his plan would be shattered in just 20 minutes. What were the cannons on the opposite side made of that made Da's stronghold as fragile as tofu? Unable to withstand a single, he did not know these 2,000 magic cannons were truly ancient cannons, their at its peak. If not for the deal Chu Yuan and Jai Fuling made, they could not have forged so many. The magic cannon is most formidable for its ability to breach cities. If not, Qi Yuan would not have been eager to start a war of destruction. After all, he had a weapon capable of breaching cities, and his own was comparable to that of a godlike figure. He wouldn't have kept patient. At this moment, Lu Qianfu never once halted the bombardment. For this war of extermination, De brought all the magic crystals they had stored for decades, initiating a war with the strength of a whole nation. The plan this time was still similar to the one used against the Luin sect to completely level the stronghold with the magic cannons. Otherwise, with the stronghold standing firm, they didn't know how many warriors would die before they could take it down. The magic cannon, after an uninterrupted hour of firing, leaving the barrels red-hot, only stopped its bombardment after it had completely mowed down Da's border fortress. Looking forward, Da's stronghold, reinforced over 500 years, had vanished, leaving only ruins and broken walls, completely exposed to the 10 million army of Da without the cover of a city. Liu and the other experts were unable to stop the bombardment of the magic cannon. Their own cannons mounted on the city walls were also completely destroyed. Thankfully, Liu was not a fool. Knowing the of the magic cannon, he had the soldiers retreat beyond its range and advance, then form a battle formation, thus averting a collapse attack. At this moment, Chu Yuan swung his hand, drawing the 2,000 large cannons into the system space. His eyes locked onto the front, his hand coming down like a guillotine. Woo, 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 the dragon roar horn sounded. Morale increased. Combat increased. With Lu Qinfu taking the lead, the 120,000 Xin Wu army charged, entering the city first. Woo, 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 woo. The dragon's horn, a symbol of war, began to play. It was desolate and full of primordial chaos, as if the soul of an ancient heavenly dragon was soaring above the battlefield. First conquer the frontier, then attack the imperial dynasty. This is the first battle of the extinction of the nation. Lucian shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the 120,000 warriors were all shaken to their course. Each of them was a master above the soul-forging realm, especially with a large number of experts from the southwest states scattered in their midst. With just the divine military regiment, including Lu Kaiyan, there were a formidable 10 half-step peaks at divinity. Xu Yuan did not plan to assign an expert like Qing to other armies, but had them stay in the divine military. Only he could subdue them. 120,000 troops stormed in. Although they were just a tiny portion of the tens of millions of troops, they were all martial arts experts, invincible, their aura overwhelming. They exuded a strong aura that formed a tangible domain of war. The war army chessboard, a domain of 100 miles, tying the divine army together. On the other side, even though Chu Yuan leveled the fort with his divine cannon, after all, the great secluded dynasty had been around for 500 years, the army did not collapse, but formed a battle array under Lin Yu's command. Dao's momentum is indeed overwhelming, but Lin Yu has no plans to retreat. He also held over 10 million soldiers from 4 countries, and the gap between the half-step peaks at divinity and the opposing side wasn't significant. Even without the fort for defense, a head-on battle isn't out of the question. Who will fall in the end is as yet unknown. At the very least, they could consume the opponent's strength, leaving them unable to continue the final annihilation battle. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The very front line was the great secluded divine archery camp. In order to face Da's millions of troops, the great secluded dynasty had made ample preparations. They saw the front line of 100,000 archers from the divine archery camp, all holding Urfel bows made from dragonwood, and their arrows possessed the property of piercing armor. The archers shot their arrows, and behind them were crossbows with an even longer range. Although the divine military regiment of Danga was elite and invincible, they were not invulnerable. In an instant, a dense, endless volley of arrows and bolts shot out as fierce as a raging storm, blanketing the entire divine military charge. Lu Kaiyan let out a loud shout, storming forward at full strength, his mana forming a defensive shield. Advance. Xing Yun and other half-step divine experts also mustered all their strength to create their defensive shields. You go and block the arrows. Zeline Thunder Dragon was also roaring loudly. Roar, roar, roar. Many strong, high-ranking beasts appeared in the beast army, such as black bears and pangolins, creatures that weren't afraid of ordinary arrows. Some arrows wouldn't matter if they didn't hit vital points. These beasts could retreat immediately. They're using beasts to withstand the arrows. Liu roared, shoot, keep shooting for me. But by then, Lu Xian and other half-step peaks at divinity had erected a defensive shield, opening a path for the army. Maintaining such a defensive shield drained mana heavily, but Chu Yuan was fully prepared for this annihilation battle, with countless elixir to restore mana at his disposal. God-killing crossbow fire. Great Secluded had a divine archery camp, but Chu Yuan's divine military was equipped with the more Urfel and more penetrating God-killing crossbow. 120,000 troops spread out in a line, simultaneously pulling out the God-killing crossbows. The destructive glow on it made even the divine experts feel heart palpitations. After the people in front fired the God-killing crossbows, they quickly crouched down for the people behind them to follow. The range of the God-killing crossbow was much farther than the divine archery camp of Great Secluded. Moreover, the god-killing crossbow was originally created by the ancient dynasties specifically to kill divine experts. Even if a divine expert set up a shield, it would be of no avail. Several rounds of concentrated volleys fell, causing tens of thousands from the Great Submersion Divine Bow Battalion to fall. What's at stake in the battlefield is the strength of a nation and courage. At this time, the Divine Martial Army had already invaded the border, colliding and engaging in close combat with the troops of the 4 countries of the Great Submersion, mixing and fighting. 8 million beasts also stormed into the city. Under the command of those monsters whose intellects rival humans, they did not simply charge carelessly, but used their huge bodies to carry out circular warfare. They encircle the whole battlefield, advancing and consuming step by step to make achievements and establish a reputation. The leaders of the Death Penalty Battalion were the 2 old men of water and fire. They too roared from being high and mighty senior elders to being relegated to the Death Penalty Battalion. They experienced a heavenly fall, but seeing such a war, they too were burning with passion. They knew that the only chance to escape the Death Penalty Battalion was to make achievements and establish a reputation. Although the cultivation of the 5 million-strong Death Penalty Battalion was far from that of the Divine Martial Army, they one after another seemed to have gone crazy charging, in risking their lives repaying blood with blood tooth for tooth. This veterans like Fong Lin, seeing the explosive momentum of the Death Penalty Battalion, were stunned. He had never seen such a fierce army before, and even he felt waves of chilling fear if he were to face them directly. The Divine Martial Army, the Beast Army, and the Death Penalty Battalion totaled more than 10 million and have penetrated into the city. However, the battlefield did not become overcrowded, not spreading out. Chu Yuan, assessing the terrain, had already made plans on the eve of the war. The Divine Machine Cannon seemed to be meant to raise the Xing Pass, but it also had another task: to level the mountains, open the battlefield, and expand a massive area to accommodate all the soldiers for combat to make achievements and establish a reputation. The might of Dao Kill. There were also 5 to 6 million people on both wings who at this moment were invading Xiong Pass like a flood under the command of their generals. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Tens of millions from both sides were engaged in close combat within the border. Even the 4 countries of the Great Submersion had not imagined such a scene. Their plan was to use Xiong Pass to hinder the Dao army. But who would have thought that the other side would raise Xiong Pass directly, forcing them to go to war with the surging Dao army? They were outnumbered, and crucially their morale was lower than their opponents. One was fighting a battle to obliterate a nation. The other was a defensive battle. However, that is not to say that the 4 nations had no to resist. Although they were at a disadvantage under the onslaught of Da's tens of millions of troops, they had made two-handed preparations and were on guard step by step. In the rear, the Divine Martial Army that is charging at the front now is facing the Submarine Dragon Guard from the Great Submersion. There was also the Iron Armor Guard from Daji, the Thunder Guard from Great Xiing, and the Soul Slayer Guard from Dalo. Warlord Lin Yu of the Great Submersion. As millions of troops below were fighting, Chu Yuan rode his purple-tailed lightning dragon into the middle of the battlefield, his indifferent gaze fixated on the warlord of the Great Submersion. Emperor of Delu levitated into the sky, his eyes staring intently at Chu Yuan, saying coldly, "The new ruler of Dao is indeed formidable. We used to take you as a minor emperor. The proposal for marriage union was my idea. I didn't expect you to refuse it outright, causing us the Great Submersion to lose a prince. Impressive, you've done very well, so the marriage proposal came from you." Qi Yuan indifferently said, "Then you absolutely deserve to die, Emperor of Da." Besides Lingu soaring into the sky, the 3 countries of Daji, Dalu, and Great Xiing also levitated one by one. It was this young man in front of them who initiated a war of national obliteration. Even though the war below was also fierce, the addition or subtraction of a semi-divinity may not make a significant difference. If they could restrain the Emperor of Da, they might still have a chance to win the war. You will all die. The of Chu Yuan exploded violently. The dark cloud that had just formed in the sky shattered with a giving way to clear skies and unobstructed sunshine. After his breakthrough into divinity, his had influenced the heavens, a spectacle truly terrifying, a surge of divine ability intensely spread out. Divine Realm Lu the Warlord, his eyes becoming sharp, roared, "Don't be scared of him. His realm is nothing but the divine. As long as it's divine, we can deal with him." Although they had heard that Chu Yuan annihilated Wei Wuqing single-handedly, they had no details about the specific situation. They believed that if they could kill Chu Yuan in this war, Dao's army would dissolve on its own. They could then besiege and annihilate Dao, kill Emperor Dao, and end this war. The battlefield was already divided into 2. One was the slaughter of millions of troops. 2 was the war between Chu Yuan and the opposing leader. Square in killing, square heaven and earth. Among these 4 people, Liu undoubtedly possessed the greatest strength. He roared loudly, mana swirling from his hands as if creating a small world. The was condensed within a square inch. His entire being suddenly exploded with vitality, transforming into a palm shadow and fiercely attacked Qiyuan. This battle indeed. I cannot linger with you too long. Qiyuan's eyes shone as he gestured to Liu, causing his mana to suddenly scatter as if a gust of wind had blown over. What kind of technique is this? The complexion on Lin Yu's face changed abruptly. He felt as though his very soul was being scattered by the gust of wind that had just blown over. Emperor, to take my blade, the apocalyptic mad blade. Sayaquan, the general of Great Xing, watched Chu Yuan, suddenly pulling out a massive silver-white blade. Blade light filled the area, the white blade energy sweeping across like a thick snowstorm. His massive figure manipulated the earthful force, making it seem as though even the void was being split in two. On the battlefield, swords and spears were most common. Sayaquan was a general of Great Xing. Not only had his strength approached half-step divine realm, but he was also known as the Blade King of Great Xing. Good, that's Sakuan's famous martial arts technique, the apocalyptic mad blade. The blade is fierce and domineering, its energy invading the soul. Using this blade, he once severely injured a half-step divine being. Let's seize this opportunity and besiege Emperor Das. Liu reminded the other Tuwawa. However, around Chu Yuan, it seemed as though there was an invisible energy field. When the blade light had come within half a meter of him, it suddenly decomposed. Great devouring technique. Sayaquan moved forward to make a split-second attack. He intended to rush straight to Chu Yuan, but unexpectedly his body suddenly stopped. Chu Yuan spread his hand, and a vortex triggered the changes in the world. His body was out of control and flew towards Chu Yuan. His whole body's mana boiled like boiling water, and his expression displayed extreme fear. Within a few seconds, he was already caught in Chu Yuan's hand. No, Sayaquan had only just made a sound when he suddenly dissipated. He was left as nothing but a dried-up skin. All his had been devoured by Chu Yuan. Sayaquan is dead. Lia's group of 3 turned pale. They could not have imagined that Emperor Dahu in front of them would kill Sayaquan in just one move, turning him into a skin. The fear that this side instilled made their courage waver. Grand battle technique, battle frenzy. However, Chu Yuan did not give them any time to react. If he could kill Lin Yu's group as soon as possible, then the war below could come to an end faster and fewer soldiers would have to die. The palace has long known that Emperor Da would not be easy to deal with. Hence His Majesty sent me over. It seems I came to the right place. But suddenly, from the other side of the battlefield, an army of 2 to 3 10,000 soldiers charged in. Each soldier had potent energy, and they all reached the soul-forging realm. Wielding long blades as weapons, they advanced into the battlefield. Although there were only 2 or 3 10,000, the combat they exerted instantaneously was stronger than several 100,000. Besides, they all wore dazzling armor like dragon scales. The Grand Qin Dragon Guards, the legion protecting the imperial city, have arrived. Lu Qianfu was leading the Xin Wu Legion to eradicate the opponent's strength when he saw 30,000 men join the battle. The Qin Dragon Guards, numbering merely a 100,000, each have soul-forging They are the elite troops created by Qin dynasty's 5-century-long efforts from their establishment 5 centuries ago. The man who named himself as this palace, wearing an imperial robe, had a notable aura, looked to be a man in between youth and middle age, and had an air of nobility about him. Crown Prince, how did you get here? Seeing the Crown Prince of Qin, even Liu, as a prince, respectfully said, haven't you been in closed-door cultivation for years? Have you already made the breakthrough to gaze upon God and stepped into the divine realm? Regrettably, I have let the emperor down. The stage of gaze upon God is too difficult, and I am still a little bit away from it. This Crown Prince of Qin spoke in a calm tone, but he exuded an air of superiority. Although my attempt to achieve the gaze upon God this time was unsuccessful, I managed to survive and gained significant benefits. What, the Crown Prince even survived the attempt to gaze upon God? Linu exclaimed in shock. He knew that attempting to gaze upon God was incredibly risky, and he dared not try it. Yet the Crown Prince of Qin survived the attempt unscathed. Although he didn't succeed this time, his future success and breakthrough is inevitable. It should be noted that Gi Fuling from the Infinite Company almost died when trying to make the breakthrough. With the prince's strength, even 10 Warlord Wei combined would not be his match. Haha, with the prince's help, our chances of defeating Emperor Dawn are even greater. Prince, please lend us your hand while we flank. Lenu fervently said, I am curious about this legendary Emperor Dao and would very much like to confront him. The Crown Prince took a step, seemingly teleporting in the void, his control over mana far surpassing Lin Yu and others. The of the Crown Prince of Qin is astounding. The warriors of Great Shan and Great Lu remarked, among the 5 kingdoms, Qin has the longest history and indeed the deepest foundation. Not to mention, their crown prince possesses such strength, let alone their sovereign. Had Emperor De not been so formidable to the point of being able to confront the warriors of the other four nations, Qin would not have tolerated De's tyranny for so long. With the strength of the Qin prince, even if he confronts a true gaze upon God House, he has the to fight. Emperor Da's arrogance should end. Emperor doth, allow this palace to experience your strength. The crown prince of Qin shouted lightly. A golden long spear appeared in his hand, and a dragon roared in wrath, causing an immediate direct attack. A simple attack, as if a golden real dragon roared out in a moment. An insignificant prince, where did you come from to be so audacious as to challenge my strength die? Xu Yuan's voice echoed to the heavens. Braggart arrogant. Lenu snorted coldly, his face full of pride for the prince. The prince has the strength to fight even against gaze upon God. And you think you can kill him, but then in the next moment, Xu Yuan's hands burst with golden light. A pair of golden gloves emanated the majesty of the war god. As the long spear was about to stab him, he gripped it. The next second, the long spear broke. If you reincarnate in the next life, do not appear in my sight. Xu Yuan's voice, as cold as a god of death, reached the ears of the crown prince of Qin. He shuddered violently. His two big hands had already grabbed onto his arm, suddenly waking him. Your has surpassed divine abilities, a rain of blood and a wind of flesh. In the fearful state of the crown prince of Qin, Xu Yuan, wearing the grip of war god, ruthlessly tore the crown prince's body apart, ending his life abruptly. Fear, terror, stupor, disbelief. These were the reactions in the minds of Liu and his companions. The crown prince of the Great Hidden had just come out of hiding, intending to make a name for himself on the battlefield. But unexpectedly, just a few minutes after his appearance and barely uttering a few words without revealing his true he was torn in two, reduced to a mangled corpse. At this moment, Chuan in their eyes was a godslayer who killed gods that stood in his way. The crown prince. Coming to his senses, Liu let out a fearful, sorrowful voice. How could this happen? The crown prince's was in the top 5 in Great Hidden Land. Unexpectedly, he couldn't withstand a single. Who on earth are you? Even the crown prince of Great Hidden Land has died. We definitely can't beat him. Staying here will only lead to death. The warriors of the laws of greatness and the great Shan were also frightened. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Others may be scared out of their wits, but Linu, as the commander, could not lose his nerve. The trembling in his voice as he yelled, retreat, only revealed the urgency of the situation. He knew if they continued with the held by the Emperor of Dao, all the top-tier warriors would die in his hand. He had no choice but to issue the order to retreat. The battlefield descended into chaos. They had initially thought that the crown prince of Great Hidden Land could boost their morale like a god. But his death brought about the greatest to their morale. The soldiers saw it and then suddenly heard the retreat order. They lost all their will to fight, causing tens of millions of soldiers to be in total disarray. At this moment, after tearing the crown prince of Great Hidden Land apart, Chu Yuan didn't pause. With one swipe of his hand, under the glow of the war god's grip, the black light of the great technique turned golden. The warrior of the laws of greatness who failed to escape was cut into pieces, and then his flesh and blood were swept away to nothingness. Shi Yuan also chased down and killed a warrior from the great Xiying. Under his godlike those who were just a half step into reaching the divine level were too weak. Am I going to die? Tu Liu trembled throughout his body. Chu Yuan's divine aura had already locked onto him. In his eyes, he saw a once bright sun suddenly falling as though dusk had descended, just like his own life nearing its end. His senses were not wrong. Chu Yuan showed no mercy, and with a single strike, Liu's body burst into a cloud of bloodfog. Sweep them out. Chu Yuan issued the command to sweep them out. With even Liu, the highest commander, dead, the army below was even less inclined to fight. Screams wailing, pleas for mercy, roars echoed everywhere. A warrior with comparable to the divine, plus tens of millions of soldiers were unstoppable. After Chu Yuan had reached his divine abilities, his true was revealed. He didn't go after the ordinary elites, but targeted those who were a half step to divinity, those who possessed the 9th and 10th levels of divine This time, the 4 lands of Great Hidden had a total of 10 semi-divine talents. Not counting the crown prince of Great Hidden, for had already been killed, leaving 6. Chu Yuan did not spare any of them. He executed them one by one with unparalleled speed, letting no one escape. Divine abilities 2nd level. After absorbing 11 semi-divine high school warriors, Chu Yuan's state improved to the 2nd level of divine abilities. At this moment, the outcome on the battlefield had already been decided, and the curtain was falling. What followed was the tidying up of the battlefield and the final aftermath. Without the semi-divine masters, the 4 lands of Great Hidden were like a dragon without a head. Even with tens of millions of soldiers, they were just like confused ants, unable to form a fighting force, and could only be slaughtered at will. Spare those who surrender, kill those who resist without mercy. Chu Yuan's voice, filled with supreme imperial echoed across the sky, spreading across the entire battlefield. He stood in the highest part of the sky, solemn and mysterious, and in everyone's eyes the image of a supreme human emperor emerged. He was the emperor of the human path, instilling an unlimited sense of belief in him, making people unconsciously submit to him. Killing was unnecessary. As long as the royal family of Great Hidden Dynasty was wiped out and the capital was captured, the war of extermination would be deemed completed. With the prestige of his control over the human emperor's sword, he could gather the people of the 4 countries as citizens of the Tao and just break their armies. In his voice, a large number of people laid down their weapons. However, there were still those who stubbornly resisted until the end, willingly giving their lives for Great Hidden Land. For these people, Chu Yuan showed no mercy but ordered the army to kill them all. Your Majesty, we captured more than 5 million prisoners this time. 1 million were killed in the chaos of the previous battlefield. The rest have already fled in all directions. Should we send a large army to catch them? Lu Qinfu, covered in blood, came before Chu Yuan to report. More than half of these more than 5 million prisoners are from the great laws of Greatness, Great Healer, and Great Shang. We didn't capture too many from the Hidden Land. This was not surprising. After all, they were not fighting on their own territory. The soldiers from those 3 states would not fight to the death, and those from Great Hidden Land knew the terrain well and naturally ran faster. There's no need to let them run. This is a war of extermination, and the few who do run will only cause chaos and damage Great Hidden Land. We don't need to deal with ordinary soldiers. They're all defeated. Chu Yuan waved his hand. Although our losses in this great war were not too great, let the people of the logistical department list the names of the fallen soldiers. The Empire will provide them with the most generous consolation. Those who have merit should be rewarded. Your Majesty, the Sin Death Camp was the most brave in this battle. Lu Qinfu said the people of the Sin Death Camp all wish to be freed from their status as sinners. As long as they are meritorious, they can be freed. These will be decided after the war to exterminate the country is over. Pass on my decree. Reward the Sin Death Camp. Let them eat and drink well. Even elixirs can be provided to them. Chu Yuan, with his command of the royal arts, naturally knew how to win people's hearts. The whole army will rest for 3 days, letting the soldiers rest, after which they will attack the capital of the Great Hidden Land. Chu Yuan with his hands behind his back. The battle to exterminate the country is about to start. This battle to capture the frontier, though fierce, ended quickly, so the casualties on Chu Yuan's side were not great. Moreover, after this battle, the soldiers' morale was greatly boosted. They were all excited and wished they could immediately attack the city walls of the Great Hidden Land capital. Who would have thought that the Great Hidden Land's strong border that had been confronting us for decades would be conquered so easily, and even their crown prince was killed by His Majesty? What kind of person is our emperor? He is an unparalleled emperor. I believe His Majesty's strength has reached the realm of divinity. Yes, under His Majesty's command, the 4 states of Great Hidden Land will be wiped out any day now. We will also create an unparalleled contribution. Haha, I never thought we would see this day. Discussions were buzzing, and in their minds, Chu Yuan had created an image of invincibility. Your Majesty, I have received news that yesterday a large number of elites from Greater Healer, Greater Shing, and Greater Laws were moving towards the capital of the Great Hidden Land. Even the monarchs had gone. It seems they are gathering. According to the time estimation, they will gather at the Great Hidden Land in about 10 days. On the 3rd day after the end of the border war, Lu Qinfu informed Chu Yuan of the intelligence he had received. Choice 1, launch a lightning attack and capture the Great Hidden Land capital before the strong warriors of the 4 countries gather. Then defeat each one in turn. Gain 100 destiny points. Flame Sky Banner X1. Choice 2. Wait for the strong warriors of the 4 countries to gather and annihilate them all in one battle to decide the fate of the world. Gain 100 destiny points. Military Supplies Warehouse X1. What does Mark think we should do? Chuan asked. The strong from the 4 nations gather, appearing to be well equipped and formidable. However, if we can swiftly annihilate them and sweep the 4 nations in one move, our great dog's renown will spread far and wide. Among the 4 nations, the strongest one is Diane. The combined strength of the remaining 3 doesn't even equal that of Diane. Of course, doing this carries some risk, but the benefits and rewards are also significant. Having been by Chu Yuan's side for a long time, Lu Qinfu's appetite and ambition had grown more and more. It's not surprising that the 4 nations gather in one place. Your words truly reflect my thoughts. It's also what I intend to do. Only by overcoming the 4 nations at once can I establish my dominance and spread my authority far and wide. I have allowed them to gather so that this time I can sweep them all away in one clean. Chu Yuan made his decision and issued an order. Give the command. The Grand Army will set out at noon. We don't need to rush. I will give them time to gather. The host made choice 2, gaining a 100 destiny points, plus 1 military supplies warehouse. Military supplies warehouse. A huge storage space created by a divine realm expert slicing through the void with no other abilities other than storage. Chu Yuan instantly saw a small warehouse-like structure within the system space. It looked like a miniaturized house. However, when his divine sense probed inside, he found that it was a large vacuum environment, easily hundreds of miles in size, brandished in a vacuum devoid of air, and thus unable to store live things, but capable of preserving war supplies without degradation over long periods. For example, grains, divine cannon, and the likes. This just suited Chu Yuan's needs. Although he has the system space that can be used indefinitely for storage, but after all, the system space is his alone, he can't be always with the Grand Army, and the divine cannon can't always sit beside him, too. Now it's perfect. He has the military supplies warehouse and can put all the divine cannons and the God Destroyer crossbows inside. Mari Jiangyang, this is the military supplies warehouse. The supplies needed by the Divine Warriors Legion and the entire army are stored here. Lu Chianfu was undoubtedly the one Xu Yuan trusted the most, so he gave the military supplies warehouse to Lu Qinfu. Military supplies warehouse. Lu Chianfu slightly puzzled as he accepted it. But when he sensed the vast space inside, he was instantly startled. Such a large storage space was unheard of. He knew that ordinary storage rings only held a few cubic meters and couldn't hold much. He knew that this was Chu Yuan's trust in him. After handing over the military supplies warehouse, Lu Qinfu set off to prepare for the Grand Army's departure. At noon, the Grand Army set off promptly. The morale of the millions of soldiers was even higher than before, and each one of them wished they had more feet to dash to Dayan Royal City quickly. The actual distance from Nan County border to Dayan Royal City wasn't far. It roughly took about 5 days of normal marching, but Chu Yuan issued a command to slow down the marching speed. He was lining up the marching speed based on the support speed of the other 3 countries for Dayan. Do not harass the civilians along the way. Those who do will be beheaded. On the march, Xu Yuan also issued an iron decree. The civilians of the cities and towns along the way should not be disturbed. In his eyes, these people would be his citizens of great in the future. Nobody dared to disobey Chu Yuan's command. They all knew that once they stormed Dayan Royal City, they would enjoy endless wealth. So although the march of millions of Chu Yuan's army was imposing, each household in the cities along the path remained closed. They were not disturbed, but merely passed through the cities. Even when they camped, they did so outside of the cities in open areas. The capital of Deacon, Dragon City. From a distance, the city looked like a mighty dragon lying on the ground, prepared to leap into the sky at any moment. Being established for 500 years, Dragon City's grandeur even surpassed that of Great Da. Countless discernible and hidden defenses were stationed there, so tightly guarded that not even a genuine Divine Realm expert could it. However, the atmosphere within Dragon City was incredibly tense. The news of the Crown Prince's death in battle and the destruction of the multi-million Grand Army at the border couldn't be concealed. Like a violent storm, it swept through the entire Deacon, and the news of the millions of Great Da's army marching even added more chaos. In the past half a month, the elites and strong men from the 3 nations had continuously entered Dragon City. In the study of Dayan's royal palace, at this moment, for figures there might shaking the heavens, sat down, their expressions steely and cold. Based on their attire, they were apparently the kings of 4 countries, gathered in the imperial city, an event that has not occurred in hundreds of years. Gentlemen, I did not invite you here to watch you remain silent. Seated at the head of the table, a man dressed in a dark gold royal robe slowly began to speak. He was Lin Xin, the current king of Da. We all understand the truth that when the nest is upside down, there can be no intact eggs or the mutual dependence of lips and teeth. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here in Dawn. Emperor Dao is much too ambitious. His aim is to annihilate our 4 countries. Should Dawn fall, what hope is there for our survival? The one who just spoke was the king of Great Xing. They too were helpless. Chu Yuan's war declaration was too arrogant and domineering. 1 country attempting to annihilate 4 was a situation that, had it been proposed in the past, would have been met with derision. However, having experienced the battle at the border, they had come to appreciate the of Da. Indeed, said the king of Dalo, despite initially watching the show from the sidelines, we realized it was never an option. The wisest course of action now would be to rally all elites from the 4 countries and coals at the strongest, Da's imperial city, to deliver a crushing defeat. We have pushed all our resources into this war. The 4 nations united. Just our elites can sum up to 1 million. Even if his divine army is formidable, they are only a 100,000 strong. Surely they cannot resist 1 million elites. Moreover, we outnumber them significantly in terms of overall army size. The king of Daji also wore a grim expression, for the pressure from Da had forced them into unity. It would be certain doom for any single nation to face this alone. There was no choice left. After the battle at the border with all the semi-divine warriors killed, they could no longer ignore their fear. In terms of military strength, we far surpassed Dai. But what concerns me is the strength of Emperor Da. The king of Dawn spoke. My crown prince was slain by him. I suspect that even though his realm is still divine abilities, his combat is probably on par with the semi-divine. The three kings fell silent and then shouted simultaneously. What secrets does Da hold? Chu Yuan has only been enthroned for a few months, and yet he possesses on par with the semidane. This is not something that the late Emperor of Da could have given him. If he had such abilities, a war for country annihilation would have occurred long before now. So I know that you three countries still have reserves, and not all forces have been dispatched here. But this battle holds extraordinary significance. If Deu falls, we four countries all stand a chance to split his full secret between us. I suggest you abandon the idea of gaining an advantage from others. The Emperor of Da said slowly. We understand. They indeed intended to hold back their forces, allowing Da Jin to shoulder the main defense. But hearing what the Emperor of Da said, they had no choice but to send their full strength and fight a battle of life and death with Dao. We will summon our forces now. The three kings had no choice but to nod in agreement. Watching the three kings leave the study room, I approached and said, Your Majesty, just now the Queen Mother started making a fuss again. She wants to avenge the Crown Prince. It took great effort to calm her down. You better go see her soon. Women's kindness. What do they know? What is the death of a Crown Prince matter? The Emperor of Dawn said unhappily. The most important thing now is to prepare for the battle against Da. As long as we crush Daeyoung and obtain their secret, I might be able to break through the semidane. But I can't let her continue this fuss. The Emperor of Da Jin continued, a war of national annihilation. I want to see who will annihilate whom. This time it is both a crisis and an opportunity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he has essentially become the alliance leader of the four countries, gathering the elite forces of the four countries under his control. Otherwise, without Dao's imposing threat of country annihilation, how could the other three countries come to Da's aid? The kings of the three countries are not fools. They know that once Da Jin is annihilated, they will be next. Finally, after more than half a month. In the plains outside Dragon City, a towering dark cloud spread as far as the eye could see. Da's army of tens of millions had finally arrived at the city gates, beginning the siege of Dragon City. The war of national annihilation is about to begin. Inside the Dragon City, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Even the air felt heavy, as if it had turned substantial. The upcoming battle made it seem like there was a lump lodged in everyone's throat. The Da army has arrived. A ing sound echoed. It was the sound of footfalls. In the distance, on the wide plain horizon, a dense swarm of millions of soldiers were slowly advancing. 10 million soldiers marching in synchronized steps caused the earth to reverberate as if a drum was being beaten. An unstoppable, terrifying intent to kill had spread throughout Dragon City. 8 million ferocious beasts followed the troops filled with killing intent. The armies of the four nations of the Great Dive were watching the advancing army nervously at this moment, their hands clutching their weapons and sweat. Throughout its 500 years of existence, the of the Great Dive had always grown steadily. It had never faced a siege before. Once breached by Dao, the final outcome would be the extinction of their nation and genocide. Prepare for combat. The strongest warriors of the four nations gathered on the towering city wall. All kinds of war machines were about to be ignited. Seeing the great diving army suddenly stop in the distance left them puzzled, wondering, why has the Dao army stopped Dragon City, Doom Nation? Chu Yuan watched the towering city glowing with protective aura and teeming with soldiers on its walls. Almost reaching the clouds, suddenly he ordered to halt the troops 20 m from the city. Lu Xinfu immediately prepared. Given the strength of the imperial city of the Great Dive, it was impossible for even the most skilled peepers to break in, let alone tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people if the city was not breached. 2,000 divine machine cannons like ferocious iron beasts pointed their dark barrels at the Dragon City. It's Da's mighty cannon. It's these 2,000 cannons that had leveled the stronghold and allowed them to march forward. With their Gojavan ability to see, they could faintly make out the scene, 20 mi away. Upon seeing the divine machine cannon, a fear that originated from their bones began to rise. But every brick in Dragon City is engraved with magical formations, making it exceptionally sturdy, its defenses far beyond imagine. Even if their cannons fire nonstop day and night, they shouldn't dream of breaking the city walls of Dragon City. Faced with the oppression of Chu Yuan's army, what they thought of was not to go out of the city to fight, but to defend. Even though the combined forces of the four nations were several times larger than the Dao army, the battle at the border greatly shattered their courage. Numerous semisteppers had died there. Even if they had the absolute advantage in numbers, they still didn't dare to attack proactively. However, they waited for a long time, and although Lu Xinfu had set up the cannon, there was still no sound of attack. Duke of Loyalty and Courage, what day is it today? Chu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, commanding on the top of a purple-scaled thunder dragon. Around him, thunder and lightning raged, respectfully informing your majesty. Today is the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. The beginning of the new year is just a few days away. Lu Qianfu was unable to comprehend Chu Yuan's thoughts. There are a few days left until the first day of the first lunar month, the 31st year of the dead dynasty. Chu Yuan said, pass the order. The whole army should rest for these few days. The military affairs department must make sure that the army is well fed and clothed. By the New Year's Eve of the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, the whole army will attack. The 31st year of Dao shall be the year of the demise of the four nations of the Great Dive. Yes, said Lu Qinfu. At this moment, Xu Yuan's tens of millions of armies had surrounded the city, but they did not attack and simply accumulated the troops here. On the 27th of the 12th lunar month, the army had been besieging the city for a full day, and the Great Dive still hadn't seen any signs of an attack. Originally, they had been prepared for the battle when Da's army just started to besiege the city. But with Dahu like this, not only did it not relax them, but it made them even more nervous. Their hearts were glued together, and they were indescribably miserable. This kind of not attacking strategy was extremely oppressive, a form of unbearable torment. Rumors arose. News was spreading that Da was going to launch an attack on New Year's Eve to really start the battle for the demise of Great Dive. Everyone was unprepared for Da's audacity. For a while, the Dragon City was in turmoil. From the high-ranking officials to the common people, no one was not frightened. Everywhere was in chaos. If it wasn't for Dragon City being tightly closed and sealed so thoroughly that not even a fly could escape, I'm afraid some people would not be able to bear this torment and would have fled the city. They actually plan to destroy our nation in one day on New Year's Eve. What do they take us for soft pimmons that they can twist and squeeze it well? The enemy's armies are at the gates. The four emperors seated high above are watching Dao's movements with great attention. When they saw that Chu Yuan had them surrounded but did not attack, planning to breach the city walls in one day on New Year's Eve, they became infuriated. They were beings who held themselves high above others. How could they tolerate such humiliation to counter Dao? I brought my strongest elite forces, numbering 200,000, in addition to 5 million warrior troops who have been through the grinds of war. We have sufficient supplies. So his dream of breaching the city and annihilating the nation in a day is just a madman's fantasy. The Emperor of the Great Order roared in anger. The troops he brought were all the strongest elites and seasoned warriors of the Great Order. The emperors of the other three nations had the same approach, bringing their seasoned warriors and elite troops bred from the resources of the imperial dynasty. My Dragon City is well fortified. And despite their giant cannons, even if the Emperor of Dada has Urs on par with the realm of the gods, he won't be able to breach my city even if I gave him a month. Though the Emperor of the Great Submersion displayed anger, he spoke calmly. With our combined resources, we can certainly outlast them. Let's exercise restraint for now and wait till they become dejected and weary. That will be the time for our four nations to strike and wipe them out. Your Majesty, what are you waiting for? Dao has already brought his troops to our doorstep. Are we simply going to stand by you or the Emperor of the Great Submersion? Don't you have any aspirations? If I were you, I'd lead the troops out of the city and kill them. At this point, a woman suddenly barged in, her hair disheveled and a look of resentment on her face. Leave, the Emperor of the Great Submersion said coldly. Can't you see I'm discussing state affairs with the other emperors? If you won't lead the troops, I'll do it myself. Worst case scenario, I'll ask my father for troops, the Empress of the Great Submersion said resentfully. Humph, the Emperor of the Great Submersion said angrily. You know nothing, woman. If you mess up my plans, don't blame me for disregarding our decades of marriage. If it weren't for your father, you would have been stripped of your Empress title long ago. Fine. Da's attack on the city is due on New Year's Eve in just a few days. The emperors of the other three nations laughed upon witnessing this farce. Fine, I'll be waiting for New Year's Eve. The last day of the 12th lunar month, New Year's Eve. Outside Dragon City, tens of millions of soldiers started to build fires in the early hours of the morning. Because it was New Year's Eve and they were on an expedition, Chu Yuan ordered that all sorts of rare food and other nutritious items be given to the soldiers. By noon, the army had assembled. At this moment, Chu Yuan opened his attributes panel. Name, Chu Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Dial. Realm Divine Abilities, Second Level Cultivation Technique Emperors, Sutra Equipment Emperors, Sword Supreme Level, Tai Pill Furnace, Broken War Army Chessboard, Prison Ceiling, Divine Monument Mystic Spirit Wings, War gods grasp divine abilities, great thunder technique, great devouring technique, great combat technique, great severing technique system space blueprint, for level 1 divine machine cannon blueprint for god slaying crossbow. Titles: Supreme Sovereign of Humanity, Controller of Thunder and Lightning, Child of Devouring, Battle Madman, Void Destiny points 40-50. Current mainline within 3 years, annihilate the Great Submersion Imperial Dynasty. Kill the Grand General Shang Yuan Qing Yun and Prime Minister Lun. Clear out all forces within the nation and unify all factions. Completion reward. Failure, death, his gaze fixed on the last unfinished task. Destroy the Great Submersion Imperial Dynasty. The battle to obliterate the nation. Suddenly, Chu Yuan soared into the sky. A purple-scaled thunder dragon twisted into a totem behind him while thunder and lightning darted around him, his palm fiercely slamming downward. The time had finally come to commence this battle to obliterate the nation. Dispatch my decree. It will be a war of annihilation, deciding the fate of the world. The voice of Chu Yuan echoed earthfully, akin to a roaring tsunami, heard not only by the dog army, but everyone inside Dragon City. Roaring thunder. The mega cannon was promptly pushed to the front lines, igniting the first round of attack. Thick strands of energy beams struck Dragon City. But after all, this capital city, fortified by Dukian for 500 years, was covered in runes on every brick that managed to withstand the first barrage. What kind of huge cannon is this above the city wall? The ruler of Date Chin bore heavy expressions. Even though he successfully fended off the attack, he was well aware of the tremendous consumption of the magic crystals. His eyes instantly darted towards Chu Yuan, commanding, signal the command, retaliate. Diane also possesses long-range artillery tactics. Now, tens of thousands of colossal iron cannons have been set up on their city walls. And what they fired were not energy beams, but huge metal eggs filled with the sin of gunpowder. Using cannons to launch energy beams is a cutting-edge technology. Da's copied mega cannons were based on the blueprints granted by the ancient dynasty. In an instant, over 10,000 metal eggs targeted Chu Yuan floating in the air, not targeting the army. Just like locusts, an intense scent of gunpowder all about. Just like lightning bucks wish to oppose me one by one. Even though the of these metal eggs was inferior to the energy beams, they were far from defenseless for the physical body. What shocked everyone from Dukian was, as the iron eggs flew mere 100 meters away from Chu Yuan, he flicked his fingers gently and they were sliced in half mid-flight. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, a terrifying force propelled these tens of thousands of iron eggs right back to the city walls of Dukian, resulting in countless casualties instantly. He is not even hurt by the of iron-shelled projectiles. The strength of the Emperor of Dao must have reached the god level. The Emperor of Dian did not pay attention to the casualties, and instead continued to stare tenaciously at Chu Yuan. The mega cannon, not minding the consumption of magic crystals, continued to shell continuously. Dukian did retaliate, of course, but their attack was certainly not as earthful as the mega cannons, and they were inevitably suppressed back. With constant ing, the enchanting light upon Dragon City flickered, while the inscribed stones shattered into debris falling downwards. But the colossal city remained sturdy, considering the destruction as insignificant. It's too tough. Lu Qinfu frowned and spoke. Every inch of Dragon City is engraved with countless runes and layers upon layers of stones. Although the mega cannon can cause destruction to genuinely level, it would exhaust all our magic crystals. It wouldn't be an easy task. Now is the time our soldiers' morale is at their peak. Haha, even though they have millions of troops, they can't break through the defense of Dragon City. Once they are exhausted, that's our time to counterattack. Just let them shell away in vain here. We can outlast them even with their futile attempts, and they won't be able to breach Dragon City. It's laughable that they thought they could break Dragon City by defeating our border guards. It's nothing but their fanciful delusions. The atmosphere was oppressive when Chu Yuan's tens of millions of soldiers surrounded the city. However, seeing that their mega cannon couldn't breach the city, their heartbeats became lightened, and the laughter echoed with a jest to dissolve the military spirit on Chu Yuan's side. Emperor of Dawes, not your tens of millions of soldiers, nor you, the formidable person, can break my city. Let me give you a piece of advice. Retreat, otherwise this stalemate would be in vain. At this moment, the voice of the Emperor of Dian resounded loudly. Really, hiding in the city, planning to resist my annihilating army with city walls as a shelter, is nothing but a turtle's tactics. In front of an absolute that tactic is futile. Chu Yuan spoke with an imperious tone. I will give you to an opportunity. Surrender peacefully and I assure your safety. No matter what methods are used, only the victors are hailed. Emperor of Dukian spoke. You attack and I defend. Let's see who will have the last laugh. You may have a equivalent to the god level, but ultimately you are not a true god and cannot break the capital of my Dian. I will make you see, said Chu Yuan. then I will look forward to it. He knew full well that Chu Yuan wouldn't just give up on the siege. The man's ambition was unmatched. He just wanted to sow into the Da's whole army that their imperial city was impregnable. When they began to feel despondent, when their once unstoppable morale began to wane, that would be their time to counterattack. Duke of Loyalty and Bravery, continue the bombardment. Today I will take the city in one fell swoop. The moment Chu Yuan's words fell, the divine cannon vomited another beam of light, snaking like a dragon. I'd like to see how he plans to take the city. The people at Top Dragon City sneered coldly. They had stockpiled many supplies and were not afraid even after years under siege by Dao. The critical factor was that the opposition could not last that long. Any moment of relaxation would bring about utter destruction. Imperial sword. With a wave of his arm, Chu Yuan seemed to teleport, suddenly appearing a few hundred meters from Dragon City, with the imperial sword in his hand, emitting a scorching radiance. What is he trying to do? People from the four countries wondered. Is he going to take down the city himself? Upon this thought, they immediately shook their heads. This was impossible. However, at the same time, various crossbow, arrows, and missiles bombarded Chu Yuan, but around him was always an invisible force field. The supreme of human path, the belief of 2 billion Da citizens, imperial dynasty's national destiny. My is that of heavens. Chu Yuan held up the imperial sword. Multitude rays of light converged, creating a sword light of 100 ft thick. A earthful fluctuation emerged. This was the terrifying of the supreme divine artifact. With a single, the world turned upside down. The of this sword directly hit the main gate of Dragon City. The defensive restriction on the main gate was in full force. It could even withstand the of the divine cannon. But upon contact with Chu Yuan's sword, it was blasted directly, splitting in two from the middle. The massive gate, several hundred feet tall, dropped to either side. The sword light swept through. Many people behind the city gate were hit, their bodies severed. Countless died. With the main gate cleaved open by Chu Yuan's sword, the gate was completely open, and there was no way they could resist millions of dust soldiers with the sturdy walls anymore. Originally, Chu Yuan wanted to level Dragon City with the divine cannon, but seeing that it was impossible, he had to make do and shattered the gate instead. Keep in mind, although Dragon City's gate was impregnable, the imperial sword in Chu Yuan's hand was a supreme artifact, far more earthful than any divine weapon, and its second seal had been unleashed. Moreover, it had also gathered the national faith of countless dog citizens. The walls were robust and thick, but it was not something that a mere city gate could block. Seeing the gate broken open, the faces of the people in the city changed dramatically, especially the Emperor of Dao. He had just been mocking Chu Yuan that he could not break the city gate, but unexpectedly, in the next second, Chu Yuan gave him a harsh slap. This fact was like a bolt from the blue, almost making him faint and fall from the city wall. He could not comprehend how Chu Yuan had broken the city gate. The city has fallen. Charge in. Kill, kill, kill. War of annihilation, achievement, and wealth. Capture and kill the Emperor of Dao. Suddenly, seeing the gate of Dao was broken open, millions of soldiers roared, their morale boiling over. A crushing wave of shadows charged towards Dragon City. And 8 million fierce beasts roared out a deafening roar, starting the real war of annihilation. The mighty warriors of Great Wu had been waiting for this moment. As soon as the city gate was breached, they swept into the hidden Dragon City like a tidal wave. The artillery did not stop thundering. The city's defending forces on the wall tried various war machines to consume the strength of the invading Great Wu, but the coverage of the artillery was too wide. It wasn't aimed at the city walls, but at the top of the walls. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Qinfu, the highest commander after Chu Yuan, led the charge. This is a war that will end nations. Achievements and merit can be earned today. The Emperor's orders are clear. Reward the brave. Kill the cowards. Tens of millions of soldiers charged at once. The force was overwhelming. Everything was to be torn apart. Even the demigods were insignificant in the face of such a vast army. A distance of 20 m was insignificant in this martial world. Even as the mighty army rapidly approached Hidden Dragon City, the clouds in the sky were violently torn apart by their force. Kill, kill, kill. The sounds of battle echoed all through the Hidden Dragon City. The four nations' greatest strength was their combined resources. Whether it was elite forces or regular soldiers, they easily outnumbered the forces of Great Wu. Now that they had lost the city gates to defend, they would certainly not let the army fight urban warfare within the city. Instead, they decided to use their superiority to confront great war on the vast plain outside of the Hidden Dragon City. As far as the four nations were concerned, they had the advantage of numbers, and they were determined to capitalize on that by swelling their forces. Dragon Guard, Blood Dragon Guard. All of the Qian's most elite corps were dispatched. War God Army, follow me. The light flickered in Lu Qianfu's eyes. Though the War God Army only had 120,000 soldiers, each one was the elite of the elite. The Divine Slayer crossbows they held could break through the protective aura of divine ability users. They released their arrows without concern for expenditure, and so this scene unfolded on the battlefield. The strongest elite forces from Dayan, Du, Diji, and Great Shan were all nurtured by the resources of the entire nation. Just like the War God Army combined, they were multiple times larger than the War God Army. But even this elite force with their overwhelming advantage continuously retreated in front of the War God Army. Especially when the Divine Slayer crossbows were fired, they could kill in large numbers. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuan was very pleased. The War God Army he had painstakingly created did not disappoint him. On other sections of the battlefield, 8 million ferocious beasts, assisted by tens of millions of soldiers, used their bodies as shields to protect their troops, while their massive sizes caused chaos on the battlefield. At this moment, even though their numbers were much less than the Deen Four Nations, they were not at a disadvantage in the fight. Moreover, the four nations had previously clashed with one another. Each fought their own battles against Great Wu with no semblance of coordination. This resulted in the Great Wu forces gaining an advantage over the weakest three nations, disrupting their formations, causing chaos among them, and preventing the Urfel-Dukian forces from fully leveraging their military strength. The more people there were, the more chaotic it became. And this was exactly the case for the united forces of the four nations of Dayan. On Chu Yuan's side, they had the strength of a single nation. Although their forces seemed inferior to the others, they were able to execute unified orders. Unlike the opposition with four leaders, Dragon King, "It's your turn," said Chu Yuan. "Yes, Sire Emperor." Chu Yuan's terrifying to break city gates with a single sword had completely terrified the Thunder Dragon. It stirred up the clouds and scattered lightning, charging into the battlefield, showing off its formidable defense as a member of the Dragon clan. Ordinary forces could not even break its scale armors, and it was a gamesure in the fate of the battle. Roar! The Thunder Dragon had just appeared. From the deepest part of Dukian's imperial city, a resonating roar shattered the sky. Enormous shadows filled the sky, and another dragon's roar could be heard. These were 300 dragons, each tens of feet long, and atop each dragon, a rider. The Qian's strongest core weren't the Dragon Guard, but the Dragon Knights. Each of these 300 dragons were at least of the original Spirit Realm, and the Dragon Knights riding them were of an even higher realm, Thunder Dragon. Among the 300 dragons, the one at the front was a 100 ft long body of swirling flame. This leader, though also a dragon, was different from the others and closer to the true dragon clan. Firewing True Ji, a half-step peeping god, is a great protective beast of the nation. Firewind's True Jio. The vast eyes of the purple scale thunder dragon focused on the Firewind's True Jio and suddenly burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, after you were blasted out of the Beast Mountain range by me, you escaped to Dao, became a dragon cavalry, and dared to call me by name even after losing a battle. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, what surprised me the most is that you actually pledged loyalty to Great Wu. Spewing hot dragon breath, the Firewind's True Gyro spoke coldly. Today is a good day. Let me feast on your flesh, consume your dragon soul, and transform into a full-fledged fire dragon, breaking into the true realm of Peeping God. Your blood lineage is indeed inferior, a hybrid born from a fire dragon and a fire Gao. Nevertheless, Devouring you could allow me to break into the half-step Peeping God realm. The purple scale Thunder Dragon is arrogant. Although it obeys Chu Yuan, that is because Chu Yuan has the aura of an emperor, earth-shattering. The Zio and the dragons suddenly engage in a fierce battle, prison-suppressing divine enthronement steel. If 300 Zio dragons with dragon knights rush into the battlefield, it would be world-shaking, causing immense damage to ordinary soldiers. Chu Yuan overlooks the entire vast battlefield. The prison-suppressing divine enthronement steel flashes out. The of the top-grade divine artifact immediately locks down 300 Gio dragons, producing a suppression field. Like a mountaintop weighing down, the 300 dragon cavalry were completely unprepared. The sudden intense pressure made it difficult for these Gio dragons to maintain flight in the air. Only in a moment, more than a dozen weaker ones fell from the height, and as soon as they fell, they were slain by the attacking soldiers. Hidden Dragon emerged, a spear light as if suddenly appearing from the abyss. It was the ruler of Da holding a golden dragon spear rushing towards Chu Yuan. Hidden Dragon Spear, a low-grade divine artifact, the symbol of successive rulers condensed by the luck of the nation. Chu Yuan's is too strong. He is a gamecher on the battlefield. He could not possibly let Chu Yuan slaughter ordinary soldiers. To catch a thief, catch the king first. Chu Yuan waved his hand. Under the blessing of War God's grasp, the void shattered, blasting the Hidden Dragon Spear. The ruler of Da's hands trembled, barely maintaining his form, flying towards the distance. So Urfel, the emperor of Da, was startled. The flesh of his hand gripping the hidden dragon spear split open, blood dripping. Just a casual wave of his hand had injured him. First kill the Emperor of Great Wu. If the Emperor of Great Wu dies, the Great Wu dynasty will fall apart on its own. The roars resonated from all around. Everyone knew that Chu Yuan was the core of this battle. Once he died, they would win and they could lead the army straight in, acquiring all the secrets of the Great Wu dynasty. Shadows flickered. Nearly 30 figures have joined Chu Yuan's side. All are half-step peeping god experts, this time in the four-nation allied forces. Dao alone has more than 20 half-step peeping gods. Even if each of the other 3 nations only has 7 or 8, there are nearly 50 half-step peeping gods. However, from this, one could see the strength of Dao. One family's is almost equal to the total of the other 3. This is the foundation of the 4 countries. They are now gathered together at all costs. Even when destroying the Chu Yuan of the past, the 3 families only deployed a few half-step peeping gods because Great Wu was in their pocket. It was not worth their effort. But it's different now. This is a fight for survival or annihilation. Da must not perish. If Dahu perishes, the next one will be them. One battle will determine the situation. The moment Chu Yuan saw half of the half-step peeping gods from the 4 countries gather around him, his will became even stronger. This was perfect. With his he was going to annihilate the top fighters of the 4 countries and completely end this.